Alright, let's dive into a story where the most arrogant demon king only has eyes for one woman. While Merlin plays the CEO role, napping in his massive palace, a quirky girl comes running in to admire him. She swoons over his charming sleeping face, staring at those rosy lips that clearly need a kiss. She gulps nervously. Taking a deep breath, she leans in to steal his first kiss, but just then, absolute chaos erupts outside. Long live the goddess of light. The holy army is invincible. Demon King Lucifer, come out and face your death. A powerful army in shiny armor, carrying the sun flag of their nation, is already lined up outside the palace. Lilith turns around furiously, cursing the holy soldiers for appearing at the exact moment they were about to get busy. She pretends not to hear them and tries to continue her dark mission, but a hand stops her. Merlin is awake. Lilith, what are you doing? She opens her mouth to bite his finger, but Merlin pulls back, knowing her too well. With those annoying flies outside the palace, Merlin has to handle them. Lilith pouts while rubbing her forehead. They were just inches away from something special. Merlin smirks, suddenly pulling Lilith into his arms. You silly girl. There is nobody in this world capable of successfully launching a sneak attack on me. Lilith takes the chance to feel Merlin's chest, but their moment is cut short by the shouting starting up again. Long live the goddess. The holy army is invincible. Lucifer, come out. They always ruin things at the most critical moment. Lilith is livid, pulling out her 3-meter-long divine whip, ready to teach every single one of them a lesson. Merlin stops her immediately, wrapping his arm around her, until all of Lilith's anger simply vanishes into thin air. Now watch closely, because it is his last day as Demon King, and he is going to handle this personally. Merlin leads Lilith out to slaughter them. Outside, monsters and humans are fighting intensely, though these humans wear no shiny armor, like the army we saw before. Merlin stands high above, watching the scene. Lilith secretly wishes they were having that kind of intense workout in bed together. Merlin looks around, spotting a girl who truly stands out. She is shouting while battling a giant stone golem, taking the monster down with just one powerful slash. But in Merlin's eyes, she is still very green. The Holy Church side cheers wildly for their hero's grand performance. Their celebration does not last long, because right after the golem falls, a massive worm lunges from the ground. Two young soldiers scream and wet their pants. Alice, the ice spear hero, flies in and kills the worm in one move. She kindly warns them to stay focused. The two young men are moved to tears. They thank the heavens for such a kind and powerful goddess. The hero points her sword at the monsters. I am the 233rd hero, Alice Claudia, and I am here to defeat Lucifer. Following her command, the soldiers charge with new hope, while a fat bishop watches the battle from a safe distance. Those useless peasants are just getting in the way of the great hero. They deserve to die. A hook-nosed old man tries to calm the angry bishop down with a few smooth words. Those commoners are cheap anyway, and our elite holy forces have not even joined the fight. They are just cannon fodder. Once they are all dead and the enemy is exhausted, the Holy Church will charge in to claim all the glory. But the old man worries that Alice is no match for Merlin. We both know these villains always have a secret plan, and this weapon is absolutely massive. Alice struggles to fight while noticing that the vanguard soldiers are being surrounded by monsters. She realizes the situation is bad and prepares to rescue them. But then a massive explosion shakes the sky. This is the ultimate weapon that the Holy Church spent over 100 years of hard work to create. Its power is unmatched. A giant white whale is now hovering silently in the clouds. The bishop is confident that this masterpiece is the most terrifying weapon in history, representing the peak of the church. Both the soldiers and the monsters stop for a few seconds, stunned by this unexpected arrival. Alice looks up with her mouth wide open, wondering if that white whale is a monster or an ally. The bishop does not care, raising his staff high to command the giant, floating white whale. Look closely, as the greatest masterpiece in history reveals its true power for the first time. White smoke billows out. The bishop attacks. And trust me, you and I need to see this. All right. Stick with me, you and I are about to see if a hero's heart is enough to stop a god. Alice desperately sprints toward the front lines to save them from a devastating blast. Merlin just watches from above. A deafening explosion rocks the sky, as thick dust clouds the air. The high priest of the Holy See shouts in triumph, certain he has won. He thinks he has finally crushed the legendary Lucifer under his iron heel. In the name of the goddess of light, I will cast all you wretched demons straight into the depths of hell. Alice stumbles to her feet, leaning on her sword, shocked to still be alive. Standing right before her are the majestic Merlin and Lilith, looking completely unfazed by the destruction. Both of them just neutralized that massive attack, saving the unlucky vanguard from certain death. This was not an act of mercy from Merlin. Wherever he stands, life and death are under his absolute control. Bow down, you trash, and greet your true king. The third demon king, Lucifer, has arrived. The enraged priest slams his scepter into the ground over and over again. This is impossible. That strike was beyond holy tier, so how could it be blocked like this? The old man starts shaking like a leaf, ready to retreat, but the high priest is still running his arrogant mouth. He is overconfident, trusting his body made of rare white whale metals and reinforced with the combined power of the light and blood goddesses. White whale? Charge for me. Now pay attention here, this is where things get truly destructive. The priest wants to physically obliterate Merlin, thinking no one can survive a direct hit from that beast. But Merlin? He just smiles. These guys are weak yet somehow completely delusional about their own power. But since they are being so dedicated about their attack, he decides to reluctantly respond by finally drawing his blade. The massive white whale lunges forward, opening its giant mouth filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. In less than 2 seconds, the whale is sliced perfectly in half. Merlin's cut is a flawless 50-50 split, not off by even 1 millimeter. The sheer force of the shockwave blows Lilith's hair back while she watches in total awe. Meanwhile, Alice is so stunned she can't even close her mouth. Merlin spins his sword 360 degrees after peeling the scales off that beast. The high priest and everyone present stand frozen in silence as the two halves of the whale crash down. Merlin sheathes his blade, looking like he is thanking the audience for watching his show. He turns his gaze toward the priest and his elite army that has never seen a real battle. Now, it is time for you pieces of trash to be disposed of. In the name of the first demon king Lucifer, I will grant you all the ultimate glory. The priest turns to Alice, begging for help, but his voice sounds like a desperate command. If you do not act now, we are all going to die. Save us. Alice seems brainwashed, completely forgetting that the priest just tried to kill her. She lunges forward, determined to attack Merlin with everything she has. Demon King, as a hero of this land, I will punish you. Merlin stands perfectly still. His eyes begin to glow, his pupils narrowing into sharp, cat-like slits. He stomps his foot, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sends Alice flying. Then, with a casual motion, he draws his sword and unleashes a massive crescent slash. Alice stands paralyzed, watching the sword light race toward the priests. Merlin never even considered her a threat worth his full attention. Explosions and thick smoke blanket the sky following Merlin's single strike. The priest's crown falls into a pool of fresh blood. The entire holy army is wiped out in an instant. Let's pause here. Alice has already lost consciousness. Do you think she even realizes the wild adventure she is about to be dragged into with Lord Merlin? As for Merlin Lucifer, he is a transmigrator who was forcefully summoned to this fantasy world by a mysterious altar. Back in his old world, he was a total loser. But here, Merlin was born with absolute, godlike power. He was destined to be the great demon king of the first palace, a ruler defined by pure arrogance. However, that strength came with a price, a congenital heart curse. Every single second that passes, Merlin's life is marked by a sharp, agonizing pain in his chest. But fate was kind enough to give him the Vantuang Giala demonic blade. It possesses a strange magic that grants him extra life force. By slaying powerful enemies, the curse is temporarily eased. The stronger the foe he defeats, the more effective the healing becomes. Because of this, Merlin began searching for the strongest being in this world. He believes that by defeating them, his curse will finally be broken. He searched until the very end of his reign. Yet only that oversized whale provided any real relief for his aching heart. Merlin looks up at the vast sky. Everything is finally finished. The demon palace no longer needs him, so it is time to head out and see the world. Lilith is heartbroken at the thought of him leaving. Merlin gently caresses her face, telling Lilith she must take good care of herself while he is no longer by her side. But Lilith breaks down, sobbing and begging Merlin not to go. Since birth, she has been his shadow, never leaving him for even a second. He patiently pats her head. She is grown up now, yet she still acts like a spoiled child. Merlin would usually give her anything she wants, but not this time. If he continues to stay in this place, the curse will eventually claim his life, and he will die. Do you really want me to die? No, she doesn't, but she cannot stand to lose him. Lilith's resolve is so strong she is willing to sacrifice her own life just to ease his pain. Merlin glares and gives her forehead a sharp flick. You silly girl. How could I ever lay a hand on you? Seeing his gentleness, Lilith only gets more stubborn, refusing to let him go. So, what do you and I take from this? Even if he becomes a cripple, she promises to take care of him forever. You and I are about to watch the Demon King speak to Lilith, with a gentle voice that cuts straight through her heart. Lilith, I like you too, but I have to leave to break this heart curse once and for all. Merlin talks a big game about destiny, but Lilith only hears 4 words. I like you too. Those 4 little words are enough to make her fly over the moon with pure joy. Lilith regains her mysterious composure and gives Merlin a warning that actually makes him a bit curious. There are plenty of homewreckers out there, so do not get seduced, or I will kill every last one. I will scalp them, skin them, and roast them in lava until not even their ashes remain. She says these bloodthirsty things with a sweet smile. Turns out she is a total yandere through and through. Merlin finds an excuse to bolt before Lilith sticks to him forever, but he stops right next to Alice. She is sleep-talking about delicious food and 6-pack durians even while unconscious. She is dreaming about eating. Shaking his head, Merlin hoists Alice onto his shoulder, while Lilith watches him with absolute daggers in her eyes. Now watch this. Here is where Lilith starts suspecting a bit of green tea drama is going down. Merlin denies everything immediately, claiming he only sees Alice as a tool, since he needs a servant who knows the outside world. Alice is a hero. After all, her power is nothing compared to his, but she is still pretty strong. She has decent stamina and willpower, making her a perfect candidate to be used and discarded. Lilith is skeptical, but Merlin reminds her he is not the Demon King anymore, so heroes are not enemies. He waves goodbye and carries Alice away, leaving Lilith standing there watching his back with a heavy heart. She shakes her head to clear her mind. She cannot give up on him just like that. The next time they meet, it will be time to finally fulfill the sacred vow they made. Remembering Merlin said he likes her, Lilith jumps for joy. Was that a real confession just now? She decides to spend her time training to be the perfect future wife, so she does not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Alice is trapped in a long nightmare about her total defeat back at the demon castle. She was foolish enough to listen to that cult leader, thinking she actually stood a chance against Merlin. But after seeing him slay a massive white whale with one hand, she realized he never even noticed her. Before she left the mountain, her master warned her that she was still weak, and the world was full of monsters she could not handle. Now, after such a pathetic loss, Alice feels like her path as a hero is completely hopeless and empty. Merlin reaches the coast and finds the boats destroyed, so he leaves Alice by a tree to find supplies. Time passes until some thick, clear slime drips onto her face, causing the sleeping hero to finally wake up. She opens her eyes to see rows of razor-sharp teeth and immediately starts running from a giant werewolf. The beast snarls, its massive body easily closing the gap, as Alice closes her eyes and prepares for death. Suddenly, something blurs out of the bushes and slams the werewolf's massive jaws shut with incredible force. Hey, back off. This woman belongs to me now, so you are not allowed to eat her. Got it? You and I can see it already. Alice is terrified, but her heart is starting to race. She watches Merlin play with the terrifying werewolf like it is a harmless little golden retriever puppy. His bright expression and kind smile make her wonder if he is actually a villain at all. She quickly shakes the thought away. He is the Demon King, and this must be some evil plot. Merlin says goodbye to the wolf and asks if her name is Alice, making her draw her sword instantly. What do you want from me? Well, facing a woman like you, what exactly do you think I want? Seeing the look in his eyes, Alice assumes he is a creep who is only after her beauty. Merlin starts his long introduction speech, but Alice is already lunging forward to strike him down. He does not even wait for her to finish, catching her ice blade with 2 fingers and lifting her chin. Listen closely. Beautiful lady, from this moment forward, your entire body belongs only to me. This legendary pickup line almost makes her melt, but she pushes him away and covers herself in panic. As a hero, Alice refuses to bow to his darkness, but trust me, you and I are about to see her delusions shatter. All right, you and I are about to watch a kidnapping disguised as a very bad date. Since this is his first kidnapping, Merlin's threats are a mess, but they definitely have Alice feeling on edge. Merlin leans in, staring deep into her eyes. He claims he can be gentle, but Alice only sees a demon demanding her absolute submission. Demanding to know his plan, Alice freezes as Merlin leans close again, gently stroking a few strands of her hair. With a dangerous whisper, he says he wants to use her body for the kind of things demons usually do. Cruel, inhumane things. For Alice, this hits like a thunderbolt, realizing she is finally in real, terrifying danger. She heard demons use human women as breeding tools. Is she really about to become a mother to his monster children without even being in love? Before she can even process this horrifying reality, Merlin starts dragging her away. She immediately shoves him back. She shouts at the perverted Demon King to keep his hands off her. Dealing with a stubborn girl is exhausting. So, Merlin loses his patience, picks her up, and tosses her onto a small boat. Now pay attention. Merlin flashes a wicked smile and tells her, "Okay, let us begin." Alice screams in fury, It might be her first time, but doing it in the middle of the ocean? That is way too intense for her. She holds a blade to her own throat, choosing death over being his tool. Merlin just glances at the paddles near her feet. He kicks the handle, sending the paddle flying right into her chin. Alice cries out as her sword spins away. Merlin sighs, wondering how this girl is actually a hero. Alice just stares at him, her eyes welling up with tears. She tells him to just do whatever he wants, but Merlin just scoffs. He has no interest in a flat-chested girl like her. That metal plate she used as chest padding nearly killed his back when he was carrying her earlier. He tells her to use something softer next time. Alice quickly covers herself, trying to hide her secret padding. She claims it is secret silver armor. Merlin just puts his face in his hands and bursts out laughing. Now, here is a thought. If the legendary heroes of the past saw this, they would probably die of shame. Alice quickly changes the subject, not wanting to talk about her tiny chest anymore. She asks what he really wants. He points to the paddles and reveals a grand plan. They are going to cross the deadly strait and conquer the entire land. Alice is stunned. For the first time, she lowers her voice and begs him to stop having such insane delusions. The Holy Church warships usually set sail from Bristow Port for a journey like this. Hundreds of men rowing with wind magic still take a full day to cross. They even coat the ships in dragon urine for protection. So, with just the two of them taking turns at the paddles, there is zero chance they survive the trip. Once they run out of energy, the monsters will just tear them apart. Do you understand? Merlin just chuckles at her serious face. It seems she has misunderstood the situation completely. He never said they would take turns. He is going to use her body to make her row the boat alone. His job is standing at the front and breathing the fresh air. Alice's scream of shock echoes across the empty sea. She would rather give herself to him than row until her arms literally fall off. 3 days pass without a single monster attack. Alice gets curious, since the weather is the only thing that has changed. Merlin stares at the horizon and notes that small creatures stay away from the territory of a true powerhouse. He explains it simply. A massive predator has been following them, which is why the smaller monsters are too scared to approach. He tells her to sit tight. If she falls in now, there is nothing he can do. Since Merlin can't swim, Alice remembers hearing that he once defeated a sea demon. That demon was just an idiot trying to steal his fish. But the beast coming for them now is much more dangerous. The words barely leave his mouth before the ocean explodes into a massive pillar of water, nearly stopping Alice's heart. She slides down the back of a giant sea serpent like a playground slide, tumbling into the water. Merlin kicks the boat back into place and they both land on deck. Suddenly, the dragon lets out an earth-shattering roar. Alice is paralyzed with fear. She asks Lucifera what their next move is supposed to be. Merlin just stands there, making Alice think this is the end. Then, he just starts laughing at the massive beast. He calls it ugly, mocking its thick neck and tiny chest, saying it looks absolutely brainless. The dragon seems to understand him and goes berserk. It slams its tail down, sending massive waves toward their tiny boat. Alice has no idea how to fight the ocean itself. And honestly, you and I are probably wondering if they survive. All right, you and I are about to watch our hungry main character hunt for his first meal in 3 days. Merlin draws his blade, standing alone against the massive sea dragon charging at him with pure rage. One clean strike, the sound of the sword leaving the sheath is sharp enough to split a falling raindrop and the dragon's fate too. That single slash leaves everyone frozen in shock except Merlin. The fire in the dragon's eyes fades as the chaotic sea suddenly turns dead silent. Merlin calmly sheathes his sword and heads back inside. For him, that was way too easy. Seeing Alice standing there with her mouth wide open, Merlin gives her cheek a hard pinch. Wake up and start rowing. But Alice just panics, pointing back at the sea dragon still standing tall in front of them. Now, pay attention, the creature suddenly falls apart into multiple pieces, splashing loudly into the dark ocean water. Merlin's expression darkens. The blood will attract man-eating sharks. Do you really want to stay here and become their dinner? Alice frantically grabs the oars and starts rowing, thinking about how Merlin's power is terrifying, whether he is on land or at sea. If Merlin actually reaches the human lands, she is terrified of what the consequences might be. Alice timidly asks why he wanted to leave the demon palace. Merlin just snaps at her to stop calling him that. He says he is not the demon king anymore, and she should call him Captain Merlin instead. The atmosphere gets super awkward. Merlin feels so embarrassed he wants to jump into the sea, jokingly calling Alice boring for not even laughing. He claims he is just too strong and bored, so he left to see the world. Deep down, he does not want her knowing he got fired. Surprisingly, Alice actually believes him. She tries to gauge his true strength. She asks if he is saint rank, but Merlin just scoffs. How could a demon king ever be measured by lowly human standards? Trust me, Alice finally realizes how insanely strong Merlin actually is. She assumes he worked harder than anyone else, since geniuses are 90% sweat, but Merlin just starts laughing his head off. You idiot. Do you actually believe that nonsense? For a monster like him, those words are just sweet lies used to trick fools into working themselves to death for someone else's gain. He tells her that normal people like her should just focus on what is within their reach and skip the impossible drama. Alice thinks he sounds just like her master. She just wants to know when she will ever be stronger than him. Merlin knows that in the entire demon race, he is the only one who can pull out this magic sword. That is why he is the first demon king. Absolute talent is something that hard work can never hope to replace. Crushed by his words, Alice hesitantly asks how he became so powerful. Merlin finds it pretty hard to explain his journey. Born into the demon race, he originally thought he would just spend his days playing with his little sister forever. His mother was known as the second Lucifer to humans, but she died during the 197th Crusade by the Holy Church. Merlin and his sister had to survive alone in the cruel demon world where only the strongest survive. From that day on, Merlin vowed to become stronger than anyone else, just to protect his sister. He hunted giants on snowy peaks, fought forest gods, and even dove into burning lava to slay demons from the deep hells. He practiced his sword skills relentlessly, swinging a rusty blade every single day while nearly dying countless times. Eventually, he killed everyone who bullied them and took the throne. By the time he realized it, he had already become completely invincible. And just like that, his past became the epic story of a prince seeking his ultimate revenge. Alice is confused. Merlin says he is a natural talent, but his story sounds like 100% hard work. Merlin wags his finger. I never worked hard. My dream was to be a lazy bum. I was born this strong. Got it? Alice realizes he was just making up stories to mess with her, so she gets angry and stops rowing the boat. Merlin keeps going. He claims he used to be weak because he could not control his energy, so everyone thought he was trash. But once he had his enlightenment and learned to use it, he became an unstoppable god instantly. It was like waking up from a nap and being the strongest in the world. Alice is completely speechless now. Seeing she is overwhelmed, Merlin orders her to keep rowing while he lays back to think about his strange curse. He has not even been out of the palace for a week, and he already fought an ancient sea dragon. Leaving was definitely the right choice. Plus, Merlin feels a strange sense of peace whenever he is around Alice. After traveling for a long time, they finally reach dry land. It looks like they have arrived in Dabrin territory. So what do you and I take from this? Merlin looks around and complains that the place is way too empty. All right, you and I are about to witness the most chaotic start to a fantasy journey you have ever seen in this world. Alice crawls out of the boat, finally getting the chance to call Merlin a complete idiot for being so lost. She collapses on the ground, exhausted, watching Merlin wander around effortlessly while she did all the rowing. That absolute bastard. A list of insults for Merlin fills Alice's head. Once she masters her teacher's ice magic, she is definitely crushing his skull. Merlin suddenly turns back and stands over her. Alice actually thinks he is going to carry her, but no such luck. Not a chance. You are my slave now. With that nasty attitude, are you trying to start a rebellion or what? Merlin reaches out, and Alice watches in horror as he starts stretching her face out like a piece of squishy bread. He pulls her cheeks even harder, making poor Alice wince in pain as he plays with her face like a toy. Stop crying. This is Dabrin. It is just the northern coastline instead of the main harbor. That is all there is to it. Merlin nods, claiming this face-pulling is a reward for her hard rowing. Alice just glares back, cursing him under her breath. Huh? Well then, goodbye, Alice. It was a fun trip across the sea, was it not? Have a nice life. Alice watches him go, vowing to put a sword through his brain. Merlin stops suddenly, realizing his pockets are completely empty. Since he was used to living like a pampered noble, he completely forgot to bring any money for this long trip. Now, watch this part carefully. Merlin is about to prove he has absolutely zero shame as he eyes Alice's chest plate and realizes it's worth a fortune. He remembers the metal plate on Alice's chest. In his world, you have to be ruthless to use those around you. That armor hurt even when he carried her, so it must be valuable. Merlin does a full 180-degree turn and sprints back. He clears his throat and reaches out a hand with a fake smile. My beautiful lady, given our history, fighting is beneath us. Why do you not just surrender your most precious possession to me right now? Alice covers her chest, horrified when Merlin coldly orders her to strip. She crawls away like a crab, trying to escape his grasp. A piercing scream rings out as Alice cries, desperately clutching whatever scraps of fabric she has left to cover her body. It is my first time, Please be gentle. Merlin just smirks at his prize. Did she really think he wanted her? Come back when you are actually grown up. I only want the armor. Alice just sits there, completely stunned and speechless. Merlin is thrilled to go sell the legendary Midran armor. Goodbye, little lady. Hope we meet again on the road someday. Seeing him rob her and walk away so casually, Alice shakes with pure, unadulterated rage at his blatant theft. That absolute monster. Tears hit her hands as she screams to the heavens that she never wants to see him again. Let's pause for a second. 1 year later, and things have definitely changed, but not for the better for our main character. 1 year later, in the suburbs of Dabrin, two shady guys are hiding in the bushes, waiting for a target to rob. The one in the hat is losing patience, but the red-haired thief tells him to shut up and keep waiting. Finally, someone appears. The hat guy is excited, but then sees a ragged beggar walking with a wooden stick and sighs. The red-haired guy's face changes as he checks a wanted poster, laughing like he just won the lottery or something. Sometimes, a person who looks worthless is actually worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Merlin is just dragging himself along, starving to death. He has not changed clothes in a year. Suddenly, a piece of paper flies through the air and slaps him in the face. It is his own face on a wanted poster for dining and dashing. Merlin sighs. A few free meals made him a criminal. Honestly, the human world is way too practical. Without any money, you literally cannot do anything at all in this place. The two robbers suddenly jump out in front of him. Hey, you! Stop right there, kid. Do not move a muscle. They start their cliché bandit speech, but Merlin just ignores them and walks past like a breeze. The thief is furious. What is your problem? Did you not hear a word I said? Merlin turns back, sounding absolutely exhausted. You talking to me? Exactly. If you want to pass through here, hand over every single valuable thing you have on you right now. The red-haired thief realizes Merlin's head is worth 5,000 gold. He pulls out a dagger and licks the blade. Surrender now, Merlin. Resist and you will regret it. I cannot promise where this blade is going to end up on you. Merlin just sighs. I am starving to death, and now I have to deal with two lunatics in the road today. Let me just confirm one thing. Are you two absolutely sure you want to pick a fight with me right now? I am warning you. If you even touch a single hair on my head, you guys are as good as dead. His starving eyes suddenly turn razor sharp, but the thieves do not believe him. They decide to show off their knife skills, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, these two idiots are about to find out exactly who they are messing with once that apple hits the ground. All right, you and I are about to see a legendary hero hit rock bottom. This senior's technique is unmatched. One of his strikes is worth 20 of yours. Scared yet? Merlin stares at that flying peeled apple, drool practically hitting the floor. This is literally the only free meal he's found in days. The red-haired guy loses his cool because Merlin is ignoring him and charges with a blade. Watch what happens when our hero draws his sword. The guy's eyes bulge out. A perfectly clean slice appears across his neck. Merlin catches the apple and snacks for energy while the attacker's head hits the ground. His buddy immediately bolts, running away for his life, while desperately begging Merlin for mercy. Honestly, Merlin doesn't even care. Killing weaklings like this is just a waste of energy and doesn't pay the bills. Pay attention here. White smoke rises from the dead body, revealing the true form of a hidden goblin. He knew it. These monsters were disguising as humans to rob travelers and hide from the imperial law. But hey, that's not his problem. He's way too busy looking for some high-paying, easy job just to survive another day. Back at the Goblin Cave, the guy in the hat rushes home. My name is Ho, and I need to see the king. The gate guard lets him through but gives a stern warning. Don't go bothering the king for no reason. The Goblin Lord is chilling with steak and wine when he demands his tribute. Ho trembles, bowing low while apologizing because he completely failed to bring in any gold. No money? Then why return? Do you want me to execute you? Ho speaks up fast. Wait, my lord, he has very urgent news. His senior partner was just slaughtered in one hit by a human named Merlin. The human didn't even fully draw his sword. Just a tiny flash and my senior was dead. The Goblin Lord forces a pained smile, furious about being pushed around by humans for so long. Looks like the humans are revolting if they're bold enough to kill experts. Merlin strolls into the city, looking handsome, but his mind is racing because he's totally broke. The city entrance fee just drained his very last 2 coins. You and I saw that coming, right? Spending is easy, but earning is hard. A year ago, after stealing Midran's armor, he lived in a massive mansion with a private butler and maids. 3 gourmet feasts every single day. He even blew money on horse racing, 1,000 gold per bet, but he never won a single race. In the end, His debts piled up and everything was seized. He was left with nothing. Even while flat broke, he had the nerve to eat at 5-star restaurants without paying a cent. Now, his face is on every wanted poster, making him Scotland's most hunted criminal. Since then, he's been wandering the streets, cold and hungry every single night. Now, Merlin is reduced to street performing just to buy a meal. Hey everyone, ladies and gentlemen, please stop for a moment and witness my incredible talent on display. If you enjoy the show, please leave a little tip. People gather around, curious about what street performance even is. Merlin shows off his speed, moving so fast that he leaves behind several high-speed afterimages. The crowd gasps. You're amazing, man. Merlin's ego blows up, and he immediately transitions into his second trick, the legendary clone technique. He strikes 5 cool poses. Wow, that's impressive. I've never seen a performance like this before. Merlin smirks and holds out his hand for coins. Instead, the crowd just ignores him and walks away without giving him a single cent. They all rush to see the holy church preacher, who's standing high above, beating a drum. The goddess of light is eternal. While Merlin desperately tries to win them back, he spots a rich kid walking by with a candy bar. Merlin grabs the kid. Hey kid, you watched the show, so why are you walking away for free? Just give me 2 silver coins for food. I'm starving here. Merlin's terrifying face scares the poor kid half to death, making him shrink back. Mister, please, I don't have any money. Merlin's face actually twitches when he's called Mister. He grabs the boy's shoulders. Listen, kid, do you realize you just offended the most powerful man in the entire world? If I wasn't so merciful, you'd be a goner by now. The kid is so scared he's about to pee himself. He asks the kid's name. It's Henry. Suddenly, Merlin draws his sword, looking down with a dark, serious expression. Henry, huh? Nice name. Even though you offended me, I'm a generous guy, so I'll let it slide. Just 2 silver coins and we're even. Henry trembles, saying he truly doesn't have any money on him. Seeing that threats aren't working, Merlin decides to try a different approach. Bribery. I know you secretly want to learn my legendary moves. No problem. Just 2 silver coins and I'll teach you. Henry's eyes instantly light up at the thought of top-tier swordplay. The boy eagerly asks for the technique. Merlin offers to teach blade stepping slash, but Henry thinks it sounds totally lame. So what do you and I take from this? Even a legendary hero can't escape a kid's brutal honesty. Merlin is completely speechless. You and I are about to watch him get schooled by kids who already know his sword moves. Though he still insists his technique is special, Henry just waves him off, telling the old man to stop lying to kids, though he does offer a reward for the performance. Merlin excitedly reaches out for his pay, only to realize he just got handed 2 pieces of candy. Henry waves goodbye, warning him he is way too old to be playing these childish tricks. Fuming with rage, Merlin shouts after him, calling Henry a total little brat. He yells that the kid better not regret it later. His martial arts are legendary, and if Henry ever ends up in trouble, he better not come begging for his life. Normally, Merlin would have put a sword through his head, but since the candy actually tastes pretty good, he decides to let it slide this time. While looking for another way to make money, the loud preaching of a nearby missionary catches his attention. The crowd cheers non-stop as people gossip that the first palace demon king is so hideous he hides his face, and that he is a total pervert too. Apparently, the 233rd hero was worked to death a year ago. Hearing all this trash talk about himself makes Merlin scowl in pure annoyance. He wonders what that old geezer is talking about. Even if Alice misunderstood things, he has zero interest in her whatsoever. Suddenly, the old missionary raises his voice, sounding even more aggressive. He starts praising the intelligence of the goddess of light, claiming that without faith, she never would have survived this long. He shouts that in these chaotic times, danger is everywhere, and if you are not killed, you will definitely be sold into slavery. Now watch this. He claims only the goddess can protect them, and even though it is all made-up lies, the crowd is totally hooked on every word he says. After wasting a lot of breath, the old man finally gets to his big closing pitch. Turns out, the whole show was just to promote a Bible that supposedly grants the goddess of light's protection if you memorize it. He tells everyone to thank the goddess, since the price is dropping from 10 gold coins to just 1, but only for today. Even though it is an obvious scam, everyone supports him, with some people even buying 10 books at once. Merlin is furious that this old man is lying to poor people, but what he really hates is that they will buy books while refusing to pay for his performance. The next day, Merlin is out hunting for work again, this time applying for a server position. He politely takes the female owner's hand to introduce himself. He promises that he will work his hardest to ensure her shop grows and becomes a huge success. He asks the lady to think carefully about hiring him as a waiter. In a split second, she is so smitten she is ready to hire him as her husband. Well, a waiter job works too. Merlin is satisfied, realizing that using his looks is the best strategy, even if this lady blushes way too easily. The shop owner's final question is whether Merlin is a local from the outskirts or just a traveling tourist. Merlin tells her he can only stay for a month or two before he has to continue his travels. Since his heart condition is still a problem, he probably needs to find a skilled doctor for treatment. Hearing that, the owner puts on her glasses and starts crunching the numbers. After a moment, she happily announces that for a short-term gig, she will provide food, housing, and 1 gold bar every month. Plus, if he can sell more liquor to the guests, he will get a bonus. Not bad, right? Merlin is completely shocked. 1 gold bar. Why is the pay so high? Of course, the owner already knows this won't be easy. At night, the tavern will be packed with female customers, so how much alcohol they sell depends entirely on Merlin. The owner hopes Merlin can use some special methods to attract more customers, leaving Merlin to wonder what she actually means. When it comes to the details of the work, the tavern owner suddenly gets a bit shy. You feel that too, right? She wants sweet words, gentle touches, and maybe even some private time in the lounge for some interaction. Merlin feels like he just got struck by lightning. In that moment, the mind of the invincible Demon King goes blank. He never imagined he would end up selling alcohol just to make a living. No, wait, he is basically selling his own body. Merlin is about to reject the offer when the owner decides to throw in even more money. If he thinks the work is a bit too heavy for that salary, she tells him she might consider giving him a raise. Merlin's gloomy face lights up instantly. For the sake of money, the pride of a demon king disappears, as if it never existed. He asks why she didn't say so earlier. If it's just about pleasing the ladies, he is all in. They happily shake hands. Merlin changes into his work uniform, which is the first time he has put on a new set of clothes in many months. Since nobody here knows who he is, he isn't afraid of anything. But unfortunately, the truth always has a way of hurting. On a carriage nearby, Alice is holding a wanted poster for Merlin that is missing the most important part, his face. Ever since Merlin stole Alice's bra a year ago, she has been carrying a grudge that will last for 1,000 years. To hunt him down, Alice became a professional hunter, and thanks to her hero background, she became the best in the business instantly. Over the past year, she has taken on countless bounties. The work is exhausting, but at least the pay is good. And that is where we leave it for now. Alice just received a brand new wanted poster for Merlin. Trust me, things are about to get wild, alright? You and I are starting with a 5,000 gold bounty that is too good to pass up. 5,000 gold for new clothes? Alice is absolutely ecstatic. For that kind of cash, she is ready to toss her old grudges out the window. Little does she know, her target is Merlin. Meanwhile, it is Merlin's very first night on the job at the local pub. He is going all out, dancing with a guest to set the mood. Hey there, milady, would you drink this glass just for me? Forget just one drink, they would actually die for him. Every single woman in the room is screaming for Merlin's attention. He gives them a charming smirk. So, how about one of you lovely ladies buys me a drink instead? The girls go wild, charging toward him. The owner is grinning ear to ear. She knew the moment she saw him that he was born for this. Mom, I am home. Little Henry walks in covered in dirt, looking totally miserable, which sends the owner into a full-on panic. Henry, were you fighting? Suddenly, the kid spots Merlin and screams, hey, it is that scammer uncle from before. Once he realizes his mom actually hired Merlin, Henry is not having it. He starts protesting immediately. Mom, why on earth would you let a big talking liar like that work here? The owner awkwardly pulls Henry behind her, apologizing to Merlin for his behavior. Merlin keeps a polite smile on his face, but inside, yeah, he is definitely feeling the heat. He knows Henry is going to be a real problem. The kid stomps his feet, shouting that mom should not just let strange men move in and work. Henry has been holding on to a lot of anger because he has heard some nasty rumors about his mother from the local men. They have been calling her a bad woman, and Merlin catches the drift of the conversation pretty quickly. A beautiful pub owner who is also a single mother. Life definitely is not easy for her. Looking at Henry's bruises, Merlin realizes the kid was fighting anyone who insulted his mom. He sighs and decides to drop some wisdom. Henry, if you want to protect someone, you have to get strong. Without real power, you cannot make people shut their mouths. If he wants to save his mom, chasing Merlin away won't help. He needs to become the strongest so he can punish those jerks himself. Henry just points at Merlin's face and scoffs. You are just a guy making a living off women. What right do you have to lecture me? I would rather die in the streets than learn anything from a guy like you. Henry storms out into the dark. Even though it is past midnight, Merlin just snorts. Kids at that age are seriously hard to handle. The pub is not just full of women. Some men are sitting around, whispering about goblins that have been spotted near the village. Word is they are living behind the mountain. Woodcutters found them while working, so the rumors seem pretty legit. An old hunter in iron armor downs his glass and loudly calls for another round. Merlin nods with a smile. Now watch this. The more they drink, the more Merlin's paycheck grows. Time for some real skill as he begins his incredible bartending performance. He shakes it so fast, every lady there is impressed. He tosses the shaker behind his back and catches it perfectly. He pours a drink that glows like liquid magic. The old hunter's eyes nearly pop out of his head at the sight. The younger guy is so impressed, he asks for a glass too. Merlin smiles. It is truly an honor to serve you all. Late at night, the hunters are dividing their gold. Roger, you take 2,000 for this mission, all right? Roger refuses immediately. He insists they split the reward 3 ways, just like they always do. The young man blushes as he looks at the girl. They finally admit their secret. We are getting married and going home after this mission is over. That hits Roger like a lightning bolt. He had no idea these two were even seeing each other. Merlin's face suddenly turns pale. If they go home now, they will have to pass right through that goblin territory. While the 3 of them are celebrating, Merlin walks over. Excuse me, but what exactly is your mission? Kill 100 goblins and bring back their ears. Why? Don't tell me a bartender like you is a hunter too? Merlin plays it off, saying he is just worried about the danger. The young guy beats his chest with confidence. Don't sweat it. We have survived plenty of battlefields together. A few little goblins are not going to stop us. Merlin plays along with their cheer. But stick with me. As the sun sets and the whole village sleeps, the hunters finally make their move into the dark. Roger wipes his sweat, acting like these weak goblins are absolutely nothing to worry about. The young guy warns him to stay focused. Only 37 left until they can go home. Roger just scoffs at the caution. Suddenly, a massive and terrifying goblin drops from the sky, slamming its giant foot right onto Roger. He is crushed instantly like a pancake. Blood sprays everywhere in what is a truly gruesome sight. The young man stares in pure rage at the massive monster. You bastard! How dare you kill my comrade like that? Welcome to the Goblin Kingdom, low life. Trust me, you and I are about to see just how terrifying these monsters really are. The nightmare has begun. All right, you and I are diving into a world where even goblins have a strict hierarchy between high and low ranks. The girl is sobbing, realizing they are both done for, while the Prime Minister just laughs at their despair. He tells her not to cry, because the king will favor her, but the boy, he has no reason to live. A massive fireball is launched at the guy, who quickly tells the girl to use her demon magic. She summons a magic circle, while he swings his sword, using a fire cross strike to slice that fireball in half. For a second, he thinks he is actually pretty cool, but then boom, a giant goblin club sends him flying into the dirt. The Prime Minister doesn't waste time and orders the goblins to seize the girl immediately. Goblins swarm her as she begs for help. Despite his injuries, our hero crawls back up to save his fiancée. He screams for them to let her go, but the minister just smirks. Now, pay attention to his twisted offer. He offers a small deal in exchange for her life. Meanwhile, back in the city at the Purple Moon Tavern, Alice looks up at the sign, wondering if this really is the best inn in the entire town. Strange noises from inside catch her eye. People are rushing around, shouting and getting everything ready for a big show. They are yelling to hurry up with the stage, or else the main star won't even show her face. Suddenly, a woman approaches Alice, giving her a jump. It is just the owner, greeting her with a warm smile. She asks if Alice is a first-time visitor, noticing she looks like she traveled from somewhere far away. Alice pulls out her badge, identifying as a Rustum adventurer looking for a room to stay for the night. The owner perks up at the word adventurer. Of course, there is a room. She tells her to follow along. Alice follows closely behind. They eventually stop right in front of room number 206. The owner points it out and mentions there is an event later if Alice wants to come down and join. It is a free show featuring the inn's latest star performing a very spicy, sexy dance for the crowd. Alice awkwardly declines, saying she is only here to sleep and definitely doesn't need any sexy dancing in her life. She thinks the place seems a bit shady, but the owner keeps pushing, insisting the show is actually beautiful. The owner suggests she experience the local vibes. To change the subject, Alice pulls out a wanted poster to investigate. She asks if the landlady recognizes the man on the bounty, hoping for any kind of solid lead. The owner looks closely, but can't tell. Since his face is covered, she has no idea who this guy is. Alice can only force a smile as the owner leaves. wishing her a comfortable and peaceful night's rest. Alice enters her room and sighs, letting the day's exhaustion melt away. Right then, Merlin walks out next door. He overhears her voice and mutters to himself that finding people was never going to be that easy. He looks toward her door as it slams shut. Now, let's see if he realizes his old friend is nearby. He shakes it off, wondering if it was just an illusion before heading back to work. Alice flops onto her bed. She is grinning like a happy child, hugging her pillow and rolling around the bed in pure joy. After sleeping outside for days, she finally gets some real rest. She whispers, wondering when she will see Elgin again. Her mind drifts back to a year ago, when she was hunted down by debt collectors and pirates. To pay off her armor debt, she took on dangerous jobs, eventually getting captured by pirates at Elgin Port. Back then, she was miserable, forced to kneel and tied up while she cursed her terrible luck. The pirates surrounded her, closing in with wicked grins and terrifying threats that made her skin crawl. They originally wanted a duke's daughter, but catching a pretty adventurer was a nice bonus. They started mocking her looks. They planned to have their way with her and the other captured girls once the sun went down. The girls huddled together, sobbing in terror. Alice couldn't take it and screamed, calling them absolute scum. The thugs just laughed it off, proudly admitting they were the worst scum on the high seas. They decided to start with her first, until a mysterious voice echoed from the shadows, telling them to wait. The pirates looked around for the intruder. Merlin took off his hood, calmly telling them he was here for trouble. Alice looked toward the voice, her heart racing as she realized someone had actually come to help. But she was trapped in a cage, her vision blocked. She cursed, unable to see her mysterious savior's face. The pirates growled, mocking him for challenging the Redbeard crew. And trust me, you and I need to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to watch a total legend put some arrogant pirates in their place right now. They strap on their weapons and prepare themselves for the upcoming fight. One yells out, "Listen up, Redhead brothers. We are Saint-class powerhouses who rule these seas." On their commander's order, the fleet begins to move, positioning for the clash. With 17 invincible warships, they can handle even the Imperial Navy. The captain points at Merlin, bragging about his fleet. "Don't dream of taking our prisoners. You mysterious brat. You won't leave here alive." Merlin just smiles secretly. On his way to collect a debt, he actually found 2 Saint-class fighters. He takes a stance, hand reaching for his blade. "This might just soothe my curse a little." Facing the pirates alone, he mutters, "My luck is actually pretty good." They mock him. "Die, kid." Now, watch closely. This is where the power scaling gets absolutely insane. Don't blink for even a second. Merlin spots their weak point. He draws his blade, strikes with a clean cut, and lands softly. The pirate captain collapses, knocked completely unconscious by the sheer pressure of the attack. The remaining guard is killed before he can react. Their warships are torn into scraps on the water. It all happened in a flash. Merlin's shadow stands tall, silently watching the wreckage. Alice is stunned. She stares at his back, later reliving the moment in bed. Lord Elgin is so cool. She hugs her pillow, hiding her blushing face. Totally unaware, Merlin is the one she's fangirling over, even without seeing his face. She's sure he's a dashing hero. Then, she remembers her task. "Right, I need to write to Master." Alice grabs her brush and starts her report. In the quiet room, she carefully pens down every single word with a gentle hand. "Dear Master, I'm doing great. Plenty of money, no debts, and no worries about rent." She thanks the heavens. "God, I pray to you every day." She finishes her letter with a plea. "Please never let me meet that jerk Merlin." Gazing at the night sky, she clasps her hands again. "Oh God, I'm begging you." She repeats her prayer with even more intensity, making sure the heavens hear her. "You saw that coming, right?" Alice is praying for protection while Merlin is literally right downstairs. Alice remembers his face and scoffs. To her, he's just a perverted creep with a dirty mind. Please punish him. Make him a homeless wanderer with nowhere to go for the rest of his life. Let him stay poor, forced to work as a low-life gigolo who loses every bet he makes. Give him the worst luck possible. On stage, Merlin is performing when he suddenly lets out a huge sneeze. He adjusts his mask, confused. Why does he sneeze at this time every day? Is someone cursing him? Who could hate him this much? Below, wealthy women scream for little Daisy, their eyes full of hope. Alice hears the noise and gets curious. Who exactly is this little Daisy everyone's yelling for? The chanting is so loud she can hear it from upstairs. Someone puts a cup down to sit by her. Henry mumbles angrily, "These wicked women. All their money is going to get drained tonight." Alice gives a forced laugh. "Kid, isn't that a bit harsh? Look how nice they dressed up." Henry pouts, looking at the crowd. "It's not harsh at all. They're shameless. Most of them have husbands, yet they come here. He grips his leg, voice turning dark. My mom gets gossiped about because of this place. I hate it so much. Alice realizes he's the landlady's son. Suddenly, the boy looks at her and smiles. You're different, big sister. He stares at her with sparkling eyes, full of genuine admiration and respect. You're so pure and honest, not like those other women. Alice blushes, feeling flattered. Wait, really? Henry looks her over and notices something. He spots her adventurer's certification badge. His eyes light up like he's found gold. Sister, you're amazing. You're really an adventurer? Are you really a gold rank adventurer? Alice just smiles and nods. Yeah, that's me. She feels a rush of pride. Henry cheers. Incredible. Super incredible. You're the best. And that's where we leave her feeling like a hero while the man she hates is right downstairs. Trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. All right. You and I are about to see if this legendary sister is actually a total fraud. Henry begs her to teach him, but Alice starts to panic because she is actually an amateur. Stalling for time, she realizes she hasn't mastered the ice sword technique yet. She spots a cup on the table and quickly cooks up a distraction. Alice gently pats his head and decides to set a little condition for the training. I can teach you, but first, you need to drink your milk to make your body strong enough. Really? Henry is thrilled and immediately grabs the cup of milk that was sitting on the table. He downs it in one go while Alice watches him with a satisfied smile. He puts the cup down, thinking she is a true master, unlike that useless uncle who just brags and swings a sword around for show. Curious, Alice asks who this uncle is. Who is this pathetic uncle he keeps talking about? Meanwhile, a crowd of wealthy women is screaming his name at the top of their lungs. Merlin just opens his mouth, and the crowd loses it. Sorry to keep you waiting, but the intermission is officially over, and the show is back on. Watch closely, because this is where the real chaos finally begins. Alice watches his performance and asks Henry if that is really the guy. The kid just shrugs and confirms he's that useless uncle who only knows how to show off. One side is cheering and dancing, while the other is just full of judgment. He might be useless in a fight, but his charm is legendary. He is basically a professional freeloader. A professional freeloader? Alice doesn't hesitate and immediately draws her sword, ready for a fight. She steps in front of Henry, telling him to stay put while she catches a wanted criminal. She marches toward him and shouts to get his attention. Alice appears right in his face with her sword drawn, demanding to know if he is the infamous freeloader from Scotland. You owe a lot of money, so just give up and come quietly. Merlin stares at her. She reminds him of a silly girl from a year ago, but she looks different now. Don't resist. Just come with me now, or I will have to use force, she threatens. You and I both know this is risky. Let's see if he survives what happens next. Caught off guard, she cannot react. He checks her identity in front of everyone and realizes something is fake. Alice turns bright red with embarrassment. She can't take it anymore. Furious, she swings her sword wildly, screaming at him for being so disrespectful. Merlin's reflexes are insane. He dodges every strike while Alice continues to curse his entire existence. He smirks, effortlessly avoiding her blade. Calm down, he says. You might actually hurt someone if you aren't careful. Alice is so frustrated she is practically in tears. I won't stop until I cut that hand off. Merlin just sighs and lets her attack. Then, he suddenly leaps into the air, catching her by surprise. He lands lightly on her sword and stares her down. He takes control of the blade. In an instant, he pats her head gently as if praising her, completely taking charge of the entire situation. Stop right there. Alice, it has been a year, and your temper has only gotten much worse. Shouldn't old friends share a hug instead of trying to stab each other? Honestly, you are such a beauty. He removes his mask and fixes his hair. Did you really forget those incredible nights we spent together? Remember crossing the sea? Once we hit the shore, you lost all control of your feelings and practically begged me to be with you right then and there. Alice stands there frozen, unable to find a single word to say back. He looks at her with a mischievous grin, enjoying her obvious shock. You were so young and innocent back then. Now, in this moment, every single heroic fantasy she ever had about him is completely shattered. In total despair, Alice lets out a scream that echoes through the city as night falls and the neon lights of the tavern begin to glow. Merlin holds his mask, wearing a truly sinister and playful smile. Alice is breaking out in a cold sweat. It's really me, Merlin says coolly. Have you truly forgotten our wild nights crossing the ocean together? She just stares back, stuttering. She grips her sword tightly, fueled by a year of bottled-up frustration. Time to die, Merlin Lucifer, she screams, but he instantly grabs her wrist, stopping the attack. He pins her down and whispers in her ear to calm down. Trust me, you and I are going to see this former partnership get even wilder. Did I not just take a little something from you? Is that really worth killing me over? Alice glares at him, tears streaming down as she collapses to the ground in despair. You and I are about to witness a total disaster. You jerk, she wails. You stole my most precious thing, and just walked away. Do you have any idea how much you hurt me? Merlin looks at her, totally lost. As Alice keeps shouting about her pain, Merlin watches her continue to scream. I have to work so hard now because of you. If you were a real man, you would stop being so irresponsible and finally take some accountability for what you did. The girls in the back whisper that Merlin is a total scumbag. Who knew he was actually this kind of trash? Is he really that much of a lowlife? He looks over and sees Henry giving him the cold shoulder too. It looks like even the kid actually believes Alice is right. Uncle Merlin, what did you do to her? That is so cruel. He stammers, trying to find a way to explain this mess. No, wait. Everyone has the completely wrong idea about what happened. Henry points at the crying Alice and snaps. You should feel lucky she even looked at you. You loser. How could you just use her, and then act like you do not have to take responsibility? Just give it back. Alice sobs. Give me back my most important thing. You are the absolute worst kind of man. Henry spits in disgust. Merlin's face goes dark as he realizes everyone is whispering about his supposedly terrible behavior. Now, pay attention, because Merlin realizes his reputation is about to go up in flames. If this keeps up, he can never sell wine again. He locks in, determined to save his image no matter what. Suddenly, he pulls Alice into a hug. The entire room goes dead silent as the atmosphere shifts in an instant. Her face turns bright red, totally confused. He whispers, Lady Alice, just calm down for a second. Okay, let's put our differences aside and have a drink. My treat. Can we talk this over while we share a drink? The clock on the wall ticks away. The two of them sit alone in the empty tavern now that everyone has left. Merlin watches her chug a glass of milk. All right, Alice. Everyone is gone. Let's finally have a real talk. She slams the glass down and wipes her mouth. Man, cold milk is the best. Hey, can I get another one, please? He chuckles mockingly. Slow down. Nobody is going to steal it. Why drink so fast? You have zero elegance. With that attitude, you are never going to find a boyfriend. He is really pushing his luck with her right now. She glares at him with puffed cheeks. Shut up. I have a boyfriend. The great swordsman Elgin. Ever heard of him? He could kill you in minutes. Merlin ignores her, staring off into the distance with a very thoughtful look. He thinks to himself that this Elgin guy must be legally blind to fall for a dummy like Alice. The shop owner sees them talking and smiles. Merlin sure is popular with the girls, even high-level adventurers. Seeing them chatter away, she is convinced they must be a couple. It looks like a perfect match to her. The shop owner sets down the clean glasses and calls out his name. With a warm smile, she tells him she is going upstairs to put Henry to sleep now. Have a good talk with Lady Alice, she says. Merlin just waves. Sure thing, Sister Maz. Good night. She winks at him, telling him to patch things up. Merlin can only sigh as she hums her way upstairs. Alice holds her milk and says, just give me back my stuff, and our grudge is over. He asks, give what? She blushes, coughing awkwardly as she tries to find words. Merlin's brow furrows as he waits for her answer. Now, watch. She's demanding the armor he stripped off her back. He hesitates. Come on, it was just a breastplate. Why do you even need it? It is just an object. She explodes in anger. Stop talking and just give it back right now. Merlin starts sweating and waving his hands. About that. Sorry, but I already sold it. Alice looks like she just got hit by a bolt of lightning, and I took all that money and bet it on the horse races. Well, I lost it all. He gives a weak laugh. It is just one piece of armor. Don't be so stingy about it, okay? Her voice trembles with pure rage. That armor was worth tens of millions of gold coins. How could you spend every last bit of it so fast? She lunges forward and grabs him by the collar. You think this is a joke? You think you can just say that? Veins pop on her forehead as she screams. If you do not return my armor right now, I am never letting you go. Merlin grabs her wrists, stopping her from pulling his shirt. He lets go and calmly adjusts his collar. You and I just heard the coldest line. In my demon race, finders keepers. Why ask me for it now? Let's dive into this crazy story where the former demon lord plays nice. Alice says she has no money, only her life. Merlin replies, I'm not the demon king anymore, so we're not enemies. He glares, his voice dropping to a threat. But if you still want my life, Merlin grips his sword hilt, radiating a terrifying pressure. Then we're still enemies. Alice looks genuinely terrified, her eyes wide and lips trembling. Merlin just gives a soft, satisfied smile. He slowly sheathes his blade. She peeks up at him, confused by his attitude while he casually sips his wine. Merlin crosses his legs with a smug look. Don't worry. Masa took good care of me, so I won't cause trouble here. He leans back against the table, looking completely relaxed and arrogant as he speaks. So just stay calm. We're here to drink, not ruin the mood with swords and fighting. Now pay attention, because Alice is starting to suspect something. She asks, aren't you supposed to be incredibly powerful? Why can't you just steal the Midran armor back yourself? Listen, little miss. As a demon, I value fairness and truth above everything else. Unlike you hypocritical humans, to us, a deal is a sacred thing. Once both parties agree to a voluntary trade, it is absolute and final. Alice raises an eyebrow, pointing at herself. You said you're not the Demon King anymore, so why do you care? Merlin's face darkens with a look of pure helplessness. Even if I'm not the king, I am still the former Lord of Pride. I won't steal back what I sold. Besides, aren't you a hero? A hero shouldn't be encouraging robbery. She looks down, her voice filled with sadness. I'm not a hero anymore. Alice glares at him like she wants to eat him alive. I borrowed that Midran armor, you know. Now that it's gone, I owe tens of millions of gold. Merlin avoids her gaze and fakes a laugh. Tens of millions? Well, if you work hard, I'm sure you'll pay it all off eventually. She holds her head in despair. I'd need rank 5 quests to earn tens of thousands, and those are death traps. It'll take forever. Merlin suddenly freezes when he hears that specific piece of information. Tens of thousands of gold per mission? Alice, are you being serious right now? Alice stares at him and confirms it's true. But rank S missions are always extremely dangerous. Encountering saint-level enemies is expected. One wrong move and you're dead. It's high risk, high reward. Exactly. I'd have to do thousands of high-level missions to pay for your mess. And it's all your fault. Merlin leans forward, his hands on the table, as a sly grin spreads across his face. I know what you're thinking. He's up to no good. I think I just found my new career. What are the perks? He imagines himself wielding a sword, effortlessly taking down massive dinosaurs, and clashing with saint-level enemies to secure his future. He imagines sitting on a luxury sofa, being served fine wine by beautiful maids. Plus, he could earn mountains of gold, while living a lazy, carefree life. Merlin decides this profession is the perfect fit for him. Having made up his mind, he makes a final decision. Alice looks up as he calls her name. He winks, trying to use his good looks to charm her. So, how does one become an adventurer? She looks at him with pure suspicion. You just need battle aura or magic power to qualify. Merlin hears the requirements and thinks, that's a brutal condition. I happen to be the type with absolutely zero battle aura or magic. Is there any other way to join? Alice explains that a recommendation from a current adventurer works too. Why are you asking this? He gets a crafty, flattering look on his face. Well, Miss Alice, since we're so close, we're basically soulmates, right? Could you give me a recommendation? I've always wanted to be an adventurer. She gets a chill, seeing his sudden change of heart, and quickly backs away like he's the plague. Alice raises her voice, rejecting him flat out. Why on earth would I ever recommend someone like you? He replies happily, come on, we're in the same boat now. We aren't strangers anymore. She points her finger at him, fuming with rage. In your dreams, I'd rather die than recommend a scumbag like you to anyone. The whole tavern erupts as they shout at each other. It's just a simple recommendation. It's not like it costs you anything. And that's where you and I leave them in a total blowout. You chest-patting demon. A scumbag like you will never be an adventurer. You gigolo. They part ways on bad terms that night. Days later at the pub, Merlin is busy cleaning glasses. He sighs while he works. The tavern owner comes down the stairs, looks at him, and asks, Merlin, have you seen Henry? I'm sorry, I didn't see him. He replies, let's dive in. The tavern owner worries that the boy vanished early this morning. She decides to go search for him while her partner leans in, curious. Merlin, what's wrong? You seem exhausted. He sighs and asks, sister, you're experienced. What do you think about the life of an adventurer? She pauses for a second, then simply answers, well, it's a profession where hope and death walk hand in hand. High-level quests pay well, but you can easily lose your life out there. But honestly, that's not the whole story. Some people only choose that path because they're chasing total freedom. Suddenly, the tavern owner notices something. She looks over and asks him with a playful, interested tone, so, has Merlin finally found his dream job? Do you want to become an adventurer alongside Lady Alice? Merlin sighs in disappointment. I'd love to, but I don't have any magic or combat energy. Alice won't even recommend me. The owner laughs. Maybe you just haven't been sincere enough with your words yet. I have total faith in you and Lady Alice. He smiles weakly and says, "Thank you, sister." Her expression turns slightly awkward while Merlin stays silent. Suddenly, the tavern owner reaches out and grabs his hand tightly. Now pay attention, this warning changes everything. She looks at Merlin with worried eyes, begging him not to take any dangerous jobs. She continues talking, "You always carry that sword, but without magic or energy, you're still far too weak for this. Adventurers die so easily." Seeing her worry, he thinks to himself that he's actually quite powerful. Outside, thunder rolls and lightning strikes as dark clouds completely suffocate the sky. Lightning crashes near the tavern roof. Rain begins to hammer down on the leaves with a steady rhythm. She grabs an umbrella. "This weather is awful. I'll find Henry Merlin. Can you please watch the shop for me?" Of course. Merlin stares at the falling rain, wondering if being an adventurer is truly his path. He thinks back to those 3 silver-tier adventurers who were drinking in the tavern earlier. "Wait for it, you and I know this looks like a trap." Rain falls as a bloody, armored man appears at the castle gate, gasping for help. A drunken soldier inside catches the faint sound of someone calling out. He yells down from the wall, "It's late and the gates are closed. Get lost." The injured man begs for mercy. "I'm the adventurer who left earlier. My friends are all dead and I'm covered in wounds. Please, help me." The blue-haired guard looks down and realizes the man's injuries are incredibly serious. The other soldier immediately barks in order to open the gates. The gates swing open. A guard rushes out, shouting at the red-haired adventurer to hurry inside. The man just trembles, whispering apologies. Tears stream down his face as he screams his apology to the empty, rainy air. "I only wanted to save my fiancée." Just then, a massive, green shadow looms directly behind the guards. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a giant goblin stands tall, towering over the terrified soldier. Another goblin perches on its shoulder, laughing manically. The soldiers look up and shriek in pure horror. Goblins! An entire swarm of the creatures appears, wearing those horrifying and twisted grins. Their leader barks an order, declaring the village ahead as their new hunting ground. The goblin warriors grin and ready their weapons. "Go, warriors! Bring every treasure you find to our great emperor." The goblins swarm the entrance. One soldier is caught instantly, while the other screams in panic that an invasion has begun. The traitorous adventurer stands behind the giant goblin and yells, "I helped you. Now give her back like we agreed." The goblin leader just glares at him with cold, murderous eyes. He laughs wickedly. "You helped us open the gates, but don't think for a second we're returning that woman to you. She's already a slave to His Majesty. Her body and soul have forgotten you entirely." He conjures a fireball in his hand. The adventurer lets out one final, desperate scream. The man is consumed by flames. The goblin leader just grins at the sight of the traitor burning. The horde pours into the city. Bells ring frantically through the village under the pouring rain. People whisper to one another in confusion, staring at the sky with hearts full of sudden dread. A young man opens his window, wondering if the army has finally arrived to protect them. "And trust me, you and I are staying for this cliffhanger." A green goblin is right behind him, sword ready to strike. "All right, you and I are about to dive into a night of total chaos." A bone snaps, blood sprays, and a goblin grins as his blade finds its mark. Monsters are inside. Panic spreads like wildfire as the villagers realize the goblins have successfully infiltrated their home. 7 goblins grow into a massive horde, charging with savage faces and rusted blades. People scatter everywhere, their desperate cries for help filling the air. Soon, the entire village is a sea of fire. Nearby, Alice is casually eating an apple when a strange sound catches her ear. She stares at the fierce inferno lighting up the night sky. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she whispers, "What on earth is going on?" Without a second thought, she sprints through the rain, heading straight toward the sound of the terrified, screaming villagers. "Run! Get out of here! They're coming!" A man yells over his shoulder. Alice watches the chaos unfold, her mind racing as she tries to understand. "My lady, you must hide." An old man gasps, grabbing her shoulder. She tries to reassure him. "Is it a fire? I can use ice magic. I can." Before she can even finish her sentence, an arrow whistles through the air, aimed directly at her chest with deadly precision. The arrow plunges into the poor old man instead. A choked cry of pain rings out, leaving Alice completely frozen in horror. Warm blood splatters across her cheek as a life vanishes in an instant. The old man collapses, lying motionless in a growing pool of crimson. Now, pay attention, because these goblins are about to realize they picked the wrong target. They swarm her, weapons drawn and ready to kill. A surge of mana flows through her. With a flick of her wrist, Alice's magic instantly turns the archer's hand into solid ice. The frost spreads rapidly. Before he can even react, the monster screams as his body shatters into 1,000 frozen pieces right in front of his comrades. She extends her hand toward the remaining horde, and a bone-chilling wind begins to howl around them, freezing the very air they breathe. Alice's eyes burn with pure rage at their cruelty. But the monsters do not care. Wave after wave of them keep rushing her without end. Alice issues a final, cold challenge. Come at me. Don't even blink, or you won't even realize how you died. Sharp ice shards materialize around her, but the goblins ignore her warning. Hungry for blood, she draws her blade, raising it high as beautiful, lethal patterns of frost begin to swirl through the air around her. Her power intensifies by the second, and massive pillars of jagged ice manifest, hovering behind her like the weapons of a vengeful goddess. Alice unleashes her full strength, skewering the monsters in an instant. But as she focuses, another goblin archer takes aim from the rooftops above. He releases the string with a cold grin, sending the arrow flying toward her head at blinding speed. Alice reacts instantly, conjuring a wall of ice to block the cowardly strike. The goblin's face turns pale as his plan fails miserably. Suddenly, majestic wings of ice sprout from her back. She beats them once, rising gracefully into the air above the bloody battlefield. She looks down at the monsters and declares, "For the sake of justice, I am sending all you monsters straight to hell." The goblins stare up at her in absolute disbelief. One of them finally snaps out of it and shrieks, ordering the others to kill her now. Alice effortlessly weaves through the incoming arrows. She loops through the sky, leaving a trail of freezing frost wherever she passes. In the blink of an eye, the entire goblin squad is trapped inside massive blocks of ice, frozen forever in their tracks. Let's switch gears. While the village burns, someone else is having a much better time. At the Moonlight Tavern, Merlin is busy charming the ladies. "You are such a liar, Brother Kook." One girl giggles. He laughs loudly, replying, "Why would I ever lie to a girl as lovely as you? Tell us more," they plead. But suddenly, he hears a commotion coming from outside. "Run! They are here!" A voice screams in the distance. Merlin stands up to leave, making a quick excuse. "Sorry, ladies, it sounds a bit noisy out there. I should go check things out." They try to pull him back, insisting it is just some couple having an argument. "Don't worry about it. Brother Cook, stay with us." Merlin plays along, nodding with a smile. "Fair enough. A husband and wife fighting is pretty normal these days, is it not? Great. Let's continue then," one girl exclaims, excited to hear more of his legendary and romantic adventures. Suddenly, the glass shatters. A goblin kicks the door open with massive force, sending shards flying through the air like deadly glitter. Merlin and the girls spin around in shock. The monsters have arrived, completely destroying the peaceful atmosphere of the tavern in an instant. More goblins flood into the room, their wicked weapons glinting under the dim lights of the tavern. The girls realize the danger and scream in terror. "Goblins!" The monsters just grin maliciously, letting out a series of bone-chilling laughs. Merlin stays calm, looking at the intruders with a serious expression. Who exactly are these green-skinned freaks, and what do they want? The chaos deepens as the rain falls. In just one night, these goblins have turned the once peaceful village into a dark, smoldering ruin. The tavern owner, Henry's mother, rushes out into the rain. She is desperate, calling out for her young son over the howling storm. "Henry, where are you?" Meanwhile, the boy is safe, excitedly telling his friends about the brave adventurer he just met, while their toys clash in battle. "That big sister in the hat promised she would teach me some truly incredible sword techniques," he tells them with a proud grin. His friends gasp in awe. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this training goes. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to watch a peaceful village turn into a complete nightmare." Henry's friend looks on in envy. Outside, the noise is deafening. The kids huddle by the window, wondering what's causing all that chaos. Something's definitely wrong. Henry's eyes go wide at the sight of the destruction. His voice trembles as he asks the empty air what's happening to their home. Through the rain, his mother's voice calls out for him. She's searching with a dim lamp, warning him that it's way too dangerous outside. Henry leans out the window, his heart racing as he hears her again. He realizes his mother is heading straight into a trap. Horrified, he watches as a pack of goblins surround her. She's trapped, and the terror on her face says it all. The monsters look at her like she's nothing but prey. Her lamp hits the ground and shatters, leaving her in total darkness. The goblins pin her down and bind her tight with ropes. From the window above, Henry screams out for her in pure agony. He rushes downstairs, fueled by rage, desperate to save her. But the other kids hold him back, pleading with him to stay. They warn him that going out there is a death sentence. Those goblins eat people. If he goes now, he'll never come back. All he can do is watch through his tears as they drag her away. He fights his friends, screaming to be let go, but he's powerless. He can only sob as the innkeeper is taken toward the palace to be used as a sacrifice. The street falls silent, leaving behind nothing but ruins and the pain of a family torn apart. Now, pay attention here. This is where the story truly kicks into high gear. Inside the pub, Merlin sends a goblin flying. Merlin grabs a chair as the goblin begs for its life. The girls in the corner can only watch in absolute terror. He's furious that these green pests interrupted his time with guests. His eyes burn with rage as he raises that chair high. These monsters picked the wrong house tonight. The goblin is backed into a corner, beaten, bruised, and shaking with fear. Merlin unleashes his fury, striking again and again, until the floor is stained red. He drops the chair beside the lifeless monster. He takes a deep breath, brushing his hair back to clear his vision. But it's not over. More goblins flood in, surrounding him. Merlin realizes the entire village has been overrun by these green freaks. They've got spears and nasty grins, thinking they have him outnumbered. Little do they know who they're actually dealing with. One of them screams the order to kill him. Suddenly, they all charge at Merlin like a tidal wave of monsters. Merlin doesn't even flinch, looking at them with pure contempt. Why do the weak always think they have a chance? He reaches for his legendary sword, slowly drawing it from its sheath as he prepares to end this fight. You and I both know what happens when a master moves this fast. One swing, and the pressure alone sends them flying. He sheathes his blade, telling the monsters it's time for them to be useful to the world for once. The goblins stand there confused, having no idea what he just did to them. Suddenly, their bodies bloat like overfilled balloons before detonating into a spectacular display of fire and blood. Elsewhere, the village is burning. People are screaming, running for their lives as the fires consume everything. High above, the villain Gagameo watches the carnage and laughs. He thinks these weak humans will be wiped out in no time. But a scout rushes up with urgent news. The Western army has been completely annihilated. Gagameo can't believe what he's hearing. He demands to know if a high-ranking hero did this. The soldier shakes as he describes the man he saw. No mana or aura was felt. He looked like an ordinary man with blonde hair and red eyes, and he was incredibly handsome. Gagameo snaps, screaming that his looks don't matter. They're goblins, they only care about capturing the females. The soldier agrees, while the villain strokes his chin, trying to figure out how a normal man could do this. It's impossible. One person destroying an entire army? Something about this doesn't add up at all. The scout drops another bombshell, and this one is even more terrifying. He saw it with his own eyes that man wiped out the Western army before he even fully drew his sword. To make matters worse, Alice is blocking their path. Their central forces have also been totally wiped out. Bodies are found impaled by ice everywhere. And that silver-haired swordsman? He's headed straight for this location right now. Gagameo is absolutely livid. With his forces being slaughtered, he realizes they have to retreat immediately to avoid any more heavy losses. He orders the entire army to pull back immediately. He's already calculating his next move. As long as they keep the human females they've captured, they can replenish their numbers soon enough. The goblin horde begins to move, retreating into the shadows of the forest. Henry's mother is dragged through the rain, stumbling as she looks back, praying her son is safe. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. All right? Stick with me because Alice is about to go on a desperate hunt through the pouring rain. She hears a sudden noise, the retreat signal. Her face tightens with worry, because this storm will wash away every single track. Fire spreads through the city, but the growing heat cannot touch her icy resolve to fight back. She will not let them take another woman. A goblin sprints away, his footsteps splashing through the mud and grime. Suddenly, a massive goblin lunges with a heavy wooden club, screaming as it attacks. Alice snaps into a defensive stance. She tries to hold her ground, but a brutal blow sends her flying. She dodges the debris as the rain highlights the sheer size difference. This thing is a literal green giant. Alice stares it down, her eyes growing cold and filled with pure rage. Get out of my way, or I am not holding back. The beast just lets out a deafening, savage roar in response. Its heavy body lunges forward, swinging that club twice. Alice leaps back and unleashes a barrage of sharp ice shards. The frozen blades sink deep into its flesh, making the monster howl in pure agony. Now watch closely. A blue light flashes before the beast even knows what hit it. Then, she charges with an ice spear. Alice pierces right through him, cutting the monster in half. His body turns to solid ice, cracking under the pressure. With one final, decisive swing, she cleaves through the frozen remains. The goblin shatters into 1,000 pieces, but she was too focused on the giant. The others escaped while she was busy. She gasps, realizing she is too late. Looking at the ruined city and the smoldering fires, Alice grits her teeth. They actually got away. She looks around the wreckage as the rain continues to fall. Children are crying out for mothers who are not there anymore. The scene is absolutely heartbreaking. She is torn, realizing the true weight of the situation for this town. The goblins probably will not kill the prisoners immediately. Maybe she should stay here just a little longer. The tower bell rings out. The townspeople gather, their faces carved with exhaustion, confusion, and total despair. It is the village chief calling for a meeting. What could they possibly do now that things have gone this far? Inside the town hall, where the wounded are being treated, everyone has finally crowded in to hear the news. On the stage, the chief is visibly shaking. Everyone, listen up. Many people were dragged into the mountains. How do we handle this? The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Even as your chief, I cannot decide this alone. A man's hands tremble, sweat dripping as his voice breaks. Should we just run away? What else can we do? 2 other men speak up, already giving up hope. Everyone knows how terrifying those goblins are. Those people are gone, and we cannot bring them back. A sharp, angry voice cuts through the room. Are you joking? Henry, the tavern owner's son, is absolutely fuming. My mother was taken by those monsters. He screams at the cowards, making them go silent with guilt. Do you not care about your own families? He stares them down, calling out every single person in the hall. You and I can see he is right. We have to fight for our kin, or we are all headed straight for hell. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupts the chaos. Stop this nonsense. The high priest appears, shocking the entire crowd. Is that the priest? He claims nobody is going to hell because the great goddess of light is merciful. The village chief lets out a shaky breath, his voice filled with desperate hope. Priest, you have a way to fix this, do you not? Below him, the villagers start begging for any kind of miracle. Please, priest, find a way. But this guy is just a master manipulator playing with their heads. He pretends to calm them, telling them the goddess will forgive their sins if they just trust him. The villagers bow in gratitude. Praise the goddess. Then, he pulls out a book of holy scriptures. We are too weak to save the captives. Charging in now is suicide, but we can stay and pray instead. He starts spinning a web of lies. Prayer is the only way the goddess will help bring the prisoners home. Those of you with missing family just need to buy these holy scriptures right now. Then, your loved ones will return on their own. The people are actually starting to believe this insanity. Just buy a book and they come back? One man speaks up, claiming he was saved by prayer once. Hearing that, the room erupts into a frenzy of shocked questions and sudden hope. Is it true? You really escaped the goblins? He claims the monsters were terrified once he showed them the scriptures. So, what do you and I take from this? Fear can make people believe almost anything. All right, you and I are about to dive into a world where desperate families are begging for salvation, only to get scammed by a fake priest selling worthless books. Look at these 2 absolute snakes. They share a crooked grin, knowing exactly how to manipulate the grieving crowd for every last gold coin. The old man shouts for everyone to hurry up and buy, telling them not to hesitate if they ever want to see their families again. He claims he has only 10 books left for 100 gold coins each. And incredibly, the brainwashed people actually start cheering for him. They are chanting for this great priest, putting all their broken hopes into some fake miracle from the goddess of light. The mindless cheering makes Henry's blood boil. He shouts, asking if they have all gone mad for falling for such an obvious financial trap. Pointing right at the fraud's face, he warns the crowd that every second they waste here, the kidnapped victims are in even more danger. He declares that if anything happens to the missing people, this lying thief will definitely be the first one sent straight to hell. The old man just calls him a brat. With no one listening, Henry clenches his fists, tears of pure frustration finally streaming down his face. He tells them they are just lying to themselves, and that this pathetic prayer will not bring back a single person who was taken. A hand drops on Henry's shoulder. Pay attention, things are shifting here. A voice tells him, Henry, you did a great job. It is Alice, and she is not playing around. She tells the hypocrite to take his cheap tricks and get out before he regrets it. Who is she to insult our gods? The priest screams that she deserves to be burned alive for her blasphemy. She steps up with total confidence. I am Alice Claudia, a ram adventurer and the 233rd hero of the Holy See. The entire crowd gasps in shock. Alice stands tall with hands on her hips, staring him down with eyes full of fury. The villagers whisper about the 23rd hero, but the old man just points back at her, his voice dripping with venom as he starts hurling insults her way. He calls her a disgrace who lost to the Demon King and conspired with Lucifer. He is trying to ruin her reputation as a hero. Alice does not flinch. She says she did not come to talk about the past, she came to put an end to his scam. Caught off guard, he starts stuttering, desperately scrambling for more insults to throw at her and hide his own guilt. He yells that she is a disgrace and has no right to question his prayers. But Alice just looks at him with pure coldness. She says that if the Pope knew he was exploiting the dying for money, he would be beyond disappointed in such a pathetic priest. With a cold huff, she moves like a blur. In a split second, the sharp ring of cold steel echoes through the village air. Her blade is pressed right against his throat, ready to take his life. The priest is frozen, sweat pouring down his terrified face. You and I have to love this. She dares him to pray right now so she does not kill him. She challenges him to prove his faith with his life, but he instantly drops to his knees, begging for mercy like a coward. Apologies pour out as he grovels. She sheathes her sword and tells the lying trash to get out of her sight immediately. Alice looks at the confused crowd. She tells them she knows they are terrified of death, which is why they hide behind useless prayers. She says they are just using religion as a comfort blanket because they are too scared to actually fight for their kidnapped families. She calls it what it is, cowardice. And then she drops a hard truth. The gods do not help those who refuse to help themselves. Her voice is steady as she tells them that just because something is hard does not mean you can just walk away from it. Right now, their loved ones are waiting for a rescue. And, unlike miracles, saving them is something these people actually have the power to do. From the crowd, Henry watches with stars in his eyes. She holds up 2 fingers. You have 2 choices. Either die slowly in your own shame, or pick up a weapon and fight back. She turns to the village chief and asks if he can show them exactly where the goblin nest is hidden from them. The chief is worried, warning the hero that the Goblin King has reportedly reached the legendary saint rank power level. Her gaze is unwavering. She tells him it does not matter and demands the position. She is ready to finish this once and for all. Meanwhile, the rain keeps pouring. Merlin drapes a cloak over a shivering girl, trying his best to comfort the terrified group. He tells the beautiful ladies to relax. As long as they stay close to him, they will be perfectly safe from whatever is out there. The green-haired girl clings to his arm, begging for protection. Merlin just gives a playful smile and promises to keep her safe. Merlin wonders why Henry is not back yet. But before he can finish the thought, a small figure comes sprinting toward him. Henry is panting, totally out of breath. He does not say a word to Merlin and just bolts straight up the stairs. Merlin chases after him, asking what happened and where Masa is. But Henry just kicks his door open and grabs a sword. Clutching the blade, Henry glares back. He tells Merlin to mind his own business because he is going to save his mother himself. Trust me, you and I can see it. Henry's mom was taken, and he is going in alone. All right, you and I are about to see a kid forced to grow up way too fast. Henry tries to bolt, but Merlin grabs him. What is the rush? You kid, you are only going to cause more trouble. Henry twists around and yells at the top of his lungs. Let go of me, you useless old man. Merlin looks down at the boy with a sudden, heavy seriousness in his eyes. Henry, you can't help her like this. Just tell me what happened. The boy bursts into tears, sobbing that it is all his fault. The goblins took my mom, and I have to use my father's sword to get her back. Merlin scoffs, telling the tiny kid he can't help. Henry suddenly shoves his hand away with unexpected force. What do you know, old man? I made a promise to my father. Since he is not home, I am the man of the house now. It is my job to protect her. He keeps crying, blaming Merlin for everything. Merlin freezes, falling into a stunned silence, as his eyes cloud with sadness. He starts remembering his own childhood, sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms. Little Merlin looks up at his mom with big, confident eyes. When I grow up, I am definitely going to protect you forever. His mother looks shocked for a second before giving him a beautiful smile. Merlin remembers that warmth and can't help but chuckle softly to himself. His gaze turns proud as he watches Henry's small back disappear down the road, clutching his father's blade tight. He whispers to himself that such a stupid little brat is definitely going to cause a lot of trouble for everyone. The 3 girls look at him confused, calling out his name. He turns back and suggests they stay here until the sun finally comes up. The blue-haired girl is worried. Merlin, are you really going? It is way too dangerous out there right now. He just gives a small smile and grabs his jacket from the rack. Every now and then, I start thinking, now watch this. The moment Merlin finally decides to act, he grabs his blade and says, being a hero really is not bad. The castle stands tall and ominous in the dead of night. Alice rushes outside, scanning the area for any sign of trouble. She looks around until she hears a faint gasp. A trembling hand reaches out from the shadows, desperately calling for help. Alice realizes the person is badly hurt and rushes over. "Hey, are you okay?" The man is on the verge of death. "I am sorry," she tells him. "Don't speak yet. The villagers will be here soon and you will be saved. I promise." He shudders, his body dry and withered, as if all life has been drained out. He slowly opens his eyes and looks at Alice in shock. With his final bit of breath, he managed to choke out her name. The adventurer, Alice. He grabs her hand like it is his last hope. "Lady Alice, please, I beg you, save my fiancé." He bows his head, his whole body shaking with regret. "I am so sorry. I just have no other way. Please." Alice's righteous spirit flares up as she tells him to stand tall. "Listen to me. An adventurer must keep their dignity at all times." She reaches down and takes his badge, her voice firm. "I will be taking your adventurer's token as payment for this task." She looks at him one last time, asking for the most important detail. "What is her name?" The man answers without a second of hesitation. "Afra-C. Take this badge. It is the only thing I have to offer." She grips it and promises that she will return this token to him personally. He can only stare up at her in stunned silence. "Lady Alice," he whispers. But she has already turned her back on him, walking away with absolute determination. But pay attention here, because this mission is suicide. Alice, the Goblin King, is a Saint Stage powerhouse. You must be careful. She bites her lip. A Saint Stage enemy is way beyond her level, but she doesn't care about the odds anymore. She remembers Merlin's words, and her eyes burn with a deep hatred. "You are just a mediocre person who needs to know their place." Those words are burned into her mind. Nobody wants to be just mediocre. Nobody wants to be nothing. She has to keep pushing her own limits. She grips her sword until her knuckles turn white. Even when things look hopeless, Merlin is walking his own path, but she will be the one to light the fire of hope in this darkness. Deep inside the Goblin Palace, the wind howls through the stone halls. Goblins stand guard over the captured women brought as tribute. Henry's mother is among them, dragged forward to be a sacrifice for the terrifying Saint Stage Goblin King. A figure in iron boots steps out with an air of authority. The king let out a booming laugh as his chancellor flattered him. "Gagameo, you did a great job this time. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" "Your Majesty, I need no reward. Being able to serve you is the greatest honor I could ever receive." The king is pleased, calling him his most trusted advisor. He looks at the women and grins wickedly. "This batch is good. Lock them in the back cells. After I finish my bath tonight, I am going to enjoy every single one of them." Gagameo bows low, excusing himself. "Having your trust is enough for me, Your Majesty." He turns to leave the room. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this fight ends. All right, you and I are about to see a villain realize he completely underestimated the wrong hero. Gagameo sneers at his stupid minions, explaining that humans are emotional creatures who always come back for their own. He predicts that the villagers will show up tonight to try and rescue the captives they took earlier. He orders an ambush to trap them, and his subordinates cheer, totally impressed by his supposed genius plan. They flatter him, calling him the Great Gagameo, and praising his godlike ability to predict every single move. A lookout at the plantation spots something through his binoculars, and immediately reports a strange white shape to Gagameo. The boss asks if it is a white beast, but the guard stays silent, squinting to get a better look. It is not a beast, but before he can finish, the goblins below wait in total silence for the answer. Now, pay attention, because Alice is about to show them why you never mess with a frost mage. A sword flashes and waves of ice explode, freezing the goblins instantly as they scream Alice's name in terror. Gagameo panics and screams for his guards to bring in more reinforcements to stop this one human woman. It is too late, as Alice moves like a hungry tiger, turning everything she touches into solid blocks of ice. The goblins retreat in fear as she cuts a path straight toward the boss, her voice dripping with pure ice. Her eyes are full of determination and rage, and she never lets Gagameo out of her sight for a second. Distracted by her gaze, the villain summons a fireball, warning her not to interfere with his plans any further. Alice does not even flinch, charging forward and smashing a kick right into his face, shattering his teeth instantly. The force of the strike pins him against the wall, unconscious, leaving the remaining guards absolutely paralyzed with fear. With the leader down, Alice easily storms the inner city, her power clearing a path through anyone in her way. She looks around the empty streets, wondering where all the human captives have been hidden by these monsters. Suddenly, a secret mechanism clicks inside the walls, and a hidden trap is triggered right above her head. Two goblins with maces burst from the walls, while a massive fat one begins raining down heavy, relentless attacks. Alice reacts in a blur of motion, dodging the heavy swings with the grace of a professional dancer. She weaves through the falling debris, swinging her blade to release a sharp wave of freezing energy at her attackers. The mercenary group takes the hit head-on and is immediately neutralized by her overpowering cold magic. She spins, gathering more power as ice crystals bloom, completely encasing the two goblins in a frozen prison. She points her sword at them and coldly warns the rest to get out of her way or die. Let's check in on the villagers, trust me. Their part of the story is just as intense. Torches flicker through the dark forest as hundreds of heavy footsteps march across the damp ground toward the fight. The villagers carry simple, handmade tools as weapons, their faces twisted with a mix of fear and righteous anger. Suddenly, red eyes glow in the bushes, watching them, and the villagers freeze in terror at the sight. The monsters step out from the shadows, weapons ready to tear into anyone brave enough to stand their ground. The battle erupts as the villagers charge, while the goblin leader wakes up from his forced nap in confusion. Gagameo groans and rubs his swollen nose, feeling the stinging pain from the kick he took earlier. A scout rushes in to report that the villagers have finally launched their full-scale attack on the base. The leader is stunned as torchlight fills the woods, and the sound of the wind carries the battle cries. Seeing them breach the city, Gagameo curses the humans while the villagers shout for everyone to move forward. They scream to kill every goblin in sight and reunite with Alice to save their wives and daughters. Gagameo scoffs, calling them lower life forms, and prepares his fire magic to burn these worms where they stand. He commands the hellfire to obey him and stop the human advance with a wall of pure heat. A young man stops as small fires erupt around him, looking down in confusion at the ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, a massive wall of flames erupts, sending the villagers into a state of absolute, screaming panic. People who cannot run fast enough are scorched, and Mo watches the inferno with a grim, serious expression. He recognizes the high-level firewall technique and asks a nearby villager if they have seen Henry anywhere. The man looks at him in confusion, asking why a child would ever be up on this dangerous mountain. And that's where we leave it. You and I are going to have to wait and see if Henry survives this firestorm. Stick with me. A villager screams as he watches our hero walk straight into a sea of fire. The villager warns him about the elite warrior inside and tells him to let the white-haired girl handle it. But Merlin just sneers. Alice is nothing special. To him, she was just a loser he defeated once, and quite cute back then, but nothing else. The villager can only stutter, unable to find any words. I am talking to you, Merlin says, gripping his sword. Suddenly, the main character thrusts the blade high into the air. A massive sound erupts as the wall of fire splits in two, carving out a safe path. He looks back with a smug grin on his face. The villagers stand there with their mouths wide open. Merlin steps into the sea of fire, his footsteps echoing through the intense heat. As he moves deeper inside, the fiery path begins to close. Soon, Merlin's silhouette vanishes behind the wall of flames. Silence falls over the area. The villager in the hat whispers that he has seen that back somewhere before. He recalls a memory and gasps. He looks exactly like the Grand Swordsman who once crushed the pirate army at Eggenport. Every villager freezes, staring at each other in total shock and disbelief. They cannot believe it. Is this really the same powerhouse who once shook the entire empire with his incredible strength? Now, this is where we have to ask ourselves, is he just a scammer or a secret legend? Let us find out the truth together. The goblin leader notices the humans cannot cross his firewall and scoffs. He has more important things to deal with right now. Go catch that swordswoman and bring her to me right now, he orders his soldiers. Just make sure you do not disturb the king while you are doing it. A soldier asks if they should not be offering her to the king instead. The leader glares, offended by the question. What exactly do you mean by that? I am the most handsome of our tribe. So, am I not better than the king? The soldiers quickly apologize and promise to catch her. Just as they leave, the leader is startled by a strange voice calling him a green-skinned monster. Good evening, Merlin says. The leader turns and screams, how is this possible? How did you even get in here? How did you pass through my fire magic? Who the hell are you? Merlin smiles and strikes a pose, calling himself the peerless and handsome hero from the Moonlight Pavilion, Little Chrysanthemum. Trust me, he is acting like he owns the place. The goblin leader grows cautious and tries to scan Merlin's power level to see what he is dealing with. He checks the magic levels and is stunned. 0 mana, 0 combat energy. This guy is worse than literal trash. Seeing that his intruder is supposedly useless, the leader starts giggling, But Merlin just stays perfectly calm. Are you paralyzed by my good looks? Merlin asks. The annoyed leader fires a massive ball of flame to finish him off. Merlin simply reaches his hand out toward the fire. With a casual flick, the flames vanish. The goblin is stunned, but Merlin just looks up and lets out a soft laugh. The leader is baffled. How did he just disperse a fire spell like that? Something about his technique is very strange. He gathers his energy again, calling upon the power of the blazing flames and the howling winds. Obey my command and destroy my enemy. A massive firestorm begins to swirl around Merlin. The leader leaps up, unleashing a flaming tornado that swallows Merlin whole. He watches with a triumphant smirk. Now, you and I might think he is toasted, but wait for it. The fire clears, and Merlin is still standing. I thought a mutant goblin would be super strong, Merlin mocks. But it turns out, your strength is actually pathetic, and your skills are low tier. The leader is so furious, he can barely speak, letting out nothing but angry, guttural noises. He summons a flaming spear, his voice full of rage. What kind of cheap magic trick did you just use? If you are so brave, try to take this next move. He hurls the sun spear directly at Merlin's chest. Merlin catches the spear effortlessly. Is this toy really what you call a sun spear? He asks mockingly. The goblin's eyes nearly pop out in shock. Impossible. Merlin is now completely surrounded by glowing embers. Did you really think this would send me to hell? Merlin sighs. The leader just smirks and snaps his fingers. It is not over yet. The spear Merlin threw aside begins to crack and glow with intense heat. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupts, even more violent than before. The villagers watch the massive column of flames in terror. The leader laughs hysterically, telling the trash to burn into dust. Merlin just chuckles and waves his hand, making the inferno vanish instantly. The leader's jaw hits the floor. How can a man standing in the middle of a fire be this cool? Is he using level 2 magic? I should probably try to give you a compliment, but you are just way too weak. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this goblin regret everything. Nothing is more annoying than a weakling acting tough. Stick with me, this guy is about to learn his lesson, especially those who don't know their place. He teleports behind the goblin, sword ready. Die, you ugly monster. Click. He unsheathes the blade just a bit. An oppressive aura fills the air as invisible slashes rain down. The beast is frozen. Sudden cuts open on his face and neck as blood sprays out. Even his beard gets sliced off. Why? Why didn't you finish me? Merlin frowns and turns away. As the goblin disappears in a massive explosion, he replies calmly, "You're too weak. You're not even worth drawing my sword for." He brushes the dust off his coat, walking away with steady footsteps. He sighs. Is my magic really this invincible? It is getting a bit boring. It's hard to find a real challenge. Time to handle the main business. He disappears into the winding corridors. Ma looks out nervously. Suddenly, boom! An explosion rocks the room and the girls scream in terror. The guard collapses. A sword strike shatters the lock. Masa and the others cheer as they see their savior, Lady Alice. She throws open the iron bars. Is everyone all right? The girls start rushing out to safety. Masa asks frantically, Lady Alice, what about Henry? Is he okay? Alice quickly reassures the worried shop owner. Relax, Ma. Henry is safe and waiting for you in the village. Masa trembles, covering her face in pure relief. Alice puts a hand on her shoulder. We have to move now. If reinforcements arrive, we won't get out easily. Footsteps echo on the stone floor. Alice calls out, Sile, does anyone know where Sile is? A girl steps forward, looking lost. I'm Sile. Alice's eyes light up. Finally, I found you. Listen closely. Sile, your fiancé, John. Sile's eyes widen. She tries to scream as a massive shadow looms behind Alice. Watch out, this looks bad. Alice spins around, shoving Sile out of harm's way. But she can't dodge in time. The monster's strike hits her hard. She's slammed against the wall, coughing up blood. A heavy staff hits the floor as a raspy voice mocks her. I leave for a bath, and a little mouse sneaks in. Diep appears, laughing at the uselessness of his guards. Gagameo really is a failure. He creeps closer with a sickening laugh, reaching for the girls. You can't escape. I'll strip the life out of you. They huddle together in fear. Suddenly, ice pillars erupt from the ground, trapping the villain in a frozen cage. Magic flows from Alice's hands. As long as I'm standing, you won't lay a single finger on them. Blood drips from her forehead as she gasps for air. Diep just smirks and shatters the ice cage like it's glass. A high-tier mouse thinks she can cage me with ice? You're dreaming. Little girl, you're never leaving this palace alive. Alice slams her palm down, shouting for the others to run. I never planned on leaving. Suddenly, massive ice thorns sprout and wrap around him. Alice seizes her chance. She tosses an emblem to Sile. Sile catches it, her heart stopping when she realizes what it is. It's the cross and snake emblem. You and I can see the hope returning to Sile's eyes right now. John is alive. He's waiting for you. Alice forces herself up. If they can escape this nightmare, peace will finally return. Sile grips the emblem tightly, tears streaming down her face. Blood flows down Alice's face. Go home. Get married. Have children. You need the courage to fight for your lives. Ice starts forming everywhere, almost hiding her snow-white hair from view. Sile screams in agony as the villain flexes his muscles, shattering the ice thorns with a roar. Alice stares up at the massive goblin. He mocks her for throwing her life away just to stop him. As king of the goblins, I'm impressed by a human for once. He offers her a twisted choice. Drop your sword and become my queen, or we fight until one of us is dead. Alice spits out blood without a second thought. Save your breath. I'll take the second option. She thinks to herself, being loved by a goblin? Ridiculous. My heart belongs only to the legendary Elgin. He snarls in frustration. Stubborn brat. I'll teach you some manners once I've broken you. Alice exhales a freezing mist as blue magic surges from her back. Rip mocks her. Is this your final desperate move? It's just a light drizzle. But Alice doesn't even flinch. I won't give you another chance. Now, die by my sword. Trust me, this is going to be epic. All right, you and I are diving into a world where a simple wooden sword can change everything. Young Alice exhales sharply in the freezing mountain wind, losing patience. She complains about the exhaustion, doubting the use of basic thrusting drills. Behind her, Claudia speaks up with a stern lesson. This is for survival, a skill you must master. It is the key to launching a counterattack in a life or death moment. Alice looks back, questioning if simple moves can actually defeat a saint-rank warrior. Her master patiently explains that even saints are still human. If your thrust can find the heart, there is a very high chance it will deliver a finishing blow to your enemy. Our Snow Mountain lineage has trained in both magic and martial arts for generations. Our secret weapon is pure, unpredictable variety. Merge your mana with your aura to strike a weakness. If they do not die, they will be permanently crippled. Alice is skeptical, wondering how a saint would ever be so easy to hit. Her master just laughs at the question. Use your wits. Ambushes, poison, sudden raids, or even threatening them. If all else fails, use your beauty as a distraction. Don't be so mechanical about it. Hearing such inappropriate advice makes Alice blush. Master, you are saying those weird things again, she shouts, clearly embarrassed by the talk. She steps back, taking a stance and gripping her sword tight. As she lunges forward, her eyes widen as if she realized something massive. A loud metallic clang rings out. Henry falls hard to the ground. A goblin with a club sneers. Excited, a little rat wandered into his palace. Now watch this. Henry screams for those blue-skinned monsters to return his mother. He swings the club. Die. The boy covers his face, sweating in fear, but the killing blow never lands. He slowly looks up to see Emlyn with a glowing golden sword, slicing that monster right in half. Standing tall, Emlyn looks at the fallen monster. Henry can only stare in total shock, stuttering out a confused greeting to Uncle Merlin. So strong. There was no battle at all. Just one clean, lethal strike. Emlyn looks the kid over. That spirit of yours wasn't bad. I'd give you 99 out of 100 points for that brave stand. But since you didn't listen and ran into danger, that's minus 99 points. Emlyn jokes that the final score is still a big fat 0. All Henry can think is Uncle Emlyn actually a legendary master swordsman? His eyes sparkle with pure admiration. It turns out Emlyn wasn't just bragging after all, and Henry feels bad for ever doubting him. Seeing no reaction, Emlyn asks if the boy is all right. Before he can finish, Henry is already charging forward to hug his leg. I'm fine. Uncle Emlyn, please teach me how to draw and strike. Emlyn huffs, saying he offered to teach him before and was rejected. You refused then, and now you're just flattering me for a lesson. Forget it. Henry starts wailing at the top of his lungs. Uncle Emlyn, I'm begging you. I'll even kneel. Please teach me, teach me. Emlyn just keeps mocking the boy's dramatic change of heart. Wow, you're actually kneeling now? Didn't you say my sword style was useless before? Fine, fine. Just get up off the ground already. A voice calls out their names, making them both turn. Seeing a familiar face, they both shout in relief. Mother, Masa, are you okay? Henry runs to Masa, hugging her tight. Mom, you're safe. I was so worried about you, he says through his tears. She pulls her son close, saying she is safe because Lady Alice saved them. But then she asks why Henry would run into such a dangerous place. He explains that Uncle Merlin brought him. He's incredibly strong, and he even killed that giant goblin with a single move, Henry boasts. Merlin walks over, cursing the brat under his breath. This kid is going to get my pay docked for sure. Forget it, the sword lessons are officially cancelled. Masa looks up, hoping it's true. If you're that strong, can you go help Lady Alice? She's fighting the Emperor alone to save us, and I'm afraid she is no match for him. Emlyn freezes. Elsewhere, Alice's sword drops as Rip laughs. We're both watching her worst nightmare come true. Alice grinds her teeth in shock, wondering if her plan was discovered. Rip grabs her tightly, his grip like a steel trap. I knew your little storm was just a distraction, he says. I have been waiting for you to make a move like this. He mocks her annoying movements, saying she jumped right into her own death. Now, he wants to see exactly how she plans on escaping his clutches. Rip squeezes her so hard her bones begin to creak. Alice's screams of agony echo through the hall, mixing with his terrifying, triumphant laughter. Masa begs once more. Can you please go and support Lady Alice in her fight? She risked everything for us, and the Emperor is too much for her alone. Merlin looks confused. Why should I have to go? He pauses, realizing that if he saves Alice, his dream of becoming a real adventurer might actually have a chance at happening. Despite his thoughts, he puts on an act of being offended. Sister Masa, what kind of man do you think I am? Do I look like someone who only cares about money? Masa and Henry just stare at him in silence, clearly knowing the answer is yes. He rubs his head, admitting that putting Alice in his debt wouldn't be a bad move. Masa claps her hands in joy. It's settled. Be careful, she warns. Stick with me. We're about to see if Merlin can actually win this, all right? You and I are about to see Alice face her greatest challenge. Stick with me as this legend begins. Everyone, wait in safety. I will bring that white-haired girl back. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark hallway. Zip tightens his grip, crushing Alice's body in his hands. He laughs at her agony with a cruel, high-pitched cackle. That expression, that sound. You are absolute perfection. I am starting to get very interested in you now. Sweat pours as Alice grinds her teeth in pain. Suddenly, blood sprays as an ice spike pierces Zip's arm, shocking him. The ceiling above is already covered in hundreds of razor-sharp ice shards. Zip gasps in disbelief. When did you? Alice smirks through the pain. Heavenly ice judgment. Dozens of ice spikes rain down, piercing his flesh as he groans. Zip roars in fury as Alice is dropped to the floor. You actually dared to trick me. She stands, sword ready. This is what you get for underestimating me. Now, feel the power of our great snow mountain swordsmanship. She lunges forward with incredible speed. Zip's eyes bulge as Alice delivers 3 lethal level 1 strikes, blood spraying everywhere. Blood gushes from his severed wrists, and then erupts from his arms like a violent crimson fountain. She shifts to level 2. The blade pierces his throat. His eyes swell with blood as the life starts to drain. Her weapon transforms into jagged ice. Level 3. A direct strike to the heart. The absolute zero piercing blow. Zip collapses, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He hits the ground with a thud. His heart is now just a hole. Alice clutches her arm and sighs, looking at the fallen king. Phew, it is finally over for that monster. Now, pay attention. This is where the story takes a turn you and I did not see coming. A powerful light radiates from the hole in his chest. Unbelievably, the fatal wound is closing up right before her eyes. Alice is frozen in shock. The heart wound healed? Zip sits up, suddenly snapping his eyes wide open with malice. Zip laughs like a madman as his clothes tear apart. She stares in pure horror. Why are you not dead? I clearly pierced through your heart. Even a saint level should. Zip just lets out a nasty, mocking laugh. Our goblin hearts are on the right side, not the left. Did you fail to learn your basic biology? He declares that knowledge is what truly changes fate. I was careless before, but now the kid gloves are off. Alice frowns in disgust. The giant stomps his foot and swings his massive staff. Just die already. She immediately summons an ice wall. Zip sneers. A simple wall cannot hope to block the attack of a king. He shatters the ice and strikes Alice. She flies through the room, coughing blood as she slams into the stone wall. He walks over to her broken body and laughs. He grabs her hair and pulls her head up cruelly. You will be my prisoner for the rest of your life. Alice winces as blood flows from her face and mouth. Zip hears the wind and turns. Merlin has already saved Alice. Zip stays calm as he addresses the new intruder. Another rat snuck into my city. He suddenly screams in terror as he realizes his right arm has been severed. He growls in a murderous rage at Merlin. Ignoring him, Merlin looks at the girl. Are you serious? Let us pause for a second. You and I can see Merlin is risking everything for her, right? You really are a complete idiot. Merlin gently leans the unconscious Alice against a nearby stone pillar. Seeing you this peaceful feels wrong, but you cannot die yet. He turns away. I will stop teasing you now. Rest for a while. Flat-chested hero. I will take care of the rest. Alice opens her eyes just a crack. Through her blurry vision, Merlin's silhouette looks like the legendary hero she admires. A back full of strength and hope. Is this a dream? Did you come to save me? Alice closes her eyes. Great swordsman Elgin. Is that you? Merlin stops when he hears her whisper. I really like you. He turns in confusion. What did this dummy say? Zip steps forward to challenge him. Are you two finished? Can we get back to our little game now? Merlin drops his playful mask. His gaze becomes cold and sharp as he glares at the monster before him. Alice leans weakly against the pillar. Zip's voice booms. I thought only one rat had invaded my royal palace. Dry leaves rustle as he mocks them. I never expected a second one to be hiding in the shadows. He looks at his stump. To cut my arm before I could even blink. You have some decent skills, human. Muscle and flesh sprout from the wound, instantly regrowing his hand. In my berserk state, I can heal from anything instantly. Zip grinds his teeth in fury. By challenging me now, you have chosen the quickest path to your own grave. Trust me, you and I are in for one hell of a fight in the next part. If you can actually defeat me, that would be a miracle. Merlin smirks, and without hesitation, Diep swings his weapon. Trust me, this guy has no idea who he is messing with. The heavy staff slams down, shattering the floor into 1,000 pieces. Bricks explode from the force, but Merlin catches the strike with just one hand. Diep is stunned. How could a mere human block his royal power with zero effort like that? You are clearly no ordinary man. State your name. Merlin just laughs. A scrub like you is not even worthy of knowing who I am. Diep scoffs and starts bragging about himself. Fine. Then, let me introduce my glorious family lineage instead. As one of the 12 elf emperors, I am the most talented and outstanding genius in my entire race. Soon, I will launch a massive invasion to become the new master of humanity. He reaches out a massive hand. Join me, and I will make you my prime minister standing above millions, second only to me. Merlin's lip curls into a sneer before he bursts into laughter. Is this a joke? Where do you get the nerve to try and recruit me? Pointing to the sky, Merlin proudly declares. In this entire world, there is no one who can stand above me. Even if the goddess of light descended herself, she would not be worthy of glancing at a fraction of my glory. He mocks them further. Turning you lot into fertilizer for my garden feels like a total insult to myself. Diep is now seeing red. Enraged, he stomps the ground so hard the bricks shatter, launching himself straight at Merlin like a bullet. You chose the hard way. Merlin mocks, watching him closely. Wow, you are huge. To think a fat pig like you could actually fly so high. Diep swings his staff, screaming that he will send Merlin to hell. Lightning strikes as he unleashes his ultimate move, the elf heavy hammer. Merlin just sighs. The impact shatters the floor and brings the heavy pillars crashing down in a cloud of dust. Diep looks at his staff buried in the rubble and cackles. Even a high-tier warrior would be crushed to dust by a strike like that. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoes through the dust. Haha, is that it? Was that really your strongest move? Now, pay attention. Because here is where Merlin shows him true power. Diep stares in shock as Merlin stands calmly on top of the staff. Now, it is my turn. In a flash of light, a golden line carves straight through Diep's body. Diep turns around, seemingly unharmed. You dodged my move and dared to counter? Impressive, I will give you that much. But then, terror fills his eyes. Blood suddenly sprays from his chest. The strike was so fast, it took time to register. He stares at the wound in disbelief. It is beyond my regeneration limits. How is this possible? Merlin flicks his sword. I was curious who started this mess, but you are such a pushover. What a disappointment. Shaking, Diep stammers. Who are you? Someone this strong cannot be a nobody. Merlin sheathes his blade with total indifference. I am not actually that strong. It is just that you are pathetic. You are not fit to be a king, let alone a rival for me. He looks at the crumbling walls, and then at his own hand. One that fast as usual, but even for a saint rank, this thunder element illness is acting up again. As the dust settles, the walls crumble further, revealing a mountain of glittering gold and ancient treasures inside. Merlin starts to leave but stops dead in his tracks. Time to take that dummy home. Wait, is that what I think it is? He stares at the elf treasure, drooling at the sight. The sheer brilliance of the gold is practically blinding him. Yes, finally, My dream of retiring and living like a lazy bum is within reach. Suddenly, a brick hits him on the head. His joy is cut short. The ceiling is collapsing, and heavy stone is raining down. Oh no! The fight must have triggered a cave-in. Let's pause. Here's the choice we have all seen before: money or the girl. If he moves fast, he can grab the gold, but he knows there is no way he can rescue Alice if he wastes a single second. He looks at Alice, worried for her safety. He would be fine, but if she gets buried alive, she is a goner. It is a mountain of gold versus the life of a young girl. Merlin stomps his foot and makes his choice, just as the pillars come crashing down in a deafening roar. He scoops Alice up and sprints through the debris. Alice, you really are a jinx on my life. You owe me hundreds of millions of gold coins for this. If you do not find me a high-paying job once we get back, you and I are going to have a serious problem. Outside, the men cheer as they see their wives and daughters escaping from the castle at last. Families reunite in tears, hugging each other tightly. The village chief points in shock. Everyone, look at the mountain. The peaks suddenly shatter, sending massive clouds of smoke and dust into the air. The villagers gasp in disbelief. The mountain collapsed. Is that not where the elf palace was? Henry cries out. Uncle Merlin, big sister, don't worry. You and I both know Merlin is too smart to go down like that. Mara smiles, reassuring the boy that he will be just fine. Seeing this, he gets confident. Even the village chief is left gaping in total shock. A silhouette emerges from the smoke. It is Merlin, carrying an unconscious Alice in his arms. Everyone cheers for their return. All right, you and I are about to see a massive change of heart, as the villagers rush over, cheering like heroes. One villager admits he was blind. He promises not to stop his mother from doing business with Merlin anymore. He is not just a useless pretty boy. Merlin just offers an awkward, forced laugh amidst the storm of compliments. Ha ha ha. Inside, he is weeping for the lost treasure that just flew away. Hero? Forget that. He is never playing the good guy for free again. He just wants his gold back. Later, at the brightly lit Moonlight Tavern, Alice lies still on a bed, covered in bleeding wounds. Merlin looks down at the unconscious girl and begins his own little diagnosis. This dummy is seriously hurt. If she is not treated soon, things could get dangerous. Suddenly, a devious little smirk creeps across his face. She is always so mean to me, but now, she is at my mercy. I guess this is just destiny at work. He reaches toward her, never imagining he would have her completely vulnerable like this. Outside, the wind howls, as if mocking his questionable intentions. Cough, cough. In all seriousness, what he is about to do is definitely not taking advantage of her. You cannot hide from a doctor when you are sick, right? Suddenly, Alice jolts awake, but a massive headache hits her like a hammer. What happened? She remembers the Goblin Emperor's ambush, and then the legendary swordsman, Elgin, appeared out of nowhere. Her memory is a total blank after that. Just then, Masa enters with warm water, relieved to see Alice is finally awake. The innkeeper clasps her hands with a bright smile. She admits she could not sleep a wink worrying about her safety. Alice offers a shy apology, but she freezes as Masa describes how terrifyingly injured she was last night. It gave everyone a real scare. But pay attention here. The moment she hears that Merlin was the one who saved her, she breaks into a cold sweat. She can hardly believe it. That lazy, fast-talking guy who calls himself Lucifer III, the man who never cares about anything, actually went out of his way to rescue her. Masa is completely oblivious to Alice's inner turmoil. She asks if there was a misunderstanding. Everyone makes mistakes, and she thinks Merlin is just trying to make things right. Besides, since they are ex-lovers, staying mad forever is just exhausting. Why not just shake hands and move on? Alice's mind practically explodes. This is a massive misunderstanding. They look more like sworn enemies than lovers. She immediately tries to protest. She insists they were never a couple, but Masa just gives her that knowing look, acting like she has seen it all before. Masa just nods, assuming Alice is just being shy. Alice feels like the more she explains, the worse it gets, but she quickly pulls herself together. For a hero to be saved by a demon king is the ultimate humiliation. But facts are facts. She cannot deny what happened. She refuses to stay in his debt. Stealing her resolve, Alice asks Masa if she could bring Merlin to her room. The wind rustles outside the glowing window as Merlin makes his way up the stairs toward her. As he nears the room, he hears voices coming from inside. Someone is thanking Lady Alice for her help. Alice shyly waves it off, just glad they are safe. A heavily bandaged man, supported by Sile, insists on expressing his deep gratitude. If she had not stepped in with such courage, they never would have survived long enough to be rescued. Let's pause and look at Merlin here, listening from outside as they call her their savior. They promise to keep her kindness in their hearts. He smirks to himself, thinking it was just a reckless act of justice, yet it still earned her such genuine gratitude. Perhaps it is because Alice has this mysterious inner drive that naturally makes people want to put their faith in her. After watching Sile help the injured man leave, Merlin turns to enter the room, catching Alice completely off guard. He casually asks if she is feeling better, earning himself a fierce glare. He sits down with a cocky attitude, waiting to hear her request. Alice looks away, her face flushing red. Since he actually bothered to save her life, she offers a very reluctant thank you. Fine. She turns away proudly. Do not get the wrong idea. She just hates him slightly less right now. It does not mean she forgives him. Merlin is absolutely speechless, staring at her with his mouth wide open. This is not how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't she be offering her life to him, or at least crying tears of joy? He says it out loud, too. A simple thanks is not enough. He saved her life, and he expects a proper reward. He leans in close, proposing a deal. He wants to become an adventurer, and he needs her to give him a formal recommendation. She immediately shuts him down with a loud shout. No way. Merlin looks on with a smug face, sighing about how disappointing she is. Is this really how she treats her savior? She points a finger right at him. If she did not owe him a debt, she would never help, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how she eventually pays him back. All right, you and I are about to see one of the pettiest power plays ever. Merlin mocks her, threatening to tell the poets that the 233rd hero is ungrateful. He calls her a complete scoundrel. Alice clenches her fists in warning, screaming that if he dares insult her honor, she will make him pay. Merlin isn't scared at all. He calmly tells her that she should really check her own weight before trying to threaten him like that. He casually turns away, saying if she wants to be stubborn, he is done talking. Tomorrow, the entire country will know her secret. The great hero Alice is actually a total fraud with zero morals. Panicking, she reaches out and begs him not to walk away. Merlin smirks, knowing his plan worked perfectly. Honestly, is this fool Alice just addicted to being bullied? He has her right where he wants her. She is the perfect stepping stone for him to climb into the elite social class. Meanwhile, night falls over the jagged mountains near the lair. In the ruins of the shattered hideout, a massive force suddenly erupts from the void, blowing everything into piles of dust and debris. Now pay attention, because this is where the real threat emerges. Colonna's heels click against the stone as she surveys the total destruction. If it wasn't for today's headlines, she wouldn't have found the survivors hiding beneath the soil of the well's territory. Colonna mutters to herself as she spots a staff buried under the rocks. This is exactly the prize she has been searching for. Purple light erupts from her hand, lifting the massive weapon into the air. Colonna commands it to show its true, hidden form. The staff begins to crack and shatter, transforming into a series of floating cubes that ring with a sharp metallic sound. Finally, the casing falls away to reveal an ancient floating key. It flies through the air and lands straight into her waiting hand. A wicked grin spreads across her face. The third key of the Hell Legion is finally hers, and it glows with a terrifying power. Colonna grips it tight. She can't believe she found it so easily, but she certainly won't complain about a lucky break like this. A dark vortex opens in the ceiling as a voice demands to know if the key was secured. Colonna immediately kneels in respect. She confirms the success. The voice echoes back from the black hole, realizing that the old legends were actually true all along. The Sur clan was protecting the key instead of joining the kingdom. That's why they never moved to join the Southern Alliance. Colonna bows low, admitting she never expected them to hide it so deep within the shadows of this world. The mysterious figure praises her, calling her work on this mission absolutely flawless. The plan to restore the old kingdom is on track. Once they have the Legion's power, the British dynasty will fall. She pledges her soul. The next morning, the whole town gathers at the main gates to see Alice and Merlin off on their long journey. Everyone is shouting goodbyes as the donkey cart begins to rattle down the dusty road and away from the city. Merlin waves at the crowd, telling young Henry to take good care of his mother while he's out exploring the world. Henry shouts back that he'll train hard and find Merlin one day. Masa also leaves them with a happy, smiling message. I know what you're thinking, are they really going to end up together? The crowd wishes them a happy marriage, which feels like a curse. Alice clutches her head in despair. That is the most wicked and cruel thing she has ever heard in her entire life. The air between them turns cold before she explodes in anger, asking how a useless man like him dares to hate her. He shouts right back, telling her to look in a mirror. How could she possibly be disgusted by someone as great as him? He points at her face, bragging about his fans. He mocks her, saying nobody even showed up to see her off at the gate. Exposed and embarrassed, Alice covers her chest and tries to fight back against his petty and personal insults. She claims her chest padding is just for shock absorption, not to hide flaws. Who would care about being popular with old ladies anyway? Merlin is laughing so hard he's crying. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? It is absolutely hilarious and pathetic. Alice finally snaps and tries to kick him off the cart, grabbing the frame as she attempts to stomp him into the dirt. She yells that he couldn't even afford a ticket to West Ham and is just a freeloading parasite. She wants him gone now. Merlin stubbornly clings to her leg. He tells her the cart is slow anyway, so he's doing her a favor by even sitting there. He claims his presence upgraded this trashy cart by half a level. Alice can't stand his shameless attitude for another second. She sees nothing but a perverted demon king. She screams for him to get out of her sight before she loses it. The cart bounces wildly as they fight like cats and dogs. Masa just watches, thinking they must be really close friends. Even the donkey looks exhausted as Merlin and Alice continue their endless bickering without a single moment of peace. The road to West Ham is anything but boring. If they aren't screaming at each other, they're finding new ways to be annoyed. A week later, the cart finally rolls up to a massive, luxurious city under the beautiful morning sun. Alice looks completely drained, but her spirit is finally happy. She is home at the guild and away from this nightmare man. So what do you and I take from this? Petty rivals make for the best stories. Merlin can't wait to grab his reward and make her jealous. Let's dive into the moment Merlin and a very annoyed Alice march into the two-story adventurers guild in Rom. Suddenly, a loud, unexpected sound echoes through the hall, immediately catching both of their attention. As a man's hand touches the orb, it erupts with a blinding blue light. He doesn't look surprised, but the surrounding crowd starts murmuring in pure disbelief. A saint level? Is he really a saint? People are losing their minds. While Mine wonders if that rank is actually impressive, Alice explains it is basically elf emperor status. It is a huge deal, though there are still different tiers of power. Only 3 saints exist in the whole guild, even counting the leader. Merlin just covers his mouth and laughs, asking if the numbers are really that low. Back in his Demon King days, he had legions of saint-level subordinates. He thinks the guild is stingy, but then someone else walks up to them. It is Hobbist, drunk as always, teasing Alice about bringing a boyfriend and making some poor guy named Amo Han cry in the bathroom. He throws an arm around Merlin, asking how on earth he managed to tame a wild horse like Alice. Alice pulls her blade, warning him to shut up before she loses her temper. She insists they are not in that kind of relationship, but the guy just laughs off the threat, clearly enjoying the chaos and teasing her even more. He warns her that her sharp attitude will scare men away. Look at the charming, soft girls who get roses. Shouldn't she be just a little bit jealous of them? That question makes Alice completely lose her fighting spirit and shrink back in pure embarrassment. Rukia spots her from the reception desk and waves Alice over with a big, bright smile. They reunite happily, and Rukia asks if Alice brought back anything big from her latest journey. Alice avoids her gaze, telling her not to ask. Rukia wonders if she is here for a new job. Actually, she is just here to register Merlin as an adventurer. She points him out right behind her. Merlin gives his most confident, charming greeting, leaving Rukia wide-eyed at seeing a man with Alice. Rukia bites her handkerchief in a jealous rage. She refuses to let Alice get married. Before she does, Alice lands a heavy blow on Merlin's head, steam rising from her fist as she denies everything. Rukia finally calms down, asking what is actually going on. Alice explains the situation is a bit complicated. He is technically a criminal wanted by restaurant owners, so he needs her help for a fresh start. Rukia's eyes light up as she explains the guild is the perfect place for someone like him. Join the guild, and your bounties get cleared while you work off the debt. Merlin is absolutely thrilled. Now, pay attention, because this is where we see what he's really made of. Strength test time. Adventurers are ranked in 5 tiers from low to high: iron, silver, gold, mithril, and finally, purple gold. Merlin wants to know if a higher rank adventurer actually receives more perks and superior rewards for their work. Rukia confirms that monthly subsidies and special privileges definitely change. Being at the top has its own unique advantages. Higher quests mean much larger payouts. Merlin rubs his chin and begins to mumble to himself about his path. Merlin mutters that if he can't get the top-tier quests, then being an adventurer is totally pointless. Rukia just smiles and tells him not to worry, just keep taking quests. Eventually, Your history of success and experience will push you to the next level. Suddenly, she remembers a legendary story that perfectly illustrates just how much grind can be involved. I recall a legend. A 102-year-old man who finished 9,999,999 quests. Merlin is completely stunned. That's one of the most insane ways to level up he has ever heard. Rukia mentions there is a shortcut. Though, if you are strong enough, your rank will jump automatically. You and I both knew it would come down to raw power eventually. That old man just wasted his life. The guild is fair, but brutal. Even top-ranked adventurers can be demoted for being lazy or causing trouble. Even a purple gold rank can be demoted for being lazy or for causing a negative impact on the local community over a long period. According to the rules, it is totally possible to be demoted all the way back down to iron. Rukia points toward the glowing blue crystal orb. Go on, Mr. Merlin, just place your hand on it. The glass will reflect your true strength. Merlin gets a creepy look on his face while staring at Rukia's chest. Instead of focusing on the orb, he jokes about asking the author to let him touch her chest to measure his power instead of the ball. Finally, he steps up to the next glowing crystal ball now. Merlin shouts an arrogant speech, demanding that all you lowly mortals tremble before the overwhelming energy of the Lord of Pride. Watch his power explode. Everyone watches in total silence, but the orb stays dark. And yeah, trust me, that's just as awkward as it looks. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a guy with zero magic tries to join a guild. Rukia scratches her cheek awkwardly, feeling bad because Merlin showed zero reaction to the mana test. Laughter echoes through the entire guild building. Everyone is clutching their stomachs and laughing their heads off at the poor guy. Is this for real? You want to be an adventurer but probably cannot even beat a goblin. Who gave you the courage to show up here? Being an adventurer is a high-risk profession. Do you have a death wish, or are you just that stupid? At least reach the lowest power rank before coming back. Alice grabs Merlin by the arm and whispers, asking him what he is doing. How can you have zero mana or spirit energy? Merlin looks too bored to even explain, asking her if she has ever seen him fight before. When do I ever use that stuff? It is not that I won't use it. I just do not have any at all. She cannot believe her ears. Then how on earth do you defeat so many powerful monsters? He just lets out a long and tired sigh. My draw and slash skill is just too high level. I finish every fight in a single second, so there is no need for magic or spirit energy. Alice is left stuttering in shock. How is that even possible? Swordsmanship that consumes no mana? Merlin turns away calmly and tells her to just think of him as an anomaly. Did you not say a recommendation was enough to become an adventurer? Alice pouts her cheeks and heads over to the reception desk to complain. She asks Rukia if her recommendation is really not enough. She insists and guarantees that he is more than capable of handling this kind of work. Rukia explains with a hesitant look. A few years ago, headquarters stopped giving out adventurer badges to ordinary people who lack power. The rules now clearly state that without reaching the minimum power rank, the guild is simply not allowed to accept anyone new. Merlin kicks a chair and stands up. Now, pay attention here, because this is where our main character decides to flip the script on their little crystal ball. He suddenly shouts out a challenge, telling them to bring their strongest fighter to duel him right here and now. If I win, then all these problems can be settled with my blade, right? Alice is left speechless while Rukia tries her best to stop him. Mr. Merlin, please do not be so reckless and stop causing a scene in here. She thinks to herself in disbelief. This is the first time she has ever seen someone walk in and immediately challenge the guild master. But Merlin stays firm, placing his hand on his hilt and challenging them again. He says he is not joking and they can all come at once. Suddenly, an old man with a cane walks over. He strokes his white beard with interest, asking if he should test the young man's strength himself. A voice echoes from behind Merlin. Should this old man be the one to see exactly what you are capable of today, young brother? Everyone is stunned by the arrival of Talo. Is it really Guildmaster Talo? Is the boss actually going to fight him personally? Rukia explains that the 70-year-old Talo once crushed a Saint rank fighter with one punch and is a legendary martial arts star in the region. He is the #1 fighter in the Wells region with his own invincible Thundershock combat style that no one can beat. Do you actually have the guts to accept a match against someone as powerful as him? He strokes his beard, saying he has seen many arrogant brats, but if he does not move, people will think his guild has run out of talent. Merlin does not flinch at all. That is exactly what I want. Let us start now. Talo leads the way to a large training hall in the back. He tilts his head and tells the others not to follow. This duel is strictly between this old man and this young brother here. Alice is confused and asks why they cannot watch. Rukia explains that the master is worried the power gap is just too massive. He does not want the pride of the challenger to be destroyed in front of a crowd when the loss is inevitable. Every year, Saint rank warriors come to challenge him, and every single one of them leaves in a total, crushing defeat. She is shocked. You feel that tension too, right? Because Rukia says her grandfather has never lost a single fight since he reached the Saint rank level. Halo invites him forward, noting that since Merlin is an ordinary human and he is a Saint rank fighter, Merlin should attack with everything. If I even take one step back, I lose. Merlin takes his stance and warns the old man not to blink because his blade is fast. Merlin repeats, full power? He takes his stance and warns the old man not to blink because his blade is fast. The master stays calm, inviting him to show his true skill. Merlin draws his sword and lunges with incredible speed. Tailo is completely frozen in shock as the blade nearly splits his face in two, while the sheer pressure from the strike causes the entire arena floor behind him to shatter into pieces instantly. The shockwave rips through the path behind the hall, tearing apart surrounding buildings and causing massive damage in its wake. The training hall itself is heavily damaged now, with stones and debris falling from the walls everywhere. Merlin's sword stops just inches away from Tailo's face. The old man is so terrified that he collapses straight onto the ground. Tailo stammers in disbelief, asking how this is possible. Merlin stays calm, telling him not to worry, because he only used the back of the sword. He sheathes his blade, noting that if he had used the sharp edge, the master would be dead. Tailo knows even at full power, he would lose. Tailo is left in a state of total confusion, wondering who on earth this young man could possibly be. At the guild building, Tailo and Alice head out while the rest of the guild members wave them goodbye. Rukia sighs, thinking Merlin is just an arrogant commoner. She asks her grandfather why he even bothered fighting. Trust me, you and I know he just met a monster. Did we really have to go all out? Luckily, no one is hurt. But look at this road. We are going to owe a massive repair bill for this mess. All right. You and I are about to see if this random guy can survive the chaos he just caused. How did a common-looking guy like him make the guild president blow his top? His swordsmanship is top tier. He hit his mark without touching a single soul. Master, why give him a badge? Westlow slams his staff into the floor, and just like that, the room goes dead silent. Enough. I have my reasons, the old man barks. This conversation is over. Do not any of you dare bring this up again. Outside, the town is a wreck. People are staring at the craters in the street, wondering what on earth just happened. Alice is speechless. Marin, meanwhile, is obsessed with his new badge. He is grinning, thinking back to Westlow's warning. Mana and battle aura are the only standards here. Forcing this guy into the guild is a total rule-breaker move. He spins the badge Merlin Lucifer of Walsam's. Job title? Just a totally ordinary farmer. Yeah, right. He is annoyed. Though, black iron rank? That is way below the gold rank this girl is carrying around. Alice is not buying it. Tell me the truth, she demands. Did you actually defeat our guild president? Marin just smirks. Back home, it only counts if they die. But I guess I showed him a little something. He is pretty average. If I am being honest, he is maybe a tiny bit stronger than my 7 generals from the old days. Alice's world is crumbling. So much for being a continent-wide legend or a martial arts star. It all means nothing now. Compared to Marin, he is just trash. How many years will I have to train just to catch this guy? My revenge is never happening, is it? Suddenly, Marin grips his badge tight. It is going to be a grind, he shouts. But as of today, I am an adventurer. Time to live the easy life, slaying monsters and stacking that gold. I am going to buy the biggest mansion in the kingdom. Alice just sighs. Dream on. You will be lucky to pay rent. Do not get ahead of yourself, she mocks. You are literally the lowest ranked adventurer in existence. Relax, go home and sleep. You can have everything you want in your dreams. Her words hit Marin like a dagger. He is fuming, just because she is a higher rank. Tomorrow, I will take a massive quest and earn more than she does in a decade. Whatever, Alice shrugs. As far as I am concerned, we are officially even now. Marin grinds his teeth. Fine, let us never meet again. He storms off, but his feet suddenly come to a halt. Now pay attention here, because you and I are about to see just how broke and absolutely desperate our hero really is tonight. Where am I sleeping tonight? It starts pouring rain as he holds out a box. Please, ma'am, buy a match. Sir, matches for sale. They are waterproof. He lights one just to feel some heat. I am so cold, and so hungry. He looks at the dark sky. Homeless. Maybe I should not have bet my entire life savings on those horses. The match goes out. He stands tall, determined. All right, fine. Time to go mooch some food off Alice. You and I both know Alice is enjoying her peace right now, but we also know it will not last very long. Who would hire a bottom-tier black iron anyway? He won't get any big quests, so how is he going to outturn me? She starts praying. Oh great gods, please let that jerk Merlin end up sleeping like a hobo on the street. She hopes he is freezing and starving right now, with absolutely no one to look his way. Outside, Merlin lets out a massive sneeze. It is late, and the rain is coming down harder than ever. Alice is still soaking in the heat when ding-dong. The doorbell starts ringing. The ringing will not stop. Is it a debt collector? She grumbles. Give me a break, I just got back. She slides into her slippers and heads to the door, wrapped in nothing but a towel. Landlady? What brings you here? Her jaw drops as she sees who it actually is. Merlin is standing there, trying to look all cool. Good evening, Alice. Are you feeling lonely? Do you need a big, warm hug of love? A top-tier hunk is here for your first-class experience. 5-star service is waiting if you just let me crash here. A long, awkward silence follows. The only thing you can hear is the wind howling and the pouring rain. She does not hesitate for a second. Bam! A foot to the face. Yeah, the seduction plan? Total failure. He gets sent flying backward as she slams the door shut right in his face. I do not care how you found me. Do not come back. Merlin rubs his bruised face. That woman is a nightmare. Wait, who is that? Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Who is bothering me now? Alice tries to ignore the ringing and go back to her relaxing bath, but the person at the door just won't give up. She finally loses her patience, immediately grabbing the heavy sword she always keeps right next to the table. Wait, you and I need to see this. Alice is about to go full warrior mode on whoever is ruining her quiet time. Merlin, you jerk. Stop pushing your luck. Are you finished yet? I already told you. Her voice trails off as she realizes it is her landlady standing there looking very displeased. Alice freezes in shock. Landlady? Merlin is standing right behind the old woman, arms crossed with a smug grin, pointing out the weapon in Alice's hand. Miss Alice, your contract is very clear. Swinging swords and knives around inside this house is strictly forbidden by the rules. She quickly hides the blade behind her back. I am so sorry. Then, the jerk who was hiding behind the landlady finally decides to speak. Honestly, Merlin says, acting all high and mighty. What is with the trouble? Making a scene with a sword in someone else's home? Put that away. Alice is fuming after being lectured by the one person she hates most. What did you just say to me, you scumbag? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Merlin just smirks, knowing he successfully got under her skin again. The landlady chimes in again, telling Alice to watch her tone. She sounds like a mother lecturing her daughter on how to treat a husband. I know I am just the landlady, but I really have to say something to you about this kind of behavior. You two just got married and you are already fighting. How will you survive? Alice's jaw drops at the mention of the word marriage. She points a finger at Merlin, stuttering as she tries to explain. Married? No, I have absolutely nothing to do with this guy. Suddenly, Merlin cuts her off. Instead of fixing the mess he started, he decides to pour more gasoline on the fire. Are you still mad at me, honey? Why would you say such hurtful things about us not being married? The landlady adds even more pressure. Miss Alice, if you continue acting like this, I am afraid I cannot let you live here anymore. I am worried you will get angry one day and tear my whole house down. Panicking at the threat, Alice waves her hands frantically. That is not true. I promise I do not usually pull out my sword or fight inside the house. Then put it away and let your husband inside. Do not let the neighbors see this. Merlin walks over politely, but his eyes are full of mischief. Now, pay attention here. This is where Merlin plays his trump card. You do not want to be homeless, do you? He whispers, grabbing her waist. I am so sorry for the trouble, ma'am. My wife has a bit of a temper, but do not worry. I will make sure she behaves. Alice is completely trapped and can only force out a very awkward, fake laugh while he holds her. The landlady sees the couple making up and smiles with total satisfaction. Now that is much better. You two. They say a day of marriage brings a lifetime of grace, so do not fight. Alice just laughs, while secretly stomping on his foot. Oh, and one more thing, Alice. Since I am already here, you might as well pay this month's rent money. Alice sighs and heads back inside to grab the cash. While she is gone, the landlady starts praising her to Merlin. Alice has a bad temper, but she is a good girl. You should treat her right. She looked so pitiful when she first arrived with her luggage. Merlin listens to this story he never knew, and a flicker of genuine sympathy crosses his face for a moment. Has her life really been that difficult? Hearing this is actually kind of heartbreaking. Wait, Is this all my fault? The landlady then hands him a spare key. Here, just in case she kicks you out again. Use this to get back inside. He takes the key and promises to protect her. Finally, the landlady leaves, while the rain continues to pour down outside. You and I both know Merlin is about to ruin the mood. He is thrilled to have a place to stay. Hey Alice, I have a tiny suggestion. Maybe you should put your magic armor back on. Suddenly, a sword comes flying right at his face. She points the blade at his eyes. Ready for blood. Merlin, you absolute scumbag. I am going to end you right here, right now. He just laughs and catches the blade with his bare hands. Miss Alice, have you already forgotten the situation we are in? I am your husband now. If you kill me, are you planning on becoming a widow? Alice turns bright red and starts stuttering. Husband? You shameless jerk. Merlin just shrugs and reminds her that if he fights back, this entire house will be turned into rubble. I can just walk away, but you will be the one stuck with the bill. Think carefully before you swing that sword again. Alice knows he has her cornered. She just mutters under her breath. Merlin, I hate you. One of these days, I swear it, I will beat you so hard you will never be able to stand up again. You are my servant. So what is your deal? He calmly sits down on a soft cushion and tells her to relax. Do not get so worked up over nothing, Alice. So what do you and I think of Merlin's plan? Stick around, because his next idea is actually going to change everything.
Wow, this moment right here is absolutely peak. I'm calling it now. The Untarnished is going to have a very bad time in the next few chapters. And what do you guys think?
All right, you and I are jumping into the middle of the most chaotic roommate situation ever. Alice knows she can't say no, so she lets him talk. Merlin reaches for a banana on the table, finally getting to the point. My dear Alice, how about we rent this place together? He knows her pockets are empty. Rent is a huge burden, and splitting it makes life easier. The rent is no small amount. Wouldn't sharing it take the pressure off? Alice has no real reason to refuse, even if she doesn't fully trust his offer. You have a point, but why live with an enemy? He stays calm, knowing it's time to show his hand. Hearing this, Alice feels uneasy and starts weighing her options carefully. She can't stand him, but he's right about saving money. Fine, it's a deal. Living together is okay, but you sleep on the sofa. And there's one more thing. Pay up right now. Merlin just tosses a banana peel at her, his expression suddenly turning cold. I will give you the money, because I am starting work immediately. Triple S rank commissions are nothing to me. I will be filthy rich in no time. He brags while waving his hands. He holds up tickets with total confidence. Tickets to the top. Alice just stares at him like he's an idiot. Next morning, sunlight hits the town. A group gathers around a small table. They watch a match through a crystal ball, screaming for Watt to win. Why are you so slow today? Over there, Merlin is betting his life and screaming at the screen. Rukia watches from the window, holding a bright red rose in her hand. She wonders why the boss gave this guy an adventurer card. Is he some secret illegitimate son? She watches him pull his hair after losing everything, then thinks of the repairs nearby. The boss was generous enough to cover all the street damage from yesterday. Truly strange. The scene shifts as someone offers a rose with deep respect. Beautiful Lady Alice, please accept this, and speaks sweet words while holding the bouquet. Even the flowers look dull next to her beauty, but these cheesy pickup lines are not moving anyone's heart today. Now pay attention. This is where it gets awkward. Alice forces a pained smile and turns him down while strangers watch. Is Ann at it again? Is he really stalking her? Hobbist walks over to give some advice. Anne, stop wasting your energy. He points at Merlin, who is grieving over his lost money. This blonde guy Merlin has already replaced you and won over your dream girl. It's like hearing the world is ending. What? Anne is so shocked he drops his flowers. Alice stands behind them, helpless and denying everything. But Anne just glares with pure jealousy. Where did you come from? What exactly is going on between you and Lady Alice? Without waiting for an answer, Anne draws his sword and points it at Merlin. You must be threatening her. He declares, I, the eldest son of Count Sting, challenge you to a duel. Merlin doesn't even care. A duel is unnecessary. Alice and I have no special relationship. Hobbist puts a hand on Merlin's shoulder. You two live together. How can you say that? One shock after another, Anne's eyes go wide. What? You live together with Alice? He repeats the words, feeling like he just got hit by a bolt of lightning. His soul practically leaves his body. Alice rushes in to deny it, yelling at Hobbist for lying. Don't talk nonsense, she shouts. Yesterday he was just an illegal intruder. You feel that too, right? Anne is still desperate, claiming a man's worth is about skill, not just strength. He wants Elise to see his greatness, while she just stands there feeling completely exhausted. Her denials fall on deaf ears. Anne is determined and shows off a new commission. Every adventurer in Wells can join this. Let's use this to settle our duel. He holds up the paper for all to see. A high-level commission to clear out a massive army of undead. Gold rank adventurers and below must form groups. The reward is huge, ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. And trust me, we are about to see if Merlin can actually back up his big talk. All right, you and I are about to find out who truly deserves to be by Lady Alice's side. Ano is waving a mission request right in everyone's faces. How about this? Merlin, let's use our actual strength to prove which one of us is truly worthy of being her man. Alice looks at them totally confused. Rukia, what are these two even talking about? Rukia gets all excited. Oh, that? It is a special request from Den Bisai. They just started recruiting for a brand new mission. She explains that some grave robbers triggered a trap in the palace tombs, and now endless waves of undead monsters are constantly attacking the area. It is a total emergency, and the local soldiers are overwhelmed. Ano takes a bow. Lady Alice, I have a secret for you. I spent a fortune to hire a saint-rank powerhouse for this mission. Taking the entire reward will be child's play for us. If you would be willing to join my team, I would be absolutely honored to have you. Alice is getting curious. A saint rank? Who is it? He describes the man as Lord Cloud, who just joined the guild only yesterday. I saw he was interested in the Den Bisai undead, so I paid him to partner with me. What do you say, Alice? She thinks it over. With a saint rank there, it is a guaranteed win. Alice happily agrees to form a team together. Ano is thrilled. Rukia, stamp this for me. She smiles and confirms the request has been officially stamped by the guild. He brushes his hair back, grinning with pure arrogance. Ha ha ha. Then, Ano turns around to taunt the others one last time. We are heading out first. Merlin, the duel between men has officially begun. You will soon learn that money buys you whatever you want. Now pay attention here, because Merlin isn't even bothered by the trash talk. He just calmly places the mission paper down on the table. Miss Rukia, I want to take this mission too. Rukia panics, explaining that a team needs at least 2 people to register. Merlin is confused. I cannot go alone? She says no. Sorry, Merlin, but the rules are mandatory. He looks very thoughtful. Merlin suddenly grabs the drunk Hobbs. Hiccup. He points his finger and says, this guy right here is coming with me. This might be a problem, but the guild master steps in. Rukia, just let them go. She is confused, but the elder is perfectly calm. Merlin leads the drunk Hobbs away, waving goodbye to the guild master. Alice's carriage has already started the journey ahead. Ano introduces everyone. Lord Cloud, this is Lady Alice, a gold rank adventurer. We are all on the same team now. Let's work together to become the #1 team in Restom. But Cloud's response leaves them stunned. Forget about cooperating or working together. Just leave the strong enemies to me. You two just stay on the sidelines and clear out the weak mobs for me. Haha. Lord Cloud, are you worried about our safety? We will be careful, and might even be able to help you out. His eyes are filled with pure contempt. Who gave you the crazy delusion that you could actually be of any help to me? Let me be clear. If you slow me down at all, I will leave you behind without a second thought. Alice stays silent while judging him. Is a saint rank really that special? It seems his attitude is just as big as his title. Maybe it is because I have seen Merlin one-shot too many enemies, but my standards have gotten way too high lately. You and I both know she's regretting this. Alice realized she should have gone alone, wondering if Merlin managed to find a teammate. Meanwhile, Merlin is still at the guild entrance. Finding a carriage is such a pain. He comes up with a plan. I got it. Let's just borrow Alice's stuff. Merlin calls out to Hobbs. Let's go. Hobbs is still totally wasted. Hobbs still cannot believe what is happening. The next morning, he is driving the carriage while Merlin relaxes in the back. Hobbs turns his head and asks, Hey, little brother Merlin, did I really agree to go to Den Bisai? Merlin just lies. Of course. Did you not see the mission request? Rukia stamped it because you were making a scene and begging to go last night. He hits his forehead in agony. Oh my God, Merlin, we need to turn this carriage around and go back right now. Hobbs tries to convince him that the royal palace will send experts soon. We should not go looking for death. Merlin sits up and says it is not that bad. But Hobbs continues to explain the reality of the situation to him. Listen to me, brother. The reward is huge, but that money is not easy to earn. This is a total suicide mission. An undead outbreak like this even has the army stumped. The sheer number of monsters is absolutely insane. Black Iron adventurers like us are just bait used to distract the undead. We are only there to pull their attention away. Merlin points at himself. What are you scared of? With me here, you just need to hide behind my back. Is this kid actually an idiot? Merlin starts laughing while Hobbs holds his head in pure terror. How can I trust you? I am just a low-level fire mage, and you only know basic moves. What can we even do together? Merlin suddenly points his finger toward the horizon. You and I just witnessed a crazy start. We will follow Alice, steal some experience, and snatch that 1,000 gold. Hobbs is finally convinced. All right, you and I are heading somewhere only saints dare to tread, so killing 2 small monsters should be easy. It's not like anything dangerous is waiting. Suddenly, the thundering sound of hooves echoes nearby, and the 2 of them spot a troop of cavalry charging toward them. Leading them is a knight in armor riding a golden steed. Hobbs looks up from his water, wondering who these rose soldiers are. Merlin eyes the carriage trailing behind. The Lord of Wells surely wouldn't have such a small escort unless it was just family on board. The armored knight pulls up and barks out a question. Hey, you two, do you know a faster way to reach the Blackwing territory? Hobbs tries to help, explaining that if they want to save time, there's a narrow mountain pass ahead on Mount Morosa, but it's tight. He warns them that their heavy carriage might not fit, meaning they would have to travel on foot for a short distance. The knight, Ko, sneers in disbelief. Are you joking with me? Hobbs nervously scratches his head, suggesting the southern route as an alternative. However, autumn is rhino migration season in the south, which could be a headache, making the mountain path the fastest choice. The knight's face hardens. Do you have any idea who is inside this carriage? How could someone so noble ever walk through a muddy path? Hobbs mutters that walking a bit isn't the end of the world unless they're weak. Enraged, Ko swings his whip and screams, "What did you say? Now watch this. Are you cursing our master's health?" But his strike is blocked just in time before it can land. Merlin blocks the attack, grabbing the whip with one hand. The knight's face turns pale with instant rage. Let go of my whip unless you want to be punished. Merlin just smirks and yanks the cord, throwing the horse and knight off balance. The horse lets out a panicked neigh as both the beast and the arrogant knight are sent crashing into the dirt. Merlin looks down at him with pure disdain. What is your problem, little brother? We were just being kind enough to give you a shortcut. Instead of being grateful, you act like a stinking aristocrat. It's honestly pathetic. The knight grinds his teeth, while Hobbs trembles in fear. Merlin, this is bad. He explains that the Grand Duke Rose is the most powerful man in all of Wells. Even though he serves the royalty, these regional commanders are basically local emperors who rule their lands with an iron fist. Merlin doesn't blink. I don't care if he's the Lord of Cabbages or whatever. Merlin says if someone disrespects you, you pay them back. Hobbs stammers that this sounds exactly like a demon race creed, doesn't it? Talking like that in front of a priest would get you burned at the stake. Meanwhile, Ko struggles to stand up, looking absolutely humiliated. You 2 Black Iron adventurers have some nerve. In all my years as a Rose Knight, I have never faced such an insult. I demand a duel right now. Merlin just shrugs and beckons him forward. Come on then, let's have a real fight. And here is the moment we've been waiting for. A voice cuts the tension. Stop it, Ko. A woman steps out. Cecilia appears, her presence commanding. Has the prestige of the Rose Knights fallen so low that you're challenging weaklings to a duel? The knight immediately drops to one knee. My apologies, Lady Cecilia, but these commoners were showing you zero respect. She remains completely unfazed. And why should they? They've never even met me. There is no reason to blame them for that. Cecilia looks past them. If 2 tiny ants were blocking your path, would you really stop your entire journey just to deal with them? She offers a cold peace, apologizing for her subordinate's behavior. Merlin, however, isn't satisfied and demands a more sincere apology. Is it even an apology if you don't show any real remorse? Hobbs panics, begging Merlin to stop talking before things get worse. Ko reaches for his sword, furious at Merlin's tone toward Lady Cecilia, but she blocks him with her staff. Wait, he mutters. She turns her back on them. We truly shouldn't waste another second of our time being angry at low-level Black Iron adventurers. We are on a tight schedule, let's move. Ko quickly follows her lead, shooting one last death glare at the duo. Merlin just laughs. While Hobbs is still shaking, Merlin watches the group ride away with a mischievous grin on his face. Man, these guys just keep getting more annoying. They better pray to the gods they never cross paths with me again. The carriage rattles away down the tree-lined dirt road, the rhythmic sound of wheels fading into the distance. Nearby, a man named Anton is pouring his heart out about his past. He grew up in a massive house and never touched money. He claims he has zero interest in wealth. The pampered life where everything was handed to him has become nothing but a bore. His eyes light up with expectation. So, Lady Alice, do you see what I am trying to tell you? Alice looks thoughtful as he places a hand on his chest, declaring that she is the one who reignited his hope for living. Anton thinks back to the time he visited his uncle in the city of Elgin on behalf of his father. While sitting in his carriage, he witnessed an incredible scene that would change his entire life forever. A brave young girl with a sword was fearlessly fighting off monsters. That was 6 months ago when Alice saved Elgin from giant beasts. In that moment, pure love took root. So, what do you and I make of this twist? All right, you and I are about to witness a story where one man's obsession starts with a single look. From that moment on, Anon's pursuit of her began. As they set out, a random stranger suddenly jumps out to propose, but Alice shuts him down instantly. Undeterred, Anon joins her guild, launching an all-out romantic offensive to win Alice over. He places a hand on his heart, claiming fate brought them together to follow the legend of the great swordsman Elgin. He begs her to fall in love with him, but she rejects him instantly. Suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts through their conversation and stops them both. I have a question. Claus interjects with a skeptical look. Who exactly is this legendary swordsman from Elgin anyway? Anon is stunned. What? You've never heard of him? You must have been living under a rock in the mountains. Claus doesn't bother answering. He just brushes it off and says, never mind then. I just keep hearing people talk about how strong this swordsman is, and it piqued my curiosity a bit. Alice smiles, thinking Claus is just out of the loop since he doesn't even know her husband. Meanwhile, Anon starts proudly listing Elgin's legendary battlefield feats. He mentions the Redbeard brothers, famous Saint-Tier pirates, whose every subordinate was a master in their own right. They terrorized the seas for years, leaving even the royal family helpless. Yet Elgin managed to wipe them all out with one single strike. Claus notes that killing 2 Saint-Tier enemies in a second is nothing special. Now pay attention here, because his casual attitude leaves Alice and Anon absolutely speechless with shock. Claus explains that even among Saint-Tier fighters, there are massive gaps in power. Some of them are just frauds. To a high tier like Alice, they seem strong, but from his perspective as a true Saint-Tier powerhouse, those pirates were absolute nobodies. That is the gap between ranks. He clenches his fist, clearly annoyed by the current state of the world. He complains that true power is rare these days, and relying on a man with a hidden identity proves the royal family is totally pathetic. Alice is annoyed, wondering why this old man is acting so high and mighty. All of a sudden, Anon tries to fight back, asking who in this country actually deserves to be called a hero if Elgin does not. Claus answers immediately, asking if they have ever heard of the 4 heroes from the former kingdom. Alice thinks it over while Anon stammers in confusion. Claus begins to introduce the legendary 4. First is Corona the Dragon Rogue, who once assassinated 7 Saint-Tier masters in a single night. No one survives her daggers. Then there are the twin sword saints, Do and Ji. Their combined skills are the ultimate weapon of the Empire. Even the Giant King, known for his absolute defense, met his end at the hands of these 2 brothers. Finally, there is the Storm Warrior, a literal meat grinder on the battlefield who took on giant dragons alone. You and I both know legends are hard to beat, but this man, he is the peak of all heroes. Claus insists only these 4 deserve the title of the strongest. Everyone else is just an amateur in comparison. Anon is curious and asks Claus who these people he is talking about actually are. Alice explains that they are the founders of the kingdom, known far and wide as the 4 great heroes. Anon is shocked that these heroes are from 400 years ago. Just then, their carriage comes to a halt. Khan calls out from outside, saying they have been traveling for a while and the horses need to rest. Anon agrees and invites Alice to step outside for some fresh air and exercise. Claus looks up as they call his name to join them. Alice shares her view. Those heroes were famous, sure, but they have all been dead for centuries now. Comparing the legends of the past to people living today is completely pointless in her eyes. Claus narrows his eyes, clearly displeased. Anon calls out to Alice as she walks away, telling her to wait. He is left alone inside, lost in thought as the red sun begins to set behind the mountains. Pointless, is it? He whispers. Meanwhile, the horses graze while Alice watches the sunset from a nearby hill. She wonders what Merlin is up to, hoping he has not gone and destroyed the guild out of boredom. Anon approaches her from behind, sounding very excited to finally be alone with her. He says nothing in this world beats being under the glowing moonlight with the girl he admires most while watching the stars. Alice is totally over it. She points out, it is way too cloudy to see any stars. and On just smiles and starts his next move. He asks if she knows the difference between her and a star. The stars are in the sky, but she is in his heart. Feeling nauseous from his lines, she makes an excuse to leave and go find Claus instead. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next when she hears a voice talking about sacrificing souls. All right, you and I are diving into a moment where Alice's curiosity almost gets her killed as a massive shadow looms over her. She freezes in pure terror, teeth clenched, as Claude swings his massive blade right at her head. Thankfully, the cold steel stops just inches from her forehead. Claude looks surprised to see her. Oh, it is just you? He thought she was some petty thief, and feels a bit guilty for scaring her. He offers a deep apology, but wonders why she is out here alone. Alice can only stutter and hesitate, completely caught off guard. She finally manages to say it is time to move out, but Claude just calmly turns his back on her. He thanks her for the notice, but his gaze suddenly turns sharp as he asks if she heard anything she should not have. Alice plays it off with a nervous laugh, claiming she heard nothing. Claude seems satisfied and starts leading the way. They need to reach Danbayside tonight, but Alice is on high alert. This guy is suspicious, and that talk of kingdom revival? Super fishy. Meanwhile, Arno is waiting for the group when a carriage rolls up and Cecilia peeks out, stunned to see a familiar face. He cannot believe she bumped into him here, while Arno is just as shocked to see Lady Cecilia out in the wild. He bows and asks if the Alchemy Academy is on break, or if she is just skipping out on her comfortable lifestyle. She explains she is handling a crisis for her father at Danbayside, and Arno is thrilled to have another ally along. Turns out they have the same goal, and Arno brags about having high-level and even Saint-tier swordsmen on his team. Saint-tier? She is speechless, but their conversation is cut short by Khan screaming in total panic. Something is wrong. He points toward the horizon, and Arno's face turns serious the moment he sees the commotion. Smoke and fire rise in the distance as a massive cloud of dust starts charging straight toward their position. It is a herd of flaming rhinos, mid-level magical beasts that migrate south every autumn with destructive force. Now, pay attention here, because Arno starts screaming as he realizes it is not just one, it is an entire stampede of fire. Cecilia is furious that those commoners were actually right. She remembers the warnings from Merlin and Hobbs that she ignored. They did try to tell her, after all. The horses are losing it, neighing in terror as Keiho starts shouting orders. The knights form up to protect the lady, quickly setting their battle strategy as the ground begins to shake. Spears for distance, swords for close combat. They have to protect her at all costs. But where are Alice and Claude? The rhinos are closing in like a storm, so Cecilia raises her staff to summon her divine power. She calls for a miracle, opening her holy light technique to shield her men and strike down the beasts. Her magic surges through the knights, giving them a massive boost as Keiho leads the charge with iron determination. He commands the troops with authority, swearing that not a single monster will lay a finger on their young lady. Suddenly, a heavy armored boot slams into the dirt. Claude steps out alone, standing right in the path of the herd. Keiho screams at him to get back and join the formation so they can survive this together. But Claude just hoists his massive blade, radiating an overwhelming aura. He is not interested in playing teammate today. His eyes ignite with power as he swings once, obliterating the entire rhino herd in a single, earth-shattering strike. Cecilia and Keiho can only stare, totally stunned by the impossible scene unfolding right before them. You and I saw it coming, but still one swing, and the entire pack is literally shredded to pieces. Alice watches from a distance, her mind completely blown. Arno clears his throat and proudly introduces his powerhouse of a friend. He points toward the man who just cleared the battlefield. This is Mr. Claude, the swordsman traveling with me. A saint-level powerhouse. Cecilia immediately wants him, asking Arno how much it costs to hire someone that legendary. When Arno mentions 200,000 gold, she turns to Claude and asks why he is working for such an idiot. She offers to double his pay if he switches sides, leaving Arno totally shocked by her blatant attempt at sabotage. Claude does not even blink. He just walks away with a cold refusal, leaving Cecilia completely stunned. What? Cecilia is confused, but as he passes, she catches a faint, dark scent of forbidden magic. Cecilia snaps back to reality and orders her team to move. They need to reach Danbayside before the clock hits midnight. Keiho is confused by the sudden rush, but Cecilia is determined. She is not taking no for an answer. The upcoming Necromancer Purge is her best chance to practice, and she plans to handle it all alone. She is determined to handle this alone, so her father will finally change his mind and acknowledge her strength. Keiho bows, promising they will set off immediately. Soon, the group arrives at the Danbasai camp under the bright moonlight, where the campfires flicker against the night breeze. As Tony toasts to their new bond, you and I are left wondering what secrets Claude is still hiding. Stick with me, you and I are diving into a night of celebration before a storm of chaos. Tomorrow we crush those skeletons. Alice watches, half embarrassed, as the soldiers roar in approval and clink their mugs together in a drunken frenzy. Claus isn't feeling the party vibe. You guys play? I'm heading to bed. He vanishes into his tent. Alice narrows her eyes. Could this guy be a wanted criminal hiding from the Empire? If she is really teaming up with a fugitive, things just got incredibly dangerous. The Adventurer Guild is a free-for-all. As long as you pass the test, anyone can join. That means plenty of members have pasts that are dark or at least gray. Freeloaders like Merlin are just a stain on the profession. Meanwhile, An tries to woo his crush with a flower. Alice, it's a beautiful night, just the two of us. We should. Alice cuts him off with a glare. We haven't even gathered intel yet. We're here to hunt monsters, not go on a vacation. How are you this relaxed? An slinks away, defeated. Alice sighs, thinking if only that annoying intel expert HB was here, things would be easier. Now, pay attention, this is where Alice's night gets a whole lot more complicated. She spots a group laughing in the distance and nearly falls over. She is losing it. How on earth are they here? They definitely left town way after I did. An spots them too. Is that the love rival who supposedly took your virtue, Lady Alice? He calls it a small world, but Alice answers with a lightning-fast punch straight to his face. Stop making up stories. Nearby, a girl with a tan asks Merlin why his adventurer card says he's just a lowly villager. He acts cool. Villager is just a cover for my naturally insane power level. Don't sweat it. Want a demo? My draw sword technique is legendary. Another girl squeals, wanting to see his skills in action right now. Alice isn't impressed. Look at this middle-aged lady magnet. She marches right up to their table. She crosses her arms, giving them a death stare. Everyone scram out. We have actual business to discuss here. They leave grumbling about her ruined mood and high-rank ego. Merlin just smirks. Oh, Alice, you just get here? Alice plays it cool, blaming road troubles for her delay. So, tell me, how did you guys actually get here first? Merlin brags. It's all thanks to our living map. Hobbist, we took a shortcut on your little donkey. Surprise, my donkey? She loses her temper, pummeling him while screaming about how he's a shameless bastard who has no sense of boundaries. He doesn't even feel the hits. Come on, what's the harm in borrowing him? That man of yours is fast, especially when you whip his butt. He runs faster than a horse. Alice explodes. Man works so hard every day, and I'd never hit him. How could you be so heartless? Are you even human? I'll kill you, you soulless freak. Suddenly, a shaky voice cuts through the chaos. Merlin, I knew you'd show up. An speaks through a blood-soaked handkerchief pressed to his broken nose. He's full of fighting spirit, declaring he won't lose Alice's heart to him. Merlin couldn't care less about this weird challenge. Wow, what happened to your face? An smiles. Alice gave me this. You saw that too, right? This guy is clearly not playing with a full deck, calling a punch an imprint of love. Alice doesn't defend him, snapping that Merlin is just slow for noticing. Merlin fires back, only a lunatic would actually like you. Alice is fuming, her rage reaching a boiling point. Say one more word, and I'll take you down with me. An points a finger, making a grand speech. Master Merlin, catching up shows you're a real man and a worthy rival. But it's already over for you. Tomorrow, Mr. Claus will lead the charge for me. Victory and Alice's heart belong to me alone. Merlin just shrugs. Yeah, sure, good luck with that. Someone nearby overhears and is totally confused. The crowd starts whispering about the messy love triangle. Youth is great. They should just fight it out already. Alice forces a smile. I need to go gather info. You're useless here, so just go back and rest. An is delusional. Is she worried about me being tired? She's so gentle and caring. I love her even more now. Hobbit scoffs. Does this rich guy enjoy being bullied? Rich people have the strangest hobbies. Alice immediately punches HB in the gut. Do you want to die or something? Hobbit groans in pain. Alice pivots. Anyway, what do you know about the situation at Denby Sai? Hob smirks, rubbing his fingers together in the universal sign for cold, hard cash. So, what do you and I make of this? Information has a price, and things are about to get expensive. All right. You and I are diving into a mystery involving ancient tombs, and hidden agendas as Hobbes starts pieces together the intel. He reveals that the northern forest hides an underground palace, the tomb of a former prime minister with a complex 3-story layout. This prime minister was a powerful necromancer. Those floating skulls? Yeah, he is likely the one who summoned them all. He explains that the garrison's plan is to contain the undead in the forest until the king sends elite reinforcements. Alice realizes the gravity of the situation. Even a saint-tier priest would have a nightmare of a time dealing with this. Back at the camp, a small tent glows with a warm, lonely light against the silent, dark night. Inside, Cloud sits in deep meditation. Suddenly, he grips his fists tight, eyes blazing with a dark resolve as he whispers for the kingdom's rebirth. Late at night, the wind howls through the silent, cold rows of tents. A pair of heavy, armored boots steps onto the hard ground. It is Cloud. He moves through the darkness, his armor clanking softly. He opens a wooden door, unaware that Alice is watching his every move. Cloud heads out, and she immediately follows. She knew he was acting strange. Now it is time to uncover his true identity. Hobbes, out for a midnight bathroom break, catches a blurry glimpse of her figure running into the woods. He wonders if that was Alice, then shakes it off. It is way too late for that. He must be seeing things. Leaves rustle as Cloud arrives at a moss-covered entrance. Alice stays back, crouching in the bushes to observe him. Pay attention, here we are, about to see if she is walking into a trap as Cloud vanishes into the dark tunnel. Alice realizes she is looking at the hidden entrance to the underground labyrinth. Morning arrives with a bright sun, but inside the tent, Anon is in a total panic and can barely believe his eyes. The others are still snoring, but Alice is gone. Anon starts crying as he frantically searches every corner for her. He begs for it to be a dream. This loud commotion finally snaps Merlin out of his deep sleep. Anon stares at him, clutching a pillow. Merlin suddenly bolts upright, looking absolutely ready to murder someone. Listen up, Anon. Do that again and I am sending you straight to hell. Stripping my covers is like stripping me bare. The noise wakes Hobbes up too. What is the deal? Why all the shouting this early in the morning? Anon panics, explaining that Alice has completely disappeared. He has searched everywhere and she is nowhere to be found. He adds that Cloud is gone too. Did that guy secretly kidnap her in the middle of the night? Hobbes remembers his late night stroll and realizes he saw her. Maybe she went after that huge reward by herself? Even that new guild official is missing. This whole situation is starting to look very suspicious. Merlin puts on his gear, realizing Alice went behind his back. Stick with me, this is where his patience finally runs out. He finishes dressing in record time. There is no way he is letting her finish this task alone. Anon is stunned by how fast he moved. Merlin, where do you think you are going? The answer is obvious. Exactly. I'm heading straight to that prime minister's tomb. Hobbes tries to stop him. You are just iron rank. You will just get in the way. Just wait for the team. Merlin ignores him. Small rewards aren't my style. He bursts out of the tent without looking back. Undead enemies can't be used for life extension, so that massive gold reward is the only target he cares about. Anon is impressed. Looks like Merlin is getting serious for Alice's sake. Now that is a rival I can respect. Hobbes just stares in confusion. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon's second floor, Alice silently stalks Cloud through the corridors. This place is incredibly complex. Without Cloud to follow, she would have been lost in seconds. How does he know this layout so perfectly? She wonders if he has been here before or has a secret map. What is his connection to the old kingdom? He quickly darts forward, sticking close to the shadows of the stone walls. Fresh battle scars line the walls. Someone was here recently. Suddenly, a group of skeleton soldiers blocks Cloud's path. Without warning, the monsters lunge forward to kill the intruder. Cloud draws his blade in a flash. The steel glows with a blinding, aggressive light that fills the entire hall. The skeletons are pulverized instantly. Cloud doesn't slow down, pushing through the heavy doors and stepping into a vast, empty hallway. Alice peeks around a corner, watching him enter the dark unknown. Inside, eerie blue flames flicker. A cloaked skeleton sits on a throne. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see an ancient skeleton confront a mysterious intruder. Who are you? Why disturb my rest? I will let you speak before you die, the skeleton threatens. Bernard remains calm. It has been 400 years since they met. Lord Lan, the one called Lan, flinches in shock. Who are you? A terrifying blade slices through the floor with incredible ease. Bernard sighs with boredom. Have you grown too old to recognize the storm warrior of your own empire? Lan jumps from his throne. Bernard, were you not dead long ago? Bernard, also known as Cloud, stares back at him. The four heroes were resurrected by the prince, using black magic to continue acting as the Undying. This stuns Lan even more. The prince is still alive. Bernard continues darkly. When the previous dynasty was destroyed, the prince escaped and used dark magic to drain blood and prolong his life. That is why we are meeting again today. Lan stays silent for a moment before asking, "What is your goal?" Bernard points his finger directly at his old friend. To restore the previous dynasty, we need massive power to destroy everything that stands in our way. Now watch closely, the real prize is the key around Lan's neck. Hand over the key you are protecting right now. Lan is speechless and mutters, "You broke into this sacred place just for a key?" He shouts in anger, "If the former emperor had not signed that treaty, we would not have perished. Even hell would not believe your stubbornness." Bernard raises his voice. "Sacrifices must be made for the power we need. As an old acquaintance, I do not want to fight you. Please, just give me the key." Lan readies his staff and refuses. Bernard swings his sword. "In that case, forgive me for this." Lan continues to question him. "Bernard, dying in battle is a warrior's greatest glory. Have you forgotten your own words?" Bernard sticks to his ideals. To him, restoring the fallen kingdom is the only true path of justice left to follow. Magic erupts from both of them as light and dark clash, their figures lunging forward into a fierce duel. Watching from her hiding spot, Alice is absolutely stunned by the intensity of the fight. Down on the first floor of the labyrinth, footsteps echo through the eerie and quiet space. Merlin breaks into a sweat looking around, realizing he is totally lost. He stops and thinks that if this continues, someone might steal his massive reward. If someone steals his prize, all this effort would be for nothing. Suddenly, Merlin realizes one very important thing. Wait, did HB not say this maze has many more levels below? He thinks for a few seconds before deciding. You and I both know Merlin is not the patient type. To catch up with Alice, he decides to unleash his ultimate move. He winds up his fist and punches down with blinding speed. Below, monsters look up as the ceiling suddenly cracks. Suddenly, the stone ceiling and the monsters are completely pulverized. Merlin looks down through the holes, dusting his hands off with a smirk. Hey, isn't this way much faster for us? Meanwhile, an explosion of light rocks the second floor. Cecilia uses her staff to drive the darkness away. The brilliant glow blinds the skeletons. Keiho orders the soldiers behind him to charge into the battle. During the fight, she remembers her situation. Damn it, we are lost. She curses that informant for not explaining the strength of these monsters. If we stay here, we are definitely going to die. She realizes with gritted teeth. The soldiers are exhausted, and Cecilia's face twists. She only wanted her father's recognition, but it is so difficult. Keiho tries to suggest a retreat, but she screams at him to shut his mouth. Keiho, did I say we could run away yet? He looks helpless. They have been backtracking for ages with no exit in sight. Cecilia tries to rally the troops. Hang in there, everyone. Once we figure out the maze's structure, we will escape. Trust me. Internally, she is panicking. Her light magic burns the undead, but her mana is almost empty. Merciful Goddess Maria, please protect us all, she prays. Suddenly, the floor beneath her feet cracks open, making Cecilia jump in terror. A skeletal hand reaches out. An undead soldier crawls through the gap, making her scream and drop her magic staff. The soldiers panic as the protective light fades. Cecilia collapses on the ground, crying for someone to save her. Stay back. Someone help me. The skeleton raises its blade, but a spear suddenly pierces its head. It is Keiho, rushing to her side. Lady Cecilia, are you all right? She grabs his arm to stand. I am fine. Where is my staff? She sees it in the corner and rushes over. Trust me, this journey is just beginning. Somewhere nearby, a voice suddenly rings out. It is bad. Lady Cecilia, please be very careful. You and I are starting right in the chaos as a massive three-headed, six-armed monster appears behind her. The demon lunges for the kill but is blocked by a heavy impact. Keiho is already there. He sinks to his knees but still shouts, Young lady, run. Leave everything to me. Cecilia strongly objects. I can't. Another soldier behind them gets stabbed. Oh no. The demons are swarming in from everywhere. The monster swings its blood-stained blade while Keiho struggles. Cecilia collapses in despair. God? Why this? Defeated soldiers lie everywhere. Memories of her childhood home suddenly flash through Cecilia's mind once again. She remembers her father's words. The strong win. The weak are discarded. The useless have no place. Remember that? Cecilia trembles under her father's judgment. Of all my children, you are the weakest child. Outside the manor, a young Cecilia is pushed to the ground by someone who should be family. It is her younger sibling pushing her down. Lost again? You are so useless. I surpassed you in a heartbeat, despite all your training. Are you really my older sister, or what? Her two siblings look at her with pure disgust before leaving. I do not even want to admit it. Left alone and crying, a figure suddenly appears near her. My lady, why have you fallen down? A young Keiho reaches out his hand. Are you hurt? Cecilia takes it to stand up together. Keiho is being beaten until his face is bruised. He is tied up for severe punishment. I told you, if today's training isn't finished, you'll be whipped. Cecilia rushes forward to beg. Teacher, for my sake, please forgive him just this once. Time passes. A grown Keiho kneels. Lady Cecilia, please let me become your knight. From this day forward, I swear to serve you until my death. She gasps in surprise, then smiles softly and takes his sword. Fine, I'll allow you to be my knight. As the ritual ends, Cecilia's mind continues to wander back to those days of the past. She was weak, and he was just as weak. They were simply two pitiful souls clinging to each other for warmth as the cold winter winds began to blow. Cecilia rests her chin on her hand, watching Keiho train tirelessly despite the freezing snow. She sighs in boredom. Keiho, you've reached the high rank already. Why push yourself every day? He looks back with passion. I have to, so I can protect you, Lady Cecilia. She smiles gently. In this house, Cecilia is nothing but an extra, a discarded piece of trash to everyone. Her father decided to use this useless daughter one last time, marrying her off to a very distant land. How could Keiho possibly protect her now? Now, pay attention, because we're back in the present, where the weapons are clashing nonstop and the pressure's rising. She waves her hand in protest. What nonsense are you saying? We must run together to survive. Keiho pants heavily, grabbing a second to breathe. I am your knight. Danger to you shames me. Go now. I beg you. I want you to live. These words only make Cecilia more furious. You idiot. Who cares about knightly spirit now? Follow me. He decapitates more demons with his spear. He declares firmly that fighting until the very last breath for someone important is his greatest glory. Cecilia is speechless. The three-headed monster readies itself again, and Keiho raises his spear to block. This is a fight to the death. We are loyal, and we know no fear at all. He launches a relentless attack on the monster and successfully shatters one of its heads. For a brief moment, Keiho feels a sense of triumph, but it doesn't last. But here's the part that hurts. Watch as the monster's remaining heads trap his spear. Cecilia's eyes go wide in total disbelief. She cannot believe what she is seeing right now. Her knight has been impaled by all three swords. Blood drips slowly into a dark puddle on the ground. The beast hisses, lifting Keiho up before throwing him aside. He hits the ground hard and motionless. Cecilia rushes to his side, pulling him into her arms and calling his name. Keiho. Keiho, wake up. Stand up and protect me. She cries out in agony. Why is this happening? Answer me. Suddenly, the demons are right in front of her. They raise their arms for the final strike. Cecilia closes her eyes in total despair, thinking this is the end. Maybe it is for the best. My miserable, cruel, and small life can finally come to an end. Above them, the ceiling begins to crack with a loud and terrifying sound. And trust me, you and I won't forget that massive explosion obliterating the demons in a flash of gold. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a total beast saves a noble. Cecilia braces for the end, but opens her eyes to find Merlin crushing the rocks. His figure towers over Cecilia. He hasn't used his fists seriously in ages, and now he suddenly comes to a halt. He cracks his joints and stretches his aching shoulders. She stares in shock. Isn't this the low-ranked Black Iron adventurer from yesterday? Why is he here? Merlin finally looks back and notices her trembling behind him. Well, what a coincidence. He smirks at the noble lady who used to look down on everyone. Why the long face? Cecilia weakly explains they were ambushed by a powerful necromancer deep on the second floor. Merlin leaps down from the rubble. Turns out, this disaster was just a case of her being overconfident, not worth my sympathy at all. He glares at the distant undead. Why did you even come in here? Even a priestess stands no chance against this many spirits. Cecilia blushes. I just wanted to prove my worth to my father. That answer makes Merlin burst out laughing. Cecilia's pride is stung. Hey, what is so funny? He covers his face, mocking her with a twisted grin. Obviously, I'm laughing because you're pathetic. Talent is yours alone, so why prove it to others? He delivers a crushing blow, saying she only proved how stupid she is. Now, pay attention, because his next words are brutal. Because of your boring ego, your men are all dead. In the demon world, a leader this useless would face a mutiny before the enemy even arrived. Those words cut deep, leaving Cecilia hanging her head in shame. He's right. She looks at her bloodied soldiers on the ground. Their deaths are all my fault. Then she looks at her protector, Kai-ho. Even Kai-ho is suffering. What was all my hard work for? Merlin sees her despair and coldly turns away. Effort is just the bare minimum. Relying on hard work alone won't get you anywhere. I have no interest in teaching life lessons to a rich girl. I have work to do. Goodbye. Suddenly, a three-headed monster lunges from the shadows. Cecilia screams out a warning as it strikes from the right. Merlin just sighs and ruffles his hair. Do I have some natural taunt aura that attracts these suicidal idiots? With a single swing, the shockwave from his blade sends the entire mob flying back. He sneers in total contempt. Trash, that's already died once still thinks it can challenge me? Ridiculous. Merlin waves his hand dismissively. These undead are such a pain, and killing them doesn't even grant more life. You see it too, right? This guy is unreal. Cecilia stands up in shock at the display of power. That single move was devastating. Is he really just a black iron adventurer? She looks back at the dying soldiers. If I don't ask for his help now, Kai-ho and I will both die in this place. She shouts for him to wait. Please, help us get out of here. Merlin looks back and asks why he should care. Cecilia hesitates. I can pay you a massive reward. Merlin stops in his tracks. He rubs his chin, thinking a noble must be loaded. Might as well charge her a heavy fee for her past behavior. How about 5,000 gold coins? He grins wickedly. A reward is fine, but I want something specific. You know what I mean, right? Cecilia starts to sweat, her skin crawling at the suggestion. Someone this strong staying at the lowest rank clearly doesn't care about money or fame. That means what he wants is. She turns bright red, but then she sees Kai-ho's broken body. After a moment of hesitation, her eyes fill with resolve. If Kai-ho was willing to die for me, I can't hesitate. Fine, I understand. I'll give you a reward that will leave you fully satisfied. Merlin is excited until Cecilia starts unbuttoning her clothes. He nearly chokes. What on earth are you doing? I don't want that. Just give me the 5,000 gold coins and we're even. Cecilia is confused, having nothing else left to offer. Merlin sighs. Just pay me when we get out of here. What a headache. He draws his sword, making Cecilia scream. Wait, what are you doing to me? In a flash, his blade is out and back in its sheath. The air around Cecilia is sliced apart. The surrounding walls collapse, leaving them on a single, isolated platform high above. Merlin stands at the edge. The undead can't climb this height, so you'll be safe for a while, Cecilia calls out. But he's already walking away to scavenge. I've been kind enough. I'm busy. So don't follow me, and trust me. That's where we leave our hero. He tosses her staff back. Is this yours? Cecilia catches it, stunned. Stick with me. You are about to watch the moment a humble priestess faces an impossible choice. She grips her staff and looks back. She can lose everything else, but losing him is simply not an option. Looking down, she sees the demonic soldiers swarming below and asks Merlin if he can get them out of there. This place is crawling with undead and feels dangerous. Merlin promises as he runs off that he will definitely return. I am a man of my word and never break a promise. He scans the area, realizing there is still one floor. He hopes Alice is too weak to fight, so he can claim the gold coins. Meanwhile, a soft sound echoes nearby. Alice peeks around the wall, thinking it is no wonder Cloud speaks like someone from a whole different century. He once said the 4 heroes of the old dynasty were the only true masters. Is he just praising himself? She watches Bernard and Lon in their fierce duel. The shockwaves are so strong, they make Alice's hair whip around. She thought this was just a simple wanted criminal, but the situation is way more complicated than she imagined. Bernard is barely holding on. She wonders if she should tell the president. Is it too late to retreat now? Lan mocks him while attacking with his scepter. What is wrong, Bernard? Are you getting too old and slow? Ignoring the taunts, Bernard slices through the magic and snaps back. Lan, how long do you plan to be this arrogant? He swings his sword to build momentum. A second later, he unleashes a flurry of strikes with his hurricane slash. Lan just laughs with pure contempt. You fool. Dark magic begins to surge from his withered, skeletal hands. Rise, King of Bones. Bernard is stunned as he hears the command, while a massive skeletal hand swings down to crush him. Lan laughs triumphantly, shouting that there is no escape. The King of Bones slams Bernard directly into the wall. He is crushed deep into the stone as the entire wall shatters into pieces around him. His figure vanishes under the massive bone hand. A skull emerges, and the King of Bones lets out a terrifying roar. Standing proudly atop the giant skeleton, Lan mocks Bernard, who is gasping for air on his knees. Feeling weak yet? Your strength peaked 400 years ago. You cannot win. Bernard stabs his sword into the ground to stay upright. With one last move, Bernard boldly declares his final intention to the powerful Lan. I will use my ultimate secret technique to crush your skull and extinguish the dark flame within your soul. Lan does not believe a single word. Stop talking and try to get past my king of bones first. Bernard stands up determined. Powerful magic erupts around him. The secret technique of the hurricane is about to be unleashed. The shockwave blasts past Alice. This energy is not human anymore. It is the raw power of a saint-tier beast. Bernard kicks off the rubble and leaps high into the air, raising his sword to strike Lan down. Now, pay attention. The ceiling caves in as a terrifying force interrupts the battle, with a figure appearing through smoke. Bernard wonders what is happening while Lan spots the newcomer. Who is that? Merlin makes his grand entrance. So the fight is still going? Guess I am not late. Hey, did that Alice who likes heavy swords not come? Bernard is speechless. How did he do it? Not even the spirits on the second floor could stop him? Meanwhile, Alice hides behind the wall in shock. Oh my god, why is he here? He smashed through 2 floors of solid rock to reach the boss room. Who else but him would be this reckless? Bernard narrows his eyes. To protect the kingdom's secrets, he must eliminate everyone who saw him here. He grips his blade, while Lan screams at Merlin, demanding to know who he is and why he barged in. How dare you enter my resting place? Are you trying to make a fool out of me? He attacks, telling Merlin to turn into dust. Ghosts fly forward but vanish against Merlin's glowing protective shield. Lan is completely shocked. What? Even Bernard cannot believe what he is seeing right now. You and I know magic immunity is broken. Bernard realizes this kid is on a whole new level. Alice whispers that Merlin's magic immunity is truly effective. The Holy Seas Crusade suffered massive losses because of it. Merlin grumbles while standing with his hands on his hips. Are you sick? I did nothing to you. A stunned Lan demands to know who he is and what kind of trick he just used. You do not need to know, you brat, worth only 5,000 gold coins. Lan is furious. What? How dare you insult me? He commands the King of Bones to strike. Do you want to die? Merlin smirks. Stones fly as the bone fist strikes. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me, because this legendary battle is about to take a massive and very unexpected turn. His eyes snap open in pure shock. Look closely, there is a gaping hole right under that skeletal fist. Merlin stands perfectly fine, casually catching the blow. Alice gasps, asking if his physical defense is actually that insane. Even Bernard is stunned by what is happening. Lan is so terrified, his jaw literally drops in total disbelief. He stammers that no one should be able to block the Skeleton King. Such power simply should not exist. Merlin applies pressure, making the giant fist crack. This summoning trick is cute, but what about you? Then the skeleton is crushed by one hand, sending Lan into a state of total shock. He stumbles back in terror as Merlin raises his sword to deliver the final blow. Time for you worthless undead spirits to head straight back to hell. A single swing of terrifying power slices the Skeleton King clean in two. Lan vanishes into a blinding light, leaving nothing but his jewelry clattering onto the hard ground. The vibrant energy from moments ago is now nothing but thin air. Alice watches from the shadows, disappointed. She hoped for a long fight, not a one-shot total annihilation. She suddenly realizes the truth. Meanwhile, Merlin strikes a cool pose and sheathes his blade. Now pay attention, because this is where Bernard realizes he is facing a monster whose power dwarfs all 4 legendary heroes combined. Merlin skips away happily. 5,000 gold coins in the bag. Now, let us see if this old guy has anything else valuable on him. His boot hits something metallic with a sharp clink. Look there, a mysterious key is lying on the floor. Bernard realizes his mistake way too late. Merlin has already reached down and picked it up. This key is interesting. Bernard rushes forward, desperate to reclaim the key to the Hell Legion army. He tells himself this artifact is the only way to revive his fallen kingdom. Lord Merlin, Bernard calls out politely. Merlin turns around as Bernard asks for the key back. Merlin twirls it, asking why he should give away his loot. Suddenly, Bernard makes an insane offer. I am willing to pay 200,000 gold coins to buy it. Do you agree? He stands frozen for 5 seconds, staring at the tiny key. 200,000 for this piece of junk? If I bet all that money on Richard at the races, Merlin is lost in his golden daydreams when a sharp voice suddenly cuts through the air. Wait, Alice finally reveals herself, shouting that he cannot sell that key. Bernard spins around in total surprise. Merlin smirks. Wow, look who showed up. You abandoned us for a bounty? That is pretty cold, Alice. She panics, claiming she was just investigating the truth. Then, she points a finger directly at Bernard. She warns Merlin that this man is not alive. He is Bernard, one of the legendary fallen heroes. Merlin catches on fast. So the guy standing in front of us is actually a restless spirit? Alice confirms it. They were protectors who are now using dark magic to resurrect the ancient Yaris dynasty. She exposes everything, explaining that Bernard is here for the key and the massive secret it holds. They absolutely cannot let him have it. Merlin whispers, "Massive secret." Suddenly, he sees visions of sparkling gold and endless treasure. You and I both know what he is thinking, that treasure could finally wipe out all his debts forever. Bernard realizes his secret is out. This woman has been watching his every move from the start. To make sure his plan stays hidden, Bernard decides neither of them can leave this place alive. He grips his hilt tight and lunges forward. He swings at Alice, but his eyes go wide. She freezes in terror as the blade comes down. But wait, Merlin catches the sword with his bare hand. He just smirks at Bernard's pathetic attempt. Is that all you have got? Bernard is reeling. This man is faster than his own legendary storm mode. Merlin looks back at Alice. Sorry, but our rent is split 50-50. I cannot have you dying yet. I am not paying the whole bill by myself. Alice just stares in disbelief, wondering why she ever expected something actually heroic from this guy. Of course, he was only protecting his wallet. Bernard tries to negotiate one last time for the key. If you two give me the key, can we act like nothing happened today? What do you say? Merlin refuses. This key might unlock a massive secret. I would be a fool to give it to you. Besides, you attacked us first. Now I do not have to be polite at all. Bernard realizes talk is over. Suddenly, Alice draws her sword and drives it straight into his side, forcing him back. Trust me, you and I are about to see if her judgment was right as the blade starts emitting green smoke. Let's dive in as Merlin and Alice face a restless spirit. He snaps. Hey, what do you think you're doing charging in like that? Do not try to play hero here. Alice explains he is the enemy, so teaming up to take him down just makes sense. I will just stand here and back you up. Merlin lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh at her unwanted interference. I do not care if it is 1 versus 1 or 100 against me. I will not team up. Do not touch this. Stop acting like we are some kind of team. His cold attitude leaves Alice completely baffled by his strange logic. The former Demon King has a stubborn streak that is honestly hard to believe. He refuses any kind of help. Merlin stares down Bernard. 2 against 1 is unfair. Let's settle this properly so you have no excuses when you lose. Bernard thinks he still has a chance. To restore his kingdom, he will risk his life and fight this monster. Suddenly, the helmet is tossed aside. Merlin raises an eyebrow, while Alice stands there with a look of pure shock. The helmet falls, revealing a face half-healed and half-rotted, bearing Bernard's skeletal jaw. It is absolutely gruesome. So, who is the strongest of the 4 heroes? No doubt, it is me. Merlin mocks him for clinging to dead glory. Facing Merlin's overwhelming pressure, Bernard offers his condolences. Too bad you will not have the chance to say anything else. Merlin just folds his arms with total contempt. Not everyone is going to be as lucky as Alice was. You know, she hears this and remembers her own ordeal. Me? Lucky? I do not feel lucky at all. Quite the opposite. Actually, being stuck with Merlin is a total curse. Bernard raises his blade and roars. Awaken, great storm. Alice struggles to stand, realizing this power is far greater than before. Bernard is finally taking Merlin seriously as an opponent. Merlin remains perfectly composed as the glowing blade points directly at him, radiating a deadly, sharp energy. I bet the title of the 4 heroes on this. I will kill you here. Bernard charges forward with blinding speed. Merlin stays rooted to the spot, hands on his hips as the sword swings for his head. Too many openings. Die. Now watch this. Merlin doesn't even move, but his glare stops Bernard cold. The hero collapses in pure, paralyzing terror. Merlin looks down at him with total arrogance. Weren't you going to take my head? Why did you miss? Scared, Bernard gasps for air, crawling away. He can feel the thick aura of death radiating from the young man before him. My senses are sharp in this storm. This kid is extremely dangerous. His power is far beyond the saint tier. Bernard admits it out loud. Yes, I am terrified. But honestly, this is actually something that makes me very happy. Hearing those words causes Merlin's expression to shift slightly. He did not expect that kind of response. Bernard holds his chin and laughs with pure joy. Finally, an enemy has appeared who demands his absolute full strength. He stands up and says, Lord Merlin, if you were in my shoes, you would understand this feeling perfectly. I get it. The loneliness of being the strongest, finally meeting a worthy rival. It must be a relief, but it is a real shame. Because the enemy that makes me feel joy, it is definitely not you. Bernard freezes, then points his blade and laughs like a maniac. Then try me. Force me to admit you are worthy. You and I know Merlin is on another level, but Bernard is delusional. Merlin sighs. Comparing our power? That is actually insulting. Bloodlust erupts from Bernard. Let the battle begin. To leave no regrets, I will give you everything I have. Bernard roars at his opponent who stands there with arms crossed. To leave no regrets, I will give everything I have. His aura explodes in anger. He grips his weapon and mutters ancient incantations. The magic pressure hitting Alice even from afar. She worries, this is the berserker's sacrifice. A forbidden art that trades a life for 100 times more power. Alice narrows her eyes, continuing, my master said this forbidden art vanished from history long ago. I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. Merlin just smirks calmly. Oh, now this is getting interesting. Around them, magic screeches and tears through the air. Sweat rolls down Alice's cheek and drips off her chin with a tiny, sharp sound. Splash. He calmly observes Bernard from across the field. The only thing left in the air is the roar of surging magic. Suddenly, Bernard vanishes into a blur of red bloodlust. A sharp metal clang rings out as Merlin shifts his gaze. Bernard appears midair, bringing his blade crashing down. Merlin raises his arm to block, creating a deafening screech of metal. They instantly break apart, but Bernard swings again immediately. Merlin agilely dodges and leaps backward to gain some distance. Right after, Merlin launches a direct kick at his opponent's head, but Bernard reacts just in time to evade it. He slashes upward as Merlin narrowly dodges. Trust me, you and I are about to see this battle reach a whole new level. All right, you and I are about to watch the moment Merlin faces a deadly mid-air strike. Bernard sees the opening, flipping his blade to carve a massive crater into the earth. But Merlin slipped away, landing gracefully just a few paces from the impact. He reached for his hilt to counter, but a hand suddenly blocked his sword, stopping him cold. Bernard held the block while gripping his weapon, putting everything into a fierce horizontal slash. A sharp ring echoed as the blade shadow cut Merlin down, the light fading from his face. He vanished into the folds of his cloak while Bernard stood panting, staring at his target. Now, pay attention. Time freezes as a single drop of sweat falls from Alice's cheek. As it hits the ground, a violent whirlwind erupts, forcing Alice to shield her eyes from the dust. The haze cleared, to reveal nothing but an empty space and falling debris. Bernard stood there in total shock. It was impossible. He was certain he had cut him. Merlin appeared behind him, calmly sheathing his blade. You are fast, but my sword is faster. The man's eyes widened in pure, silent disbelief. A faint vision of a blonde figure in a fur coat appeared, echoing those same legendary words. Bernard realized he was getting old. He had faced this style before, and somehow failed to recognize it. Red smoke hissed from his armor as he collapsed. The strongest monarch of the demons, Lucifer. Merlin looked back, confused. The body dissolved into blood mist, leaving only empty armor behind. He wondered how this guy knew him. Back home, he was a total shut-in who never left. He brushed it off with a smile and turned to his teammate, who was still frozen in fear. Alice? Alice? He snapped his fingers in her face, the sound finally startling her back to reality. He gave her a smug wink. So? You are totally impressed and worshipping me right now, right? She blushed and looked away. It was okay, I guess. Then she got serious about the mission. She insisted the key belonged to the state, but Merlin just flicked her forehead, sending her reeling. He crossed his arms, calling her a total idiot. Do you even have a brain in there? If this key leads to a massive treasure, you are really just going to give it away? Now, I know what you are thinking. Is he corrupting her? Let us watch as he tries to bargain. Merlin suggested a 50-50 split. Alice was skeptical. How did he even know it was treasure? Anything that guy Chen Jai wants is bound to be worth a fortune, Merlin whispered persuasively. Alice started to consider it, while Merlin talked in her ear like a literal devil. Do not be so old-fashioned. My debt is small, but yours? You owe millions. Without a miracle, you will be paying that off forever. Do you want to die poor? Do you want to be a debt slave for life? No? Then here is our big chance. We crack this key and find the gold. What do you say? Alice finally nodded in agreement. Merlin laughed, throwing his hands up. Alice just felt like she had joined a sinking ship. He looked down at the mysterious key, engraved with a sleeping monster, and fell into deep thought. The only real problem now was actually figuring out the secret behind this strange thing. Alice suggested asking an explorer friend from Restum. Merlin asked if they were actually reliable. Suddenly, a mournful wail echoed. Alice immediately drew her sword, her eyes turning sharp and alert. Spirits? But the necromancer was already gone. Red-eyed ghosts began pouring through the doors. Screams filled the room. Merlin just smiled, putting on his gloves. Do not slow me down. Alice gathered her mana, snapping back that she did not need his protection at all. Destructive flames and piercing ice erupted as the two prepared to face the incoming ghost horde. Meanwhile, moving back just a little bit earlier in time, the night wind whistled through the army camp, bringing a heavy and oppressive silence. Suddenly, Tony's roar ripped through the night. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this next fight. All right, you and I are about to dive into a massive battle where the soldiers are ready, but the monsters are even hungrier. Amidst the brave soldiers, Annette looks miserable, struggling to lift a heavy sword with both of his hands. Hobbs is totally confused. Annette, you are rich. Why on earth are you out here fighting in this war? He reluctantly admits that many officers expect the Austen family to perform miracles today, given our glorious history. I simply cannot afford to fail them now. Hobbs just shrugs. So, basically, it is like they are forcing a lazy dog to plow the fields. Then how did a legend produce a loser like you? Annette just gives a proud thumbs up with sparkling eyes. Being born lucky is a skill, too. But seeing the undead swarm, he wonders how Alice and the newbie are doing. Annette reassures him. Mr. Clown is a beast, and Alice is tough. Merlin is the one we should worry about. Sure, Merlin is my romantic rival, but dying like that? Even I would feel a little bad for the guy. He wipes his sweat with a nervous laugh. Merlin is way too smart to just die out here, right? Look, if things get ugly, I am out of here. You can stay and die for your noble pride. Annette slaps his friend's arm. Suddenly, he starts glowing with a very suspicious, sparkling light all around him. Look, I know you have been visiting Helena's secret house and owe a massive debt. You understand me, right? My gold is the only reason you are here. Money talks. Hobbs immediately changes his tune, puffing out his chest with newfound loyalty and a big promise. We are basically brothers. I would do anything for you. Well, unless a pretty woman asks me to leave you behind. Just one word is all it takes. I will make sure you stay safe out there today. Suddenly, the commander blows the war horn, its sound echoing across the field. With a roar, the army charges forward, weapons ready to face the undead nightmare. The sight of the massive wave of skeletons sends a chill straight down Hobbs's spine as they approach. Run! They are coming. Annette screams in panic, asking why he is running after all those big promises he just made. Now, keep your eyes on the screen, because amidst the clashing steel and chaos, the real nightmare is just waking up. Out of nowhere, a massive three-headed monster appears. It roars, lunging straight for our terrified duo with bloodlust. The sudden arrival of this beast leaves Annette and Hobbs completely frozen in pure, unadulterated terror as they stop arguing. We are dead, the monster roars, targeting them before swinging its massive blade. The earth-shaking sound is so terrifying, they just grab each other and pray. Seeing its prey trembling, the monster's eyes glow with hunger. It flashes a sadistic grin before pouncing to finish them. Its massive shadow looms over them. They squeeze their eyes shut, waiting for the final, painful blow to land. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through the air. The giant monster vanishes into thin air in an instant. Let's pause for a second. Did you see that? Because even these two have absolutely no clue why the entire undead army just turned into dust before their eyes. The soldiers are stunned. How could an entire legion of undead just disintegrate into ash like that? Hobbs stands up, shaking off the dust. I have no idea what happened, but it looks like we won. Annette agrees, brushing himself off. So, what is next? They strike a heroic pose as the light shines behind them. Hobbs grins proudly. I truly am the greatest adventurer in the guild. My performance today was absolute perfection. Annette flips his hair, as the heir of Austen, making me fight skeletons is such a waste of my genius talent. Yeah, right. Even a stray skull nearby looks annoyed. Who exactly do these two think they are fooling? Back at the capital, Tony smiles while slapping a massive bag of 5,000 gold pieces onto the table. This is for saving the city. Alice is shocked and tries to explain what really happened to everyone. Annette and Hobbs brag to Merlin, claiming they were the ones who took down those three powerful undead lords. Merlin praises them, while Alice keeps trying to tell Tony the truth, that Merlin did all the work. She insists he killed two legendary saints with just one knife strike. Tony just rubs his chin. This weakling with no magic or aura? Nobody believes her. Tony laughs, thinking she is just being incredibly generous by giving her credit away to a friend. He can't understand an adventurer who hates fame. What a rare and humble soul she really is. Alice collapses onto the table in despair. I have explained this a million times. Why won't anyone listen to me? Tony hands a letter to a soldier. Fine, investigation over. Send this official report to the Queen immediately. The soldier salutes, ready for the mission. This is what the report actually says about the battle. The report says 2 pillars of the kingdom, Minister Lan and General Bernat, became undead and tried to kill each other. At their weakest, Alice finished them with 1 strike. Merlin was just a witness. And trust me, you and I just saw a lie become history. All right, you and I are about to jump into a story where secrets are deadlier than magic. A lit carriage rolls slowly down the main road, cutting through the darkness. The wheels creak steadily as Malin and the others celebrate. Yet Anne sits staring into his drink, still stunned that Cloud turned out to be such a man. Hop laughs beside him, claiming the guild president must be just as stunned by it all. With old dynasty threats remaining, the Queen will likely send the Sois Knights to investigate. Mlin looks over, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the legendary Sois Knights, and explains they are the elite royal guard, 12 powerful warriors, where even a single one of them is strong enough to crush entire enemy armies. They are a ghost unit, operating in total secrecy and answering only to the Queen. Recalling the past makes him turn pale with fear, especially knowing that someone as terrifying as Mr. Clown was operating right there beside them. Hop analyzed the situation, saying it's common for adventurers to keep their pasts a secret until they eventually do something that shocks everyone. Emlyn strikes a dramatic pose, ready to drop a bombshell, while the others wait expectantly. You have to see this. Memlin claims he was actually the great demon king of the first hall. Hobbes just laughs, nudging his friend and telling him that after only a few drinks, he has already started telling massive, unbelievable lies. He sits back, his tone turning serious as he admits the demon race is terrifying. Demon kings are repelling the holy armies, and he fears that by the time they reach this place, no one will be able to stop them. Malin coldly asks who exactly told him that the demons were planning to invade humans. When Hobbist blames the Holy See, Mlin just dismisses them with a look of pure contempt. He questions what the Holy See actually is, claiming that as long as they aren't provoked, the demons would never even think about invading others first. Have demons ever launched a full-scale invasion? His logic leaves Hobbist speechless and totally convinced. Lin smirks, noting how the Holy See's followers only know how to fan the flames of conflict, instead of finding any real common ground. He asks Alice for her opinion, but she just looks away, refusing to get involved. Alice claims ignorance while Hobbit touches his chin, wondering why the demons didn't just migrate to the Southern Federation like the other tribes did. Isn't the Southern United Kingdom supposed to be the safe haven for all non-human races? Mlin recalls the 4 major eras: the gods, the elves, the demons, and finally, the humans. He sighs at their lack of knowledge, explaining how the world's history is split into 4 parts. When the human era arrived, the Elf King urged all non-human races to flee south and build a new kingdom, but the demons flatly refused. Hobbs is confused, asking why on earth they would choose to stay in such danger. Mlin explains that the demon race is fiercely independent, refusing to cooperate with anyone or submit to the authority of any other power. The biggest reason is that the 7 demon kings all harbor deep, unspoken secrets that make it impossible for them to ever leave their land. Hobbist praises his friend for knowing so much about demons, but before Meanlin can reply, a sudden very loud, booming voice cuts him off completely. An empty beer mug slams onto the table with a heavy thud, drawing everyone's attention. And On clenches his fists, declaring that their duel for Alice's heart ended in a draw. He quickly regains his composure, pointing a finger at his romantic rival while declaring that he has no intention of ever giving up. He vows to continue their 3-round match, while Mlin just gives a bored, tiny smile. Realizing she's the topic of their bet, Alice glares before furiously kicking Enon right out of the moving carriage in a fit of rage. She screams at him for wagering on her, while Mlin sits inside realizing that he might have forgotten something incredibly important back there. Now, look at this shift inside a desolate castle. Only the howling wind remains. Celia sobs while holding her unconscious companion, wondering why no one has come to save them. She feels betrayed by a broken promise, weeping as the isolation starts to sink in. In the middle of the barren wasteland, a massive volcano erupts, painting the entire sky in a terrifying and fiery shade of orange. Hidden among the jagged, cracked rocks, an ancient gateway from a forgotten ruin still stands. A staff slams violently into the stone floor, creating massive spiderweb cracks everywhere, revealing a giant gateway carved with a monster's gaping maw that seems to seal the entrance away. Copperfield rages at the gateway, cursing that useless Bernard for dying without delivering the key. His men kneel in fear, as Corona gently reminds him to stay calm for his health. You and I just witnessed a mystery unfold. Where's that key? And who finds it first? Let's dive into a plan that's about to go wrong. Apparently, Bernard and the ghost priest fought until they were both crippled. Then a high-level adventurer landed the final blow. This news sends Copperfield into a complete rage. He screams, "What? How can such an absurd thing even happen?" Corona quickly adds, "As for the key, it is highly likely that the adventurer took it." He calculates his next move. Our plan could be exposed. We must move faster. He immediately commands his inner circle. Roy, stay here and guard the temple. Don't let anyone cause trouble. Doe accepts his orders. As you command, we will not let any enemies near the temple. Joy follows his brother's lead. Copperfield darkly plots his next move while looking at Corona. He clenches his fist tightly. Go to Restam now and take that key back by any means necessary. She bows her head. Pay attention here, she is coming for that key. And she is bringing a bloody payback with her. 2 days later, at the guild headquarters, under a beautiful blue sky, Rukia happily holds out a newspaper. Alice, welcome back home today. I heard you were incredible in the BXER district. You are so famous you even made the front page of the news. Alice sighs. Bad news travels fast. Merlin grins and starts teasing her. Look at you, superstar. He calls her a kill-stealing demon, making her explode. Can you just stop? I have explained this 1,000 times already. An old wooden staff appears, accompanied by a raspy, aged voice. He coughs. Glad you're back. Alice asks, Master, do you know about Cloud? Talos stays calm. The headquarters has already started an investigation with the royal capital, and they are sending the Sorceress Knights to assist us. While everyone is busy talking, someone slams their hand down. Can we get our money now? Rukia pulls out the gold rewards. That's 6,000 gold coins total. After taking 70% for your debt, you only have 1,800 left. Here is the money you both earned. Keep it safe. His eyes light up at the heavy bag of gold. But then Rukia's words finally start to sink in for him. Merlin freaks out. Hold on. Why are you counting our money like we're a single unit? She smiles politely. Calm down, Mr. Merlin. Aren't you and Alice a married husband and wife? Alice rushes over in total shock. Absolutely not. If we were actually married, lightning would strike us down right now. You and I saw that coming. The bright blue sky turns dark, and thunder starts roaring loudly. Rukia continues her patient explanation. According to my grandfather and the headquarters, you are married, so all your assets are now combined. Merlin clutches his head in pain. Alice screams at the master. What have you done to us? Well, to help Mr. Merlin, who has no mana or aura, the only way to register him was as your relative under the guild's current rules. That's why the registration was successful. Besides, you said you would be his guarantor, Lady Alice. This leaves her speechless. She can only stutter in response. Suddenly, red roses scatter across the floor. A man named Ano runs over, crying his eyes out. No, I won't accept this. I was the one who loved her first. How did this happen? Alice yells at him to stop making a scene while her friend sips beer, looking at the fainted guy. On the other side, Merlin tries to save himself. Miss Rukia, can we please change this marriage status? This situation is really not good for me. Alice finally agrees with him. Rukia smiles. I can change it. Just show me your divorce papers. They are both stunned. We were never even married. Where would we get divorce papers from? That is exactly the problem. Without those papers, I am unable to change the records. How about you two get married first, then get a divorce? Once you have the papers, your partnership will be dissolved. Alice looks at Merlin with a face of pure disgust. She'd rather die. And you and I can see Merlin feels the exact same way. All right, you and I are diving into a story where a simple piece of paper ruins everything. Rukia puts it down, a certificate for an adventurer couple from headquarters. Alice takes it, stunned by the information inside. It is a gold rank certificate for husband and wife, mine and Lucifer. That single line makes her collapse in pure agony. Good grief. Now everywhere we go, people are actually going to think we are a married couple. How am I supposed to survive like this? Rukia just stands there happily offering her congratulations to both of them. You are officially adventurer couple number 2.U.520 in the guild. I really wish you both the best. She adds that every Valentine's Day you will get special discounts at the amusement park. Alice just screams with tears in her eyes. Congratulations for what? I only went out once, and my debt spiked by tens of thousands. This is absolute torture for me. A weird laugh distracts her. She turns to see Merlin looking like a hollow shell, mumbling about how she has no idea what real pain is. Your debt is only tens of thousands, but mine is in the millions. Now that we are one unit, All that debt is counted against me. Talk about a massive loss. Thinking over his words, she gets a devious look. Ha, Merlin, you jerk. You never expected this day, did you? You reap what you sow. Watch this part closely, because Merlin is about to be totally shameless. He slams the paper down and walks away without looking back. Yeah, I am running away. I am done being an adventurer, so you can just pay off all those massive debts yourself. Alice grabs his cloak, fuming. You are not going anywhere. You have to take responsibility, you jerk. If you abandon me, I will end you. There is no escape. Anole is still in total shock from the news, weeping and pleading with them to stop this madness. Miss Alice, please, do not provoke me anymore. Rukia just smiles, reminding them that no matter where they go, the records will follow. She adds cheerfully, according to guild rules, adventurer couples must always take on every mission together. Otherwise, nothing will be approved. This information makes them both freeze mid-argument, completely stunned by the realization. They both turn on her. What kind of garbage rule is that? Is that really even necessary for us? It is mandatory. A few years ago, there was another adventurer couple involved in a massive scandal. The wife went on a mission with someone else and cheated on her husband. It caused such a fuss that headquarters made this new rule. Merlin shoots a look at Alice. Oh, so that is how it is. She bristles instantly. What is that look for, you evil jerk? Suddenly, someone kneels behind her and calls her name. Miss Alice. Anole speaks up with a serious proposal. Miss Alice, please marry me instead, and I promise to pay off every single cent of your debt. You and I both know she is desperate, but pay attention here. Even if I must sell my house, I will help you. She just coldly refuses. Anole, I appreciate the kindness, but I do not need your charity or your pity. Her bluntness hits him like a blizzard, freezing him solid. She just turns away, feeling completely annoyed by him. The nerve. Like I would ever sell my body to pay a debt. Hop just pats his friend's shoulder in sympathy. Merlin suddenly calls her back. Wait, Alice, did you forget something important? He mentions the reward money from the Black District mission rewards. She cuts him off quickly. What? Are you trying to blackmail me now? I am not saying anything bad. The reward belongs to both of us. I am just taking my share, so do not call it blackmail. Fine. Alice smiles as a new idea hits her. Did you not say you wanted to rent a place together? We are roommates, but I get the bedroom. You sleep on the sofa, stay quiet, and I always use the bathroom first. We take turns cooking and cleaning. Also, you are paying for everything, including the deposit, the rent, and all the bills, gardening fees, cleaning, management, food, and even the daily shopping expenses. Every single cent is on your tab. Even the pet food for Mon is on you. After her long list, she finally hands him the leftover change. Phew. That is finally all the money you have left. He opens his hand to find a single gold coin. Merlin screams in absolute agony. I worked so hard for so long, and this is all I get? Hop just welcomes him to the henpecked husband club. As evening falls, the sunset bathes the peaceful wooden house in gold. Someone knocks softly on the door 3 times. The door swings open, and Alice sticks her head out, frowning. What are you doing back here? Merlin crosses his arms impatiently. I am coming home. Do not forget that I paid the rent, so I have a right to be here. She opens the door wide and points inside. Fine, get in. If neighbors see sketchy men at my door, I am ruined. He says something that gives her chills. Who is sketchy? I am walking in here perfectly legally. A simple dinner is laid out on the table. What about our combined debt? Merlin just sighs, poking his dinner, totally broke. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's see if a massive debt can motivate this lazy guy. His attitude makes her stand up in pure frustration. We still have a chance. Look, if I take an S-rank quest, we will earn tens of thousands of gold. Once I hit the holy tier, I can take double S-rank quests. That is at least 100,000 gold coins. He keeps eating calmly, telling her there are no double S quests available, before pointing out the cold, hard truth of their situation. Most importantly, you are not even at the holy tier yet. Alice is left totally speechless. She slams her hands down on the table, declaring that she will reach the holy tier one day. He just tells her to wait 1,000 years. I heard many people die before even reaching the holy tier. She screams, asking if he just lives to insult her. Lin gets serious. Forget that for now. I do not think there are enough double S-rank quests for us to finish anyway. Alice holds on to hope, mentioning triple S-rank quests pay at least 1 million. Lin licks his lips and asks for more details. So what? I have never even seen a double S quest. Do triple S rank ones only appear once every 100,000 years? Now pay attention, Alice is about to reveal a secret triple S mission that appeared 10 years ago. She holds up 2 fingers, looking excited. The reward was huge. Merlin guesses maybe 2 million gold coins. Alice just smirks at that number. You are way off, she says. The reward was 20 million gold coins. Just one mission would pay our debts and let us live in luxury forever. That massive number makes him spit his food out in shock. 20 million gold? He thinks it over. He wants a lazy life. But without breaking the curse in his heart, he can never be truly happy. Following Alice might be profitable, but finding a powerful enemy is what really matters to him right now. A triple S rank quest means money and a real challenge. Merlin rubs his chin, dreaming about a wealthy future. If I take that money to the horse races and win, I could live luxuriously for 7 lifetimes. She kills his dream instantly, saying he would lose it all. He grumbles at the vegetarian meal, annoyed by her attitude. If you had not forced me to pay your debts, I would not be this unmotivated and miserable. I solved the last mission, so dinner should be better. I want steak. Alice yells back in frustration. What? You stole my mithril armor and left me 10 million in debt. Do not even think about dodging your responsibility here. Do you even know how little money we have left? We have to save every coin to survive. They keep arguing, but eventually, the entire table is wiped clean without a single scrap of food left. You and I both know an triple S rank mission is a death sentence. He asks if it is hard, and she confirms it. Extremely hard. Normal adventurers cannot even join. Mithril ranks are basically just background support for them. Purple gold adventurers are the main force. An image of a giant ocean monster appears. She says the triple S quest from 10 years ago was about the North Sea monster waking up. Its awakening caused total chaos for all the important shipping routes across the ocean. Many holy tier experts tried to fight it, but they were either pushed back or died in the deep sea. Finally, they had to beg the Holy Temple to send out a hero. Merlin is stunned. A hero? Alice explains he was her senior. The legendary hero gun from the old stories. An image of a warrior standing over fallen demons flashes in his mind. He sits up. It was him. I heard the hero gun successfully defeated Lucifer II. Your mother. Merlin confirms it quietly. That is right. It was the most incredible battle I have ever seen. Merlin smiles mockingly. Since you are also a hero, how much do you actually know about the great gun? He starts to hope. Maybe the hero gun is the key to breaking the curse on his heart. Alice thinks. I do not know much, but he is a legend. One of the 10 great legendary heroes. He sits up straight. 10 of them? Are there really that many powerful people? Are they still alive? He calculates that if they are on Gun's level, their strength must be absolutely insane. Alice mops the floor, saying she only heard the drunk bishop mumbling about them one night. He said the legendary heroes all vanished. If even one were still here today, she mops with rage, wishing a hero would beat Lucifer III him and make him call them daddy. Merlin smirks. Trust me, you and I are better off never meeting those heroes. Let's dive back in. He strokes his chin, wondering if the gods are still hiding from the world. But if these people are here, we might finally have a chance to break the curse. Tell me, what was the actual result when Hero Gun fought that North Sea monster 10 years ago? Alice isn't sure the monster was wounded and sank to the bottom of the sea. That detail gets him interested. If it's only wounded, there is still a chance. If he kills the North Sea monster himself, wouldn't that prove he's even stronger than the legendary Hero Gun? But the bottom of the sea is a hassle. He flops onto the sofa, deciding it's better to relax and wait for SSS quests to find him. Alice is fuming. We have a fixed debt to pay every month, you lazy guy. You can't just lie around all day. We need to work hard to earn a living while waiting for those top-tier missions to actually show up. He just picks his ear, totally annoyed by her nagging. Then, he reaches inside his shirt to pull something out. Looking at the key he just found, he calculates his next move. Waiting for Alice is a gamble, so he'd rather find treasure and just enjoy life. Gripping the key tight, he asks Alice a serious question about her friend. Now pay attention to this mysterious key. It might lead to a massive treasure that completely changes their lives forever. Is her knowledgeable friend really that trustworthy? Alice confirms her friend is reliable. She doesn't care about money. She is only interested in gaining more knowledge. We'll go meet her once she gets back from her mission. The next morning arrives, and the atmosphere in the city is fresh and peaceful. A window in Alice's house is wide open, catching the early morning sun. Merlin is sitting inside, catching up on the latest news. The Holy Church publicly claims that great swordsman Elgin is the legendary savior knight recorded in their sacred texts. They want him to come to the Holy Land for a goddess baptism. Merlin wonders just who this guy actually is. The paper also mentions Lord Hayden, the ninth knight, who is heading to the capital to investigate reports of the undead. He tells the people to stay calm, promising he will personally destroy every last active remnant of the fallen kingdom. Merlin strokes his chin, wondering just how strong this ninth knight really is. Loud, frantic knocking suddenly cuts through his thoughts, shaking the door. Outside, Alice is losing her mind, screaming that he's a villain for stealing the bathroom when she said she was going first. Inside, Merlin casually keeps reading his paper. We all have emergencies, and I got here first. That is just how it works. She literally begs him to come out before she has an accident right there in the hallway. Merlin closes the newspaper, lost in thought for a second before he scratches his head and finally lets the door open for his poor friend. Alice warns him never to hide in there with a newspaper again, or she'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. You and I know that bathroom reading is a sacred ritual, but Alice clearly doesn't see it that way. She slams the door. It's your turn to cook today, so get into the kitchen and start making breakfast right now. Fine, fine, he grumbles, dragging his feet toward the kitchen while complaining about how much of a hassle everything is. Suddenly, there's another loud knock at the front door. Merlin looks up, surprised, since it's still so early. He opens the door and sees a familiar face. Good morning, Miss Rukia. What brings you here? She asks if Alice is home, just as Alice walks out of the bathroom, looking much more relaxed. Rukia tells them they need to get to the guild immediately for an urgent meeting. The Royal Knights sent someone to meet you two immediately. Hearing that name, he asks why on earth the elite knights would want to see them. At the military outpost, the sky is clear, and flags are flying high above the massive stone towers. A fat guy in armor greets them with a creepy, wide smile. Isn't this the beautiful and intelligent Lady Alice? I have finally waited long enough for you. Alice takes a step back, giving him a very polite but distant response. But he keeps pressing forward, acting way too friendly and reaching his hand down toward her waist. He touches her, and Alice doesn't hesitate. She plants an elbow right in his face before he can go any further. What do you think you're touching, you creep? But instead of being mad, he looks like he's actually enjoying the pain. Merlin is speechless at the weird display. Alice whispers that this guy is Pris, the captain of the local garrison. So he's that kind of weirdo? Yeah, he's exactly that kind of guy. Pris begs Alice to hit him with a whip and maybe some chili water next time. He says the feeling would be absolutely incredible. Suddenly, he gets serious. Looking at Merlin, he wonders if this is the love rival he heard about. Main character, Merlin, right? He sneers, calling Merlin nothing more than a guy who lives off his wife's hard work. Alice snaps at him to shut up and get to the point of why they were summoned here. Please wait here while I go get the senior leaders of the Bohemian Knight Order. Stick with me, because things are about to get real, alright? Stick with me, this interrogation is about to go sideways. Merlin watches him leave, waits for the door to shut, then pulls out a hidden key and calls Alice over. Alice grips the key tight, giving him a dead serious warning. If they ask about the key, we don't admit a thing, even if it kills us. Got it? You can't refuse this. She hesitates, wondering if this lie will actually work. Sudden footsteps echo outside. Both snap their attention toward the door, on high alert. Merlin quickly shoves the key away, hiding it from sight. The door swings open right then. 3 knights march inside, led by a commander whose very presence radiates a sense of overwhelming authority. He asks if they're Master Merlin and Lady Alice. She nods, confirming their identity. Without a word of polite small talk, he pulls out a chair and sits down. Once settled, he introduces himself as Brand Chapman, serving under the command of the elite Saris Knights. He's there on orders from the 9th Valiant Knight, Lord Hayden, specifically to conduct a thorough investigation into the two of them. Merlin puts a hand over his racing heart, feeling the nerves kick in. Investigate what, exactly? Brand remains perfectly calm. Now pay attention, because they're asking about the undead that overran Bigger District. Reports say you two had direct contact with the protector of the former kingdom, right? Alice asks if that's the only reason they're here. Sensing their anxiety, Brand tries to lower the tension. He tells them not to be so stressed. Since they're part of the West Low Envoy, the knights won't be making things difficult for them. He smiles and brings up the past, showing he has nothing to hide from them. The master of West Low used to lecture trainee knights like them, so they're practically his students. Merlin's shocked. Is that old man actually a big shot? He always thought the old guy was just a fraud who liked to pretend he was being mysterious. Brand takes a report from a female knight and clears his throat. Let's begin. Then, you two were witnesses to everything that happened. During the conversation between those two saint-level beings, did you happen to overhear any pieces of critical information? Alice thinks back nervously. They mention something about reviving the former kingdom and needing a new power. Brand presses for details on how they'd get it. Under the table, Merlin gives Alice's leg a sharp, secretive kick as a signal. Catching the hint, she forces out a strained smile. She claims they needed some item, but she was too far away to hear clearly. Brand looks over the report and ponders this. He asks if she has any intel on who brought the enemy back to life. She acts unsure, suggesting it might be the former prince. She mentions overhearing that the prince survived all this time by consuming the blood of the elf tribe. Brand rubs his chin, carefully evaluating the claim. He considers this to be a very important piece of intelligence. The elf population on the island is tiny, so with strict customs, they might find their origin and home. He looks Alice in the eyes. Is there anything else, Lady Alice? Your information has already been a massive help to us. We hope you aren't hiding anything. Alice plays it honest. That's all. The boss wanted to revive the kingdom, the Lich disagreed, and then they just started fighting each other. You saw it too, right? Suddenly, his friendly face turns cold as ice. Even a dying saint is so powerful that a high-level fighter couldn't withstand a normal hit, yet you finished him off with ease. That simply doesn't add up at all. The direct question makes Alice panic inside, leaving her with nothing but a forced laugh. She tilts her head, trying to come up with a believable lie. Finally, she just points at Merlin. The enemy was incredibly strong, but I didn't kill him. This guy did. Merlin just crosses his arms, looking smug and full of pride. That's right, I'm the one who took him out. His confident boast makes the other two knights burst out laughing. Lady Alice, are you just trying to steal the credit for him? Your relationship must be great, but please, try to stay professional here. Speaking such nonsense is a direct insult to the intelligence of a Ceres knight. Brand simply doesn't buy any of it. Seeing that no one believes her, Alice is so frustrated that her eyes start to water. She whispers to Merlin to show them his sword skills right now, or they'll never believe her. He gives her a flat, cold refusal. Why should I bother? I'm not some circus monkey here for their entertainment. Brand cuts her off before she can beg any further. Lady Alice, I expect the absolute truth about the enemy's power. He warns them sternly that they're working directly for Queen Elizabeth herself. If you refuse to cooperate with this investigation, you should understand what the consequences will be. Alice is practically in tears now. I already told the truth. What else do you want? Suddenly, Merlin lets out a cold, arrogant laugh. He says he really hates being threatened. Are the Queen's Knights really that impressive? Brand's expression instantly turns icy. Exactly what do you mean by that, sir? Are you questioning the authority and honor of the Ceres Knights right now? The air in the room turns heavy. He glares at them like he's ready to strike. Alice's heart sinks as she panics internally. How did the mood get this bad? She has to find an excuse fast. She lunges forward, covering Merlin's mouth to stop his reckless and incredibly dangerous provocations. Fine, I admit it, she screams. Trust me, you've got to see what happens next. All right. You and I are diving into a story where even the greatest legends are being dismissed as mere rumors, with no real power or skill. Brand stands up, mocking the so-called heroes for being all talk with absolutely no real substance to back up the fame they supposedly have. He feels that putting Lord Hayden on this specific case is a total waste of such high-level talent. Merlin jumps in, calling that Storm Warrior guy pathetic while shooting a judgmental look over at Alice. Mine chimes in with a smirk, telling Alice that her boyfriend is much more honest than she is. Merlin teases her about being honest, making Alice glare at him in pure frustration over his annoying priority. The interrogation finally ends as the three knights bow and depart, leaving a completely stunned Alice behind to process everything they just said as they slowly walk away. She collapses onto the table, clutching her head and wondering what is wrong with people in this era. Nobody believes the truth anymore, and she asks Merlin why he won't just show off his true power. Merlin just stretches and says this happens all the time, but he is not some circus performer who has to prove his secret strength every single time someone decides to talk trash and doubt him. Outside on the busy streets, the city is packed with life as people crowd every single corner. Senna asks for orders, and Bren decides to head back to the capital to report their findings. Now, pay attention here, because this mysterious woman quietly passing the knights is about to change the entire game for us all in a very big way. Bran keeps talking, convinced these legendary heroes are just high-tier fighters, and nothing more special than that. But in that exact moment, he suddenly whips his head around toward that passing woman. He gasps, but she is already gone, leaving him confused as he tries to remember a certain book. That woman looked exactly like Dragon Corona, one of the legendary 4 heroes recorded in the ancient texts. Senna is worried. asking what those legendary heroes would even be doing here in the city of Testum. Bren hides his doubt, telling the team to keep moving since it was probably just his imagination. Little do they know that mystery woman is watching them from the shadows behind a nearby building. Meanwhile, at a waterfall, Alice takes her stance and grips her sword tightly for her training. Water bubbles explode, and ice shards fly as she releases her hidden energy with a powerful strike. A freezing wind howls, turning the surrounding water into jagged, sharp spikes of solid ice. With eyes full of focus, she strikes again, releasing a massive wave of power that cuts through the air. Everything freezes instantly as the cold spreads, locking the entire waterfall in place in a single heartbeat. Alice gasps for air, exhausted, wondering if she finally achieved the level of power she was aiming for. Her celebration is cut short when the ice begins to crack and shatters into a million tiny pieces, letting the water rush back out again. She stands there frozen in shock as the water comes crashing back down toward her. A massive wave hits her, and all she can do is try to brace herself against the sudden surge. Frustrated, she sighs, realizing she is still far from reaching the legendary saint tier she desires. You and I both know who is about to ruin her quiet moment with some heavy sarcasm right now. Merlin laughs, mocking how far she really is, and Alice screams out in anger at his presence. She is completely startled, demanding to know how he even found her secret training spot. He admits he was curious why she was leaving so early every single day and followed her. Alice snaps back, saying she has to train hard to reach that saint tier level as fast as possible. Merlin just tilts his head, calling her ordinary training method a total waste of her time. Despite her pride, Alice realizes she needs his help to reach that level and finally gives in. Merlin jumps down, asking if she remembers what he told her about how he became so strong. He mentions fighting giants and sea monsters, even surviving diving into the heat of boiling lava. Merlin calls her a dummy, saying the secret to power was right in front of her the whole time. The only way to trigger true potential is to put yourself through a real near-death experience. Alice thinks back to her fight with the Goblin King and realizes his logic actually makes sense. Her power spiked after that brush with death, and her gaze turns sharp and determined. But who would actually volunteer to help her by trying to kill her for practice? Merlin immediately jumps at the chance and offers himself for the job. And that is where we leave it. Merlin promising every strike he makes will feel like certain death. All right, you and I are about to see if a legendary mage can actually teach a stubborn princess how to fight effectively. Seeing her misunderstanding, he quickly explains, "Please, do I look like I have nothing better to do?" Merlin tries his best to convince her. "If it weren't for your debt, you think I'd agree? You should be thrilled I'm willing to train you, so be grateful." Bill Corn asked him to teach his sister a few moves, but Merlin hadn't even agreed yet. Still, Alice remains incredibly cautious of him. "No way. What if you have some hidden agenda? I'll be in serious trouble if I trust a guy like you." He turns his back on her, tired of her constant nagging. He slowly picks up a small branch from the sand, a slightly sinister smirk creeping onto his face. Merlin reassures her. "Is this better? It's just a tiny branch that breaks instantly. There isn't any danger to you at all, right? Watch this." He's about to push her buttons in the absolute worst way by bringing up that embarrassing memory of him stripping her clothes off at the beach. The comment about her clothes hits a nerve. His teasing goes way too far, and Alice is absolutely fuming with rage now. Without hesitation, she charges in first. Sharp shards of ice fly straight toward Merlin as she yells for him to take her attack. Seeing her skills haven't improved at all makes him sigh. It's like she's forgotten every single lesson he has ever taught her. "My profile says I'm immune to magic, yet you still use it?" A golden barrier surrounds him, blocking every single one of her ice attacks. As the ice clears, she suddenly appears right behind him, aiming for a desperate surprise strike, while his guard is supposedly down. He praises her effort, at least she's trying to hit him now. She lunges forward with every bit of strength she has left. With a simple flick of his stick, he parries her sword. Too slow. Alice misses her mark and stumbles in total confusion. She refuses to quit and attacks again, but the result is the same. Too slow. Another miss nearly sends her sword flying from her hands. Too slow. The final blow lands right on her head, making her eyes well up with tears from the sheer frustration. Alice is being completely toyed with, left breathless. Merlin just laughs, asking if she's already done, but she refuses to give up just yet. Suddenly, ice shards form all around her as her power explodes. She screams at the top of her lungs, "Don't you dare look down on me." Her fierce spirit actually gets Merlin excited. "Oh, you're putting all that rage into your sword? Let's see the true essence of Snow Mountain." Seeing her fighting spirit finally ignite makes him feel thrilled. Now, This is exactly the kind of intensity he was waiting for. Merlin and Alice clash head-on. The sound of their collision echoes through the air as the two powerful forces collide with incredible violence. A blinding flash of light erupts. The fight ends instantly, and as Alice is thrown back, he realizes he might have overdone it a bit. Time passes, and they return home. Alice has a bandage wrapped around her head, pouting with tears in her eyes from the lingering pain. She glares at Merlin with pure resentment. How can you have that much power using nothing but a tiny, pathetic tree branch? He stirs a pot of soup while trying to comfort her. My bad. My bad. My hand just slipped a little bit there. Besides, isn't this all so you can reach the saint tier? Alice isn't buying it, still blaming him for hitting her so hard. I found you this job, and I'm even letting you live in this house. Merlin tries to defend himself as the argument gets heated. He snaps back, explaining that the job was only because he saved her life from his sister. Otherwise, she'd be dead by now. And don't forget, we're sharing this house just to save some money. Stop acting like I owe you some massive life favor for letting me stay here, okay? Merlin places a bowl of steaming hot soup on the table. Just eat already. The irresistible aroma immediately grabs her full attention. Wow, it smells amazing. As soon as Alice takes a spoonful, an explosion of flavor hits her taste buds like nothing she's ever tasted. We've all been there, one bite of amazing food, and suddenly, the grudge just melts away into pure, blissful happiness for a second. After finishing the meal, Alice grips her spoon tightly, unable to accept how good it was. It's almost too much for her to handle. What the heck? I can't beat him in a fight, and now I can't even beat his cooking. This guy is seriously infuriating. Seeing her intense inner struggle, Merlin wonders what's wrong. Finally, she comes to a very wise and practical decision for their future. Fine, I've decided. From now on, I'll do all the housework, but you have to be the one in charge of the cooking. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, a crystal ball flashes with the image of a man celebrating his victory. Merlin slams a crumpled betting slip and some spare coins down in frustration. Merlin groans in frustration. Hobbist, you were totally wrong. Even if I'd bet on that horse, Richard, I still would have lost everything. Hobbist pats his shoulder while happily sipping his drink. Don't be so down. You can't expect to win every single time, right? He raises a finger nonchalantly. Losing a time or two is perfectly normal in this game, so just relax and have another drink. Merlin bites back. Are you kidding? I've played over 100 times now, and I haven't won a single penny yet. Hearing that, Hobbist spits out his drink in shock. He wipes his mouth, looking at Merlin like he's some kind of cursed, unbelievable anomaly. At this point, I'm pretty sure the goddess of misfortune herself has a very special place in her heart for you. So what do you and I think? Is Merlin a genius using gambling to train his intuition? Or is he just incredibly unlucky? All right, let's dive into the world of Merlin, a man who's clearly overthinking things way too much today. Hobbist keeps trying to tempt him. Come on, just try a few more times. What if it actually works? Merlin sighs, complaining that he has no money for more tries. Alice hides the cash well, and Hop feels for him. I almost forgot. You're part of the wife-fearing club now. Zero freedom. Merlin explains it's not even a real marriage. He glances around cautiously, reaching for something hidden deep inside his collar to make sure it's still safe. He pulls out a golden key, thinking treasure hunting is much better. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. Someone is watching. He scans the tavern quickly. There, that gaze. Corona is hiding in the shadows, her eyes locked onto her target. She came to the Adventurers Guild to find info on Alice, but she never expected to find the key holder. She watches Merlin, analyzing everything. She heard he's the husband of a famous adventurer, which makes things very interesting. She can't feel any mana or combat aura coming from him at all. She flashes a dark, sinister grin. Now watch closely, because this woman is convinced that stealing the key from him will be an absolute piece of cake. Hobbit starts pestering Merlin again. Forget about her. You're free right now, aren't you? Let's go have some fun. We're going to Helena's secret base. Merlin is confused at first, but then the memories start flooding back to him. Didn't I tell you before? There are beautiful girls everywhere and more fine wine than you can ever drink. He gives a big thumbs up, guaranteeing it's a place every man understands. The two of them head out together. Merlin hesitates. You're being so mysterious that I'm curious, but I don't have a single cent on me right now. Don't worry, it's my treat. Let me open your eyes to the world. They grab Pris and head into the night. The sign is right in front of them now, as a very excited voice introduces their final destination for tonight. We're here, our secret base. Hobbist and Pris are losing their minds with excitement. Pris is already making silly faces. Welcome to a man's paradise. Helena appears in a flowing dress, welcoming them with a very gentle, warm smile. Merlin rubs his chin, thinking to himself, now this is a real woman. Alice really needs to learn a thing or two. She should come here and take notes. Helena looks at the three of them, feeling a bit hesitant about the newcomer. Hobbes points at his friend and brags. This is Merlin, the guild's newest adventurer, but he's not as strong as me. Suddenly, she flinches like she just got hit by a bolt of electricity. Merlin notices her strange reaction immediately. What's wrong? Hobbes asks with concern. Lady Helena, are you feeling okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. She laughs it off and quickly changes the subject. It's nothing. Please, come inside. The usual VIP room is ready. They head into the private room. Beautiful waitresses glide through the halls, while loud laughter echoes from inside the VIP area. Hobbes starts flirting with a waitress in a bunny girl outfit. Did you know rabbits are always in heat, my dear? She giggles and plays along. Oh, stop it. You really are such a well-educated and talented man, aren't you? On the other side, a purple-haired waitress is actually whipping Pris, and he's loving every single second of it. He begs her to call him a pig. He doesn't look like he's in pain, he loves it. Beat me more. I'm lowly trash. The scene turns into total chaos with people shouting and laughing everywhere. Yes, keep it coming. Don't stop now. Merlin just sits back and drinks, judging them. And honestly, I know exactly what he is thinking right now. Merlin, stop just drinking wine. I'll get someone for you. Let's call for a special performance to liven things up. I want to see a girl smash bricks on her chest, Merlin says. Hobbes searches the menu, but finds nothing. How about a dance instead? A palefoot wearing a shimmering gold anklet steps gracefully into the middle of the room. Corona enters, looking incredibly seductive in her revealing outfit. Gentlemen, I've come uninvited to perform a special dance for you. I hope you enjoy it. Hobbes cheers loudly. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. It's even better if you smile. Pris joins in on the fun. Excuse me, miss, can you step on me while you dance? Please, step on me hard. Merlin is completely speechless, watching these two perverts act like total idiots in front of the mysterious new dancer. Corona keeps a fake smile on her face, but inside, she is absolutely boiling with pure, unfiltered rage right now. If I didn't have to stay hidden from that night, I would have killed you two pieces of trash already. She notices Merlin is just quietly drinking his wine. She starts planning. That man is good at acting calm and collected. Soon, I'll make him lose his soul, and then taking that key will be the easiest thing I've ever done. The dance begins, and trust me, you and I are not going to want to miss a single second of this. All right, you and I are about to watch the smoothest main character deal with a demon seductress. Her silk dance flows perfectly with the captivating music before she blows a kiss. Hobbit and Brace are losing it, screaming like total fanboys. Corona scans the room, but Merlin just sits there with his lips sealed, giving her absolutely nothing. She glides over, starting a seductive dance, and slamming the table to grab his focus. Merlin is actually surprised to see her climbing onto the furniture to play her games. The scent coming off her makes him annoyed. What is that? This woman's perfume is genuinely irritating. Corona leans in close, teasingly stroking his chin as she tests his limits. Those two idiots are cheering her on, chanting for a kiss. Meanwhile, her hand starts sliding down his collar, trying to get a feel of his chest. Merlin pushes her away, looking bored out of his mind. How dull. Corona forces a laugh to hide how awkward she feels after being rejected. Wait, are you saying I am not attractive? He just gives her a polite explanation. It is just personal taste. Why not go bother those two over there instead? By the way, how old are you really? She mimics the cute voice of the waitresses here. Oh, you are so mean. I'm only 20 years old. Merlin stands up and exposes her lie. Who are you kidding? That perfume you are wearing is not something young girls ever use. Corona turns bright red, feeling like she just got slapped in the face. Merlin stays calm, ignoring her embarrassment as he keeps talking. Pay attention here, I will tell you a secret. The only women who approach me are either older ladies or grandmas. Even though Corona is clearly fuming, he just keeps adding more fuel to the fire. Which one is it? Right then, Helena steps in, cutting off the conflict before it explodes. Forgive me for interrupting your fun. She bows with grace and tells Mr. Merlin that someone is outside specifically looking for him, asking for a quick moment of his time. Hobbes panics immediately. Merlin, tell me your wife did not find us here. He looks like he just got hit by lightning. Alice? No way. This is literally my first time in a place like this. The hallway is dead silent, except for their footsteps. Merlin is sweating bullets. Thank God it is not Alice, or she would never stop nagging me. Helena leads the way, lifting her dress as they head down into the basement. Merlin follows her, feeling suspicious about where they are going under the ground. Miss Helena, where are you taking me? You said someone wanted to see me. Where are they? She replies coldly. Just follow me, and I will explain everything. Merlin grunts and follows, though his mind is full of questions. Helena stops at a gate. We are here. He stares at it, still confused about what is happening. Wait, did she just bow? Long time no see, Lord Lucifer. Things just got very interesting. He is shocked. She knows his secret. You are a demon, but how did you recognize me? Very few people know my true face. Tears start to well up in her eyes from the sheer emotion. I have nothing to hide. I met you 3 years ago. I was a guard at the Seven Kings meeting held at the First Demon Palace. I was with my master. Merlin still cannot believe who she serves. She introduces herself as General Helena Fielding Phytan, serving under the Fourth Demon King. She places a hand over her heart. I think you know him. My master is your old friend, the Fourth Demon King of Lust, Asmodeus. At that name, Merlin freezes. Him. He starts remembering a certain person on a stage. To save the Fourth Palace's failing economy, Asmodeus actually decided to become a demon idol. With that feminine face, he instantly became the top celebrity for all demons. There was a time when his style even started a cross-dressing trend. Even though the Council of Elders worried his image would ruin the demon reputation, Asmodeus remains the ultimate dream goddess for nearly every man in the demon world. After bringing Merlin inside, Helena bows one last time and leaves them alone. The massive doors slam shut behind him. Now he is all alone in a room filled with luxury. He leans on a chair, staring at the mirror on the wall. A magic mirror, maybe? Merlin sits down and grumbles. Acting all mysterious is exactly that guy's style. He kicks his feet up with a bored look. You might as well show yourself now. The mirror starts to glow with magic. Asmodeus appears in a graceful dress, saying, Long time no see, my friend. Looking at him like that just makes Merlin annoyed. Asmodeus has not changed at all. So what do you and I think? Is he still as charming as ever? All right. You and I are diving into a reunion nobody saw coming. Asmodeus hides his face behind a fan, laughing because a year ago, we never imagined meeting like this. Back at my hostess club again, friend? You must be getting lonely. Merlin's sharp tongue is clearly still in top form. You cross-dressing creep. Looks like your chest got bigger while you were busy worrying about me. Suddenly, Merlin's eyes turn cold as ice. Without hesitation, he brings up an old story that makes Asmodeus so furious he bites right through his teacup. Remember the first time we met? You were staring at me with those creepy eyes, and even gave me a little gift. Merlin points a finger at the mirror in a rage. How was I supposed to know you were a guy in disguise? Stop bringing up my dark history. Asmodeus bursts into a fit of laughter. All right. That is enough teasing for now. Now, pay attention here. This is where things get serious. He closes his fan. Is it true the council kicked you out for being lazy? He immediately puts on a carefree act, leaning back with his hands behind his head, in total relaxation. Guilty as charged. I am just a lazy guy, waiting for the end. I have zero interest in leading the demon race. He nervously touches his neck. He cannot exactly admit that without strong enemies at the palace, he cannot stay alive. Asmodeus points his fan sharply at Merlin, seeing right through the lie. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You were a genius with unlimited potential, but then you just changed. I don't get it. He tries to convince him to return. Just say the word, and I will write a letter to make the council reconsider. Merlin drops the act and turns serious for a moment. Friend, I appreciate the offer, truly. You and I both know freedom is worth more. Let's see if he can actually live a quiet life, even though he knows the truth. Going back is a death sentence. To stay alive there, I would eventually have to cut down my own allies. So you became a low-rank adventurer for freedom? Merlin starts bragging with total confidence. Being unknown is being safe. Don't you get it? All the gold in the world cannot buy my happiness. Asmodeus rests his chin on his hand. If you do not return, the throne stays empty, and you keep that hollow title, the Lord of Pride. He quickly offers a new suggestion. My 7 generals are not bad. They have potential. Tell the elders to consider one of them instead. He sighs. Are you joking? The power of a monarch has very specific, very high requirements. Your subordinates cannot even beat me. The council will eventually come crawling back to you since nobody else fits the role. So, my friend, there is really no escape for you. Merlin knows it is true, but he just scoffs. Suddenly, he regains his regal aura. Did you call me here just for this? Asmodeus hides his mouth behind the fan again, playing the mysterious card. Of course not. I am here to deliver an actual invitation. Merlin's eyes go wide at that. To make the demons the top race again, I want you to join my girl group. We will debut and find glory together. What? Merlin shouts back in a total rage. I refuse. Asmodeus laughs. It was a joke. But then he raises a chair. How about a real fight instead? These two flip their moods faster than a coin. Asmodeus frowns, finally getting down to business. My scouts report that messengers from Hell have been spotted lately on Britain Island. You have a history with Hell, friend. Be careful. Merlin just waves him off casually. It is fine. Who do you think I am? Even if Satan himself shows up, I will just cut him down. Their friendly banter echoes down the hall. You really have not changed a bit. Have you? The meeting ends. Helena is waiting in the corridor. Lord Lucifer, I will inform you if the monarch wants to meet. Merlin tells her to stop calling him Lucifer. I am not the Demon King anymore. But she refuses to be rude. Until a new Lord of Pride is chosen, you are still His Majesty Lucifer to us. Merlin thinks to himself, what is a title without power? It is useless. He just tells her to do whatever she wants. Walking down the hall, he hesitates. I do not want to run into Alice. Is there a path with fewer people? Helena asks if he wants to find Hobbist. But he ditches those perverts. No thanks. By the way, have you been with Asmodeus for a long time? She leads the way politely. This way, please. Then, she clarifies her past role. I used to be the monarch's personal maid. And trust me, you and I can see why Merlin is crying inside right now. All right, you and I are about to meet the head maid of Merlin, one of the 7 generals serving the Demon Lord, but she is a bit strange whenever he is ready for sleep. Leah is already in his bed whispering creepy things. Lord Lucifer, I have warmed the bed for you. Please sleep well, and even at dinner, she is right there. She tastes every dish to ensure there is no poison while Helena watches Merlin with a confused expression. He is secretly planning his future if he can break the curse and return to the palace. Having a normal maid like Helena would make life so much better. As they reach the door, she cannot hide her curiosity anymore. Lord Lucifer, are you truly content being just a lowly adventurer? Is living with humans just a way to hide your secret plan? He has no idea what she is talking about. To revive the demon race, you willingly endured the humiliation of leaving the Demon Lord Palace. You did this to avoid suspicion, blending into the human world to strike from within, right? It must be that. Lord Lucifer cares so much for the race that even through doubt and suspicion, he never gives up. He truly is the ultimate role model for all demons. Hearing this, he decides to play along and keep talking. That is right. Helena, you are very sharp to have noticed all of that. This plan involves the fate of our entire race, so keep it a secret. His encouragement only makes her more excited. Rest assured, Lord Lucifer, I will never tell a soul. Just let me know if you need any help at all. Merlin looks at the moon thoughtfully. Actually, I do need a little help. Helena is full of confidence. Please tell me. I will do anything to assist you. He starts lying, claiming his plan is stalled because of some debts. He looks worried, and she eagerly asks, how much do you owe? I can pay it for you. As long as the plan to revive the demon race continues normally. He looks back slyly, saying it is only a few tens of millions of gold. Helena instantly freezes, her passion completely vanishing. She quickly retreats inside and shuts the door, not hesitating for a second to say her goodbyes. Good night, Lord Lucifer. Come back another time. He is stunned. She changed her mind faster than flipping a book. It is pitch black outside, and he scratches his head in frustration. Suddenly, a faint sound echoes from the roof. Now, watch closely under the bright moonlight. Corona appears, using her dark magic to hide in the shadows. My original plan was just to steal the key, but you're the one who chose to die. I will not just take the Hell Legion key. I will crush this villain's head to satisfy the hatred in my heart. Merlin strolls down the deserted road, wondering what to eat. The shadow magic is following his every step. She slowly rises from his shadow, gripping her weapon like a venomous snake ready to lunge at its prey. You stupid black iron adventurer, just die quietly by my hand. Corona lunges from behind, with both hands on her weapons, grinning as she prepares to finish him off. Merlin feels a spark of danger and glances back, countering the ambush with lightning-fast precision. Who is there? His sheathed sword strikes Corona right in the stomach before she can even react. She turns pale from the agonizing pain as the force of the blow sends her flying into some wooden crates. She crashes hard, landing upside down in the middle of the wreckage. Merlin grips his sword and turns around, surprised he was being followed. Why did you approach me, lady? And yeah, you and I both know this is the lady from earlier. He tells her to stop following because they are not a match. Corona looks miserable, nearly unconscious from the pain, and unable to even open her eyes. As Merlin walks away, she wonders in shock, is this guy really just a black iron adventurer? There must be a mistake. She struggles to get up, realizing she has truly met a monster this time. His adventurer rank is a total lie. With that hidden strength, getting the key alone will be nearly impossible. A strange black hole appears behind Corona, and she quickly drops to one knee in respect. Your Majesty, the black hole speaks, asking her how the mission is progressing. I apologize. Sire, I failed. The opponent is too strong, likely at the peak of the Saint Realm. What? The shadow goes silent. It seems Bernard's defeat finally makes sense now. Move fast, the Imperial Night Corps is already hunting for our base. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Rest easy, Your Majesty. You and I both know I refuse to fail twice. Remember the legendary Icebone Holy Dragon? Aesurum? Hans replied quietly. Aesurum? Is that not the guardian dragon of Eris, our former kingdom? A massive blue dragon that once faced off against countless powerful mages. As one of the 6 great holy dragons, it signed a pact with the former king to protect Eris. With the kingdom gone, 1,000 mages sealed the holy dragon at Mount Benevis, where it remains in a deep slumber. Hans asked with curiosity. Wait, did you find the dragon's location through that black hole? Corona gave a highly confident answer. Exactly. Not only that, but I speak the dragon tongue. I have the power to awaken Aesurum myself. He is certain the plan is flawless. With the dragon's help, no amount of strong warriors can stand against them. I am confident I can cut them all down and reclaim the key to the Hell Legion. Hans was delighted. Excellent. If Aesurum still honors the pact with my father, we will be unstoppable, and they will suffer a crushing defeat. Now, stay with me. We are switching scenes to a much colder night, as the moon shines bright and Merlin finally heads home. Seeing him late, Alice asks like a grumpy wife, "Where on earth have you been? It is late, and you were not at the guild." Merlin just acts cool, like he has nothing to worry about. Oh, I was just out for a stroll, you know? But Alice spots the lie. A stroll? Then why is there lipstick on your face? Panicked, he wipes his face and mumbles to himself. Wait, she did not even get to kiss me. Alice explodes with rage, grabbing Merlin's collar to vent her frustration. He is totally busted and has no way to explain himself. Look at you. One lie and you are exposed. You even smell like perfume. Where were you? Tell the truth. Merlin is speechless for a moment, but then he quickly flips the script. What right do you have to question me? Are you trying to control my private life? Alice blushes, looking away in total embarrassment. Even if we are just a fake couple, if you flirt with every girl, what will everyone think of me? Merlin looks at her, totally confused. He crosses his arms. If it is not real, why do you even care about that? I care about my reputation. If you act like a creep, it reflects badly on me. Fine. Then I will just be more secretive about my cheating. Alice immediately shuts that down. No way. Starting tomorrow, you are training with me. Stop hanging around with Hobbist all day. Merlin teases her. Were you not afraid I would accidentally hurt you? Alice puffs her cheeks. Well, I changed my mind. She stomps off to her room. He just sighs. A woman's heart really is the world's biggest mystery. The very next day, they arrive at a scenic waterfall area that looks like the perfect spot for training. Alice hits the ground hard, exhausted from the effort. Merlin just stands there with his sword, looking down at her. Is that all you have got? Alice uses her sword to push herself up, wiping the sweat dripping down her face. I can still go. Merlin is not gentle at all. Then hurry up. How will you ever reach the holy stage like this? She gathers her remaining strength and screams as she charges straight toward him with everything she has got. Merlin is at a loss for words. It seems like she really has not learned her lesson yet. You know, magic is useless against me, yet you still use it. Their chaotic duel echoes through the air until boom, you silly girl. Then, someone's loud scream rings out across the field. After training, Merlin relaxes by the fire while Alice lies crying on the ground. You said you would go easy on me. I was being easy. You are just not that good yet. He then holds out a piece of delicious, fragrant grilled fish. Want some? She cries while reaching out. Give me some. She tries to crawl forward like a hungry frog. You and I can see this training is actually working. Her progress is getting pretty obvious now. Merlin watches her eat. Magic swordswoman is too hard for you. Maybe you should just be a mage or a swordswoman instead. Alice immediately snaps back at him. My master was the top magic swordswoman around. If she could do it, then I can definitely do it too. Your master is not you. You are way too arrogant. I am telling you, you should just switch classes while you still have the chance. I cannot. When I began my training, I swore an oath to become the true successor of Great Snow Mountain. If I quit now, I would be failing my master. Merlin thinks she is incredibly stubborn. So, what do you and I think? Maybe Merlin should just find a potion to boost her to the holy stage instantly. All right, you and I are about to see if divine gear makes the man. He wondered about her equipment while she stood there silent and thoughtful. Merlin, let me ask you something. Are you only this powerful because of your weapon? A year ago, a bishop told me your demon sword is lethal, but you yourself aren't that scary. He immediately fired back with some sarcasm. You actually believe a bishop who was so terrified he begged for mercy after just a few threats? He raised his blade, calling it a king's weapon, a mark of status every demon king carries. She gasped, reminding him he wasn't a demon king anymore. Are you even allowed to take that thing out of the demon king's palace? Merlin explained as he looked at the sword. I'm used to it. Besides, anyone who can't pull out the Vanchuang Jiala won't be recognized as the arrogant monarch. So, let's wait for the new king. Hearing about the sword's true identity left Alice completely stunned by the weight of it. Wait, so not just anyone can draw it? Merlin tossed it to her and said, Fine, you try. She gripped the blade tightly, examining it closely while her mind raced. Now, pay attention, because even though she's seen Merlin use it, this is the first time she's actually held it this close. She tried pulling it from the sheath, but it wouldn't budge. Alice strained with every ounce of her power, but nothing happened. Frustrated, she let out a loud battle cry to build momentum, but the sword stayed shut. Looking at the weapon on the ground, she realized even using all her battle chi couldn't move it. Merlin just stretched lazily beside her and told her to give it up. The scenery was peaceful with waterfalls and blue skies, at least until their bickering ruined the vibe. Enough resting, he said. It's time to get back to work. Alice groaned, complaining she hadn't rested at all, before they both got serious about their training. Merlin used a dry branch for his moves, pushing her to go faster while she gritted her teeth. She unleashed a cold, focused strike that actually caught Merlin's interest. Oh, a new move? You feel that? Something's wrong. His heart suddenly hammered against his chest with a terrifyingly familiar sensation. Countless ice weapons surged toward him while he was dazed. Merlin lowered his head in pain, realizing he was in trouble. Alice's sword swung in. He reacted instinctively, dropping his branch and lunging straight toward her to stop the strike. Alice's eyes widened at his sudden, strange behavior. She kept attacking but tried her best to dodge. Her blade grazed his arm, slicing through flesh and drawing blood. Before she could react, he slammed his forehead into hers. She dropped her sword and collapsed, clutching her head in agony. Merlin gripped his chest, relieved the heart pain had finally stopped. Tears welled up in Alice's eyes from the pain. You did that on purpose, you jerk, using a headbutt. Merlin pushed himself up from the ground. Right. You're flat, so you're always right. Suddenly, his bleeding wound started to smoke. Merlin was shocked. Am I seeing things? How is there a scar? Not even holy water or sacred artifacts could leave a mark like this. Alice looked over, equally surprised by it. Her master had kept this sword hidden, and she'd never seen it used. Yet, it actually affected a demon king. Merlin picked up the sword, feeling its dark aura. This weapon is strange. It feels like it's resisting me. He lifted it up, impressed by its quality. It's not bad. But why is it sealed? Alice repeated the word sealed, confused. She just scratched her head with a bright smile, admitting she stole it. Merlin was speechless at how she just admitted everything. She confessed she had actually run away from home. Back then, I thought I was ready. But real combat taught me that everything I learned was just the tip of the iceberg. I can't let my master see me like this. Merlin crossed his arms, ready to start teasing her again. This is why I call you a dummy. If I were your teacher, I'd be way too embarrassed to admit you were my student. Alice raised her fist in a rage. And whose fault do you think it is that I'm like this? The sun set, and the forest grew dark. He decided it was late enough and ended the training for the day. That night at their house, Merlin stared intently at his hand, examining the scar left behind by that mysterious sword. Lounging on the sofa in his pajamas, he marveled at the fact that something could actually scar his body. Moonlight streamed through the window, reflecting off the blade Alice had propped up right next to her bed. Watching her sleep, he realized that sword was no ordinary weapon. Could a girl like her actually become a threat to my life one day? So let's follow them to the guild, where Alice is rushing inside. She grumbled at Merlin for being so slow, telling him not to make Lady Devani wait any longer. All right, you and I are diving into a world where finding one busy researcher feels like a high-level quest. Is Danny really that busy? If she is not on a mission, she is buried in books. Alice and Merlin search everywhere until finally, bingo, they found her. There she is. Danny She, looking perfectly composed, while reading with her legs crossed, in that massive library chair. Wearing a monocle with a freezing gaze, Danny closes her book to start a conversation with our friend Alice. Long time no see. Danny heard Alice was looking for her, and Alice feels bad for disturbing her right after a long trip. Stick with me here, because things are about to get heavy. Alice feels a massive weight suddenly crushing her down. It is Red Seti, laughing and grabbing Alice's shoulders. She is hyped to see her, but wonders why Alice didn't say hello. Merlin stares, totally distracted by the view. Alice just gives Red Seti a cold, furious death stare for the interruption. Oh, you are here too? Alice calls her a black-skinned cow. Red Seti backs off, acting all hurt by Alice's harsh tone. Does she really need to be this mean? It is seriously hurting Red Seti's feelings, or so she claims anyway. She starts listing why Alice is jealous. Bigger chest, more money, better house, and not a single cent of debt. Yeah, she is definitely flexing. It is just a few tiny differences. So why does Alice have to hate her so much? Every word is a critical hit. Alice is basically coughing up blood while Merlin asks if she is still alive. Collapsed on the floor, Alice glares. Red Seti is officially her second most hated person in the entire world. Merlin gets curious and asks who is number one. Without missing a beat, Alice points her finger right at him. You. Red Seti stays quiet for a bit before asking Alice if it is true she finally got married. Clanking her armored arms together, she walks toward Merlin. She admits she is feeling a bit of a spark for him. Red Seti tilts her head, realizing why that kid Ano was crying in the bathroom. The marriage news must have crushed him. Merlin breaks into a cold sweat staring at her massive assets. He wonders why Alice could not be even half as gifted. Alice snaps back immediately. They are not actually married yet. They are just a couple on paper for now. It is just a title. Red Seti smirks, not buying it. Merlin chimes in, agreeing they are not real spouses. Like a flash, Red Seti grabs Merlin's arm and presses him against her chest, starting her full-on flirtatious attack. Since they are not a real couple, she is making her move. She has a huge soft spot for the scholarly type. She pulls his arm deeper into her massive hills and continues to tease him without a shred of shame. You saw that too, right? She asks if her chest feels better than a certain someone's flat ironing board. Merlin is flustered. Merlin is blushing hard. Alice loses it, charging in to tear them apart and screaming for her to back off. Calling her a shameless cow, Alice blurs out a sudden declaration. This man belongs to me. Things get awkward. Merlin just repeats mine. In total confusion as Red Seti laughs at Alice's sudden slip-up, Alice stammers, trying to correct herself. She means he is her nominal husband, so Red Seti needs to stop seducing him. Red Seti just grins. Seeing Alice get this jealous is honestly the highlight of her day. Alice looks at Merlin and reminds herself her heart belongs to Elgin. There is no way she could ever like Merlin. Not even his cooking can sway her. Danny coughs to get their attention, finally ready to get down to business. Can we focus? She wants to get back to the library. Alice feels bad for wasting so much of her time. Sorry for the delay, Danny. Merlin steps up and slides a mysterious golden key across the table toward her. They found this key on their last mission. Now, they are dying to know exactly what it is used for. Can you uncover the secrets of this key, Lady Danny? She is not entirely sure, but she will try. Red Seti is curious too. Is there something special about this key? Alice starts to explain the situation. If two saint-rank powerhouses were fighting over it, there is no way this thing is just an ordinary trinket. Donnie examines the craftsmanship and material closely. It looks like an ancient relic from the former kingdom. Merlin is impressed. Just one look, and she knew its origin. Alice was right. This woman really knows her stuff. Danny asks for a moment and activates her magic circle to dive deeper into the ancient key's history. As the magic circle touches the key, it is like Danny is suddenly pulled into a completely different dimension. Her eyes widen in pure shock and fear. The sudden surge of energy makes her drop the key on the floor. Alice asks if she is okay. Danny waves it off while Merlin reaches down to pick the key up. Trust me, you and I are about to see something crazy. This key does not even belong to this reality. All right, let's jump into a story where ancient power meets betrayal. Danny X asks, Mr. Merlin, may I study that key? He looks skeptical. What if you just take the key and vanish forever? Alice shoots him a serious look. Lady Danny is different. She only seeks knowledge. I'll personally vouch for her. Merlin is stunned she'd vouch for a demon king. Fine then, I'll allow it. Danny bows, adjusting her glasses. Thank you for your trust, Lady Alice. I'll uncover its secrets soon. I just need time to research some ancient books. 1 week later, at snowy Mount Benevis, a brutal blizzard howls outside a cave. A man stands frozen like a statue. These were the mages who sealed the dragon. Inside the cavern, countless mages remain trapped in ice, frozen in various poses. Corona arrives at the seal. This is the place. The Frostbone Saint Dragon's prison. She sighs at the frozen statues. Even while sealed, this beast made them pay dearly. So many high-tier mages met their end, right here in this icy wasteland. Pay attention here, this ritual is terrifying. Red runes begin glowing across the walls. Corona whispers, "Once you are free, you will be the unstoppable force of this island." She chants in dragon tongue. "Great Saint Dragon Asarum, Sovereign of Frost, hear my call." The cave shakes violently. Corona is terrified, but she refuses to stop now. Guardian of royalty, wake from your slumber. The dragon's massive eyes snap open. Ice shatters as the cavern trembles. Corona screams in triumph. The Advent, a massive beast spreads its wings and takes flight. Frostbone, Saint Dragon, Asarum. Its landing shakes the earth, causing a massive explosion of pure pressure. Corona struggles to stand. This aura. How did those palace mages ever seal this monster? You and I see the power gap. She's just a tiny ant beneath its feet. Asarum growls, baring sharp teeth. Corona tries speaking dragon tongue again. "Remember me?" He snaps back. "Shut up, Corona. I speak human. Don't use that pathetic dragon tongue." She's completely stunned. "Wait, so you actually know how to speak our language?" She greets him after ages. He lets out a prideful, earth-shaking roar. "Who allowed you to use my name? Address me as Lord Asarum." She bows quickly. "My mistake. Congratulations on your freedom after 400 years. The dragon reflects. "So, I took a nap and 400 years passed by? Those palace mages wasted so much of my time." He looks at her. "Why are you alive? You should be dead by now. Yet your appearance hasn't aged at all. Did humans invent an immortality potion?" Corona brushes her hair, revealing her decayed skin. He understands. "I see. You've become an undead. Tell me who's controlling you, and I'll kill them." She kneels. "No need. I was resurrected by His Highness Copperfield." "Copperfield, son of King Antosha? Is that boy still alive?" "Yes. He survived using elf blood and is now working to restore our kingdom. I've summoned you today, hoping you will lend us your legendary strength." The dragon calmly refuses. "My contract was with Antosia. I won't help you now." Corona gets desperate. "Lord Asarum, remember, I'm the one who just saved you." He turns away. "Breaking a seal doesn't mean I'll rebuild a whole kingdom for you." Realizing she's failing, Corona quickly changes her strategy. "Fine, Lord Asarum. Will you at least help me deal with one specific person?" His eyes light up with a wicked, predatory grin. He laughs, accepting the terms. "That's easy. I can do that much. But who is this enemy she can't handle? Trust me, we're about to find out." "All right. You and I are about to witness Merlin face an enemy that even he is not sure he can beat." It seems the Frostbone Holy Dragon thrives on this kind of chaos. "So, where is your enemy hiding?" Meanwhile, it is the dead of night, and Merlin is fast asleep until a sudden jolt of electricity shocks him awake. He tumbles from the sofa and hits the hard floor, lying there face down, while gasping for air. Agony flares up, and he clutches his chest, trying to endure the blow. Damn it, the time between these attacks is getting shorter. Corona has secured her deal, which means her plan is already halfway to being a total success. "Don't worry, I will set the trap myself. Leave your enemies to me while you just stand back and watch it happen. I will unleash the full power of the dragon race to wipe out every single obstacle in our path. Now watch closely, this curse is back with a vengeance, and Merlin knows he must kill a powerful enemy to survive." Merlin collapses on the floor, clutching his chest in agony. His face contorts as he tries to endure the stabbing pain. The intervals are getting shorter. Who exactly have I dealt with over these past few days? Right, those skeletons were just undead. They did nothing to soothe the burning hunger of this curse. The Goblin Emperor was way too weak. Small fry just will not cut it for this ritual anymore. Alice wanders down the stairs, rubbing her eyes. "What are you doing up at this hour, Merlin?" She sees him sprawled on the floor and screams. "Oh my God, what happened?" She rushes over. "Merlin, what is wrong?" He is deathly pale and drenched in sweat. Alice freezes in shock. "You and I both know he is an Iron Man, but seeing Merlin suffer like this changes everything." "Hey, are you okay? Stop playing around. You are really worrying me." "Is this what happened the other day too?" Merlin roughly shoves her hand away. "I can stand up on my own. Do not pull on me." "Do you need a hospital?" He ignores her, dragging himself back to the sofa and hiding under the blankets. "It is just an old illness. I will be fine soon." Only the sound of his heavy breathing remains. Seeing his stubbornness, Alice sighs and gently tucks him in so he does not catch a cold. She whispers softly, "If this happens again, do not try to be a hero. You can call for me." She instantly blushes at her own words. "Wait, I only care because we have debts to pay off together. If you just drop dead suddenly, I am the one who is going to have a headache. Exactly. So do not get any ideas. Merlin just coldly replies with a simple, no need. Alice huffs and turns to leave. Despite his exhaustion, Merlin watches her walk toward the closet. A bitter feeling rises in his chest. To be pitied by a hero like Alice? I really am a total failure of a demon king. A glass of warm water appears on the table. Get some rest, Alice says before heading out. But Merlin calls her back. Wait, Alice. His voice is surprisingly gentle now. Forget the rest. Let us get up and find some more work to do. I am not used to you being this hard-working. Your style is usually being as lazy as possible. Merlin forces himself to find an explanation. The last bounty barely covered our debts. We cannot live on air. We need to make more money. Did I actually influence him? She smiles. Of course. No problem at all. Let us go. Merlin's expression suddenly turns awkward. Also, Alice, we are just roommates. Watch your appearance a bit, and trust me. You and I see why.
Did you catch any detail in the corner of the frame? I have a feeling that some serious foreshadowing for the villainous move. It's those little things that AI usually miss, but we know better, right?
All right. You and I are starting with some serious tension as he shamelessly teases her, saying her clothes are see-through but he is not interested anyway. Alice is so panicked her face turns bright red. What? Then, a sharp scream echoes through the midnight silence. You pervert. Can't your eyes be honest for once? Just go die already. The door slams shut with zero mercy. Fuming, Alice hides under her covers feeling totally wronged. This evil demon king is too much. She will just let him fend for himself from now on. Sigh. If only the person she was living with was that other guy instead. Downstairs, Merlin stares at his cup, lost in thought. He wonders to himself, is Alice actually starting to care about me? But he quickly dismisses it. No, that is just how she is. She treats everyone with that same fiery personality. Next morning at the Ram Guild, Alice and Merlin walk in looking sharp and ready. Seeing them, Hobbist immediately starts teasing the pair. Wow, inseparable since early morning. How sweet. Alice immediately glares at him with a look that sends a shiver down his spine. Alice gets serious and starts interrogating him. Tell me, did you take Merlin to those shady underground shops the other night? Hobbist tries to explain himself. Look, we just had some drinks and watched a show. It is just how men relax, you know? She cuts him off instantly. Stop right there. I am warning you right now. Do not you dare corrupt him while I am gone. I absolutely forbid him from going to those trashy places. Alice huffs out her anger, leaving Merlin acting extremely reserved. Yeah. He then wonders if this is what they call being henpecked, as his eyes land on a small request note. It is a D-rank quest to fix a farm fence for Lolo. The pay is only 2 gold coins from the client named Lolo. Alice feels a bit disappointed that there are no good jobs. Right then, someone calls out her name in a frantic rush. Alice, Alice. Rukia pops her head in, noticing they look ready for work. Perfect timing. A new request just came in for you too. Alice is shocked a mission is specifically for them, while Merlin is confused. Now pay attention, because being handpicked for a quest is a huge deal here. She calmly explains the situation. It is a special type of request, where the client can designate a specific adventurer they want to handle the job when they post it. Reputation is proof of strength. Usually, the more famous you are, the more of these requests you get, though the pay is often lower. He acts pretty arrogant hearing that. Oh, so I am famous now? Meanwhile, Alice is only focused on the actual mission details. What kind of request is it? Rukia quickly checks the paper. It is from a villager in Sokra at the base of Mount Nevis. She hesitates for a second before dropping the bombshell they are being harassed by a giant dragon. Merlin looks over, surprised. Alice screams in pure disbelief. A giant dragon is attacking a farm village? He thinks it over seriously. Ever since the non-human races moved south, dragons have become incredibly rare in human lands. Aside from peaceful Earth, dragons used for transport, seeing any other kind is rare. These days, a dragon attack on humans is highly unusual. Something is definitely not right here. A dragon attacking people out of nowhere? That is completely unheard of. Rukia adds a chilling detail: this dragon brought winter months early and, stick with me here, it is actually eating people. Alice is horrified. She hands over the paper. Yes, this cruel dragon is demanding that the village sacrifice young girls to satisfy its dark hunger. Girls have already been lost. Alice reads the words, her face going totally blank with shock. While Merlin seems interested, the pay is quite tempting. I wonder just how strong this vicious dragon actually is, he thinks. Hobbist leans in curiously. Wait, is that the evil dragon attacking Ruwaker village? Merlin asks him immediately if he knows something. He shares what he heard. Travelers say the dragon causing trouble over there is not normal. It is a massive beast from the ice element. Coincidentally, the Frostbone Holy Dragon, one of the 6 great holy dragons, is currently sealed right near that area. The image of a giant ice dragon with cold eyes and razor-sharp scales appears as Hobbist makes a grim guess. So this dragon terrorizing the village might actually be the legendary Asarum. Rukia hears this and screams out in total terror. Stop joking around. If it is really a holy dragon, then maybe only the 12 solar knights would even stand a chance. Hobbist thinks even those legendary knights would struggle, but the first palace demon king who lives in the northern Dead Marsh could probably fight it. Merlin smirks proudly at the mention of his own title. Alice just looks at him, totally annoyed. Look at him getting all smug again. Rukia does not seem to believe a single word of it. Hobbist, are you drunk? He fires back, asking if she knows about the light holy dragon. Avest, one of the 6 holy dragons on par with Asarum? Everyone knows that name. He starts explaining the history calmly. Years ago, the Holy Church sent Avest on an expedition against Lucifer III, but that holy dragon never actually returned home. The reason is obvious, right? As they talk, Merlin is beaming with pride. And trust me, you and I know exactly why he is smiling. All right, you and I are about to see a secret legend in action, while everyone around him is still clueless. Keep talking, because you have no idea that the hero you are gossiping about is right in front of you. Suddenly, he slams his hand on the table, startling everyone. Hobbist looks up in confusion and asks what happened. She yells out in frustration, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Right now, they are discussing a request specifically meant for Alice. If that giant dragon really is at the saint level, there is no way they can accept this dangerous mission. Then she angrily warns Hobbist that, if anything goes wrong, he will have to take full responsibility for his words. He looks a bit flustered. Facing her murderous intent, Hobbist becomes even more awkward and starts to stammer. I only heard rumors, and was just making wild guesses. Please, do not take it seriously. Merlin carefully considers the situation. If Hobbist's theory is correct, this is worth looking into. The curse-soothing effect would definitely be powerful. He then makes the announcement, Miss Rukia, we will take this mission. She gives them a sincere reminder. But if the opponent is truly saint level, you two will be in serious danger. Merlin just shrugs it off, with a simple no problem. Rukia shifts her gaze toward Alice and asks what she thinks. Alice hesitates, thinking that Hobbist might just be talking nonsense. But immediately after, she makes a firm declaration. People have already died, and I cannot just turn a blind eye to that. We are taking this mission. Faced with their absolute determination, Rukia has no choice but to agree. Fine then, you two must prioritize your safety. She decisively stamps the approval onto the parchment. Now pay attention, because an S-rank mission to slay a vicious dragon with a 20,000 gold reward is officially underway. Let us see if Merlin and Alice can handle the pressure. Early the next morning, as sunlight hits the guild building, the sound of urgent footsteps echoes. Arnold pushes the door open and begins his dramatic display. Lady Alice, I have come to reclaim my heart, for you have stolen it away long ago. He closes his eyes in mock agony. I have thought about it for days, and your refusal must mean my love is simply not passionate enough yet. He holds up a bouquet of roses and sincerely declares that he will pursue her even more intensely from now on. I believe I will wait until the day you finally love me. But instead of Alice, he finds himself facing Hobbist. Oh, Arnold, are you just getting here? Alice already left for a mission. And get this, she went with Merlin. His voice, filled with both admiration and pure jealousy, seems to echo all the way to the frozen peaks. Merlin, you better remember my face. Merlin suddenly lets out a sneeze. Alice looks at him suspiciously. What is wrong? Did you catch a cold? Merlin immediately denies it. How could I possibly catch a cold? This temperature is nothing to the demon race. He rests his chin on his hand, realizing someone is likely talking behind his back. Alice looks at him and is completely speechless at his arrogance. I see, you cannot even breathe out a single puff of warm air. So, are you actually a cold-blooded animal? Her words make him freeze for a second before he laughs and pulls off his gloves. Who are you calling cold-blooded? He immediately presses his hands against her cheeks. Am I a cold-blooded animal now? That action makes her jump like he stepped on her tail. The two argue intensely. It is too hot. Let go. Do you understand now? A demon race body temperature is much higher than a human's. Since you forgot, it is actually quite warm, so let me keep you cozy. Are you really that weak against the cold? Aren't you from the Great Snow Mountain? You are like a useless hero in a heated room. A moment later, Alice still cannot shake that weird feeling from the heat, clutching her cheeks and sighing before tossing a bag at him. Merlin catches it, looking curious. What is this? She pouts and shouts that even though he is like that, she is still giving it to him. Just looking at you makes me feel even colder. He silently admires the red scarf, while she keeps rambling on. Anyway, you are such a gambling addict. You probably lost so much money you could not even afford a scarf, right? He immediately teases her, asking why it looks so cheap. Alice gets annoyed and tries to grab it back. If you do not want it, give it back. I refuse. To the demon race, once something is in our hands, it belongs to us. Alice turns away from him in a huff. Honestly, she lets out a soft breath. He watches her for a long time, even as his hot water grows cold. Suddenly, a tiny voice speaks up, taking her by surprise. Thank you. Alice cannot believe her ears, and turns to him in shock. Wait, what did you just say? This time, he just ignores her and does not answer. Seeing this, she thinks she must be imagining things and that she heard him wrong. I know what you are thinking. Is she actually falling for him? Alice is asking herself the same thing while trying to snap out of it. The man I love is the great swordsman Elgin, not this petty, arrogant, and annoying First Palace Demon King standing right here. Strong winds carrying the chill of the snow grow thicker and thicker. Alice shivers and sneezes from the intense cold. Merlin silently watches and notes that as they get closer to the village, the temperature drops. This dragon's power is impressive if it can change the weather. The carriage approaches the village, but suddenly, a massive snow mountain appears right in front of them, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see exactly what kind of monster can move entire mountains like this. All right, you and I are about to dive into the myth of the frost dragon Asarim. Merlin is not convinced. I once sparred with Aves, the light dragon. If this truly were Asarim, a dragon of that caliber, he points out that real dragon mana wouldn't create such a pathetic little dusting of snow. Nearby, a massive dragon with a powerful, muscular build floats in the air with its arms crossed. He snarls, his teeth gnashing together in pure irritation. Attacking a tiny little village like this is beneath a dragon of my status. Corona bows respectfully. Forgive me, Lord Asarim. To have your glory insulted like this, I should truly die for my failure. Forget it. Humans mean nothing to me. Killing a few insignificant bugs won't change the fact that my glory is legendary and eternal. Looking at the bones and shredded clothes on the ground, it is clear he has slaughtered dozens, and he actually enjoyed the taste. She trembles in pure terror. This giant lizard will never submit to humans. How did the first king ever manage to sign a contract with it? She looks up to soothe him. Please calm your rage, Lord Asarim. Our target is almost here. He examines his sharp claws. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets personal. Don't make me wait too long, because once I finish your little enemies, I am going to find my old friend Aves. She flinches at that familiar name. The dragon narrows its eyes. Ives? I see you recognize it. What is that look? Your expression says you are hiding something from me. Speak. She answers him immediately. Lord Asarim, I heard a rumor concerning Lord Aves, but I do not know if it is true. Corona speaks with caution. I heard the light dragon Aves was killed by the demon Lord of Pride himself. Hearing that, Asarim eyes bulge with pure fury. He roars in denial. Lies? No demon could ever be a match for Aves. Aves has absolute power over all dark creatures. A mere demon lord shouldn't stand a chance. She tries to steady herself and explain. Please, calm your rage. I only heard that he vanished after joining the Holy Seas crusade to hunt down that demon lord. He growls, thick smoke rising from his snout. My friend. He mutters, smashing his fist down until the very earth shatters. It is absolutely impossible. A massive shockwave explodes outward, shattering the entire landscape and forcing Corona to summon a shield just to survive. He clenches his fist. Enough. Finish your task quickly. I will investigate this myself. A demon lord of pride? I want to see his power for myself. She pants, desperate. It won't be long now. They are walking into my trap. A twisted grin spreads across her face as the wheels clatter along the snowy path, heading deeper into the storm. Finally, they reach Benevis village. Alice gazes at the massive, looming snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Annie, with the most innocent face, asks if they are the famous Alice and Mr. Merlin. Alice greets the young girl warmly. You know who we are? The girl nods. My name is Simon Annie. I am the one who requested help to kill the dragon. You saw that too, right? That purple mist creeping under the wheels means everyone is walking straight into a deadly trap. As the carriage rolls through the snow, Merlin drives while Alice asks the girl beside her for details. Annie, can you tell us what exactly is going on here? Give us the full story. Shivering from the cold, Annie begins her tale. It started recently. It was summer. Then suddenly, the snow fell. Panic spread as a blizzard buried the village in ice. A black dragon with massive wings brought storms that blew everything away. That savage, giant dragon descended from the clouds. And slammed into the frozen mountains. Its glowing blue eyes were the last thing many villagers ever saw as they perished. The dragon demanded young girls for its meals, or it would destroy our entire home. Annie hugs herself, trembling with fear. Because of that dragon, so many of my friends have been eaten. It's never satisfied. Tomorrow, it is my turn. Alice takes her hand and smiles confidently. Don't worry, since we are here, we will definitely save you. Annie looks relieved. I only sent that request as a desperate last hope. I can't believe heroes like you actually came. Merlin eyes her suspiciously. Why did you ask for us specifically? The newspaper said so. Alice is the great hero who saved everyone from the Darkwing crisis. Hearing the praise, Alice beams, her eyes sparkling. Trust me, Alice is in for a rude awakening. Catch you next time. All right, you and I are diving into a village trapped in ice. Alice snaps back, angry that nobody believes her explanation. Fine. You are flat. You win. Alice screams from the carriage, demanding to know what he just said. Outside, the villagers are desperately swinging hammers, trying to crack the thick ice, burying their village in this freezing cold. The village chief, Chai Mong, stops his work when he hears his daughter, Anne, calling out to him. She asks why he is out in this brutal cold. He turns to her with a face of grim determination. As chief, he has to lead. Since the dragon won't let them leave, breaking through this mountain is their only hope. During their talk, a stranger approaches and asks if he is indeed the leader of this frozen village. The chief looks at the newcomers with suspicion, but introduces them as the adventurers she told him about. Alice gives a friendly smile and introduces herself and Merlin to the chief of the village. She explains they were hired by Anne to solve their crisis, but the chief does not look happy at all. He tells them to go back home immediately, certain they have no chance of winning against that monster. Merlin stays calm and asks the chief if he knows the true identity of the giant dragon terrorizing them. Chai Mong answers with a look of pure terror etched across his face. He thought it was just a normal monster, but it is actually one of the legendary 6 holy dragons. Alice is shocked. Why would such a powerful creature bother a tiny village? Is it just for fun? Now watch this. Merlin laughs, clapping his hands, and realizing this trip was definitely worth the effort. He claims he will personally slay the holy dragon. The chief points toward the massive snow mountain in disbelief. That mountain was created by the Frostbone Holy Dragon. Can't Merlin feel the massive difference in their strength? He advises them to leave, explaining he is already waiting for elite serious knights from the capital to arrive. Alice sighs at his stubbornness. She knows elite knights are too busy to care about one small village. If the knights could handle everything, adventurers wouldn't even have jobs. This old man is just being too difficult. The surrounding villagers notice the conversation and start gathering around with worried faces. They cry out that if this continues, they will all freeze. They cannot hold out much longer. The villagers tell the chief the snow mountain is unbreakable. Chai Mong rubs his forehead in deep thought. He suggests negotiating with the dragon tomorrow by offering a young girl as a sacrifice to melt the mountain, and hides behind Alice, trembling with fear as she calls out to her father in shock. Alice can't believe her ears. How could they send their own family to die? Do they have no heart? The chief closes his eyes, powerless. No parent wants to feed their daughter to a cruel dragon. They simply don't have the power to fight back. They have been backed into a corner with no escape. You and I both know Alice is about to do something reckless. Merlin is just tired of her naive justice. Not everyone is as naive as she is. Alice grits her teeth, feeling the weight of their tragic situation. She shouts out with pure resolve. If it is just a mountain of snow, she will be the one to break it. Everyone stares in shock. The chief asks with total doubt if she can actually shatter the massive ice peak. Her eyes are steady. She doesn't know for sure, but she has to try. She steps toward the mountain. Alice charges toward the mountain with incredible speed, her blade ready to strike. She swings her sword, releasing a sharp wave of energy. but the impact sends her flying backward. She sticks the landing, sliding across the snow. Despite her strike, the mountain remains completely unscarred. She is stunned. Her strongest attack didn't even leave a scratch on the surface of the ice. The villagers' hope vanishes. Chai Mong holds his head, questioning their fate once again. If they can't break the ice, how could they win? Sacrifice seems like the only option left. Alice desperately tries to convince him not to give up. The chief just looks at her, defeated. She points right at Merlin. He can win. She is absolutely sure he can handle this easily. With tears in her eyes, she shakes Merlin, reminding him that this mission is their shared responsibility. Merlin looks away, clearly annoyed, and sighs. Fine, fine, he gets it. Stick with me. Merlin is about to uncover a secret that changes everything. He touches the mountain and feels something strange. All right, stick with me. You're about to see Merlin stop holding back. He stops and throws a massive punch. Boom. The impact triggers a shockwave, sending snow and rocks flying. The air is thick with debris as the wind howls. Chief Simon and the villagers squint through the chaos, desperate to see the results of that insane strike. Merlin stands still, then shakes out his numb hand with a shrug. Apparently, this mountain is tougher than he thought. Alice screams at him to stop joking, but then she sees it. A fist print is embedded in the rock. Simon can barely believe his eyes, dropping his ice axe as he stammers in pure shock. Cracks spread across the mountainside in seconds. The sound of shattering ice echoes like gunfire across the peaks. Merlin turns his back on the crumbling mountain with a smug grin. Not bad for an idol, right? Sunlight finally pierces the thick clouds after the storm. The villagers cheer. The snow has finally stopped. Welcome back, son. Meanwhile, Alice stands there with her jaw on the floor, unable to process what just happened. Merlin flicks her forehead with a laugh, telling her to keep practicing. Alice just glares while rubbing the spot. High on the frozen peaks of Mount Benevis, the icy winds never stop. There, Asarum was resting peacefully. Suddenly, its eyes snap open. It stares at the sky. Could it be that Corona's enemy has finally arrived? Watch closely, because the real monster just woke up. Asarum crushes the ice, intrigued that someone destroyed its mountain. It spreads its massive wings and takes off. The force of its flight creates a blizzard, scattering ice and snow. Back at the village hot springs, Alice is slowly stepping into the water to wash away the day's stress. As the warm water wraps around her, she sighs in pure bliss. This is exactly what she needed, but she's not alone. Merlin is already there, relaxing. He comments on how such a small village has great springs. You saw this trope coming, right? Alice agrees naturally, saying the recommendation was great. Before a heavy silence falls, Alice snaps, hurling a rock at Merlin's head while screaming. Why on earth is he in here too? They start bickering immediately. Merlin yells that she's a crazy woman and that he was definitely there first. She calls him a pervert, but Merlin fires back that she's not even his type. Alice isn't buying it, wondering what he's actually thinking. After the shouting match, things get a little awkward. She hides behind a large rock, her face turning bright red as she peeks over the water with embarrassment. She realizes that without Merlin's display of power, the village chief never would have trusted them as adventurers. Even though she's technically his senior, she can't help feeling like she's just been dragging him down lately. Alice nervously calls out to him. Merlin looks back, asking what she wants now. She asks how she can get stronger fast. Merlin's advice? Take some pills, experience tonics, and time-accelerating elixirs. He lists weird medicines, like the fetal protection bone-stretching pill. Alice looks at him like he's crazy. Then she pauses, replaying his list in her head. Wait a second. Was there something really suspicious mixed in that list? Merlin quickly pivots. If she could find a Dragon Clan inheritance crystal, that would change everything. She would inherit the body and massive mana of the Dragon Clan. Alice is stunned. Is it really that powerful? Merlin says it's rare, like winning a horse race. Alice sighs. So there is basically no hope then? Their room is a total mess. Clothes are everywhere, and chest pads are rolling across the floor. It turns out Corona is ransacking the place. She's frustrated, unable to find where they hid the item. And, seriously, why does this girl have so many chest pads? She overhears Merlin and Alice talking about a mysterious key. Merlin tells Alice to trust his judgment. They are dreaming of finding a huge treasure and getting rich overnight. Corona realizes they have already handed the key over. She clenches her fist in a rage. All that work for nothing. It is time for a new plan, and it won't be pretty. That night, at Simon's house, the chief laughs over a beer. He says it is nothing too serious. He just wanted to talk to Merlin about Asarum. He asks if he can really win. Trust me. You and I are about to see if Merlin's confidence is real. He just smiles. Why doubt him? All right, let's see if Merlin can actually save these people from disaster. Stick with me here. No, no, no. I did not mean to offend you. If Lord Merlin is truly this confident, then I can rest easy and tell you everything about the strange happenings here lately. Merlin suddenly feels a spark of interest. Strange events, he says. Fear grips the chief's face as he tells the story. It all happened before Asuram began his raids. The priest told me Annie was covered in dark energy, as if she were possessed by a wicked demon. Merlin does not think this involves demons. Do not blame them yet. The church might just be bragging again. Merlin presses him further. Has your daughter ever met a demon? Or been harassed by one? Father Mong slams his hand on the table. Impossible. Our village has zero connection to the demon race. But here's the thing, the priest was murdered the next day in the well behind the church. Shortly after, Asuram started attacking without cause. Mong did not think that was enough reason to suspect Annie. You suspect her just for that? She seems like a perfectly normal little girl to me. Mong refuses to give up, listing more suspicions. We agreed to hire adventurers to help our village survive, but Annie secretly invited you too. Honestly, I had never even heard your names before this. Merlin sits in silence, with his hand on his chin. Truth be told, even with Alice's growing fame, it would be impossible for her name to reach such a remote village. He suddenly asks about the girl's habits. Lord Village Chief, does Annie usually read the newspapers? Mong is taken aback. No, she does not. Annie never went to school. She is actually illiterate. Merlin remembers their conversation on the way here. Annie explicitly told him she read about Alice being a hero in the newspaper, saving everyone at Denby Sai. Merlin realizes he has been played. She lied, but why would she lie to us? Now pay attention. Suddenly, a massive bang shakes the entire room. Merlin and Father Mong both struggle to keep their balance. Layers of ice begin spreading across the ceiling beams. Father Mong collapses on the floor, shivering in terror. It is finally here. A massive dragon covered in cold blue scales appears in the sky above. Fear paralyzes the village as the ice-bone sacred dragon arrives. Asuram crushes a house with its sharp claws. Asuram's blue eyes flash with pure contempt. You insects, do any of you know where Merlin is? Alice's eyes go wide with fear. Her body freezes and she slumps down, unable to move a muscle. Seeing her reaction, Asuram reveals its sharp teeth. So scared you can't even speak, huh? What a useless brat. Alice's mind spirals as death draws near. Am I really going to die here? No. She wants to live. She still has so much to do. Asuram roars, wanting to swallow her whole. Go to hell. Alice is helpless. She shuts her eyes and screams Merlin's name in total desperation. A flash of light intercepts the dragon's brutal strike. Merlin appears in midair and kicks the beast away. His power sends Asuram sliding across the frozen ground. Alice stares at his back, completely stunned. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a miracle. Merlin smiles, casually running a hand through his hair. Scared already? How embarrassing. Alice just stares, her heart suddenly skipping a beat as she looks at him. After Merlin's attack, Asuram is sent flying into the forest. Its massive body lies sprawled in the snow. Merlin casually turns back to mock Alice again. Scared of that? You're really making us look bad. But this time Alice is not angry. Her face turns bright red as she realizes how cool he was. Asuram uses its claws to push itself up, roaring in fury. That damn brat. Time for some payback. It opens its mouth as energy begins to pool in its throat. Alice watches, terrified of the magic. She mutters that they are doomed. But Merlin calmly dodges the stray energy sparks. Merlin spins, snorting as he creates an energy shield to block the dragon. Asuram cannot believe its eyes. My dragon breath was blocked? Merlin just points a finger and taunts the beast with total confidence. Heaven has a path you ignored, and there is no door to hell, yet you dive right in. Merlin leaps forward for an epic battle. Merlin charges into the fight, leaving Alice standing there in a complete daze. She quickly snaps out of it as the sound of fleeing villagers fills the air. Help me. People are screaming in panic, telling everyone to run as far away as they can. And that's where we leave it, a mother and child trapped in the snow. Trust me, it gets crazier. All right. Stick with me as giant shards of ice rain down from a dark, gloomy sky at terrifying speeds. In that split second, a massive ice block almost crushes a woman. Alice lunges forward with her blade drawn. She swings, shattering the ice into pieces and protecting the mother who is shielding her child. Alice spins around and screams, "Run, now." The woman clutches her child, thanking her profusely for saving their lives in this chaos. Thank you so much, Lady Alice. The man beside her urges them on. Hurry, We have to get out of here right now. After the rescue, Alice turns her gaze toward the battlefield where Merlin and Aesrum are clashing. She whispers Merlin's name in worry as a massive cyclone howls through the night sky. The air vibrates with the sounds of Merlin and Aesrum's fierce combat. Alice can only stand by and watch the destruction from a distance. She decides to leave a monster like Aesrum to Merlin. For now, she must focus all her strength on getting the villagers to safety. Alice turns toward a voice calling from the distance. Big sister Alice. It is little Annie, trembling and huddled in pure terror. The giant dragon is coming to eat me. Her father, Cha Sim-mong, panics seeing his daughter run out into the chaos and screams, Annie, it is dangerous over there. Hide. Alice rushes over and places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Go with your father and find cover. But Alice's kindness has no effect. Annie just bows her head, sobbing weakly, and repeating the same words over and over again. Now watch this closely. As Annie begs for help, a dagger suddenly glints from within the folds of her coat as she grips it tight. Alice's eyes snap wide. She realizes something is wrong and immediately delivers a powerful kick, sending Annie flying into the debris. Cha Sim-mong cries out in horror, calling Annie's name. He rushes forward to confront Alice, demanding to know why she attacked his daughter. Alice has no time to explain. Village chief, stay back. She breathes a silent sigh of relief to herself that she noticed in time. If she hadn't trained with Merlin, her reflexes wouldn't have been fast enough to react. She shouts at the girl, You aren't Annie. Who are you? As the dust settles, a figure slowly emerges from the wreckage. Annie's face is now covered in strange cracks, but she just smirks with amusement. Another figure slowly begins to take shape beside the imposter. It is the villainous Corona. She raises her hands with a look of boredom. How dull. I really wanted to play with you a little bit longer. Cha Sim-mong looks on in total despair, wondering when his beloved daughter was replaced. Alice keeps her sword ready, shielding the old man from the intruders. He clenches his fists in fear, shouting at her, Who are you? Where is my daughter? Corona just giggles behind her hand. Haha, you really want to know? She places a finger on her lips, enjoying his suffering. She is currently inside that giant dragon's belly. Hearing Corona's cruel response, the shock and pain are too much for Cha Sim-mong to bear. He collapses to his knees with a heavy thud. Alice stands there in shock, whispering, How can this be possible? That's just too cruel. Cha Sim-mong's face is a mask of panic. His voice trembles, refusing to accept the truth. Ah, my poor daughter, my Annie. You and I can see Corona is loving every second of this. She casually introduces herself as one of the 4 heroes of the kingdom. Alice mumbles the name under her breath. Suddenly, she remembers and shouts, The dragon-riding bandit. Why are you here? Are you seeking revenge for A? Corona gives a sinister smile. So, you actually know who I am? Before finishing her sentence, she lunges forward with incredible speed. Corona swings her blade to attack, and Alice quickly moves to block it with her own weapon. Corona easily overwhelms Alice, teasing her while revealing her true goal. I am here to take back the key that you people stole from us. Alice is completely confused by the reason. The key? She uses all her strength to shove Corona back and create some space. She shouts a denial. I don't know anything about a key. Corona just sneers, clearly not believing a single word. Who are you trying to fool? I knew you stole it, so I lured you all here on purpose. Alice is horrified by Corona's words. She demands to know how she could hurt so many people just for a key. What kind of hero are you? Corona remains perfectly calm, even mocking Alice's innocence. She says that for their master's will, such sacrifices are a small price to pay. Up in the sky, those sharp shards of ice continue to rain down on the innocent world below. Villagers who couldn't escape are crushed beneath the ruins of their homes. Cha Sim-mong weeps in agony, still unable to accept his daughter's death. Looking at the tragedy and despair all around her, Alice grinds her teeth in pure rage. You absolute monster. Alice charges forward to attack. They clash at high speeds, their blades swinging as the sound of metal hitting metal rings through the air. Alice grips her sword tight, her eyes burning with fire, as she screams at the top of her lungs. I will never let your evil plan succeed. Corona just smirks, mocking her. You are just a brat, but you certainly talk a big game. From across the field, Alice screams out in pure rage as she pushes her limits. She steps back to take a stance, quickly unleashing her ultimate technique. 3 frost clones suddenly charge straight toward the mocking Corona. Their blades clash with a loud ring, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, a figure is blown back, smashing through a wall into a pile of rubble. Trust me, you and I are left hoping Alice survives this. She coughs up blood, pinned down as Corona slowly approaches her. All right, stick with me. because this villainess just realized she totally underestimated her opponent after getting her face sliced up by a high-level master. Corona tightens her grip on Alice, lifting her up like a helpless doll, while the poor girl groans in pure agony. She sneers that if the key isn't with her, then her husband will have to bring it as a ransom to save her. Despite the pain, Alice struggles to open one eye, gasping out that the man she's talking about isn't actually her husband. Corona doesn't care about explanations, smirking in disbelief before calling out for her backup to finally show his face. A dark portal rips open nearby, slowly expanding as heavy footsteps finally hit the solid ground of this battlefield. A man with blue hair and a half-mask steps out of the vortex, sounding annoyed as he asks why he was called. She orders him to take Alice away as a bargaining chip while she goes to check on the situation with Asaram. Now, pay attention here, because the scene shifts to a literal hurricane of lightning-fast attacks being launched by Asaram. But Merlin is on another level, dodging everything with a mocking smirk and telling the dragon he is way too slow. Asaram is fuming, buzzing around like an angry fly before putting every ounce of his strength into one massive, desperate punch. A loud thud echoes as Merlin takes the hit directly, crashing straight through a massive rock and slamming hard into the ground below. Asaram brags with pure arrogance that the human race is about to pay a truly miserable price for their actions. He claims to be the legendary Icebone Dragon, one of the top 6. But Merlin just stands up from the rubble asking, "So what?" He dusts himself off while mocking him, saying their light dragon is currently at his house, acting like an obedient little pet. Hearing his kin insulted like that, the Icebone Dragon lets out a rage-filled roar that shakes the entire area. He lunges at Merlin, screaming that his kind would never bow down to a human as he continues his wild assault. Merlin easily avoids the strike, using a boulder as a springboard and shattering it into tiny pieces as he launches upward. He shoots forward like a deadly arrow, effortlessly lifting the massive dragon high up into the air with his bare hands. Merlin mentions the current Demon King, and suddenly, Asaram's face turns completely pale with pure terror as he hears those words. The dragon screams, asking if he's really the arrogant monarch, but Merlin just stays perfectly calm as he controls the fight. "What if I am?" he asks, while the dragon keeps denying the truth as Merlin safely lands back on the ground. Asaram tries a blast of freezing ice, but Merlin just sighs, looking completely unimpressed by the dragon's desperate attempt. Ice spikes erupt from the frozen ground, but Merlin just laughs, reminding him that magic is completely useless against his power. Let's pause for a second. Merlin suddenly catches something unexpected in the air, and even he looks a bit surprised by it. This was the dragon's real plan all along. He swings his hand, and those glowing light orbs lock onto Merlin instantly. A massive explosion rocks the area, blowing Merlin back as he starts coughing loudly through the thick clouds of smoke. He grumbles that if it wasn't for his curse, he wouldn't even bother dodging such weak attacks from a dragon like this. Asaram is shocked that his full-on assault didn't leave a single scratch on the human's body after all that effort. Merlin gets excited, waving him on for more. He hasn't had a fight this fun in a very long time. He warns that if this dragon isn't even as strong as the one currently at his home, then he'll be extremely disappointed. Asaram takes the bait, spreading his wings and soaring high into the sky to create a massive and destructive windstorm. A giant tornado swallows Merlin, but he just stands there casually, asking if the dragon is trying to provide a nice breeze. The dragon yells that he's not done yet, diving straight down through the center of the howling vortex with extreme speed. A massive boom echoes as he slams into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere as the dust slowly clears away. Asaram freezes in shock, because Merlin is literally holding his snout shut with his bare hands while insulting his strength. He asks if the dragon is just an untrained dog that needs to be taught a lesson before throwing him aside. The dragon cries out in pain. Merlin just adjusts his gloves, looking completely bored by such a weak and pathetic performance. Blood drips from the dragon's mouth as he growls in fury, desperately flying back up into the starry sky once again. He knows Merlin has magic protection, but he's betting that those defenses have a limit before they finally break. He spreads his wings wide, charging up a blinding orb of energy that actually makes Merlin look a little bit curious. Asaram stares down, vowing to turn everything into a frozen wasteland forever, including the ground and Merlin himself. With a final roar, he unleashes a terrifying ice storm with the force of a powerful blizzard down on the battlefield. Corona watches the horror unfold from a distance, recognizing the move as the legendary Ice World descent from the past. "Trust me, you and I are witnessing a move that once froze half an ocean. Merlin is truly insane for forcing this. All right, you and I are about to see a frost attack that literally shatters the earth." Asaram relentlessly unleashes his power, sweeping across the battlefield, Merlin doesn't even dodge. He just stands there, mesmerized by the sight. The roads and fields are instantly encased in ice. A blizzard tears through nearby homes, freezing everything in its path, just as you'd expect. Panicked villagers scream and scramble to escape the cold. One old man watches the overwhelming power in total shock, crying out in terror. Suddenly, the frost consumes him completely. It's all over for him as he's turned into a block of ice. Far away, a peaceful village still rests under the warm night sky. Rukia is sweeping her porch when she notices a single snowflake falling. She reaches out her hand, confused. Wait, is it actually snowing already? Looking toward the mountains, a wave of anxiety hits her. Could Alice and the others be in some kind of serious danger? Back in the frozen wasteland, a dark rift tears open in the air. A slender hand reaches out from within the void. Now, pay attention. Corona used teleportation to escape, and now she's laughing like she's already won the fight against Merlin. Against the ultimate move of the Icebone Holy Dragon, anyone would be turned to stone. She thinks Merlin's arrogance is finally over. Merlin stands there, completely encased in Asarim's icy power. Snow piles up on his frozen form, catching him in a look of pure surprise. Seeing his target frozen solid, Asarim bares his sharp fangs in a cruel grin. He erupts into a gloating laugh. No matter what defense you use, nobody survives my absolute zero domain. Corona watches from a distance, relieved. If I hadn't teleported away when I did, I'd be a goner too. Asarim stands tall amidst the snow and ice, completely convinced that he has claimed victory. Suddenly, a crack appears on the ice, covering Merlin's face. He sneezes once, and the entire frozen prison shatters into a million pieces. Asarim looks like he just saw a ghost. And trust me, I'm just as shocked as he is while Merlin just snorts dismissively. Whew, that cold air was actually pretty refreshing. Asarim grinds his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage at Merlin's casual attitude. He screams at Merlin, demanding to know how he's still alive and completely unharmed. My ultimate move freezes the soul itself. How could a mere demon lord dodge that? Who are you really? If what this guy says is true, then the villagers and even Alice might be in trouble. Merlin's expression turns deadly serious. Look, I'm just a lowly adventurer looking to earn a few gold coins. But even so, before he can finish, Asarim cuts him off with a threat. You think you can still lie to me? He unleashes a devastating rain of ice, capable of freezing an entire region. But Merlin just smiles, knowing Asarim messed with the wrong guy. He swings his sword with earth-shaking force, creating a brilliant light that blocks every single one of Asarim's deadly ice shards. This actually scares the dragon, forcing him to dodge. A single sword strike splits the entire area apart, with massive explosions. Asarim loses his footing but thinks he spotted a weakness. He admits Merlin has some decent skills, but just as he thinks the slash missed, Merlin is suddenly right there, staring him down. Asarim's body falls apart in total confusion. Wait, why is the world upside down? Asarim's body is reduced to chunks of meat falling from the sky. Merlin calmly explains it was just a simple draw and slash move. A strange light washes over him, a feeling he hasn't felt in ages. Just as he's celebrating his win, a creepy purple mana starts wrapping around his legs. Merlin looks back, suspicious. It turns out Corona is standing right over what's left of the dragon. Merlin watches with disgust, calling her out as the auntie who'd even kill her own kin. Corona just smirks like a maniac. Oh, brother, I'm going to treat you very well. She plunges her dagger into the dragon's remains, leaving Merlin completely stunned. Desecrating the corpse, he backs away, feeling a wave of pure unease. Corona, however, looks absolutely ecstatic in a twisted way. Finally, it's all mine. She pulls a massive blue crystal right out of Asarim's chest. Merlin's eyes widen. That's a legendary inherited crystal. Then, to his horror, she opens her mouth wide. What? Is she really going to swallow that? It slides right down her throat, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream. Corona's body begins to evolve to a terrifying new level as the transformation slowly takes hold. Dragon wings sprout from her back, and her eyes fill with a cold, murderous light. She's thrilled with her new form. So, this is the power of the Dragon Clan? It's absolutely magnificent. Her voice echoes across the silent river. Her vision expands, allowing her to see everything for thousands of miles as if it were right in front of her. Her elf-like ears can now hear every drop of blood flowing and every muscle twitching in her enemies. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I just witnessed a nightmare in the making. See you next time. Alright, stick with me, we're about to witness dragon power going totally off the rails. It erupts, flooding the room with a terrifying aura. Man, that feeling of hot blood surging, nothing beats it. I'm alive again. Finally, I've escaped that spirit form and reclaimed a real body. I've evolved into something far beyond any human. Merlin just stands there looking up, smiling at the absurdity of the whole situation. Is this guy actually insane? Hearing his mockery, Corona glares at him with pure murderous intent. Who's insane? She starts threatening Merlin, ready to settle their score once and for all. Suddenly, Merlin senses danger as an explosion shatters the ground, sending him flying. Pieces of the dragon's remains tumble into the deep abyss. Merlin remains cautious. Just a flick of her hand had that much power? Corona gloats over her new strength. With the help of the ancestral crystal, my power has soared past the saint stage. I've got nothing to fear now. Merlin isn't even flinching. He just roasts her, comparing her joy to someone pulling a rare card in a game. That just makes her more aggressive. I could kill you now, but I still need that key of yours. Now, watch this. She's about to play dirty. I've got good news for you. Your wife is currently in our hands. If you want her to live, bring that stolen key to the volcano at the Socratic border for an exchange. Show up empty-handed and she's dead. Merlin just looks skeptical. He lets out a long breath and decides to bluff. Too bad for you. I've got some bad news instead. Do you really think I'd trade the key for Alice? You're way overestimating her importance to me. Corona lashes out with magic, but Merlin effortlessly blocks it. Driven by rage, she charges in to finish him off. You really are a heartless brat. I'm starting to like you. She rains down a barrage of strikes. If your wife is useless as a bargaining chip, then I'll just kill her when I'm done. Merlin dodges with precision, his sword flashing through the air. Before she can blink, his blade is at her throat. Didn't you want me to hand over the key? Why don't you give me that crystal first? Even with a blade at her neck, Corona doesn't flinch. Her expression just turns more twisted. She uses her dragon power to break free. In your dreams, I'm stronger than that big lizard Osirem was. She goes all out. A puny human like you stands zero chance of winning this fight. But Merlin is too fast, dodging every single wave of her relentless attacks. He lands calmly on a jagged ice spike. Drawing his sword again, he mocks her. Gosh, a puny human like me is just so terrified. Corona snarls back. You're dead meat, and you're still talking trash? I'm going to end you. Suddenly, a strange energy shocks her. Merlin quickly moves to guard himself against the incoming blast. He squints, trying to read the situation. A mysterious darkness fills the space. What's going on? You and I both know Merlin is never this calm unless he's got a plan. Every external sense is blocked. Interesting. Corona's voice echoes out. This is my absolute black kill array. Nobody escapes this zone alive. Merlin slashes through the void, but hits nothing. He pauses, realizing he can't feel any impact on his blade. He smashes the ice shards flying his way. As he adapts to the environment, Corona sneaks around to his blind spot. Merlin instantly senses a movement, closing in on him. He turns with a sharp gaze, slashing at the air again. Fine then. I'll play with you for a bit. He dodges a rapid strike from above. Corona is hovering there, looking down at him with a smug grin. You've got some skills. She keeps attacking from the shadows. Her taunts echo everywhere, but she's nowhere to be seen. In this domain, you can't track my position at all. Let's see how long you can last. A strange sound rings out. 1, 2. Merlin is clearly calculating something in his head. Corona lunges, furious that he called her an auntie. She's right behind him, whispering his death sentence. Go to hell and regret everything. Another count rings out. 4. Merlin readies his blade for the final clash. 5. Just as predicted, Merlin strikes with perfect timing, cleaving Corona in half before she can even move. Her face pales in total shock. There's no coming back from this blow. How is this possible? Merlin just smirks back at her. Your trick doesn't just hide you. It delays your enemy's perception by exactly 5 seconds. I was right, wasn't I? Trust me. You and I just saw why you never underestimate a master like Merlin. All right, you and I are diving back in, as the villain's final regrets fade into nothingness. Still no luck? Merlin grabs the stone with a smug, sarcastic smirk. Clearly, you haven't mastered the Dragon Clan's true power. Go to hell and reflect. The precious gemstone is finally secure within his hands. He proudly claims Alice truly is the daughter of Lady Luck. This should cut down the time she needs to reach Saint rank. Once she becomes a mithril rank adventurer, those triple S class missions will be right within her reach. The villagers frozen by the dragon's ice are finally free. Everyone is celebrating their liberation and return to life. Are we still alive? Merlin watches them, finally relieved. With the ice dragon's power gone, the freezing spell is broken. His cold footsteps echo across the frozen ground as he walks. High above, Doe watches the snowy land while carrying Alice. Stick with me, because he is absolutely disgusted by how this battle ended. That idiot, Corona, barely used any real power. What a total waste. He spots Merlin on the cliff and feels a surge of curiosity. Who is this guy? I really want to test my skills. I wonder if my brother and I could take him down together. He turns to leave. His priority is getting this woman to the base. Unaware a black hole is forming right beside him. Suddenly, someone grabs Do's arm. He spins around in shock. It turns out, Merlin actually caught up to him already. With a piercing gaze, he demands to know where they are taking his wife. Do tries to teleport, but Merlin pins him down. Looking at the unconscious Alice, he grills the guy. You're taking my wife? He pauses, then grit his teeth. Where? Do curses internally. How the hell did this guy manage to follow me here? Merlin realizes something and tightens his grip. Wait, not my wife. She is my roommate. Since everyone keeps calling us a couple, I accidentally started saying it too. His eyes widen with fury. Put my roommate down right now. You hear me? Do gives a final warning. Now watch closely. Just as he speaks, a sharp sound rings out. Merlin is stunned, looking down at a severed arm. Do used a shedding technique like a cicada to escape, leaving behind one last warning as he fled. Remember my face, he shouts as Merlin calls out in vain. Soon, only the freezing wind remains in the field. He drops the arm and grumbles. Just a dried up husk. That guy was fast. At the enemy base, a scream of rage erupts. What? Copperfield yells. Asarum is dead too? Have that many hidden powerhouses been born on this land over the last few centuries? He rants about them being useless. Copperfield suppresses his anger. Time is running out, and they can't afford to waste any more precious moments. Do bows to reassure him. Your Majesty, do not worry. Corona's death was not in vain. She left a clue about the key. He thinks about the cell, where he is keeping his prisoner. Now they just wait for that female adventurer's husband to bring the key as ransom. Meanwhile, Alice finally starts waking up. She panics when she realizes where she is. It hits her. Right, I have been taken hostage. This is bad. Alice decides she can't just wait to die. She needs to escape and prepares her magic, but nothing happens. She completely breaks down in despair. Why can't I use magic or feel my strength? Oh no, these iron shackles restrict mana and my battle aura. Alice grumbles through her teeth. Now, what? Besides Merlin, only her master could save her, but he has no way of knowing she is here. She imagines Merlin jumping on his bed and doubts if he'll actually come for her. Is he at home right now, hogging her bed all to himself? She stares at the wall, wondering, if that key really unlocks a massive treasure, would Merlin just take the money and leave her behind? Would he choose a life of easy freedom over her? But if that key isn't a treasure, he'll definitely come. She starts praying, Dear gods, please keep Merlin poor forever so he never gets a chance to change his ways. Elsewhere, Merlin feels a sudden chill. He surveys the ruined village, taking in the aftermath. Looks like a fierce battle happened here. Alice probably caused this. Suddenly, the worried village chief calls out, Mr. Merlin, where did the Frostbone Holy Dragon go? Is it coming back? He calmly reassures the villagers that the giant lizard is dead. Trust me. You and I are going to love what happens next. All right, you and I are about to dive into a moment that left everyone speechless. While the village celebrates, our hero spots something strange in the dirt. Thank goodness they are safe. He quietly picks up the object and turns to the leader. Village chief, there is one thing I need to ask of you. The chief responds instantly. You saved us all. Just name your price, and it is yours. He makes a simple request. Give me the fastest horse in the village. Meanwhile, in a dark enemy stronghold, Alice is desperately offering a silent prayer. Great God, please, I beg of you, hear my humble plea. Mid-prayer, a faint sound of sobbing echoes from the shadows. Alice immediately snaps into a defensive stance. Who is there? Show yourself right now. A small foot slowly slides out from the darkness. Looking closer, she finds a young girl with long, pointed ears huddled in the corner. An elf. The girl is trembling, tears streaming down her face as she struggles to speak. Alice blurts out in shock, Are you from the elf tribe? Alice wonders why an elf is trapped here. Sari does not answer, she just clings to her arm, begging, I will be good, I promise. Just please, do not cut my wrists again. Alice tries to soothe her. Do not be afraid. See, we both have these iron shackles. I was captured too. Sari calms down slightly, asking if they were also planning to take Alice's blood. This catches Alice completely off guard. Blood? Why would they do that? Sari points to her scarred arms. Now, pay attention, because this is where it gets dark. A purple-haired woman told her that elf blood creates medicine for immortality. Hearing this, Alice realizes the horrible truth. Someone once mentioned they used elf blood to stay alive. To think they would abandon their humanity and do anything just to restore their own fallen kingdom. Sari curls up, sobbing that she has been here for over 6 months. Her father must be so worried about her by now. She mentions seeing dry corpses of other elves when she first arrived. She buries her face in her hands, terrified that she will be next. Alice reaches out, gently trying to comfort the broken girl. She promises that everything will be fine. I am a princess, and my friend will definitely come for me. When he arrives, we are leaving together. Sari looks up with hope, asking if someone is really coming. Alice starts to nod, but then memories of her friend Merlin flash by. Yeah, I am out of here. I am done being an adventurer, so you can pay off that debt alone. Back then, she had grabbed his clothes, crying and screaming at him. No, do not leave. Take some responsibility, you jerk. If you leave me, I will hunt you down. Another memory surfaces. What are you even thinking? Look at your ragged clothes. At least wait until your curves grow a bit before trying to pay me back. What I really want is, well, this. Desperate to look confident, she explains that he is her nominal husband. Whatever that actually means in this crazy world, he will probably show up to save us, right? Sari still looks like she is not entirely convinced. You and I are shifting gears now to the Vestum Library. Outside, it is pouring rain, but one window is still glowing bright. Red City is nodding off while Danny chants a spell. The only sound is the bubbling liquid inside a glass flask. The timing is perfect. She drops a key into the solution and continues her incantation. The liquid begins to hiss and gurgle. Seeing things go well, she shouts the final words. The object suddenly opens its eyes, releasing a wave of pure dark energy. This power drags Danny's soul directly into a vision of the past. It is like she is actually there. She sees a wasteland filled with explosions. From the distance, a woman riding a massive flaming skull flies toward the chaos. A dark voice prays to Satan, offering their souls to become the claws of hell itself. Absolute chills. The fire of their ambition will burn forever, fearing nothing. This twisted prayer seems to grant her immense, terrifying power. The flames erupt all around her. Suddenly, the vision snaps back, and the girl lets out a piercing scream. Ah! The glass bottle slides off the table and shatters into shards. Crash. The noise startles Red City awake. What? The key is sitting in a puddle of smoking liquid. The girl looks completely panicked. What happened? Talk to me. Danny is still trembling, her hands covering her mouth in pure horror. This key. It comes from hell. Her friend is lost, having no idea what she is talking about. Hell? Red City leans in closer, asking for details. Danny stares at the key with wide eyes. This object right here, her tone is dead serious. This thing definitely originated from the depths of hell. Hell? Does a place like that actually exist? Isn't it just like heaven? Something people only read about in books? Donnie believes it is real. Even though alchemy is popular now, there is a reason these ancient legends have been passed down for generations. Red City finally gets it. So the key Alice and the others found. It was never a treasure, so you and I finally know the truth that key is no treasure at all. According to the ancient records, the first emperor used the dark powers of hell to unify his entire kingdom. All right, you and I are about to see a key that can literally open the gates of hell. Wait, isn't that bad news? We aren't looking for trouble, are we? Just then, a strange sound echoes. Click. They spin around in shock. A mysterious figure in a heavy hood is standing right there. Emlyn pulls back his hood and steps inside. Lady Davici, I knew I would find you here. How is the research on that key coming along? The Vi greets him, but Red City is just annoyed. Don't scare us like that. Davici holds up the artifact to explain exactly what they are dealing with. This key bridges our world and the underworld. In the wrong hands, the whole nation is in danger. Mlyn sighs when he does not get the answer he wanted. Not quite what he hoped for. So much work for nothing? It is not treasure? What a waste. This is beyond normal adventurer work. I suggest you hand this over to the royal family or the Holy See for protection. He immediately refuses. No way I am giving this up. Mlyn finally decides to tell the truth. Now listen closely. Alice has been kidnapped, and he needs this key to save her before time runs out. Red City and Danny are stunned. Really? How? Once the shock fades, the Vaughn starts thinking logically. But what can you even do? The guild says the Cis Knights have already found their base. They are sure Alice will be rescued any minute now. But Men is not buying it at all. I do not trust them to care if she lives or dies. Besides, I know I won't fail. He doubts those knights even have real strength. Seeing his resolve, the Vi finally gives in. Fine. Just make sure you both come back alive. She realizes he actually loves Alice deeply. Merlin thanks her politely. It seems like a touching moment, but his inner thoughts are different. If Alice is gone, who is going to pay my debt? I would be at a huge loss here. Red Seedy snaps at him. Seriously, what can an iron rank adventurer like you even accomplish? Are you sure they will even keep their word? What if they take the key and keep her? He just smiles. You and I know he is ready to send them all to hell. Davichi cannot stop him, so she offers advice. Please, do not get lost in some romantic hero fantasy. Merlin cannot do much but sigh at her words. He has got a very different motivation. Before leaving, he turns back. I am no hero, and romance isn't my thing. I just need her chores. It is her turn for housework next week. If she thinks kidnapping gets her out of it, she's wrong. Meanwhile, Alice's prison cell is actually pretty noisy with all the chatter going on. Don't all these different races living together ever fight? It seems like it would be chaotic. Our United Kingdom uses a council system where every race votes to solve problems, so major conflicts rarely happen. Alice is actually impressed by that. Not bad at all. Sounds like a peaceful place. I heard it is hard for humans to reach your lands. Sari starts explaining the geography. With dense forests, high mountains, and vast seas, it is perfect for everyone. Alice has made a friend. Sari gets excited about something. Really? I will take you there. We have so many beautiful spots. But then, her mood suddenly drops. Man, if only we could actually get out of here. Alice does not let her stay sad. She grabs her hands, determined to cheer her up. Don't worry. We are definitely getting out. Trust me. This positive energy gives Sari new hope. The two of them just keep talking about everything. By the way, I mentioned my pet earlier. Oh, a little donkey must be so cute. Suddenly, the cell door begins to creak open. The girls spin around by instinct and let out a terrified scream. Something is wrong. Alice jumps to protect Sari. The intruder just smirks. You two look cozy. Mind if I join the party? I really need some warmth too. What? Not welcome? Joy smiles while holding out a bowl. Fine. Whatever. Little elf, I am going to need a bit of your blood again. Sari's face goes pale as she begs for mercy, but you and I know that won't happen. All right. You and I are jumping right into a scene where mercy doesn't exist. Why do you need pity? He sneers. Aren't you still alive? You should be happy about that. Alice, watching this cruelty, can't stay silent. What you're doing is absolutely disgusting. She screams. His face turns cold as he repeats her words. Disgusting. Then Joy reaches out, lost in some twisted childhood memory. Disgusting things. When I cut off a neighbor's kid's fingers, people yelled that at me too. Seeing their terrified faces, he calmly continues. But it wasn't my fault. Big Brother said only the strong deserve to survive, and Big Brother is never wrong. Suddenly, Joy clutches his head, screaming in a chaotic panic. I did exactly what he told me, so why won't those people forgive me? It wasn't my fault. Why? 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 Tell me why. A moment later, he glares at Alice with a haunting question. Do you think it's my fault too? Alice just stares, frozen in shock. Huh? Getting no answer, Joy snaps. He lunges at Alice, knocking her straight to the ground with a brutal force. Nearby, Sari is trembling as she calls out for Alice. Dazed and battered, Alice can only groan in pain as she lies there. Oh, his mind is spiraling again. I'm sorry. Okay? I said I'm sorry. Why can't you just forgive me already? He kicks Alice again, sending a surge of agony through her. Sari screams her name, and that sound immediately catches Joy's attention. You care about her that much? Why can't you show me even a little bit of that concern? Now watch closely. This is where things get even darker for Sari. He turns his gaze toward her. If I don't get your blood, Big Brother's going to be so angry. Suddenly, Alice reaches out and grabs his ankle. Joy stops, looking back in genuine surprise at her stubbornness. Even from the dirt, Alice holds on tight, trying to protect her friend. Don't you touch her. He doesn't care. He stomps on her head, attacking with a frenzied rage. Why? Why does everyone keep getting in my way? I already apologized to you. If you won't listen, then just die. All Sari can do is whisper her friend's name in heartbreak. Alice takes hit after hit until her face is covered in cuts and bruises. But then, a voice rings out with a desperate command. Stop. The madman pauses, looking confused. Sari holds out her trembling, scarred hands. She summons every bit of courage she has left. If you want my blood, then take it. Just please. Stop hurting her. Through the haze of pain, Alice looks up. She grits her teeth, her heart heavy with a bitter sense of self-hatred. Damn it. If only she were stronger. If only she had power like Min did, she could actually do something. Elsewhere in the palace, Copperfield holds a cup of blood, bringing it to his lips for a drink. Suddenly, the cup slips, shattering across the floor as he coughs violently. Doe and Joy rush to his side, panicked. Your Majesty, are you all right? He looks down at his trembling hand, cursed and decaying. Damn it. Even elf blood can't keep this rotting body together. He wonders if their grand plan is still even possible. Let's pause here. You and I need to see how far these villains will go. Doe quickly tries to encourage him. Don't give up, sire. We're one step away. With the fourth key, you'll be the king of a whole new era. Joy chirps in right behind him. Big brother is right. Copperfield takes a ragged breath, trying to steady his nerves. It's fine. Compared to losing my kingdom, this pain is nothing. He thinks of Satan and the power of that final key. That belief fuels him. My kingdom will rule the heavens again. The armies of hell will crush every traitor in their path. In the middle of his excitement, Copperfield senses a presence. Doe, it looks like we have company. Doe bows, ready for action. Don't worry, Your Majesty. My brothers and I will personally go out to greet this guest. Outside, the air is thick with dust and the sound of galloping horses. A small army arrives at the base, and the leader halts his steed. The man at the front of the pack is none other than Hayden. Bran rides up to report. Lord Hayden, that's the temple of the Old Kingdom. The rumors of activity here were true after all. Hayden nods, his expression grim. Very well then. They won't escape us this time. But mid-sentence, he senses something. He draws his sword just in time to block a flying blade. Ambush. The knights scream. Swords fly out of nowhere, controlled by mummy hands that grip the hilts with unnatural strength. Hayden snarls at the hidden attackers. Attacking before we've even settled in? Typical cowardly schemes. Perfect for worms like you crawling out of a grave. That's when the mummy brothers, Doe and Joy, appear on the cliffs. They launch a coordinated strike from above, causing a massive explosion. Hayden is caught in the blast. Grunting from the impact, regaining his footing, he glares up at them. I'll show you exactly why they call me a saint-level warrior. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this legendary clash. Wild, right? All right? You and I are about to dive into a story that starts with a sky so calm, it is eerie. Suddenly, a strange rain begins to pour down, leaving Hadin completely stunned. Before he can even process the scene, he and his entire knightly order are obliterated, left in pieces on the ground. Only Joe and Joy remain standing amidst the carnage. By some miracle, Bren is still alive, groaning in pure agony. He desperately calls out for his leader, but it is hopeless. He watches those two monsters standing on the mountain, completely unscathed. It is clear that Lord Hayden and his knights never stood a single chance against these two absolute beasts. They miscalculated. Doe looks down at the fresh corpses with nothing but pure contempt for their weakness. Just small fry. I thought the other guy would show. Joy asks if he means the one who took his left arm. Suddenly, Doe feels a sharp pain in his old wound. Down at the base of the mountain, a lone figure appears. He mutters, "Finally, he is here." The sound of horse hooves begins to grow louder and louder through the valley. Merlin is riding through the heavy rain, heading straight into the heart of the enemy base. He suddenly pulls back, sensing something dangerous. Pay attention now, because Merlin just spotted two figures perched on the mountain peaks, ready to tear him apart. Merlin gives them a cold smirk. Coming out to greet me personally? I have to say, I am quite flattered. But this time, it will not be as simple as losing just one arm. Doe fires back with arrogant pride. I will definitely pay you back for my left arm. Do you have the key? Merlin asks where she is hidden. The villain just laughs and mocks him. Oh, so you really want to see your precious wife that badly? Sure, that is no problem, but you only have two choices. Either step over our dead bodies, or, he points his sword down and screams, go rot with your wife in hell. The sky above turns even darker and more ominous than before. It matches Doe's burning rage. Merlin ignores the taunt and snaps back that she is not his wife before threatening him. Doe is not worried at all and just lets out a loud, mocking laugh. This weather is a gift from the heavens. No matter how strong you think you are no match for us. Joy, move in. Joy immediately agrees with his brother. He leaps down from the height, unleashing a devastating move called the Thousand Thunder Slash. Bolts of lightning surge toward Merlin. His horse gets caught in the blast and rears up in absolute agony. Within moments, the horse is smoking, its eyes rolled back. Joe cheers, shouting that his ultimate move finally hit the target. You and I both saw that coming, right? But wait, Doe realizes something just blurred past him at insane speed. In an instant, Merlin is on top of the mountain. He lands perfectly right in front of the shocked enemy. He is furious, warning them that the horse was borrowed. How is he supposed to pay the owner back now? Seeing his opponent completely unharmed, Do curses in frustration. He cannot believe Merlin did not take a single scratch. Merlin ignores the rambling and draws his sword. Are you ready to die? Suddenly, he senses something is very wrong. Looking at the lone enemy, he wonders where the other brother went. Something is definitely missing here. He notices a strange puddle at his feet. Before he can react, the water erupts and traps him completely. Trapped in the liquid, he realizes the water is flowing upward. Suddenly, the puddle snatches his weapon and drags it away. Joy finally reveals himself, bragging to his brother. Brother, I did it. I managed to steal his sword. Do is thrilled. Great job, Joy. Now that he is unarmed, he cannot use those dangerous sword skills. He is no threat. A flash of light erupts as Do launches a follow-up attack called the Hidden Explosive Lightning. Thinking the fight is over, Do mocks him. I could crush a weakling like you with just one hand. Contrary to the enemy's excitement, Merlin just stands there in the pouring rain, showing absolutely no reaction at all. Moments later, a massive surge of power radiates from him. Do panics, cursing when he sees Merlin is still standing. Suddenly, Do's remaining arm is blown to pieces. He screams out in total shock and disbelief. Seeing his brother lose another limb, Joy screams in horror. Merlin points the blade at them, admitting that although he is not used to this weapon yet, it is more than enough to deal with pathetic zombies like you. He looks down at them with cold eyes. Do refuses to back down and fires a wave of cursed bandages at him. Take this, you bastard. The cloth wraps tightly around Merlin's face. Do uses his teeth to pull the bindings even tighter, blinding his target. Even if I cannot kill you myself, Joy is still here to finish the job. He growls with pure hatred. Joy presses his blade against Merlin's neck, but Merlin bites down on the steel, shattering the sword and the bandages in one go. Trust me, you and I are about to see these two regret ever touching his sword. Merlin lunges forward to end it. All right, let's dive into the moment Joe realizes he messed with the wrong guy. As that blade swings toward him, it is over. But suddenly, a wall of water surges forward as the younger brother throws himself in harm's way to protect him. Joe screams his brother's name in a panic, but Merlin doesn't stop, unleashing a follow-up slash that tears right through them both. Seeing his brother wounded breaks Joe's heart. Why be so reckless? Joy just whispers a soft apology to his big brother. With his final breath, Joy gasps out one last wish, hoping he can stay by his brother's side until the very end. In an instant, his body shatters into 1,000 pieces. Merlin watches the dust settle and coldly retracts his weapon from the ground. Now, all that remains of the twin swordsmen are the broken mask fragments left on the floor. Bren watches from the side, leaning on his sword in total disbelief. How could those legendary masters and Lord Hayden be taken down so easily? He stares at the young man, trying to process the sheer level of skill he just witnessed. To kill two Saint-tier powerhouses in an instant with a mundane sword? That kind of overwhelming strength is simply unheard of. Wait, could it be? His eyes widen as the shocking truth finally hits him. Pay attention here, he has to be the legend everyone is talking about lately, the great swordsman Elgin himself. Standing in the pouring rain, Merlin surveys the wreckage and scoffs. Was that really all the Knights of Sosas had to offer? Suddenly, a voice calls out. Bren comes running after him, desperate to get the mysterious warrior's attention. Merlin doesn't even turn around. Is he asking for help? Forget it, rescuing Alice is the only thing that matters right now. Bren doesn't give up, shouting out one last question. Do you fight for the justice you believe in? Merlin stops, a smirk playing on his lips. He keeps walking into the storm, leaving behind only two words: guess again. Thick smoke billows from the volcano. Outside the hidden base, the silence is heavy, not a single soul in sight. Inside, a chill runs down your spine as lava bubbles below and the wind howls through the cracking gates of hell. Copperfield lets out a sinister laugh. The gate is finally reacting, which means the final key is getting closer by the second. The ground beneath them begins to crumble, sending massive stones tumbling into the molten lava as the path disappears. Boom! Alice screams at the top of her lungs, calling out that bald villain as Copperfield slowly turns his head. She demands to know his plan. He just sneers once your man brings the key. I get eternal life while you two die. Isn't it wonderful to have someone by your side on the long journey down to hell? Alice shakes her head. Nothing about this is good. Then, she hears a quiet sob and realizes Sari is crying her eyes out. Poor Sari is trembling, asking if this is the end. Alice pulls her close, trying her best to stay calm and reassure her. She tells her not to be afraid, even though they are currently trapped in a cage dangling right over a lake of fire. The screeching of the chains sends Sari into a panic. She cries out that she should have listened to her father's warnings. Alice just keeps telling her to hold on. She promises that someone special is definitely on their way to save them. Let's pause here. We all know who she is waiting for, but will he actually show up in time? Will he actually show up? Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps echoes through the hall. As Merlin calmly walks into view, he points right at Copperfield's face, asking if this old geezer is the one in charge of all those pathetic undead. Copperfield's heart drops. How is he alone? If he is here, that means Joe and Joy must have already been dealt with. Sari looks up in awe, asking if this is Alice's husband. Alice doesn't answer. She can't take her eyes off him. She can't believe he actually came. Usually he is so heartless. Could it be that he actually has feelings for her? Merlin just yells out a casual, "You still alive?" before grumbling about how much of a headache this woman always is. Alice snaps back instantly. She tells Sari there is no way on earth she would ever be married to a guy like him. She warns him not to get any bright ideas. Saving her now doesn't mean she is suddenly going to like him. "I will never like you. But Merlin won't back down if you die. I am the only one left to pay that debt." He claims he is only here because of their shared responsibility. After all, her life is worth way too many gold coins. Alice has officially reached her limit. This guy really knows how to ruin a perfectly good heroic rescue moment. She screams that the debt was his fault in the first place. Even Sari is starting to get a headache from their bickering. They fight like a married couple, but their argument is cut short when the heavy chains holding the cage suddenly snap. Alice and Sari cling to each other as they plummet toward the lava, only for the cage to jerk to a halt. Copperfield leans on his staff, mocking them. He apologizes for interrupting, but trust me, you and I know the real fight is just beginning. All right? You and I are about to see if this marriage is real. Copperfield warns him, for your wife's safety, hand over that key first. Is it true this key connects our world to the depths of hell? Alice watches from above, so hell is truly where every human soul returns. But does that place really exist? What happens when two worlds collide? Merlin smirks, so it's true? Have you actually been talking to hellish apostles? Copperfield stumbles back in shock. How do you even know about that? If you know the apostles, you must have made a deal with them. Merlin doesn't deny it. He just says he turned down their massive payout. Why serve as a god in hell when I can be the Demon King? If you're a Demon King, why meddle with humans? Merlin just brushes him off. It's a long story. Alice wonders, is Merlin actually one of Satan's henchmen? Copperfield screams, "Shut up. The great Satan will grant me eternal life, youth, power, and a legion of demons. The whole world will be mine." Alice shouts a warning, "Merlin, do not let that man have the key." Merlin just shrugs and tosses it. Copperfield catches it, looking totally confused. Alice is speechless. Merlin just dares him to do his absolute worst. Now watch this. This is where the real show begins. "Merlin, are you crazy?" Alice yells. "You just put everyone in grave danger." Sari is terrified. Is your husband really here to save us or kill us? It feels more dangerous now than before. Are we going to die here? Alice tells her to stay calm. He's strong, especially when he draws that blade. Drawing a blade? Isn't that just a basic, low-level skill for beginners? Sari starts panicking. It's over. The whole world is doomed now. Merlin ignores them and tells Copperfield to let the girls go already. Copperfield snaps his fingers. "Fine. Go ahead, you're not getting away anyway." The prison cage drops with a massive thud, sending the girls into a panic. As Alice crawls out, Merlin jokes, "So you made a new friend in there?" Alice is fuming. "Why did you give it up? You've killed us all." Copperfield mocks Merlin's arrogance as he slides the key into the lock. "Wait, you saw that too, right?" Merlin just laughs. Too late, the key is already turning in the lock. "Come forth, flame legion of hell. Burn this world and build Satan's kingdom." A monster roars as Copperfield laughs like a complete madman. "I'm the master now. Not even the gods can stop my conquest." The walls crack open and Alice screams as a beast lunges at them. Smoke and fire erupt everywhere. Sari starts coughing uncontrollably from the fumes. Alice covers her face, sensing something ancient and evil in the air. "Don't breathe it in." Merlin tosses Alice a sword to protect herself. "Stay safe and watch your back. Things are about to get ugly." A massive army of fire monsters gathers. Merlin stands his ground, unfazed. Copperfield jeers, "There's nowhere left for you to run, you idiot." Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, "Is that really you standing there?" Satan appears in all her glory. Alice wonders, does she actually know Merlin? That's where we leave it. Trust me, you've got to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to see Merlin get into the most explosive argument ever. Alice and Merlin are caught in a massive blast. She is starting to wonder what the deal is with this lady and Merlin. He stays quiet, clearly deep in thought about something. Finally, he just says it. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Alice and Sari are left completely speechless. Talk about awkward. Fire monsters are roaring in the back, but Satan holds them all back, with a single whip. Back off. I want to handle this myself. She charges at Merlin, but luckily, he manages to block the strike with his cloak. Merlin pulls out a sword, but Satan lashes out again. She is beyond furious that he would even try this. You are going to pay for that. A massive piece of lava gets sliced clean in half. Merlin and Alice are genuinely shocked. That molten rock was cut through like butter. Suddenly, a barrage of whip strikes rains down. Merlin is starting to look flustered. Wait a second, you definitely have the wrong guy. But she just leaps into the air. I'm not wrong. You are the one. Just as things get intense, someone interrupts the chaos. It is Copperfield, hiding behind a rock and yelling, I am the one who summoned you. You have to listen to me. Satan just points a finger at him. And just like that, Copperfield is too terrified to say another single word. Now, watch this. The moment everything literally goes up in flames as a massive blast echoes through the air. Standing atop the lava, she gives a warning. Do not even think about ordering me around. You old fool. Copperfield starts sobbing. Wait, are you going to kill me? Don't forget the rules. A spirit cannot harm their own summoner. Satan points right at his face, telling him to stay out of her way until Merlin is dead. Copperfield quickly ducks back. Fine, do whatever you want. Just beat him quickly. I am going to hide somewhere far away from this mess. Honestly, he is annoying me too. If he did not have the key, I would have killed him. Merlin just sighs in frustration. Something is not right. Weren't you the same hell envoy from last time? She is fuming now. That was Chister. How could you hurt such a sweet little girl? Alice realizes Merlin is in deep trouble. Nice going, Merlin. Then he makes a ridiculous face, and Alice just snaps at him for being such a weirdo. Satan summons a massive fireball. Today, I am teaching you a lesson for what you did to Chister. She merges with a fire phoenix. The flames spread across the lava, fueled by the wind until the entire ground is burning. Merlin just calmly walks forward. He looks totally unimpressed. Is that it? He glares at a small flame before looking up at the sky. A fire flower falls to the ground, and boom. A massive explosion lights up the entire area in a blinding flash. Alice grabs Sari and hides behind a rock to avoid the blast. Satan just stands there, laughing like a maniac. Even if you can block magic, it won't matter. This Red Lotus explosion creates a shockwave strong enough to end your pathetic life. You and I both know the main character never goes down that easily, right? Look at that figure in the smoke. Footsteps crunch on the ground. Merlin brushes off his clothes. Seriously, you fire demons are starting to get on my nerves. Satan grinds her teeth in disbelief. How is he still standing? She immediately commands her army of fire monsters to attack. Show him what we are made of. The monsters begin to merge together, forming one massive, terrifying fire giant. Merlin is actually surprised by this new form. Alice screams in shock as she realizes they are combining their strength. Copperfield peeks out, feeling confident again. The fire giant is unstoppable. This time, victory is ours for sure. The giant slams its fist into the earth, shaking everything. Alice and Sari are almost knocked off their feet by the impact. She has to stab her sword into the ground just to stay safe. Alice is terrified by the sheer scale of this power. The monster keeps pounding the ground, relentless. Satan commands from the giant's head, watching the flames. But Merlin just steps out with a very confident smirk on his face. He draws his sword with a sharp ring. Is that all you have got? With one single swing, he slices the entire giant apart. The massive beast crashes down as dust fills the air. Merlin just looks at the remains with total disappointment. It was just like cutting up a puppet. Suddenly, someone starts crawling out from under the lava rocks. It is Alice. She is gasping for air as the monster is completely erased from the fight. Alice cannot believe her own eyes. Wait, is it over already? The fire giant slowly fades away. Even the bystanders are left completely speechless by this. Taking down a beast like that in one hit? Truly, he deserves the title of the great swordsman Elgin. And that is where we leave it. One slice is all it takes for a legend like him to end the fight. Merlin just laughs. Cutting puppets is not much of a challenge after all my training. Meanwhile, Copperfield is just crying his eyes out. Alright, stick with me here. Copperfield's lifelong dream and dark ambition are turning to ash right now. Utterly desperate, he screams out, wondering why 400 years of effort failed to make him the king of the world. Merlin slowly walks over to him. He looks down with pure contempt. A man who spends his whole life kneeling and begging for power is someone who, in Merlin's eyes, is fundamentally unworthy of being a king. Hearing this, Copperfield is stunned. He demands to know if Merlin truly has no desire to rule the world himself, or any grand ambition at all. He tries to tempt him money, women, and infinite power. He asks Merlin if having everything he could ever want isn't the best thing imaginable. Merlin thinks it over for a second and admits it does sound pretty good. Hearing that, Alice starts panicking immediately. She's terrified. Is Merlin actually going to try and conquer the world? After all, a demon king is still a demon king, right? But then, Merlin hits us with a curveball. He admits that ruling the world sounds like way too much effort. Alice is just completely baffled. He explains that taking over the world means wiping out countless enemies across every single nation. To him, that sounds like a total headache. And even if he succeeded, he'd have to manage the military, the politics, and the logistics. The list of chores just goes on and on. He brushes it off with a heavy sigh. Honestly, it's just too much work, so he's not interested in the job at all. Alice is overjoyed. Praise the laziness. Good job, Merlin. Keep that same energy. Meanwhile, Copperfield can't believe what he's hearing. He stammers, asking who Merlin really is. Merlin just opens his arms wide and tells him to see him as a simple adventurer from West Ham. He's just a guy busy with everyday life, with no grand dreams of world domination or ruling over everyone. He just wants a normal life with good food and warm clothes to wear. Hearing this, Copperfield can only laugh in disbelief as his hands shake uncontrollably. He claims he finally knows Merlin's true identity. Merlin is actually quite surprised and curious, asking the man to explain who he thinks he is. The villain screams his answer: Merlin must be a god. All three of them just stand there, stunned. Copperfield yells that he's just a mortal, a mere human like him, could never defeat such a magnificent deity. It's simply impossible for a mortal to win. Merlin just stares at him, feeling a bit awkward. Copperfield turns away, muttering that this must be divine punishment for defying the gods. Now watch this guy. He's totally lost it. Merlin watches him walk away, wondering if he accidentally scared the man into total insanity. Alice walks up and asks why he didn't finish the job. After all his crimes, Copperfield definitely deserves to die for what he's done. Merlin tells her the man is already broken. A person without dreams or ambition is nothing more than a walking corpse. He decides there's no need to kill him. Copperfield wanders off, laughing to himself as the sun finally begins to rise. The nightmare is over. They head back to the village, where the people are already waiting for them with open arms. The villagers take turns thanking Merlin and Alice. They call them the village's great saviors, especially Alice, who saved so many of their lives. They're just so grateful to have had them there to stop the catastrophe. They promise never to forget this kindness. She gives them a shy smile. Alice tells them there's no need for formalities, since helping the people was their mission from the start. The village chief steps forward. He insists that they are all alive only because of their heroic actions today. Stick with me, the old man bows his head, whispering that his Annie can never return. Alice comforts the village chief, telling him she truly understands the heavy grief he is carrying right now. She tells him she's sure Annie was a lovely, kind girl who wouldn't want to see him so sad like this. The chief tries to stay positive. He knows there's a lot of work ahead to rebuild their home together. He pulls out a pouch of coins, saying the village wants to help them out. The gesture catches Alice off guard. She immediately tries to refuse the money, but they won't hear it. The chief says this is their sincere thanks. He tells them to consider it a gift from Annie herself. To the village, they're far more reliable than the Thorn Knights. Merlin snatches the pouch with a grin and happily thanks the village chief for the reward. Alice scolds him for his greed, but the villagers just wave goodbye. They wish them a safe and peaceful journey on the road. She bows politely as they leave, but once they're away, she snaps at Merlin for taking the villagers' money. She argues that the villagers need that money to rebuild. Merlin just rolls his eyes and gives her a reality check. He reminds her that they earned this reward. Plus, she can barely afford her own rent, so she should drop the Justice Act. He glances back as Sari nervously peeks out. He wonders why they even have to bring this spirit along with them. Alice stands her ground. Sari is an English spirit who was kidnapped by those villains and brought all this way. They'll head back to West Ham for a rest before taking her to see the Lord. He'll arrange an escort home. Sari nods, though she's still a bit scared. Alice reassures her that they aren't like the bad guys from before and won't hurt her. She tells her they'll keep her safe. Sari smiles and says she trusts Alice completely. Merlin just sighs. You and I know Alice will never stop looking for trouble, but let's see where this journey takes them next. All right, you and I are diving back into the story as Sari shyly asks Alice to sleep together for the next few days. Alice just giggles, telling her not to mind Merlin and to treat the place like her own home, making him visibly annoyed. He demands a proper fee for the trouble, leading to another loud argument where Alice scolds him without any mercy at all. Merlin protests, claiming it is his house too since he used to pay rent. But Alice is not having any of it. As the tension peaks, Sari steps in to play peacemaker, saying that money is not an issue if they just ask. She promises that once they reach the elf embassy, she will hand over 1 million gold coins to them as a reward. Alice screams in pure shock at the massive amount while Sari just blushes, feeling a bit embarrassed by the sudden outburst. She casually mentions it is just her pocket money, leaving both Alice and Merlin completely stunned by her incredible wealth. Merlin realizes she is a rich heiress and immediately asks if the amount is truly enough to satisfy his professional services. He goes silent, slicking back his hair while declaring that protecting a beautiful girl is his ultimate duty and responsibility. The girls cringe at his cheesy act as the carriage continues its long journey through the dark and quiet night. Sari falls into a deep sleep while Alice watches over her, eventually turning her attention back toward the eccentric Merlin. She notices Merlin looking smug and immediately gets suspicious, wondering what kind of scheme he is cooking up this time. Alice warns him not to take advantage of the mood to confess his love, threatening him with a punch to the face. She asks what that fire woman meant earlier, and Merlin's expression instantly shifts into something dark and deeply troubled. He hangs his head low, looking absolutely defeated as he admits he has been trying his hardest to forget those memories. Alice starts to worry, seeing the immense pressure Merlin is under just from thinking about his past life in the underworld. Now, pay attention here, we are about to uncover Merlin's past, from when he was still the Demon King. He flashes back to a dark forest, where a strange, demonic head suddenly appears right behind his back. A cute girl introduces herself as Chister, a messenger from hell sent to find the legendary Lucifer III. Merlin looks at her with total disdain, asking why a messenger of the underworld is bothering him out in the wild. Chister poses provocatively, explaining that her job is to scout high-quality talent for the great Satan himself to review. She claims that Lucifer III perfectly fits their requirements and invites him to join their powerful demonic ranks. As she approaches, Merlin feels a literal shock run through his body, making him cough up blood from the sheer intensity. She begs him to join Satan's army, promising him a force far stronger and more numerous than his current demon hall. The salary is top tier, and she even offers herself as one of the many beauties he would get to enjoy. Chister keeps praising his handsome looks, but Merlin loses it and screams his refusal at the top of his lungs. She does not give up, inviting him to take a quick trip to hell, certain he will love it once he sees it. Thinking she is threatening him, Merlin draws his weapon in a rage, asking if she is trying to send him to his grave. Chister tries to explain it was just an invitation, but Merlin attacks instantly, leaving her screaming in pain and confusion. You saw that too, right? Merlin completely misunderstood the situation and attacked a recruiter out of pure habit. He tells Alice that the female gorilla was trying to kill him, and that the fire monster must be seeking revenge now. He raises his hand with determination, declaring he will take on anyone they send, even if they all come at once. He even challenges Satan to show up, while Alice just sighs, realizing this entire mess is clearly all Merlin's fault. Back at the house during the transition between day and night, Merlin holds up the glowing inheritance crystal he obtained. He tosses the treasure around, knowing its true power can only be unlocked through Alice's unique abilities and hidden potential. A sudden scream from upstairs sends him crashing to the floor as he looks toward the bathroom in total confusion. Inside, Alice is teasing a very embarrassed Sari while they bathe together, getting a bit too touchy for Sari's comfort. Alice is amazed by Sari's figure and asks for her secret, while Sari just blushes and tries to hide herself away. Merlin shouts from downstairs, reminding them to be quiet since there is still a grown man living in the house. He looks back at the crystal and smirks, wondering if this legendary item has any power to help Alice's skinny frame. A shooting star streaks across the sky as Alice sneezes loudly, feeling like someone was just talking bad about her. As the sun begins to set, Alice bangs on the table repeatedly, loudly demanding that Merlin bring out the food. Merlin sets the plates down with a warning, telling her that if she keeps being rude, she will get no dinner. And that is where we leave it. Trust me. You and I know these two will never stop their bickering. All right, you and I are about to see a legendary warrior, who is also a master chef. Sari takes a bite, and her eyes widen in shock. She exclaims happily, this tastes absolutely incredible. Sari keeps praising him while eating. Mr. Merlin is amazing, not just a top-tier fighter, but an expert chef too. He glances at Alice with a smirk and says, see that, Alice? That is how you give a compliment. Unlike you. She snaps back, it is just a simple meal, isn't it? If you are so talented, teach me. Maybe I will cook even better than you. Seeing them bicker, Sari adds with a smile, how should I put this? Your marriage feels so happy. It really makes me jealous. Both of them immediately shout back. No way, that is true. Out by the Dover Strait, waves crash loudly as ships navigate the open sea. The squad's boat heads toward the mountain ahead, and Gia notes that this is their third sweep already. Ever since fighting that alchemist, the fish near this island have mutated, becoming so deformed that they are completely inedible. Now, watch this part closely. Things are about to go south. Mark smirks arrogantly. It is just one guy, right? I will punch him so hard his mother won't recognize him. Gia hears this and urges him on. Big brother, you absolutely have to kick his ass this time. Mark looks at him. No need to panic. I have got quite a reputation as a soldier out here. How could a lone alchemist be a match for a main character like me? Thinking he is fearless, Gia plays along. That is my leader. If I had followed you since our days in the fishing village, maybe I would be as strong as you. Glowing eyes appear beneath the surface. Mark spots them and warns everyone. Stay sharp. Something is coming. Gia trembles in fear. Something lunges, grazing Mark's face and leaving a deep scratch. A fish lands on the deck, and Mark's eyes widen with terror. The fish thrashes around wildly. Screams erupt as Gia is attacked, struggling to cry out. Big brother, save me. Mark stands frozen, only able to scream Gia's name. As his friend is dragged underwater, he loses his mind from fear. Behind him, the rest of the crew is being mauled. Desperate cries for help surround him from every direction. Help me, it hurts. A monster. Mom. Mark stands paralyzed. What is happening? He stares at the fish, unable to believe his entire team was just wiped out. You and I saw this coming, right? The boat hits something massive, and Mark breaks into a cold sweat. What? He looks up and screams in horror as a giant beast emerges, raising its massive arm to smash the entire ship to splinters. Mark falls into the violent, churning waves. A mysterious figure watches from the cliffs, checking his pocket watch with a mocking, arrogant sneer. Haha, it seems this alchemy beast has quite impressive power. The man then casts a spell, making jagged ice appear. Beautiful Lady Asmodeus, just you wait. I will definitely make you mine. The sea turns calm again, leaving only floating debris where the ship once was. Night has fallen, and inside the brightly lit house, Alice finds herself pinned against the wall. Bam! Merlin stares at her. That little elf is finally asleep, so we can finally be alone together. Alice panics, stammering, What? What are you doing? He smirks. I want to show you my greatest treasure. She blushes hard while feeling a chill down her spine. Merlin notices her weird reaction. What is with that face? What are you thinking? I just wanted to show you this. He pulls out a pouch and some contents spill out. Alice picks up a fragment, asking, What is this? This is a dragon tribe inheritance crystal, a rare treasure that can completely rewrite your natural talent. She stares at it, stunned. Is this what you mentioned before? Where did you get it? He says proudly, I found it inside a frostbone holy dragon. Surprised, Merlin points to the crystals. With these, you can easily reach the saint level of power. You will gain the strength of the 6 great calamity dragons, a divine body, massive mana, and ancient dragon martial arts and magic. Alice looks worried. If I eat this, will I turn into a giant dragon? Merlin reassures her. Your appearance might change slightly, but ancient texts say, if it is processed into small shards, you can use its power without actually transforming into a dragon. He continues his explanation. Of course, that is only after you have mastered the power. You must digest it slowly, don't rush. Merlin's eyes glow. Tell me how you feel right now. He holds the crystal out to her. Alice, do you crave true power? A surge of energy passes through her as she tries to sense it. Merlin watches closely. It has been a while. So how is it? Do you feel an immense power erupting from within your body? Alice breathes heavily. Huff, huff. She looks at her body with a confused expression. I don't feel anything at all. It feels totally normal. Merlin thinks it is strange. Anyone else who eats an inheritance crystal should have their power explode instantly. They would undergo a massive dragon transformation. So why no reaction? Alice realizes something. I knew it. Did you give me a fake crystal? He shouts back. No way. There is no chance I picked the wrong one. In the dark room, Merlin tosses and turns on the sofa. He is still stuck on what happened. Why didn't Alice transform? Trust me, you and I will find out soon. All right, you and I are about to see a magical treasure being totally wasted. Merlin wakes up just as Alice walks by, and let me tell you, she is definitely looking a lot more developed. Sari stands before Merlin, screaming in shock. Damn, that is one massive transformation. She looks over at him with a face full of worry. Master Merlin, Something happened to Lady Alice. He slowly stands up, finally realizing it is her. What exactly is going on here? Sari urges him on. I do not know, just come see for yourself. The entire room is now completely engulfed in a thick, magical mist. The door swings open, letting out a freezing chill. Merlin stares at the room in pure disbelief. His jaw literally hits the floor. Alice is lying on the bed, looking miserable while surrounded by an icy aura. Sari turns to Merlin, her eyes filled with desperation. Has Lady Alice ever been like this? Her body is radiating ice, her face is pale, and she is totally unresponsive. We have to do something. Fast. Merlin finally sees the reality of her condition. He thinks to himself, is this happening because she cannot handle the raw power of the inheritance? He strokes his chin, realizing he has to suppress her runaway mana. He turns to Sari with a serious request. Sari, could you sleep on the sofa for just one night? She asks nervously. Merlin, do you actually have a plan? He gives a gentle smile. Leave everything to me. She looks totally caught off guard. Now pay attention, because the method he is about to use is questionable. He slams the door shut, staring at the struggling Alice. He rubs his head in frustration. Man, I really did not want to do this. If I mess up, she is going to absolutely lose it when she wakes up. Then, he starts tearing something apart, doing it over and over again with a loud rip. Merlin climbs into bed with Alice. With his magic immune body, just being close to her should be enough to force that runaway mana into submission. I am not taking advantage of her, just helping her stabilize the inheritance crystal. Suddenly, Alice reaches out and pulls him into a tight hug. Alice smiles in her sleep, whispering about how warm it feels. Merlin is blushing hard, his heart racing while he flails around in panic. This is bad. Is my heart actually beating this fast? No way. I must just be really, really tired. Outside, everything is peaceful. The wind blows softly as morning arrives, and birds start singing on the windowsill under the warm glow of the sunrise. Alice is still fast asleep. She slowly starts to wake up. Merlin is right there, watching her. Did you sleep well, Alice? She is still groggy, mumbling out a good morning. Then, reality hits her like a truck. Her face goes pale, and she starts shaking. You and I both saw this scream coming. Alice shrieks as Sari bursts in. She sees Alice on top of Merlin and turns bright red. Alice is just as shocked to see her. Sari immediately turns to run. So sorry for disturbing you too. She stammers out an explanation. Wait, it is not what you think. Alice turns around and grabs Merlin by the collar. Why were you in my bed? Merlin acts like it is no big deal. What is the problem? We are technically husband and wife, even if only on paper. Before he can finish, Alice kicks him right off the bed. She hides under the covers, crying about her lost purity. You absolute scumbag, you pervert. How did it even come to this? Merlin sits on the floor rubbing his head. Is this how you treat your literal savior? Alice looks at him blankly. Savior? Seeing her confusion, he begins to explain the situation. You are too weak to control the crystal power. My magic immunity acts like a shield, stopping your mana from leaking out and destroying you. Until you reach the saint rank and master that crystal, these dangerous backlashes are going to keep happening to you. She glares at Merlin. So you mean? Wait, are you saying that until I reach saint rank, I have to do this? He places his hand on the bed and stares her down. If this happens again before you are a saint, you are definitely sleeping with me. Otherwise, your current power level is going to get you killed. Alice's face drops as she screams at the top of her lungs. No way. She storms off, her footsteps heavy. Merlin calls out from behind her. What is the rush? Alice is now full of fiery determination. Let's go. We need to start training right now. She emphasizes her point to stop relying on him. She has to hit that saint rank as fast as humanly possible. He smirks. Was sleeping with me really that bad? You were the one clinging to me all night long, you know? Alice lunges forward and grabs his shirt. Do not ever mention that again. You better forget everything that happened last night. Got it? Suddenly, a voice rings out. What is this? Flirting in the middle of the street so early? Alice jumps in surprise. It is Rossetti teasing her. Ha ha ha. You two are making me jealous. Alice sees them and quickly says hello. Good morning, Lady Yvonne and Rossetti. They step forward to check on her. Glad to see you are safe, Alice. Merlin told us you were kidnapped by some bad people. Are you okay? She smiles back. I am fine, really. Sorry for making everyone worry. But Rossetti is not done teasing. What could possibly happen to Alice? Looking at that flat figure, she is basically zero threat to any man. Totally safe. Alice cannot stay quiet after that. You big-breasted cow. And for the record, I never even asked him to come save me. So, what do you and I think? Will she ever admit her feelings? The van just tells her to cherish what they have. Alright, you and I are about to watch a low-level adventurer show some serious guts. Alice is stunned. Merlin looks a bit shy in the back. Wait, what? She turns and walks away. Rossetti joins the rush since time is tight. As they leave, she cannot help but tease Alice. Confused, Alice asks Merlin what that lady actually meant by her strange comment. He dodges the question, claiming it is just a big misunderstanding. Soon, they reach a waterfall and stand opposite each other. Merlin gives the order. Fine, let us see you use your battle energy first. Alice immediately agrees. She focuses her energy and shuts her eyes tight. Suddenly, dragon wings sprout from her back. Merlin smirks. Now watch this part closely, because Alice is about to feel a massive surge of dragon power. To see the true effect, she has to fully evolve the inherited crystals within her soul. He claims she is still too weak and needs a specific trigger to level up again. Alice is annoyed. Alice snaps back. Finding a trigger is easy. Just you wait, because one day I will definitely crush you. He just laughs at her. You? Really? Infuriated, Alice charges forward to prove him wrong. She strikes with a loud boom, but Merlin just stands there. Next thing, she is face down crying. Merlin is speechless as she sobs on the ground. Back to reality now. As the sun sets, they walk home. He tells her to forget about winning and focus on paying her debt instead. She just keeps crying. Suddenly, a neighbor calls out, "Hey, is that you, Alice?" A merchant greets her with a big smile. "Buying food for today? We have some very fresh cabbage." Alice lights up and orders 2 of them. Even the fishmonger shouts her name, showing off today is Catch. Everyone in town seems to know her. They thank her for catching a thief last time. Even the kids want to play with their favorite sister. Alice greets them all happily. As evening falls, Merlin stands right there holding a massive pile of fresh vegetables. He is surprised she has such a great reputation. Alice just smiles, finally noticing how much people like her. "This is heavy. You carry it," Merlin grumbles. He warns her not to treat him like a real husband. "You and I are going to love this next part when their landlady spots them walking together." Alice greets her warmly. "Oh, hello. It has been a long time since we last saw you." She waves kindly and says she saw them from afar. "You two look more like a couple every day." That compliment leaves them both frozen in shock. His face turns pale at the mention of being a pair. Merlin thinks to himself that he never intended to walk into the grave of marriage with her. Alice is just as disgusted. Who would ever want to marry this lecherous demon king anyway? The landlady laughs, saying they remind her of the good old days with her late husband. She asks if they could be just a little bit more affectionate to make her happy. Hearing this, they both yell no at the same time. Then she mentions cutting their rent in half next month. Suddenly, they are hugging each other with pure joy. Is this what a rent discount feels like? He looks like he wants to throw up while she blushes. It is only for the money, right? Stay professional, she tells herself. Her heart is racing, but she tries to stay calm during the hug. The old lady is thrilled. Yes, that is the feeling. It is like I have traveled back in time. They both sigh in relief once she leaves. But then Merlin realizes there might be more to gain. He tells the landlady that if she cuts the rent again, they will act even sweeter for her. Alice explodes in anger, shouting that she has finally reached her limit. The landlady thinks it is possible. Back home, Merlin looks exhausted. Alice grabs a knife and starts hacking at a cabbage like a maniac. She uses a rapid-fire chopping technique that looks terrifying. Merlin asks her what on earth she is doing. She answers coldly while the blade keeps slamming down. "It is obvious. I am just chopping some vegetables." He tells her to apologize to the poor vegetables for her terrible skills. Then, he grabs her hand. Merlin says he cannot stand watching this mess. Alice screams, asking what he thinks he is doing. He softens his tone and starts teaching her how to chop properly. "I refuse to believe you cannot learn. Trust me. You and I are definitely going to want to see where this romance goes next. All right, you and I are about to dive into a wild story where a former demon king accidentally becomes the world's most famous hero." Seeing her refuse to cooperate, Merlin gives a cold warning that he suspects she is causing this chaos on purpose. Alice calms down and tells him to just keep teaching since she is listening seriously now, while Sari watches them with a warm smile. How can they claim not to be a real husband and wife when they look like a couple deeply in love with each other? The next day, at the guild hall, everyone is enjoying food and conversation, while Merlin focuses his attention on reading the newspaper. Official reports state that the Cis Knight Battalion has returned in victory, successfully capturing the mastermind behind the entire incident. Prince Copperfield is currently in an unstable mental state, and he now awaits the harsh judgment of the Queen's gavel. Taking a sip of water, Merlin cannot help but think that this Copperfield guy really had the worst luck possible. With an army from hell that powerful, they could have conquered any nation, so it was simply a matter of bad timing. Alice points to the crystal ball, noticing the capital is broadcasting the news, and Merlin leans in to see the drama. The magic sphere shows the scene as Bran stands atop the castle walls to address the massive crowd gathered below him. He announces that every knight besides himself was killed, and the one who truly ended the crisis was the legendary swordsman of Elgin. He claims this great swordsman took down Lord Sahaddin and his elite guards with a single, devastating strike. Shortly after, the powerful flame undead were completely wiped out, and the massive explosion back then was truly terrifying to witness. Bran continues his speech to the public, pointing out that everyone can see Copperfield has completely lost his mind. He suggests the prince was scared senseless by the overwhelming power of Lord Elgin, our true national hero. Now, pay attention, because while everyone shouts praises for this hero, a dangerous reality is brewing underneath. They all shout together, "Long live the great swordsman." The level of trust shown through the screen is truly staggering to see. Merlin and Alice can only watch and sigh, wondering if the knights have truly mistaken him for Lord Elgin. There is a slight resemblance, but he can only cover his face in pure embarrassment at the whole situation. "Please, I am the former Demon King, the literal definition of evil. How did I end up becoming the savior of humanity? What would my former allies think if they saw me now?" The crystal ball flickers and then goes completely dark. You saw that too, right? But while the public celebrates, things are getting ugly behind the scenes for Bran. The man screams for him to shut his mouth, and Bran looks up in shock at his own captain, Franklin. He yells at Bran, asking what right he has to represent the knights when they finally had a chance to improve their fame. He demands Bran look at the mess he made, and these harsh accusations cut straight through the young knight's ears. He declares that betraying the order is the same as betraying the queen herself as Franklin draws his blade from its sheath. "I will now judge you for the crime of treason. Chapman, you traitor, go and repent for your sins in heaven." In a state of pure panic, he can only shield his face with his arms as the blade swings toward him. Instead of blood, there is a loud metallic clash as a different sword is slammed into the earth, making Franklin tremble. This sword, could it be? Black feathers begin to drift slowly down from the sky above them. A massive, majestic eagle appears in the clouds, and the citizens struggle against the heavy wind and dust it creates. The eagle lands with such force that the ground cracks, and a pair of elegant legs slowly step down from its back. The person standing there is Mayfi, with her fiery red hair, and Bran cannot believe his eyes at her arrival. Franklin rushes to explain that Chapman disobeyed orders and spoke words that were detrimental to the reputation of the Knight Battalion. He claims it was disrespect to the Queen and deserved death, but she responds with a slap that sends him hitting the ground. Mayfi raises her voice in anger, calling Franklin a fool and telling him to look at the mess he has caused. "Do you actually want to turn the Queen into a target for public outrage?" He clutches his face while trembling in fear. "My lord, you know that Lord Elgin's reputation is growing so fast that it is starting to threaten our position." He points his finger at Bran, claiming that, since he helped Elgin, he is nothing more than a traitor to them. She gives him a stone-cold look as the crowd whispers, declaring that Bran is the reason their glory remains untainted. She pulls the sword from the ground and points it directly at Franklin with a sharp, piercing gaze. She exposes his crimes, saying he is at fault for trying to steal credit and deceive the people with such cowardly methods. "You are not worthy of being called a knight, as your actions only bring deep shame upon Her Majesty the Queen. The pride of the knights is disgraced because of you." He stammers about their status, but trust me, this is far from over. "All right, you and I are watching," as she cuts him off. "Enough, Franklin, haven't you embarrassed us enough with this talk?" He tries to deny it. "Fine, I will report this to the Queen herself." He storms off in a huff, but she doesn't care. She turns to Bran instead. "Are you hurt?" He bows and thanks her deeply for everything. She approaches the fortress walls to address the crowd. "Citizens, I am the lead knight of the Cis Mayfield Order. Now, for the truth. I sincerely apologize for the chaos Commander Franklin caused here today. On behalf of the number 1 Thorn Knights, I express our deepest gratitude to the great swordsman, Elgin." But she has questions. Why do these heroes hide their names and faces? Is it for protection or something else? Can the people truly trust them? Meanwhile, Alice notices the crystal orb starts flickering with a signal again. The image returns, and mine is shocked to see a new face. "Please, keep your faith in our knights. We will prove through our actions who your real guardian truly is." Watch her closely here. She's about to send a very personal message to our mysterious, legendary swordsman. Mayfield clenches her fist in determination. She declares boldly, "You are a wanted criminal. If you keep causing trouble, I will personally lock you in the strongest prison in the land." Merlin just scoffs. Hey, so, she's already making threats against the great swordsman, is she? This is getting interesting. On screen, the signal flickers again, while she speaks about justice. Things are definitely getting unstable. Destroying a national fleet is a serious crime that you can't just walk away from. Alice bangs on the orb in frustration. What happened? The audio is cutting out completely. Merlin wonders if this thing is just a second-hand piece of junk. Hobbist finally shows up. Hey, you two. You're finally here. What took you so long to reach the guild? He thinks for a second, then leans in to whisper a secret to Merlin. He says, a horn might grow on Merlin's head at any second. Merlin is totally confused. Meanwhile, Alice is still yelling at her crystal ball for the terrible signal quality lately. His face turns mysterious. I heard from Rukia that Alice has a massive crush on the legendary swordsman Elgin. Careful, man. You definitely can't compete with a national idol like him. Merlin couldn't care less. Swordsmen don't impress him. Alice walks over, making Hobbist laugh and pat Merlin on the shoulder. It's nothing. Merlin makes up a lie. I was just saying how she yelled at me and kicked me out of bed. Hobbist gives her a teasing look. Alice jumps in surprise, her face turning as red as a beet. What are you even saying? You're the one who snuck into my bed in the middle of the night while I was fast asleep. Is it a crime to call you a pervert? Suddenly, a thud echoes as a bouquet of roses falls to the floor. Poor Anne stands there frozen in absolute horror. He bursts into tears and sprints away after hearing those scandalous words about the bed. Love is a cruel joke. The three of them stand there, completely speechless. Now, let's pause a second. She just remembered her promise to cook for Sari. I'm heading home now. See you guys later. Go find a mission. Merlin stays cold. Hobbist asks, who is Sari? Merlin dodges the question. Better to keep the spirit in the house a secret. He doesn't want the word getting out. He slams a gold coin down. Hey Hobbist, got any high-paying work over in Lenny lately? Not much. The adventurers in Lenny are elite, so they don't leave many scraps. They mostly handle their own stuff. But a request just came from a fishing village on the Ken coast. 100,000? Merlin's jaw drops. Wait, is that mission still up for grabs? Hobbist looks disappointed. Too late. A 14-year-old mithril rank adventurer named Elvin Johnson just took the job yesterday. Talk about bad luck. They say he is a freak of nature with talent for every single elemental magic. His understanding of magic isn't even human. He can copy any spell he sees instantly. It's like he's built differently. One look is all he needs to fire back even harder. Is he strong? Merlin nods. A 14-year-old copycat? That's interesting. The scary part? The spells he steals never expire. He travels the world just to collect more magic. If this walking magic warehouse has no limits, then this genius kid is going to reach the top in no time. Merlin is impressed. Truly a special mage. Suddenly, Hobbist spots someone and lights up. Oh, Miss Helena, what brings you here today? Helena greets them both warmly. It's been a while, Hobbist. Why don't you come visit me sometime? My wine is on a whole different level compared to this guild swill. Hobbist agrees. I'll be there. And you and I just know things are about to get even crazier, all right? You and I are diving into Merlin's chaotic life as Helena stops by with a shy smile. I am here to find Mr. Merlin. Could you spare some time to come with me for a moment? He stands up instantly, ready to go. Hobbist stays behind, watching them walk away in total confusion while sipping his drink and sighing deeply. They just got married, both Alice and Merlin. Honestly, young people these days are just something else. A bit later, at Helena's secret house, footsteps echo through the halls. Merlin walks in with a deep frown. Helena, why does Asmodeus need me this time? She hesitates, not knowing the full story, then whispers softly, I suspect the Master's secret plan is not going well, and it is putting the entire demon race at risk. That is why she needs you so urgently. Merlin feels helpless. Why does she still remember that? He quickly pulls himself together and acts serious. Cough. You are exactly right. Helena, you really are just too smart for your own good. If our plan succeeds, the demon race will instantly rise above all other races in the world. All you have to do is keep it a complete secret. She buys it instantly. No problem. I will keep it strictly confidential. Merlin is breaking into a cold sweat, thinking it is better not to tell her the truth. The door shuts, sealing them off from the world. He calmly picks up his coffee and takes a sip. Tell me, why did you call for me today? Asmodeus's reflection appears in the mirror. My old friend. Is that you? Something has been bothering me for days, keeping me awake all night. Merlin plays along, wondering what could possibly disturb someone like her. She lifts her short skirt playfully. Lately, I have been wanting to hold a grand concert at the 7th Demon Palace. I have a dance move involving my skirt that will surely gain me more followers, but I need the right lingerie to pull it off. So, what do you think? Does it look good? Maybe a little transparent? Merlin falls backward in pure shock. He rolls up his sleeves and snaps at her. Listen, Asmodeus. You do not need to call me here so urgently for things like this. Could you not find anyone else? She teases him playfully, asking if seeing her feminine side after so long has touched his heart. Merlin looks disgusted, but pay attention here. Asmodeus is finally about to reveal the real problem. She finally gets serious. The truth is, I am being pursued relentlessly by a certain human. Merlin does not see the problem at all and simply offers his congratulations. Asmodeus sighs. The issue is the person involved. When she reveals it is a man, Merlin sprays his coffee everywhere. She describes the guy. He uses alchemy to transform human bodies into strange creatures, known as alchemy beasts. Merlin is confused. Alchemy beasts? What are those? Asmodeus looks unusually cautious as she explains. They are artificial life forms created through alchemy, and while simple, they possess some dangerous attack patterns. Even my demon generals and soldiers felt exhausted after facing those creatures in battle. They are no joke. Asmodeus snaps her fan shut. If he worked for me, my power would grow significantly, but the problem is I want him as a partner, while he wants something else. Merlin already knows where this is going. Got it. You want his alchemy beasts, but you do not want to deal with a human suitor, right? She nods. Exactly. She continues to complain that the man recently sent a letter saying his upgraded alchemy beasts could rival any army in the world. He promised to give them all to her as a wedding gift if she just agrees to marry him. Merlin gives his opinion. If you hate him, just reject the guy. You and I both know it should be that simple, right? But stay with me, because it gets complicated. Asmodeus disagrees. You know my 4th Demon Palace is closest to the Holy See headquarters, and we face constant threats. If we do not have a strong enough army, the enemy will treat us like easy targets. Merlin is curious, asking how many people could actually defeat one of the demon lords. He pauses for a second before confidently declaring that she still has him on her side. If there is trouble, I am willing to help you. His words make her heart flutter as she shyly covers her face. You are actually offering to be the man standing behind me? My maiden heart is starting to race all over again. Merlin gets goosebumps. Why can you not be serious for once? I am leaving. See you later. Outside, the afternoon sun shines over the buildings. Merlin sighs, exhausted by both work and Asmodeus's teasing. Time to go home and sleep. But as he walks, he hears a heated argument. Wasn't Master Merlin single just a moment ago? How did he get married so quickly? What about me? Haven't you ever heard of a flash marriage before? He wonders who Alice is fighting with. She spots him and shouts, "Oh, you are finally back." Cecilia turns around joyfully, saying she has been looking for him forever. But as we leave things here, Merlin only has one question. Who is she? All right, you and I are back with our overpowered main character as Cecilia, daughter of Grand Duke Rose, confronts him for not remembering her. Merlin finally recalls releasing her, but her guard Kehoe immediately snaps at him for his casual tone toward a noble lady. Kehoe can't believe a mere black iron adventurer would speak like that. But Cecilia quickly steps in to silence her aggressive subordinate. She firmly reminds Kehoe that Lord Merlin is the savior who rescued them, yet the guard refuses to drop his arrogant attitude. Kehoe argues that it's impossible for a low-rank adventurer to be the hero who saved a high-ranking noblewoman like her. He points out that official records credit a gold-rank adventurer for the incident, making Merlin laugh at the sheer absurdity of it. Alice is visibly annoyed that their true achievements are being ignored again, while Merlin just enjoys teasing everyone in the room. Cecilia loses her patience and declares that Merlin was the one who destroyed the undead army and saved their lives that day. She asks Kehoe if he's actually calling her a liar, causing the stubborn guard to start stuttering in fear and confusion. Now, pay attention here. Kehoe admits it's just hard to believe, but Merlin cuts them off, asking what they actually want. He jokingly asks if they came all this way just to hold him responsible for letting her go in the first place. Inside, they discuss a new mission involving an island in the Dover Strait and a dangerous, evil alchemist, causing massive trouble there. Cecilia is convinced that Merlin's true strength is the only thing that can resolve this growing crisis and save the island. Merlin wonders why she didn't just post a guild request, but she admits she wants him specifically for a private job. She stands up, clearly desperate, hoping Merlin will accompany them personally rather than taking a public contract through the Adventurers Guild. Cecilia needs this victory to restore her family's honor and wash away the shame of her past failures within the noble house. Merlin strokes his chin, reminding her that he doesn't work for free and expects a proper reward for his professional services. She promises a reward that will leave him satisfied, which immediately gets Merlin's attention as he repeats her words with interest. He flashes a wicked, teasing smile, asking if she plans on paying him with her body again like she did before. That one line makes Cecilia freeze and turn bright red, while both Alice and Kehoe react with absolute shock and horror. Alice grabs Merlin by the collar, furious that he would say something so bold while they are supposed to be fake spouses. Kehoe panics, wondering if his lady was actually violated, but Cecilia hides her face, frantically explaining that it is all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Sari is hiding on the stairs, watching the chaotic drama unfold and thinking their relationships are a total, complicated mess. Watch this, you and I are about to see why you never mess with Merlin as Kehoe draws his sword to attack. Cecilia screams for him to stop, but Merlin casually picks up a coffee spoon and sends the guard flying with one strike. Kehoe is instantly knocked out against the wall, leaving Cecilia completely baffled by the sheer power of a simple kitchen utensil. Merlin nonchalantly tells her it was just a spoon, while Alice stands there speechless at how little mercy he showed the guard. Cecilia checks on her unconscious subordinate before turning back to Merlin to sincerely apologize for his rude and impulsive behavior. Merlin doesn't care about the apology. He just wants to talk about the price and the bill for the broken wall. Cecilia is relieved but surprised, realizing that the legendary hero she admired is actually just a guy who is obsessed with money. Money isn't an issue, as she offers her entire savings of 300,000 gold coins, which Merlin happily accepts on the spot. Alice pulls him aside, worried about his sudden decision to take the job without thinking about their current travel plans. She reminds him that they are supposed to be taking Sari back to her hometown right now, with no time for side quests. Merlin pauses to do the math, realizing Sari's mission pays 1 million gold, which is way more profitable than this new job. He apologizes to Cecilia, explaining that they have to prioritize their friend first and can't accept her request right now. But Cecilia won't give up, suggesting they combine the trips since they all have to pass through the same coastal region anyway. It is a perfect plan that solves everyone's problems, allowing them to travel together while Merlin still gets his massive payout. Merlin agrees immediately, excited about the fact that he can now save money on carriage fees by traveling with the nobles. The next day, under a calm sky, the group sets off in a carriage while Merlin discusses the details of the crisis. It turns out, the sea creatures near the island have mutated, making it impossible for the local fishermen to make a living. Every volunteer team sent to investigate has vanished into the ocean, leaving the village desperate for a real hero to intervene. Cecilia nods, certain the evil alchemist is behind it, and trusts Merlin to ensure that this mission goes off without a hitch. Merlin mentions that a famous adventurer named Johnson was already hired for this, which causes Alice to jump in shock. Cecilia's eyes go wide as she mentions Johnson, the genius mage of Eisen, clearly worried about the competition or the danger. You and I can tell this mission just got way more complicated, and we will see what happens when these legends collide. Alright, stick with me as we dive back into Merlin's journey, just as things start getting weird. Don't worry, genius mage. High up in a Lensney tower, a window is currently opening to catch the breeze. A dark elf with long purple hair sits silently in front of her mirror. Samuel bows deeply, greeting his mistress. It has been a long time, the figure in the mirror replies. He reports that the great wailing spirit magic circle is ready. Their master's plan for revenge is moving forward. As the dark elf queen, she will soon rule the entire world. Her laughter is bone-chilling and wicked. Sacrificing every single citizen of Lensney simultaneously will be a legendary sight. This moment will truly make history. Now, pay attention, because this is where the villain's plan hits a major snag. One piece is missing. To activate the circle, they need a royal sacrifice, but they haven't found a suitable victim yet. The queen sighs in frustration. Then, she starts giving him a few lethal hints. The Spirit King protects his children well, but his youngest daughter vanished 6 months ago, making her the perfect target. Samuel confirms that Princess Sari has been missing for half a year with zero news. But the queen is certain. Spirits can sense their children's life force. Why else would he still be searching? She's definitely alive. Samuel finally understands this and stands tall with his newfound confidence. He vows to find Princess Sari even if he has to dig up the earth. Meanwhile, Merlin's group approaches. Sari is glowing. Tomorrow, she will finally be back in her home city, Lensney. The next day, they enter the city under clear skies. Alice looks out the window, amazed by how prosperous it looks. She excitedly turns to show Sari the view, but the little girl has already fallen fast asleep. Alice can't bring herself to wake her up. She whispers to Merlin that the little princess is finally home after being lost for so long. She feels a bit sad to say goodbye, but she is happy for her friend. Merlin isn't so optimistic. He feels uneasy because the entire journey has been way too easy. You and I both know that when things are this quiet, a massive storm is usually coming. Cecilia breaks his train of thought, happily asking what he thinks of the great city of Lensney. Merlin hesitates, looking at the noisy crowds. Finally, he says the people are like ants. It's annoying. Cecilia is a bit embarrassed. Lensney is a massive city, but the living conditions here are top tier. She mentions all the entertainment available, like bars, public baths, and even fancy casinos. Suddenly, Merlin's eyes sparkle at the mention of gambling. Alice immediately grabs his ear, threatening to cut his monthly salary in half right now. Merlin yells back in protest. Who gave her the right to control where he goes? He waves his arms around, insisting it's his business. Alice isn't having any of it. I'm doing this for your own good. With your terrible luck. A casino is just a bottomless pit. Cecilia watches their loud bickering, feeling completely confused. She has a very strange question. Wait, aren't Master Merlin and Lady Alice married? Why do they keep their money so separate? Merlin instinctively shouts back, asking who would ever be her husband. Luckily, Alice cuts him off. Don't listen to him. Even married couples need to keep track of their finances, right, Cecilia? Cecilia actually believes her. Alice then grabs Merlin by his collar. She tells Merlin to let her keep the misunderstanding and turns away, whistling a happy tune to avoid any questions. Merlin just gives up. Suddenly, Cecilia notices something. They pass a massive building. She excitedly points out her school, the Holy Academy. The academy is brilliant, with a massive statue of a goddess holding a sun staff in front. Merlin looks closely. That statue looks incredibly familiar. Alice asks him what's wrong. He scoffs, calling it a blatant display of a cult. He mocks the followers for hiding behind spirituality, but the driver quickly interrupts him. Master Merlin, keep that up and the believers will pelt you with eggs. Watch your mouth. Besides, this is Cecilia's school. Merlin just grumbles, calling the citizens ignorant fools. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this cult reacts to Merlin later. All right, stick with me as we watch Lady Cecilia try her best to dodge a very awkward question. What is a typical day like? Inside her head, she is cheering for a subject change, anything to shift the focus. Cecilia responds immediately, mentioning hymns, poetry, and hybrid magic cultivation, but then she brings up exorcism classes. Merlin freezes and repeats the word with a start. Wait, did you just say exorcism? Cecilia explains that, because demons are the embodiment of pure evil, every believer must master exorcism. It is essential training to prepare for the eventual holy war against the demon race. He ponders how Asmodeus has been expanding his army recently. Maybe there is a darker reason behind it. His expression turns grim. A holy war? Could it really happen? Looking at the academy, he suspects the Holy See is plotting a massive war against the demons. Later, at a grand hotel, Cecilia looks around and wonders where Lord Merlin and the others went. Kehoe, busy brushing a horse, says they are taking a friend home and will return to the hotel later. Meanwhile, Merlin's group has reached the Southern United Kingdom Embassy in Lensney. 2 guards block their path. Halt! The soldiers warn them that this is the Southern United Kingdom Embassy and unauthorized people are strictly forbidden from entering. Merlin explains they have brought a lost elf and asks to speak with the elven ambassador immediately. He wants to see how her situation will be handled this afternoon. Sari pulls back her hood, revealing her face. The 2 guards are stunned and immediately drop into a deep, apologetic bow. Sari's true identity is revealed. She is a princess. Now pay attention, because Alice and Merlin are absolutely losing it. A bit later, Sari sits comfortably in the embassy office while 2 maids stand respectfully by her side. Alice looks around, amazed that Sari is the youngest daughter of the Elf King and 5th in line for the throne. Merlin grinds his teeth in regret, muttering that 1,000,000 gold was way too low. Alice asks what he is whispering about. He proposes a new plan to threaten Sari's father for more cash. Alice is speechless. He is actually serious about this? He argues that if a little princess is worth 100 million, then the Elf King must be loaded with gold. Why not demand a reward from her father? He sets a small goal for now, a cool 1 billion gold. Alice is stunned by his pure greed. Just then, a soldier announces that the High Ambassador has finally arrived. Hurried footsteps echo as a voice cries out for Sari. Samuel rushes in with a look of pure, relieved joy. Sari greets her politely, but Samuel immediately demands to know exactly where she has been all this time. With no news at all, the king was worried sick. Sari blames herself, apologizing for being so playful and causing her father such a massive amount of stress. Samuel hugs her shoulders, telling her not to worry. You are home safe now, but who are these two? Sari quickly responds, saying, it is a very long story. She has a lot of explaining to do. Later in the massive hallway, Sari appears. She has changed into a stunning royal gown, complete with a beautiful princess crown. Alice is full of praise, calling the dress gorgeous. It is a look truly fit for an elven princess, making Sari blush. Sari tells Alice to stop teasing her. Nearby, Merlin is turning red with excitement, already calculating his new reward. Alice cannot stop him. Samuel speaks up, saying she has heard all about their journey from Princess Sari herself. She has heard how these two adventurers saved their princess from a very dangerous situation. As the ambassador of the United Kingdom, she thanks them on behalf of the Elf King, but deep down, she is cursing them out. You saw that look in her eyes too, right? She is already plotting a way to have these two thugs silenced for good very soon. Merlin still has not given up on the money, while Alice asks if the Elf King really leads the whole kingdom. Sari proudly explains that among the 9 kings, her father is the strongest and the very soul of the elves. She believes that without his leadership, the elven race would never have reached the level of prosperity they have now. Alice nods, thinking that based on Sari's words, her father seems like a truly great and noble king. Merlin joins in, wondering just how powerful the king is. He is secretly hoping the guy has a very long lifespan. Samuel cuts him off with a look of disdain. In the elven race, Sari's uncle is the real powerhouse. The Dark Elf King, Asus, is the one who truly deserves to be called the absolute strongest. Sari frantically stops her, saying that name is a taboo. Merlin's curiosity is piqued. Who exactly is this Asus guy? Sari explains that years ago, her uncle rejected her father's proposal to build a united kingdom. He led the Dark Elves in a rebellion. Though it was a fierce uprising, her father managed to crush it early on. But that rebellion caused a massive rift between the Light Elves and the Dark Elves that still lasts today. So, what do you and I make of this power gap? Let's find out exactly what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to uncover the real reason why the Elf King suppressed him. Samuel shows no mercy, revealing the brutal truth: the Elf King ambushed and murdered his own brother. Alice can hardly believe it. A world leader using such filthy, underhanded methods just to steal the throne and murder his kin? Sari shouts back, defending him. She claims her father only did it for the sake of the elf race. Merlin finds it all quite amusing. Dark history like this always makes things way more interesting than they seem. Samuel remains calm. After all, Asus was a rare genius capable of wielding the power of gods. It is something normal people cannot even imagine. Alice stutters, shocked by the mention of divine power. This was no fake. It was the real deal. Like an ancient elven god had finally reincarnated. He might have even been the last living deity. Merlin goes silent, lost in his own thoughts. Outside, the sky is painted in a beautiful, golden sunset as Merlin and Alice walk together. Alice sighs, feeling suddenly lonely now that Sari is back. Merlin just teases her, asking if he is not enough for her. His words make her heart race. Trust me, you and I would totally misunderstand his meaning in this moment too. He gives her a bored look. Suddenly, Alice remembers something and turns to face him. She asks if he misses his sister. He just waves it off, saying he is actually thrilled she is gone. Merlin stretches out his arms, complaining that his sister is even more of a headache than Alice is. Alice snaps back, telling him to leave her out of it. Suddenly, Merlin's eyes turn blood red. You have no idea how clingy she is. She literally chases away every single girl who tries to approach me. She would chop off their heads and turn their skulls into wine cups. Alice is absolutely horrified, her skin crawling as she repeats the words, skulls into wine cups. He keeps walking. Surrounded by such childish drama, his desire for romance has completely died out. His love life is totally paralyzed. He stares directly at the embassy, wondering if that ambassador is a secret worshiper of the Dark Elves. Isn't that supposed to be forbidden for their entire race? Samuel watches them from behind the curtains. Merlin stands tall and lets out a long sigh. As the sun sets, the wind howls through the streets lined with grand houses and mansions. Alice notices Merlin looking away and asks what is wrong. Nearby, a crowd is cheering loudly. Stick with me here, because it looks like something big is happening in that crowd. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as a man is sent flying right in front of them, groaning in pain. The man groans in agony, terrified. He wonders what kind of scary monster could do something this terrifying. Merlin remains silent, while Morrison mocks the crowd with a sneer, demanding to know who the next brave challenger will be. Is there really no one strong here? Merlin crosses his arms and steps closer to investigate. He casually asks what all the commotion is about. The bystander explains that it is an arm wrestling bet, pay 100 gold to play, but you win 2,000 if you manage to beat him. Alice watches as the man radiates a powerful battle aura, while the wind howls around him, making his imposing presence feel even more epic. She warns Merlin that this guy is hiding his true power, keeping his pressure tightly contained. Merlin is impressed, she noticed. He asks her exactly how she was able to figure that out. She isn't sure. She just feels more sharp than usual. Meanwhile, Morrison is losing his patience. He shouts out, asking if anyone else is coming up. Are there really no true heroes here? He sighs, shaking his hand in total boredom. He expected to find some legendary hidden masters here, but instead, it has been a total waste of his time and effort. Just as he turns to leave, a voice rings out, telling him to wait. He turns around excitedly, but his smile vanishes the moment he sees who is challenging him. Merlin stands tall, confident in his strength. He tells the man he wants to try. Morrison scoffs at the thin, weak-looking boy before him, telling him to just give it up. He points at the last guy's pathetic state, warning that Merlin will end up even worse. Alice pulls him back, looking annoyed as she reminds him not to go around causing any trouble while they are in the city. Trust me, you and I both know that Merlin isn't about to pass up this easy money. He asks why she thinks he would lose. Just place the bet and watch him win it all. All right. You and I are about to see how a little bit of cash can change everything. Alice freezes for 5 seconds the moment she hears they are splitting the loot. A heavy bag of gold slams onto the table, and suddenly Alice is all smiles, giving him a big thumbs up. She cheers Merlin on, even though he is wondering why this usually stingy girl is being so generous today. Morrison just sighs, acting totally unimpressed. He asks if Merlin is actually serious about challenging him. To him, Merlin looks like a weakling who won't be any fun at all. Merlin just puts his hand on the wooden barrel, acting smug. Since this game has power level limits, Merlin points out that Morrison has zero excuses to back down now. While Alice is lost in her gold-filled daydreams, Merlin's eyes turn sharp and his words get way more provocative. He asks if Morrison is just scared of losing. That hits his pride hard. And the match is officially on. Just like that, the epic showdown begins. Both men pour their energy into the match, the sheer force of it sending wind whipping through the crowd. Morrison gives it his all, but Merlin's hand is like a solid rock. He just smirks and starts mocking him. He tells Morrison to stop holding back because this is getting boring. Now, Morrison is finally starting to feel the heat. He realizes Merlin was hiding his true power too. He admits Merlin is the first person to actually make him try. Now, watch closely, because this is where the real power struggle hits a boiling point. Morrison grips tighter and tighter, until the sound of cracking bone echoes through the air. He admits Merlin is strong, but declares the game is over as a blinding light erupts from his body. Merlin just lets out a mocking sound, completely unfazed as Morrison's muscles bulge and double in size. With a massive explosion of force, he slams Merlin's hand toward the table, making Alice scream in total shock. As the smoke clears, it looks like Merlin's arm is just an inch away from hitting the surface. Alice is terrified, whispering his name, while Morrison keeps pouring every ounce of his strength into the finish. Morrison grinds his teeth in frustration. He can't believe this skinny guy is putting up such an insane fight. His own hand starts shaking violently, bone-cracking sounds filling the room as he reaches his absolute limit. Then, Merlin just smirks. With a sudden, effortless flick, he completely reverses the momentum on a confused Morrison. Boom! A deafening crash rings out as the arrogant guy is slammed straight into the floor. Everyone is left jaw-dropped. Merlin just stands there, looking down at Morrison, who is literally buried headfirst in the dirt. As the dust settles, Merlin confidently announces his victory to the stunned crowd. Morrison sticks his legs up, then suddenly flips himself out of that embarrassing hole with a powerful jump. Merlin just asks him if that was fun enough for his taste. Instead of being mad, Morrison starts laughing, like a total maniac for some reason. You and I probably didn't expect this reaction, but Morrison is actually thrilled as he slaps his knees and shouts with pure excitement. He shouts that only the first night has ever beaten him like that. Merlin just reminds him he promised a surprise. Morrison drops a heavy chest of gold on the ground and slides it over, saying the money was well spent. Alice and the spectators can't believe what they are seeing as the whispers start spreading through the crowd. Merlin hands the gold to Alice, teasing her about how easy it was to make a fortune. He asks if his money-hungry partner is happy now, but she's too worried about the massive destruction they caused. She warns him they're going to get arrested, but Merlin just asks what they could possibly arrest him for. Then he looks behind him and sees the literal craters and shattered ground from their little match. Even Merlin realizes he might have overdone it a bit as the crowd continues to murmur in fear. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the noise, ordering everyone to get out of the way. Franklin arrives, telling his knights to surround the area and let absolutely nobody escape. Their first day in the capital, and they're already in deep trouble. Merlin's bad luck really is something else. Franklin yells about people having the nerve to cause a riot right in the middle of the city. He demands to know who did this, threatening to arrest everyone if nobody steps forward. Instantly, every single person points their eyes at Merlin, who just turns and stares back at Alice. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see how Alice handles this mess. All right, you and I are about to watch this girl get accused of causing absolute chaos in the royal capital. With no time to defend herself, she quickly spins around and grabs Merlin tightly by his collar. You jerk! How can you still frame me at a time like this? Do you even have any humanity left? Merlin acts as if this situation has nothing to do with him, arguing that since she paid the entry fee, she must take responsibility. Franklin clearly does not want to waste another single minute on this. That is enough. It is both of you anyway. Men, arrest them. Alice is absolutely fuming that he is trying to take them in without a second thought. Watch this, Alice demands logic, but Franklin is just abusing his authority. In Lensney, our Knights of Sis are the law, even if a demon king himself showed up. Merlin's face darkens as he places his hand on his sword, ready to kill. Wait, Alice quickly holds him back. Don't do this. Merlin, please, you need to stay calm. Suddenly Morrison steps in, standing right in front of Merlin and Alice. Stop right there, Franklin. Is this how you normally enforce the law, arresting people without any proof? His eyes turn stern as he realizes the Night Order's reputation is becoming worse every day. Trust me, he is the problem. All right, stick with me out of nowhere. A commoner suddenly starts scolding him. Franklin points a finger and screams in pure rage. How dare you speak so rudely to the Sis Knights? Who do you think you are? Arrest this masked man immediately. Morrison reaches up and pulls his mask off. Arrest me? How interesting. Seeing his face, Franklin and his knights freeze in shock. Standing before them is Morrison, his sharp gaze and overwhelming aura completely dominating the entire room right now. Franklin truly did not expect to find him in such a common place. Lord Morrison. Alice is just as stunned as the rest of them. It is Morrison. Merlin asks who this guy even is. Alice explains he is one of the 12 Sis Knights, the heavenly wrestling king of Debray, recruited by the queen herself. Franklin bows low, his voice shaking with desperation. Forgive me, Lord Morrison, for my disrespectful words. Please, do not mind them. But Morrison does not care about his apology. No wonder. Our influence is fading with people like you in our rank. Everyone only praises that great swordsman Elgin because of the rot growing inside our own organization. Franklin tries to justify himself, claiming Elgin is nothing to fear, just another wanted criminal on a list. Morrison shuts him down. If Elgin's fame keeps growing, even the queen herself will not be able to stop him. At that point, a wanted poster is just a piece of useless paper with no effect. He orders them to leave. Your behavior shamed the knights. Fix that disgusting attitude right now and never forget your knightly spirit. Franklin has no choice but to retreat with his men, letting out a quiet, bitter scoff of annoyance. Morrison turns to Merlin and Alice with a smile. Everything is fine now, you two. Alice remains speechless, confidently pointing at himself. He says, since he set the ring up, it is his responsibility. Let us wrestle again sometime. Merlin can only reply with a sigh, noting that his hobbies are definitely not like other people. Darkness falls, and the pale moonlight casts long shadows over the Grand Embassy building. Samuel and Sari walk through the corridor. Sari asks if her mother's mental health has finally improved over these months. She has not tried to attack father with a blade again, right? Samuel tells her to please stay calm. Smirking, she tilts her head. The queen's condition is better than ever. Better than anyone could ever imagine. Sari is overjoyed. I can't wait to get home. It's been way too long since I saw my parents. Samuel lets out a twisted grin, hiding a very dark and mysterious intention. In a dark corner, bloody handprints mark the wall. Sari hears a scratching sound and asks what it is. Samuel does not even turn around. You will find out soon enough. Then, she stops in front of a heavy door. Now watch this part carefully, because things are about to get really dark. The door opens to a massive pit. Heart-wrenching screams echo from deep within. Sari stares into the abyss, her heart stopping in pure terror. It is a swarm of humanoid corpse-eating ghouls. Their screeching sounds exactly like humans crying in agony. Zeri turns pale with horror. Why are these monsters here? Samuel just stands behind her and starts laughing. I raised them myself. Aren't my pets adorable? Stunned, Zeri turns around and demands to know why she has them. Samuel laughs louder, her face darkening with a cold, sinister expression as she rests her chin on her hand. You and I both saw something was off with her, and here is the proof. Samuel's skin begins to turn black. Zeri screams as the transformation finishes. In her true form, Samuel laughs with a voice full of pure satisfaction. This is for the dream of the Dark Elves and the grand ambition of Emperor Ao. Zeri gasps. A dark elf? She does not deny it. That is right. I am a real dark elf through and through. Looking like a white elf was just a trick using regular potions. Zeri tries to turn and run for her life, but she has no chance. Samuel points a finger and unleashes her dark power. The energy blast shatters the door in front of them, mixing with the sound of Zeri's terrified screams. Zeri stands frozen in place. Samuel mocks her. Where exactly do you think you are going, my dear princess? As far as the world knows, you have already gone missing. Zeri looks back, trembling with fear. Deep down, she prays for Alice and Merlin to save her. High above, dark shadows move across the rooftops. Someone lands on a terrace, looking down at Lenny's tavern, which is still glowing with light late into the night. Junien confirms the location to the group behind him. Is the target really in there? Using saint-level killers on fakers is a waste, but you and I know the real battle is just starting. Alright, you and I are about to witness the wildest bathhouse brawl ever. Keeping her eyes on the tavern below, she gives the signal and her crew moves out. Inside the noble bathhouse, the sound of flowing water is pure bliss as warm steam rises. Merlin emerges from the thick mist, looking refreshed. He really loves the service in this place. This luxury hotel knows how to treat guests. He steps out feeling totally relaxed and happy. Merlin feels incredibly lucky. Not only is he getting paid, but he's getting 5-star treatment. This trip was a total win. But then he spots Ko looking depressed and sits down. I've got time to listen if something's on your mind. Ko's expression turns very serious. Master Merlin. Ko begins to blame himself for being so weak. I wanted to be the lady's sword and shield, but my strength is too limited to protect her. You were the one who saved her in the dungeon. Am I just completely useless? Merlin tilts his head and glances over. I actually like that you know your own limits. Knowing your limits means seeing reality clearly, without being blinded by false pride. It gives you room to grow. Everyone has value. Nobody is ever truly worthless. In our guild, we have a guy who does nothing but drink all day long. Yet, his social intel skills are top tier. You just haven't found your moment yet. Somewhere else, Hop Best suddenly sneezes. Hearing those words, Ko finally starts to cheer up. Thank you, Master Merlin. Honestly, you're way too talented to be a rough adventurer. With your skills, you could easily be a knight. Merlin gets a bit shy from the praise. Now, pay attention, this is where the peaceful bath time ends very abruptly. Junien smirks, thinking she's already won. Die! A heavy punch lands right in her face before she can react, sending her splashing into the pool. Merlin whips his towel like a weapon, smacking another masked assassin right across the face. One guy gets slammed into the floor, followed immediately by another one being flipped back. He stands there, with a smirk, towel in hand. The assassins are all groaning on the floor. Merlin wraps the towel. You and I saw that coming, right? Absolute towel mastery. Ko panics, telling Merlin that these people are clearly professional assassins. Merlin figures they're just hired muscle. He asks Chunian if she'll talk about her boss. She screams in rage, telling her men to stop talking and just kill him already. The rest of the crew rushes forward, quickly surrounding Merlin in a tight circle. He rubs his neck, annoyed. If you won't listen to reason, then I'm done being nice. An assassin lunges with a blade. Merlin dodges effortlessly in one smooth motion. Boom! A massive crash echoes, and suddenly 3 masked men are left hanging from the ceiling. Ko's jaw drops in shock. Merlin just blows imaginary dust off his hands. Only this many? She grits her teeth. He's dangerous. No wonder Lord Samuel ordered us to take him out. He gives her 2 choices. Either hang on the ceiling with your friends, or go back to where you came from. She growls, refusing to be looked down upon. She pulls out a small vial. If I drink this, I can still fight you. Ko freezes. That purple vial is a legendary potion from the underworld that can turn any fighter into a monster. A fight to the death. Merlin just stares. Isn't that a bit dramatic for a bathhouse? Ko explains that only dark elves can make this, and it's incredibly rare to find. How did she get it? Chunyen pulls off her mask and opens the bottle. She chugs the whole thing. Ko is stunned to see her face. What? A dark elf? The glass bottle shatters on the floor. Merlin finds the whole situation very strange. Why is a dark elf here? Trust me, this is about to get crazy. Junyan let out a low growl through her teeth as her hands and feet began to transform all at once. Two figures watched her closely, staying on high alert. All right, you and I are about to witness one of the most insane transformations in the series. She stands massive before Lord Merlin now, and he can't help but cheer. Whoa, the fox gasped in total disbelief. What on earth is that thing? Talk about being completely over the top. She reached out and grabbed a nearby pillar, shattering it with her raw strength. A savage, terrifying roar echoed through the air. With a single heavy stomp, her foot smashed the floor tiles into a million tiny pieces. Junyan grabbed the pillar and charged Merlin. Meanwhile, at the steamy bathhouse, Alice hugged her knees and enjoyed the warm water. So comfortable, Cecilia said. This place is great, right? Is this your first time in a high-class spot like this? Alice took it personally, puffing her cheeks out in annoyance. She acted unimpressed and let out a cold huff. Back when I was in the Holy City, the springs there were 10 times more luxurious and way more comfortable than this place. Cecilia was stunned. The Holy Spring? Isn't that the place reserved only for heroes to bathe in before they head off to war? Not even the Pope is allowed to use that place whenever he wants to. Alice felt a swell of pride. Cecilia definitely knew her stuff. She gasped, "Wait, if that's true, does that mean you're actually a hero?" She panicked and waved it off. Just forget what I said. I didn't say anything. She went silent, lost in her own thoughts. Everyone has a past that is hard to talk about. She sighed inwardly while staring blankly at Cecilia, who looked back totally confused. Then, Cecilia's impressive curves caught her eye, and the comparison was enough to make Alice feel completely defeated. Alice brooded. Does Lord Merlin really like this look? I find it hard to believe he actually married her for a reason. Pay attention here, Alice is starting to doubt everything about her marriage. Why did Merlin choose her? Each thought feels like a needle to her heart. Was it just forced circumstances? Why else would she be stuck with a guy like Merlin? She hid her frustration and gave some advice. Anyway, Merlin won't be interested, so don't go catching feelings for him. Cecilia sneered. Who said anything about actually liking Lord Merlin? Alice was completely stunned. Wait, you don't? Cecilia was lost in her own world. It is admiration. I truly admire him. She could almost hear Lord Merlin teasing her. Admiration and love are not the same. Can you really not tell the difference between them? Alice dazed out, remembering a lonely figure in a cloak standing in the rain. She wondered, what does she actually feel for the great swordsman Elgin? Her face turned bright red in the water's reflection. Cecilia didn't notice and just kept acting shy. Besides, I already have someone that I like. Thinking about that person, she began to reveal that her crush was. You and I both know the peace wouldn't last. Suddenly, Alice senses a deadly chill and spins around just in time to face the threat. Without missing a beat, she swung her hand, creating a massive wall of solid ice to block the enemy's sudden attack. The assassin's blades hit the ice with a loud clang. They were annoyed they were spotted so quickly. Alice stood tall and brave. Who's there? The enemies froze up, intimidated by her fierce aura as the wind howled. Cecilia shouted out from behind. Who are you? How dare you break into the women's area? Who gave you permission? The leader ordered the attack. All together now. Let's finish this quickly and get out of here. Alice quickly ducked to avoid the strike and pulled out a sword, standing her ground alone against the two deadly assassins. She shouted her move, breath of ice, and frozen paths followed her every step as she charged toward the doomed assassins. Right then, he was struck by a series of jagged ice pillars and screamed out in agonizing pain. His broken body fell alongside splatters of blood. The others stood around his crushed form, gasping in horror. What? No way. Alice didn't give them a second to breathe. She sent another wave of ice, but the next assassin barely managed to dodge. Damn it. A purple orb glowed with a deep, eerie light before its master threw it hard against the ground. The mysterious smoke spread, soaking into her solid ice walls and shattering them into 100 tiny pieces in an instant. She saw it immediately and realized this was a curse. Alice shouted out a loud warning for the others. Cecilia, get back. But Cecilia stepped up. Don't underestimate me. I can fight too. Goddess of light of the Holy Spirit, please protect your children and shield us from this sudden strike of evil. A golden light wrapped around her as the goddess's protection activated. Alice just scoffs quietly. A minor light protection spell like that is no match for a curse as powerful as mine. As a blade swings her way, she quickly dodges. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. This is getting wild. All right, stick with me because this ice-cold battle is about to get wild. Glaring at her enemies, She swings her blade before slamming a mountain of ice into an unlucky assassin. He is sent flying, completely overwhelmed. How could she not give him a single second to even catch his breath? She continues casting spells, raining jagged ice shards down upon him. Just as he is finished, 2 more enemies jump into the fray. An attacker on the left slashes at her, but she counters with a strike to his hip. As he falls, his allies ambush her from behind, but it is useless. She reacts instantly, with a graceful, high-speed leap into the air. Mid-air, she snatches an enemy's mask from behind and locks his neck in a painful leg clamp. Without a moment's hesitation, she slams him head first into the floor. Unscathed, she stands calmly to the side as he struggles to get up. Cecilia watches the entire scene in pure shock. Could she really be just a high-tier fighter? With power like this, reaching the saint rank is only a matter of time. Alice ignores the noise and stabilizes her breathing before walking toward the assassin. "Time to see your true face," she mutters. The man's identity is revealed, and he gasps for air. Alice is stunned. "Why would a dark elf come to kill us? Who sent you?" Cecilia asks, trembling. The assassin, Thamon, slowly wipes a trail of blood from his lip. Even defeated, the man remains arrogant. "Don't think you have won just because you beat us," he sneers. "Now, pay attention, because here is the scary part. Our captain has a special grade darkness berserk potion that will crush you easily." She cannot believe her ears. A darkness berserk potion? The assassin laughs mockingly as he forces himself up. "Scared now? Your friend has already been taken care of by our captain, so do not even worry." He clenches his fists in excitement, yelling that they are next. But Alice remains completely unfazed. Oh, and then what? Suddenly, the nearby wall explodes. A massive figure is sent flying through the air, crashing into a statue. All 3 people stare in confusion at the bronze-colored legs sticking out from the thick white smoke. As the dust clears, a familiar, unconscious face is revealed. Tham. Anne is so shocked his jaw nearly hits the floor. The captain? From the hole in the wall, a foot steps onto the rubble as someone approaches. Merlin crosses his arms with a smirk. "Is that all you get for trading your brain for power?" He is totally naked, though. "Lord Merlin, please, use this towel." But the 2 girls have already seen way more than they wanted to. Their faces turn bright red as they scream at the top of their lungs. Water sprays out from the broken wall. Cecilia is finally wrapped in a cloth, but she is still clearly annoyed. "Why are you just getting here now?" The man bows deeply, offering his sincere apologies. "As you saw, our side was attacked too. Over in the bathroom, 3 bodies are literally stuck in the ceiling. You and I saw that coming, right?" Their captain is laid out on the floor, and Tham An is losing his mind. While he panics, a towel-clad figure walks over. "Oh, so there is still 1 survivor left?" Merlin asks casually. "I guess that berserk potion actually worked." Alice, standing nearby, turns away with a deep blush. "I only made progress because I am smarter than everyone else." Merlin's eyes narrow. "Tell me, who sent you?" "I do not remember ever offending the elves." The assassin stays stubborn, but his fear is visible. "Do you really think I would tell you?" A sudden, violent thud echoes as stone pillars begin to shatter. Merlin smashes a nearby column with one hand. Thamon immediately bows his head and confesses everything. "I am sorry. Lord Samuel sent us." Merlin and Alice are both stunned. "The elf ambassador, why would he want to kill us? We have no grudge against him." The assassin waves his hands in desperation. "Low ranks like us have no right to know the reason. If I am lying, may I never find peace in death." Merlin guesses that the young lady wants to avoid her debt. If we are dead, she saves 1 million gold coins. Cecilia immediately defends her. Sari would never do something so heartless. Merlin falls silent, thinking it over. Could it be because we brought Sari back? Cecilia looks confused. This situation is too messy. She suggests to Merlin that they should put their trip to Dover on hold. Her eyes are full of determination. "Tomorrow, we go to the embassy to find out the truth." While Merlin's group is in chaos, things are much quieter over at the Elven embassy. Inside, Saffron reports solemnly, "Lord Samuel, the assassination team we sent has been wiped out, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see Samuel's reaction to this news." "Stick with me," it came from his own mouth. "He was trying to escape the territory when I caught him." Chen An grovels on the ground, terrified. "Please, Lady Samuel, spare me. Do not feed me to those lust demons." She just scoffs. "Do not worry, I will not do that. But tell me, how did you escape if the whole team died?" Paralyzed by fear, he spills every single detail in one breath. "The captain used a berserk potion and still died. I barely escaped with my life." Hearing this, she is absolutely stunned. Defeated even with a berserk potion? This was unexpected. That high-level magic swordsman must be more powerful than she imagined. He hesitates before correcting her. It was not the high-level magic swordsman who killed them all. Her face freezes instantly. A moment later, a cold and dark smile creeps across her lips. Pay attention, this is the end for him. She raises a finger, summoning a lethal sandstorm to swallow him whole. Merlin is annoyed now. He reaches for his blade, ready to cut through anyone standing in his way. Alice rushes in, grabbing him and dragging him away before he can turn those guards into mincemeat. Once they are safe, he puts his hands on his hips. What are you doing? She explains, we cannot stay in the human kingdom if we cause trouble. He just sighs. What do you want then? She starts laying it out. First, we sneak in from both sides, detailing every step of her master plan. We must stay quiet. Do not alert a single soul, so we can make our next move. We find Samuel and demand to know why she tried to kill us. We need answers. And finally, we rescue Sari. He tries to listen seriously. If we can, we will personally escort her back to the United Kingdom in the south. Within seconds, he is back to being lazy, yawning as she continues her long lecture. She finishes her speech with a look of total self-satisfaction. Is it not absolutely perfect? But he is already gone, diving straight into the fight. The air is filled with the sound of punches and guards crying for help. She finally snaps out of her own world, but it is too late. The guards are already knocked out in a heap. Merlin looks cool after the fight. You talk too much. It is much faster to just beat them up. You and I both know that Samuel is the elf ambassador. Since she clearly wants us dead, it is only polite to return the favor. He casually finishes them off. This is enough. Roz causes her to scream in pure frustration. This guy never listens to a word I say. Her scream echoes through the entire area. More guards rush in. They find the intruder and tell him to stop, only to get sent flying by one punch. Merlin yells out with excitement. Where is Samuel? Get out here. The guards are already a total mess. Alice can only offer an awkward apology, while a purple light suddenly flashes behind her. She is too stunned to dodge. He knocks the attack away easily. Is this how you elves treat your guests? What a rude maid. Saren is shocked. My dark elemental bullets were useless? She arrogantly prepares to attack again. Merlin just waves his hand like he is dusting a coat. She grits her teeth in pure anger. How is this possible? He is only black iron rank. Is he wearing some kind of rare magic armor? He says calmly, they already found a reason to kill us, so there is no point in talking. Siren acts righteous. You invaded our land and hurt our warriors. Do you think you will leave alive? Alice snaps back. We escorted your elf princess back home just yesterday. You should be thanking us for the favor, but instead, you treat us like enemies. Is that not a bit much? She scoffs. You brought back a commoner, not a princess. Stop being so ridiculous. It is laughable to even suggest she is the princess. Where is Sari hiding? We are not leaving until we see her. Siren continues to play dumb. Who is Sari? I have no idea who that is and I have never met her. Merlin stops Alice with a cold voice. Stop it, Alice. They will never admit to anything. If we want to see Sari, we will have to find her ourselves. Someone laughs. Try it then. He watches calmly as a massive explosion erupts right in front of him, shaking the entire ground. But Merlin is perfectly fine. Saffron scoffs while Saren asks why he is getting involved. Do you really think I need help to deal with a single black iron adventurer? You are underestimating me. Trust me, you and I need to see this. He just smiles. Step aside. I will handle him. All right. You and I are about to see Merlin take over. Since Alice is a mage, this guy's magic gear makes him my problem to handle. As the coat hits the floor, he narrows his eyes and blocks my strike. Looking Merlin over, he realizes this black iron adventurer actually has talent and suddenly leaps up. But once things get serious, the air explodes into a blur of high-speed exchanges between the two of us. Now watch this. Saffron somehow blocks everything, and despite the sweat, he's confident enough to launch a fast kick right at Merlin. Caught him. This counter move finally puts the fear of God into that guy's heart. His fingers catch the blade, and he gently flicks it up, sending Saffron crashing to the ground in total agony. Saren starts screaming and complaining. All that talk about being an elite guard, and yet he turned out to be completely useless. Alice stands there frozen by the lightning-fast speed of the fight. Merlin just smirks, hoping these guys have finally learned their lesson. Our arrogant lead orders them to move and take them to see Samuel right away. Alice jumps in, insisting they find Lady Sari too. Saffron is fuming, telling them not to get too cocky just yet. He strikes a pose and unleashes a massive burst of energy, summoning a giant spirit bear that looks ready to tear everything apart. Siren begins whispering an incantation as a glowing magic circle forms on her staff. Their combined pressure is heavier than ever. Alice panics when she sees the dark spirits, but Merlin just lets out a bored sigh. Without a single word, Siren and Saffron launch a massive assault. Merlin just stands there posing and tossing a cat, making Alice scream at him to stop messing around. Somewhere else, under the bright sun, Mayfield is giving a very serious presentation. Master Samuel, the Queen recently increased our forces to track down any information regarding Princess Sari. She clenches her hands in worry, but unfortunately, there is still no trace of the princess's location anywhere. Every lead they found has gone cold. She begins to wonder if something deeper is going on. If that swordsman Elgin hadn't ruined the plan, they probably would have found her by now. Samuel fake wipes away a tear. England is a massive place, so finding one person is a headache. I will ask the Queen to keep waiting and stay patient. But behind that fake concern, he is secretly smirking with pure mockery. Mayfield totally falls for it, thanking him for his cooperation and understanding. Suddenly, she senses something and turns her head just as the doors are blasted open with a deafening crash. Saffron and Siren are tossed inside, like toys, rolling across the floor. One is face down, while the other groans in pain. Mayfield is shocked. Aren't these two the elite commanders of the embassy? They are supposed to be at the Saint rank. How did they end up like this? A pair of boots casually walks past them. It's Merlin, mocking them for being so stubborn. You and I can see Samuel is losing it, while Merlin greets the elven ambassador lady like it's nothing. He flashes a bright smile, telling them their two dogs were not being very obedient today. He jokes about teaching them a lesson and asks them not to hold a grudge. Mayfield starts analyzing this man, noting his red eyes and blonde hair. She bites her lip, remembering Morrison's story about a black iron adventurer who beat him at arm wrestling. This man matches that description perfectly. Samuel immediately starts making excuses to Mayfield, trying to shift the blame before he gets in trouble. He claims they brought a lost elf but lied about her being Princess Sari for a bigger reward. Merlin sighs while Alice gasps. What? Samuel wears a wicked grin. Does he really think he can get away with that? A sharp blade is drawn. Mayfield is full of hostility, pointing her weapon at Merlin for intruding into the embassy. Adding fraud to the list, she tells them they are looking at several years in prison. Alice cries out, asking for trust. Mayfield's eyes are cold. Their story is simply too hard for anyone to actually believe. But out of pity for them being human, she tells them to leave now before things get even worse. The tension is thick enough to cut. Alice grabs Merlin's sleeve, begging him to stay calm for once. She explains that this woman is the Queen's most trusted confidant. If he fights her, he will have nowhere to hide in England. He won't even be able to go back to herding sheep. Merlin snaps back, asking why she has to bring up his dark past as a shepherd. Alice says it was just an example. She warns him that even if he flees abroad, people will hunt him down. There is nowhere left to go but the demon lands. Does he really want to go back and be the demon king again? That question hits him hard since he hasn't found his enemy yet, and that's where we leave it. He can't go back, but he's facing a choice that will change everything forever. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character leave while acting like a total diva. Fine, we are going. Consider this a favor. Alice just smiles. Sorry for the trouble. Haha. Mayfi bows deeply to apologize for the mess. Terribly sorry, Ambassador. I never expected such rudeness in the capital. We will definitely tighten security. Samuel acts generous and calm. If Lord Mayfi says so, we are relieved. But inside, Samuel is absolutely seething with rage. Her dark thoughts drift away. Are those two adventurers really that strong? The plan needs to start earlier. Meanwhile, Merlin and Alice wander the streets. She mutters sadly, Sari just wanted to go back home. Why is fate so cruel to that poor girl? Suddenly, a shout, stop by for masquerade masks and festival jewelry. She instantly drags him over. Merlin, over here. She shoves a mask on him while he grumbles in confusion. Now, watch this, because Alice has a plan. We will wear these disguises and rescue Lady Sari from that evil woman. Her eyes sparkle with excitement. This way, they won't suspect a thing, and we can save Lady Sari. He is stunned by her simple-minded logic. Wait, are you not a former hero? Is this how you operate now? You are actually encouraging me to do something this sneaky and low-level? Alice breaks it down. If that ambassador is not up to something wicked, then why would she lie? He listens as she continues. We promised Sari we would get her home. Her life is on the line, so we are responsible. Alice's voice drops before getting hyped. If great swordsman Elgin were here, he would never let Sari die like this. Merlin narrows his eyes. Why is she so sure? She is already lost in her own little fangirl world. The great swordsman Elgin is definitely a kind, righteous friend. I feel like I can truly depend on him. Somehow, that makes him annoyed. So he turns away quickly. Fine. For the 1 million gold, I will go. You wait out here for news. Alice starts to panic. Wait, I want to go too. But he shuts her down. You will just get in my way. I am faster alone. Besides, if things go south, I will just pin it all on great swordsman Elgin. She is left there speechless. The capital falls asleep under the moonlight as a dark shadow leaps across the rooftops, landing silently. A mysterious figure, covered from head to toe, none other than our Merlin, with his hair styled back. At the embassy, Merlin feels something is off. Why is it pitch black with no guards? Suddenly, a soldier screams. The man collapses, gasping for air. A swarm of legs follows as terrifying ghouls pounce, tearing him apart in a bloody mess. Save me. Someone please help. The brutal scene catches Merlin completely off guard. Why are ghouls appearing here? He looks around. Ghouls are crawling out of the ground, and citizens are screaming in terror. What is this? No, get off me. Shouts echo everywhere. Monsters. Help. He stands there, stunned by the sheer numbers. You and I are seeing a nightmare. Is this person trying to turn the whole city into a ghoul playground? Cracks in the road multiply until something powerful bursts through. Pillars of light shoot into the sky from every direction. Merlin looks up. The lights converge at the peak, creating a massive explosion of energy that strikes the clock tower. A giant magic circle appears, blotting out the sky. As his cloak flutters in the wind, he wonders, is this real? A spell this massive could not have been set up overnight. It has been in the works for a long time. His eyes go cold. This whole thing was a calculated conspiracy. Suddenly, a hand reaches up towards the roof. Dozens of ghouls have crawled up. They snarl hungrily, but Merlin just smirks. Trying to eat me? How interesting. They lunge with bared teeth. Merlin does not flinch. He grips his hilt and draws his sword in one lightning-fast strike. The ghouls do not even realize they are dead. They keep running for a second before crumbling into piles of dust. Merlin scoffs at the blood splattered behind him. You picked the wrong prey. Back at the tower, fire erupts everywhere. Sizzling sounds fill the air. Samuel is deep in concentration, chanting her dark magic incantations. A thick, purple smoke begins to spread across the entire area. It reaches the feet of a tied-up Sari. Senon roughly shoves her forward. Stop whining and get over there. She falls to the floor and spots something. An intricate magic array sits in the center. She gasps. Wait, is this the spirits wailing? Samuel walks over, praising her. Exactly. As expected of the Spirit King's favorite daughter. You actually recognize it. It is one of the 3 great forbidden spells. First time seeing it? Sari panics. This will turn the city into hell. But Samuel just lets out a chilling, wicked laugh. Trust me, you and I need to see how this ends. All right, you and I are about to witness a betrayal that will shake the foundation of the kingdom. My loyalty is to our true ruler. To revive the great dark spirit King Asus, I will gladly destroy your throne. Terrified, she cried out. Impossible. My uncle is evil, and he will drag our entire race into an unprecedented disaster. She closed her eyes in agony. Why are you so obsessed with him? Why can't you trust my father just once? Saren's eyes narrowed as she grabbed Sari's neck, tightening her grip with pure rage. What did you just say? She hissed that Samuel would never trust a man who wouldn't even spare his own blood brother. Then, she hurled the princess onto the magic circle with a wicked, evil grin. Ah, now, Princess Sari, be a good girl and become the stepping stone for our glorious revenge. The ritual activated, venting thick purple miasma. It swirled around Sari, lifting her high as she screamed in terror, her eyes filled with tears, crying out for Alice and Master Min, while Saren watched with satisfaction. As expected of a princess, even her screams are musical. Samuel smiled as the plan reached its peak. To him, the princess was simply paying for the sins her father committed a long time ago. Once her soul is ripped away, King Asus will be reborn. Wait, where did Sofron go? Saren reported that he went for revenge against the adventurers. Saren then ordered the ritual to continue. Anticipating the knight's move, she told Saren to block the clock tower and stop anyone trying to interfere. Saren bowed. I have been dying to test the Swanites. I hope they scream as beautifully as the princess. Now, watch this part closely. This is where the real nightmare finally begins for the capital. Now, the streets lay in ruins, consumed by fire. A pair of small, trembling feet walked through smoke. A little girl sobbed for her mother, then froze. Corpse-eating ghouls were staring right at her, their jaws unhinged, revealing rows of jagged, blood-stained teeth ready to snap shut on their prey. The girl shrieked, but suddenly, shards of ice pierced the air. Alice had arrived, freezing the monsters solid. "Follow me?" Alice grabbed her hand, but froze as ghouls crawled from the roofs, surrounding them completely. Alice gritted her teeth, realizing they were completely trapped, with no way out of this mess. As the monsters roared, a voice shouted for her to watch out. A spear drove the beasts back. Blades flashed in powerful arcs. She anxiously asked Kay about the victims, and he said they were safe. "Lady Cecilia is tending to them now. But tell me, are there any other survivors in this sector?" Alice held the girl tight. "This little one is the last. We need to move before it gets worse." Magic energy surged from the treeman. "I will clear a path. You two stay right behind me." His spear spun in a deadly blur, blasting the ghouls away. The two girls bolted forward for safety. "Let's pause and see how the knights handle this. Trust me, the tension here is absolutely electric." As they faced the chaos, Mayfield frowned, asking if the queen was safe. Morrison reported the situation with a very serious expression. "She is in the bunker. Catherine is personally guarding her, so she should be fine for now." Winifred broke into a sweat. "Only 5 of us are in the city, and we have no information. Looks like we are in for a brutal fight." Mayfield's eyes clouded with a hint of deep sadness. "If only Hayden were here." Morrison agreed, noting that a tough man like him was perfect for this. A cold voice cut in. "He is already dead, so what is the point of talking about him now?" Musk stated bluntly that the man was simply too weak to survive a real, high-stakes battle. If he were stronger, he would not have let Elgin take the glory. Mayfield laughed at his bias. Musk waved his hand, calling Elgin a violent thug, who used force without any restraint at all. To the queen, he is a dangerous wild card. Getting rid of him was just common sense, right? Mayfield interrupted him. "Enough. Our strength is limited. Saving the capital depends on the 4 of us now. Rescuing the civilians is our top priority. We cannot let another innocent life be lost tonight." We split into 4 paths. Once the ghouls are cleared, we converge on the clock tower. To summon a circle that massive, our enemy must be powerful. We can't afford any mistakes, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to dive into an epic battle for the crown. Mayfi charges through the flames, raising his sword for England's glory. We are the blades protecting the queen. Knights, move out. The crowd behind them roars with enough power to shake the heavens. Inside a hotel nearby, Cecilia is in tears, her voice shaking as she scolds him. "Why were you so slow, you stupid knight?" She hits him repeatedly with her umbrella, screaming about how scared she was. He tries his best to explain. "Lady Cecilia, Miss Alice was searching so deep for survivors that it took me a long time to finally find her." Alice is sweating, feeling awkward. Cecilia finally stops hitting him and asks, "Where on earth is Lord Merlin right now? Why is he nowhere to be found?" She looks genuinely worried as the situation outside gets worse and worse. "Right, things are critical, and we really need Merlin's power." Alice looks guilty and starts laughing nervously to hide the truth. "Honestly, I have no idea where that guy went." Cecilia is shocked. "You're his wife, and you don't even know? Are you really that dumb?" Alice snaps back instantly. "Who are you calling dumb? I just don't know where he is." She answers seriously. "What if Merlin is out chasing other girls right now? An airhead like you would be totally blind to it forever." Alice is annoyed. "Just leave this place to me and Keiho for now. Take the child inside." She whispers to the little girl, "That big-chested, brainless lady isn't actually a bad person at all. Once you're safe, the monsters won't get you anymore." Cecilia is stunned. "Did she just call me brainless?" Cecilia takes the child inside. Keiho asks nervously, "Miss Alice, can we really protect this place on our own?" Looking at the thousands of refugees, the ghouls will definitely smell them and swarm this entire area very soon. Her eyes turn sharp. "Instead of begging for help, why not try our best first? We can do this. I know it." Little do they know, a ghoul has already spotted them. It lets out a piercing howl to signal the entire pack. The others hear the call. Alice and Keiho both shout in surprise as they sense the massive danger approaching. Now watch closely, this is where things go from bad to worse. A dark shadow leaps from a building and lands right behind them. They spin around in shock, facing long, razor-sharp claws and teeth that look like they could crush bone in one bite. A massive figure towers over them. It is Saffron in his giant bear form. Keiho stammers, "What on earth is this thing?" Alice senses a Saint Tier aura. Is this the dark elf from the embassy she heard about? He swings a heavy hand. She tries her ice wall technique, but he shatters it like it was made of thin glass. Alice freezes in shock as Saffron's punch sends her flying into a wall. He walks over and mocks her for being so weak. Good grief, is that all you've got? Why are you so weak? Then he stops abruptly as something hits his side. Hiho has stabbed him with a spear, but it only hits the thick fur. He's sweating, unable to pierce the skin. Saffron glares and swats him away like a fly, leaving him unconscious on the cold ground. Alice gasps for breath, staring in horror. Ghouls are swarming over the rooftops, howling loudly into the night sky. You and I both know she's in trouble, but look at that determination. Damn it, there are too many of them. As they rush her, Saffron clears out a whole group of ghouls with one single, devastating spin of his claws. Body parts rain down. He laughs arrogantly. You're my prey, and I won't let you die that easily. I'm going to torture you to death. Alice wipes away blood and counters. You talk too much, you big beast. Her ice spears fly toward him, but his claws crush them easily. She charges forward anyway with everything she has. He catches her blade with 2 fingers. She's trapped, screaming in pain as he grabs her and lifts her up. Saffron begins to threaten her. You're no match for me, but that black iron adventurer has some real skill. Tell me where he is and I'll spare your life. Alice refuses immediately. In your dreams, monster. He laughs and points toward the hotel. There are a lot of refugees in there, aren't there? What are you planning? He grins. That man is important to you, but these innocent people are just as important, right? So, I will give you a choice. 1. Tell me where he is and I'll let you and everyone in that building go free right now. 2. Keep quiet and you all die, though he might survive. Saffron sneers. A classic choice. Save the man you love, or save a crowd of total strangers? Alice speaks softly, her voice cold. Let go of me. He raises an eyebrow. What did you say? And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Her eyes snap open, and his arm freezes solid. Don't touch me, all right, stick with me, because we're about to see a real master in action. The ice spreads fast, forcing him to hack off his own arm just to escape. Alice is gasping for air while Saffron panics. That was too close. He gets serious, realizing this woman is a threat that needs to be eliminated right now. His claws lunge toward her, and Alice shuts her eyes tight, bracing for the end. Suddenly, a massive pressure crushes the air. Saffron spins around, screaming for who's there, only to see an old man calmly patting his own back. Gregory enters the scene, bells jingling on his staff as he sighs. He wonders if a wild beast has come to slaughter a helpless little lamb. He offers a kind smile, instantly identifying the attacker as a dark elf. Alice is stunned. How did he know that just by looking at him? Saffron's eyes go wide with terror. He recognizes him. It's the legendary spatial magician, Gregory himself. Gregory remains calm, surprised that his reputation has reached all the way to the southern United Kingdom. Hearing that leaves Alice completely lost and confused by the mention of the southern kingdom. Gregory, the guildmaster of Camello? Saffron grits his teeth, realizing he just ran into the one man he shouldn't have. They say no one escapes him, but Saffron thinks he's just a human. If he uses his ultimate move, maybe he has a chance. Watch this carefully, the tension is about to explode. Gregory notes the thick bloodlust in the air, mocking how impatient the youth are today. He suggests they sit down and chat like civilized people, but Saffron's eyes narrow with pure hatred. You've got one foot in the grave, old man. Did you come here just so I could finish you off? Gregory doesn't blink. He sighs at the lack of respect and offers to teach the brat a lesson in manners. Saffron's power erupts as he prepares the dark elf's ultimate wild technique. Gregory just chuckles while Alice starts to spiral into a panic. His energy spikes to insane levels as a pillar of light slams down on the screaming Saffron. A violent vortex tears through the area, yet Gregory stands perfectly still. As the smoke clears, a beast with razor-sharp claws emerges. The upgraded dark elf has arrived. Without a second of hesitation, Saffron lunges forward to kill. Gregory watches the beast approach without a hint of fear. Alice screams out a warning, terrified for the old man's life. The bells jingle as Gregory raises his staff, shaking it with a rhythmic, calm motion. The claws rip through the air, but Saffron freezes. He didn't feel any impact. It's like he hit nothing at all. Suddenly, a black hole opens up, dragging Saffron's arm into the void before swallowing his entire body whole. You and I are watching something truly terrifying here. Saffron's skin peels away as he's sucked into the crushing vacuum, screaming in agony. When it's over, only a skeleton remains. Gregory taps his staff, and the black hole vanishes into thin air. The old man sighs, complaining that the youth are all talk and no bite. Alice is left staring in total shock. That was incredible. One shake of a bell and his opponent is literally erased from existence. Looking at his back, she finally understands the true power of a spatial mage. Suddenly, the door behind her bursts open. Cecilia rushes out, panicking about the massive energy she just felt. Where's Alice? What happened here? She sees a man on the ground and starts sobbing, hugging him tightly. He groans, telling her she's crushing his fresh wounds. Alice realizes everyone is safe and approaches Gregory. She introduces herself as a traveler from Westham and thanks him for the rescue. Gregory tells her not to worry, claiming he was just passing through. Then, he stops to think for a moment. He asks about Graham or Little Westlow. It's been a long time since that kid became the guild master. Alice confirms he's doing well, and Gregory waves goodbye. He tells her to tell him to visit the capital sometime. He has other places to be, so he bids the kind girl from Westham a final farewell. Alice promises to deliver the message, staring in awe at the massive crater left in the legendary magician's wake. A Saint rank fighter couldn't even touch him. That is the overwhelming strength of an adamantite rank adventurer. Over in the capital, chaos erupts. Fires consume buildings as knights scream in pure terror at something monstrous. A mud beast swallows everything in its path, devouring humans as it surges through the streets. Winfer and Milius desperately order their troops to fall back as people are dissolved down to the bone. Suddenly, Saren's twisted laughter rings out. She's sitting on top of the monster, enjoying every second of the slaughter. She mocks the dying men, claiming their screams are the only beautiful thing about them. Watching the knights struggle and panic, she throws out a taunting question. Are these the famous Sosis knights? Is this pathetic display really all you've got? You and I just saw a nightmare begin. Milius sneers, saying he'd rather dance with ladies than fight a disgusting mud pile. You and I are about to watch a magic showdown that gets absolutely out of control. Saren boasts, but Mus just readies his blade, hoping his enemy can still talk once he is dead. Winford joins the fray, chanting a powerful spell that echoes across the battlefield. Oh, here we go. He commands the earth to show its majesty before slamming his staff into the stone road. Massive walls erupt from the ground, trapping the mud beast as Mus charges through the opening. Racing down the path Winford created, Mus cleaves a chunk of the monster with a mocking smirk. He scoffs at the mud trying to dance with him, delivering 2 more slashes right to its face. As Saren's true form appears, she lunges forward, inviting Mus to join her deadly dance. His blade strikes true, but the witch is fast, conjuring a wall of sludge to block his attack. Black water splashes Mus's face, forcing him to jump back. Ah, that was way too close for comfort. Siren cackles loudly, mocking him for running away after he promised to dance with her. Her eyes sharpen with pure killing intent as floating rocks suddenly manifest on both sides of her. With a wave of Winfer's hand, those boulders shatter and rain down like a deadly storm on her head. Malleus laughs, calling it a fitting end for filth, while Winfer calmly notes they must kill the summoner. Pay attention here that mud starts boiling like a cauldron, and even our heroes look truly worried. Surrounded by dark mana, the sludge surges upward as a slimy silhouette begins to take shape. Those eerie purple eyes glow as the monster transforms into Saren's likeness once again. Laughing hideously, she mocks their arrogance, telling them that the body they just destroyed was far from her real self. Mus's battle aura explodes. It is time to get serious, or he will never hear the end of it. Winfer remains composed like a true mage as Saren's terrifying mud version 2.0 lunges at them. Saren merges with the sludge, darting around the battlefield like an incredibly annoying pest. She fires massive blobs of filth, but Mus slices through them with ease. This is getting tiresome. She tries to crush him with a giant hand, but Winfer summons concrete pillars to lock her down. With Saren's hands pinned, Mus leaps onto the opposite pillar, glaring down at the trapped monster. He raises his sword coldly, declaring the show over, before taking her head in one sharp strike. Malleus takes a polite bow before the headless body. Thanks for watching. Her head hits the dirt. Suddenly, the head sinks back into the sludge. A heavy, terrifying silence falls over the entire area. The mud crushes the pillar instantly. Mus regroups with Winfer, calling her an incredibly rude opponent. Was the head not the weak point? A bone-chilling laugh echoes from within the pool of mud. She regenerates with a boastful tone, claiming that physical strikes have absolutely no effect on her. The duo starts to worry. Without an ultimate move, this fight could go on forever. Then, a voice calls out, and look who finally showed up. Mayfi drops in on an eagle, looking like a total boss. She lands perfectly, scolding them for playing around when their time is already running so short. Calling them fools, Winfer apologizes while Mayfi looks at the mud beast like it is mere trash. Saren gives a provocative smile, telling Mayfi that she has been waiting a long time for her. The giant sludge mass surges toward her. Saren can't wait to hear what kind of screams she makes. Mayfi charges her blade with blinding light, unleashing a massive frontal strike that shatters everything. She is cut in half, her expression frozen in pure, absolute shock, As the power overwhelms her, her body disintegrates, and the mud vanishes, leaving nothing but a massive sword crater on the floor. Mus is impressed. As expected of Mei Fai, she left the enemy as ash with zero chance of revival. They admire her strength, knowing they'd still be struggling if they hadn't saved their mana for the tower. Wasting too much energy now would have left them totally helpless for the epic final battle ahead. She scoffs at them, saying it is disgraceful that they took so long to handle such weaklings. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying eye stares down from the sky above the clock tower. Mei Fai freezes. The team is stumped. What is that giant eye? Stick with me to find out. All right. You and I are jumping into a world where mana is spiraling into a massive, forbidden ritual. Does Malleus actually think this chaos is just some stage lighting prepared for me? She calculates carefully. If this really is a forbidden curse, there is still time before it fully activates. Mei Fai takes command. We can still stop them. Rally the surviving knights and move out now. A familiar voice sneers. Dream on. Suddenly, a massive vortex erupts, leaving everyone in total shock. Saren is reborn once again. Even as ashes, I can return. She prepares to launch her final strike. Now it is my turn. She flings sludge everywhere while Mei Fai zips across the rooftops like lightning. She leaps from the roof as Saren laughs like a maniac. Then, a masked figure speaks out coldly. Get out of my way. Merlin draws his sword and cuts her clean in half, but the severed parts are already trying to reconnect. Saren laughs arrogantly. Where do you think you are going? Watch closely, because here is where the logic breaks. Saren's body suddenly starts to melt away. Shock hits everyone as she dissolves into a puddle of mud. How is this even possible? Wyfer checks the sludge, but there is no life left. It has just become ordinary, lifeless dirt. Is she finally dead? The masked Merlin flies off, revealing a glimpse of blonde hair. Mei Fai wonders who he truly is. Bren gasps in disbelief. That is the legendary great swordsman, Elgin. Mei Fai freezes in shock. She demands the truth. Chapman, is that for real? Tell me you are being serious right now. I have never met him, but that sword technique. He killed her without showing any killing intent at all. As Merlin flies toward the clock tower, there is no doubt. That man is definitely Elgin. The air around the tower turns suffocatingly dark. A mysterious purple energy starts erupting from within. Sari is trapped by binding ribbons. Her veins bulge in agony as she screams in pure pain. A wicked smile appears as Samuel raises her hands in excitement. It is coming. The great King Asus is finally returning. Princess Sari, thank you for sacrificing your soul to build our new world. Your contribution is everything. This is the era of dark elves, but it brings glory to the entire elven race. Now pay attention, because a new player just entered the room with a very serious look. Morrison stands there, arms crossed, using violence to make a beautiful lady submit. How incredibly impolite. Samuel smirks. Well, if it isn't the famous 7th Surus Knight. What brings you to my doorstep? He questions her. You have endangered the entire capital. Why would I not be here when the situation is this dangerous? We knights do not have the luxury of being idle. Morrison suddenly spots Sari bound above. What? Why is the princess trapped up there? He demands to know her plot, but Samuel just scoffs and launches a magical attack. Why don't you guess? She fires a barrage, but Morrison dodges with ease. Morrison defends himself and backs away. Samuel conjures a swirling vortex, continuing her relentless assault. You Surus Knights are trash. Maybe you are decent in England, but here, you are nothing. Morrison stands his ground, his eyes burning with an unshakable determination to win. He shatters her attack with a fist and kicks back, slicing through the ribbons. Samuel watches. Morrison goes berserk. His skin turns blood red as a terrifying power explodes from his body. Samuel remains calm. So, is this the legendary Rakshasa demon technique of the war ghosts? Did you really think turning into a bright red crab would help you win this fight? He loses control and roars, charging forward with pure, unadulterated rage. He throws a direct punch, but she blocks it instantly. He breaks into a cold sweat. She laughs arrogantly. Nothing in this world can pierce through my wall of wind. Suddenly, Samuel snaps her fingers. Magical ribbons erupt from the ground, entangling him completely. Did you really think I only knew how to dance and drink wine? He is helpless. Trust me. You and I are about to see him get torn into tiny pieces right now. All right? You and I are about to watch a battle where the power scales completely break. Morrison has finally shattered her deadly skill. A surge of energy erupts from his body. Samuel crosses her arms, feeling quite amused by his sudden display of power. I cannot believe you survived my wind blades. Samuel stands tall with a mocking look. But does this tiny spark make you think you can win? I have no interest in bullying children. Morrison focuses his energy and activates his ultimate move, the two-horned Rakshasa demon. Horns begin to sprout from his forehead as his hair grows wild. His entire body is going through a terrifying transformation right now. Now a true demon, Morrison lets out a roar, promising to stop her. Yet, she just stands there, looking completely unbothered. Suddenly, a twisted smile creeps onto Samuel's face. Meanwhile, Merlin stands outside the tower, looking up and feeling something is definitely wrong. A massive crack appears on the wall as something explodes outward, leaving a giant hole in the side of the stone tower. It is Morrison. He crashes onto the ledge after being blasted through the wall, spitting up blood and looking completely exhausted. He clutches his arm in agony, realizing his ultimate move did not even work. Damn it. He slowly drifts into unconsciousness. Samuel appears once again to check on the situation. Keeping you alive might be more fun after all, she says before turning away. Your kingdom is doomed, and I want you to watch it all burn. Morrison lies in his own blood, feeling completely helpless. Now, pay attention, because a certain legend is about to step onto the stage as a cape flutters in the distance. Morrison struggles to open his eyes. He hears a voice that sounds surprisingly familiar, coming from a face he knows quite well. Samuel looks back as Merlin casually walks through the massive hole with his sword. It looks like I arrived at the perfect time. Merlin sees Sari bound high above. So, she really is here. The dark ribbons from the elf's skill are wrapped tightly around her. He spots Morrison lying nearby and sighs. You are here too? Getting beaten this badly shows your skills are still lacking, kid. He stares at the enemy with a sharp gaze. So, our opponent today is a dark elf, huh? Samuel just watches him in silence. She asks who he is. He stays calm and simply replies that his name is Merlin. He points at himself with a confident grin and declares he is the legendary great swordsman Elgin. Morrison forces his eyes open. What? Samuel is stunned for a second, but then a mocking laugh echoes through the air as she looks at him. She covers her mouth, laughing at his blatant lie. You, the great Elgin? Everyone knows that is just a tall tale. She points at herself mockingly. If you are him, then I must be the #1 great demon king of the palace. Merlin grips his blade and smiles. I came to save Sari, but now, I am actually more excited about cutting you down. She laughs arrogantly, telling him it is a shame. You cannot save her, and you certainly cannot defeat someone as strong as me. Samuel gives him one final warning. If you are in such a hurry to find your death, I will not stop you. Morrison watches with deep concern. This is too reckless. I cannot sense any mana or battle spirit coming from him at all. There is no way he can fight that dark elf. She slowly raises a single finger to finish him off for good. A massive tornado erupts in front of Merlin. Samuel turns to walk away, fully expecting him to be shredded to pieces instantly. Stay right there if you know what is good for you. Try to cross this wind wall and see yourself get torn apart. You and I saw how strong that wind wall was. But look, Merlin just stands there and begins to move. He starts walking forward slowly. Morrison's voice calls out from the ground, telling him to wait and stop. Morrison tries to explain the danger. Calm down. I know you want to save her, but do not just throw your life away. Even a saint-rank warrior would not be able to escape that wind wall in one piece, let alone a normal human. He insists that reinforcements are coming. Merlin says nothing and just gives a cold smile before stepping directly into the raging vortex. His foot touches the fierce wind. Suddenly, the wall splits in two, carving a clear path for him to walk right through. Morrison is speechless. He can only watch in awe as Merlin casually walks forward without taking a single scratch from the wind. This must be a ghost. Who is this masked kid really? Is it possible that he actually is the legendary Elgin? Inside the barrier, Samuel is focused on her ritual. Rise once again, my master, she whispers to the dark energy. The era of the dark elves is about to begin. Suddenly, Merlin calls out. Before she can react, a fist strikes her face. Merlin lands a powerful punch that sends Samuel flying through the air. She crashes hard quite a distance away from the ritual. He stands there, challenging her. Well, I made it through. Samuel looks back in pure disbelief, wondering how this is even possible. My wind wall should have shredded everything. She begins to panic as she realizes he is standing perfectly fine in front of her. This is not normal. She stands up and demands to know who he really is, sensing he is no ordinary person. Trust me, you and I need to see her reaction when Merlin asks if she forgot their meeting from this morning. Alright, you and I are watching Samuel realize she's human, looking at Sari with a hint of regret. Damn it. I was just moments away from finally triggering the grand magic circle. She launched a desperate counterattack, unleashing massive tornadoes that could shred anything in their path. Don't you dare think you can stop me. Samuel threw her hands out to use her skills, just inches from activating the magic array. She sent a barrage of cyclones toward Min. Don't even try to block me. He looked up calmly as the attack fell, wearing a slight smile on his face. Her strikes rained down on him relentlessly as she laughed arrogantly. Take this, and see if you still have a life left. Through the thick dust, footsteps emerged. Merlin walked out of the tornado like a total boss. She gritted her teeth in worry. How can you be unhurt? He spoke coldly. Are you finished playing? Because now it is finally my turn. Samuel powered up her ultimate move with eyes full of killing intent. Wind King's Judgment, she screamed, letting her full strength fly. Sharp silk threads flew toward Merlin as a giant vortex swallowed him whole. Even Morrison felt the power of the attack and had to brace himself. Her ultimate move created lethal threads of silk that were capable of piercing through absolutely anything in their way. Morrison gasped in pain. This power is terrifying. I am on the outside, and I am still barely holding on with all my strength. He looked nervously at the massive cyclone. Samuel mocked him. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after this. She started losing it and acting insane. What kind of friends does the princess have? I'll teach you some respect for her father. Now, pay attention. Merlin's voice rings out from the storm, questioning what he hates most about the princess's fate. She froze in total shock. What? A familiar figure appeared within her attack, fueled by the sheer obsession of wanting to finally go back to his homeland. This girl has a belief so strong she would endure any kind of pain just to reach her home once again. Samuel pushed her limits to use all her energy. Sari was finally so close to home, but now you are blocking her again. Merlin questioned her, his face turning dead serious. Do you think escorts like us would ever just sit back and accept that? I will be the one to fulfill Miss Sari's wish. Samuel's eyes bulged and she broke into a cold sweat, helpless against Merlin's overwhelming pressure. Even the strongest magic defense equipment couldn't withstand the devastating strike from the edge of his legendary blade. Why isn't it working? He swung his sword at her with the speed of a lightning bolt, cutting right through her defense. Merlin's attack sliced right through the entire tower. Cracks spread instantly, followed by a massive explosion shaking everything outside. Samuel lay motionless, her body cut in half. She struggled to stay awake and speak her final words to her king. Merlin stood quietly, clutching his cloak in excitement. The curse had lifted a bit. This trip was definitely worth it. He glanced upward and noticed something. Merlin spotted Sari, who was still tied up and suspended in the air. The silk loosened, lowering her down. Merlin caught her gently. Sari looked pale and exhausted, her breathing heavy as she leaned into him. He looked at her with concern. Her soul seemed badly damaged from this ordeal. He had to treat her as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from behind him. Great swordsman Elgin. Merlin turned around, wondering what was going on. Huh? What? Morrison knelt respectfully. With strength like that, why on earth would you hide your true identity from the world? He explained quickly. If you help England, I can personally convince the Queen to officially drop your wanted status for good. Merlin replied casually. No thanks, I have no interest in any of that. The ceiling suddenly shook as stones fell. An entity inside a purple vortex spoke. You ignorant little brat. Wait for it. This entity claims Merlin stopped its rebirth, leaving it trapped between hell and reality. Absolutely insane. A terrifying eye opened as the monster bared its fangs and sharp claws, beginning to charge a massive magical attack. In the name of Asus, I sentence you to death. Merlin smiled nervously. This feels much more dangerous than any enemy he met before. Outside, people panicked as they looked at the sky. What is that? Everyone, be careful. From above, the monster unleashed a massive pillar of red energy. Merlin calmly raised his hand to meet the destructive power as it slammed into the tower. Cracks ripped through the tower under the monster's power, leaving behind a thick, suffocating cloud of dust and debris. Mayfi and her team shut their eyes tightly as the shockwave from that power hit them with full force. Morrison squeezed his eyes shut before slowly opening them again. He gasped in shock when he realized Merlin was still standing tall against that power. What? The monster hissed in disbelief. You actually blocked my divine power? Merlin just gave a challenging smile. If you weren't already dead, I would really love to have a proper fight with you. He shouted out loudly. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want more. All right, stick with me because you are about to see the day humanity pays the price. He vanishes into the vortex without a trace. The sky clears, revealing the tower ruins under a crescent moon and a blanket of stars. Merlin stands among the beast's remains, his badly burned hand trembling. His face is filled with shock as he realizes that last strike was not mana, but a far superior power. He smiles, clenching his burned fist. Merlin is thrilled there is finally hope to break his heart's curse. Suddenly, Mayfield flies in from behind, swinging her sword. She demands if he is the one behind all this. Mayfield shouts to die. Wyfer and Must join the assault, but Merlin just gives a cold smirk. They launch a relentless barrage. The tower splits in two, collapsing into a massive cloud of dust. The three stare into the giant crater. Mayfield cannot believe he escaped their combined ambush. Merlin appears on a rock behind them. "You are the Queen's subordinates, right?" he asks coldly. "You have arrived at the perfect time." Moonlight bathes the quiet, sleeping town. Doors creak open as townsfolk peek out. An old man asks the knight if they are finally safe. The knight reassures everyone that the danger has finally passed. Suddenly, someone points to the sky. The tower has been totally obliterated by the monster's attack, leaving everyone in total shock. Kids point toward the clock tower, shouting for the goddess's protection as they spot someone up there. "Now, pay attention to this." Merlin stands tall under the moon. "You are the Queen's men, are you not?" He smirks, telling them they are just in time. Mayfield draws her blade with a murderous glare. She grips her hilt tight. Merlin just gestures for them to wait. He has no interest in fighting. He looks down at Sari, who is currently cradled in his arms. Her soul is damaged by dark magic. She needs a powerful mage to heal her mental trauma. "Since you serve the Queen, you must know a master mage capable of such healing, right?" Mayfield snaps. "Why should we listen to you?" Merlin simply tosses Sari toward her. Mayfield catches her, realizing with a gasp that this is Princess Sari of the Elven tribe. She demands to know what he did to her, but Merlin has already vanished into thin air. She orders them to give chase. Wyfer and Muss obey, but a sudden voice stops them cold. "Wait." Morrison emerges from a rock. Wyfer rushes over, horrified by how badly Morrison is injured. Was it the great swordsman Elgin? Malleus fumes. That man really is a curse to the Empire. "Here is the thing you and I did not expect." Morrison explains it is just a misunderstanding. They talk through the quiet night. Mayfield wonders if the mastermind is an elf, and if this was a civil war. Morrison confirms it. This was all Samuel's doing from the very beginning. She is a dark elf who tried to sacrifice this whole city to bring back the Dark Elf King. Malleus is disgusted. Samuel seems so gentle and beautiful, nobody suspected her cruelty. Mayfield asks where she is now. Morrison reveals that the great swordsman Elgin already killed her. They are confused. Why would he help? Is he just trying to stand out for some deeper reason? Mayfield cuts them off. "Forget that for now. We have more urgent matters to attend to." She orders them to take Princess Sari back immediately and call for the palace's best healer. The citizens stare at the tower, whispering among themselves. "He is really gone." "Who was that man?" Bren answers quietly. "That was the great swordsman Elgin." The crowd gasps. The knight confirms it too. People start turning to each other in total excitement. It is really him? The great swordsman Elgin from the legends? Is it true? Everyone starts cheering. "I saw him defeat the mud monster with my own eyes. Elgin saved us." It had to be the great swordsman. The crowd raises their hands high, chanting his name over and over. "Great swordsman Elgin? Elgin? Elgin?" Merlin hides nearby, sweating. "Oops, I have caused a huge scene, but at least Elgin is taking the fall." He licks his wound. "I cannot heal Sari's soul, but the knights will surely find a way." "That is it for now. You and I are moving to a luxury hotel next." "All right." You and I are diving back into the chaos as Alice sits alone, bandaging her painful wounds. She tries to adjust the gauze, but the sharp pain brings her to tears as she cries out. While sobbing, she wonders where Mlin is, only for him to suddenly appear at the window, startling her completely. A basin flies straight at his head. Alice grabs a chair, ready to strike as he climbs inside. He complains about the warm welcome, while she screams at the perverted voyeur to just go die already. Alice covers herself with a curtain and demands to know where Sari is. Did he not find her? Mlin explains that her spirit was wounded, so he left her with the Cis Knights for medical care. They have plenty of resources even if their strength is lacking. Alice still worries if she will be okay. He reassures her that millions in reward money are at stake, so he won't let this prize slip away. He won't lose such a golden opportunity. Then, he leans in and asks how she even got injured. Alice explains that Saffron attacked them. His power has already surged to the terrifying saint level of strength. Both she and Kolo were badly hurt, but the Capital Guildmaster saved them in a literal heartbeat. Emlyn is surprised, wondering if this Guildmaster is actually that powerful. Alice just pouts at his arrogance. Master Gregory is a gold rank legend. Even Master Taylor is just a junior compared to his immense status. She warns that even Emlyn might lose. He just shrugs, wanting a chance to test his skills against him. He softly says he is glad she is okay, leaving her completely stunned by his unexpected kindness. She blushes behind the curtain, wondering if he actually cares. She quickly tells herself to wake up and focus. He probably only cares about the mission reward. Suddenly, Emlyn points to his tongue with a weird look. Now, pay attention, because Minlin offers to lick her wounds to heal them, making her turn pale with fear. She draws her sword, terrified he is making a move. Lin just looks hungry and starts closing in. He claims he is just caring for her, but she screams for the pervert to stay far away. Just then, Cecilia opens the door to help and freezes at the sight of them tangled together. Malin is pinned on top of a blushing Alice. Cecilia quickly shuts the door, telling them to carry on. Alice screams for help, begging her friend not to leave her alone with this complete and utter madman. Malin mocks her for the drama, insisting his saliva heals wounds faster. Alice screams that she would rather die. Let's shift gears to the palace, where Mayfield steps out with a very grim expression on her face. Morrison and the other knights rush over to ask about the princess and her current state of health. Sari is out of danger, but the healers worry about lasting side effects that require very close observation. Winifred clenches his fist in pure shame. They failed their mission to protect her for the queen. Malia suggests that the great swordsman Elgin must be the one behind all of this recent madness. He wonders if Elgin is the secret mastermind. Mayfield stays silent, rubbing her chin in deep thought. Morrison immediately shoots the idea down. There is no way the great swordsman Elgin is the villain here. He admits he is not sure why, but Elgin actually seemed to be there to save the princess. Mayfield asks if they are acquainted, and Morrison says it certainly seems like they know each other. Malia smiles, realizing they can use the princess to track down Elgin and find his real identity. Winifred agrees they should use this lead. They can finally eliminate the great threat for their queen. He is eager to fight, wanting to test himself against the man who dared to show off. Morrison gives them a cold, hard warning. He tells them to give up on that idea immediately. Malleus is annoyed, asking why the usually brave Morrison is suddenly acting like such a total coward. Morrison is dead serious. He has never seen anyone that powerful in his entire life as a knight. Even if all 12 cis knights attacked together, they probably could not survive a single strike from him. Mayfield is speechless. Malleus tries to laugh it off, saying it must be some kind of joke. He claims that if they all get serious, no one in the world could possibly be their match. Morrison is still shaking with fear. Once they see Elgin's true power, they will never speak like that. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how terrified these knights really are. Stick with me, we are diving into a world of knights where duty is everything. She snaps. Morrison, we are cis knights, the Queen's blades. I will not allow such weakness. Morrison catches her hand, his eyes distant and dazed. He is shaking as he grips her wrist tight, clearly struggling with something deep inside, while she stares him down. Phil is speechless with frustration and pulls away. Mayfi clenches her fist tight, trying to stay strong and keep her spirits high. No matter how strong they are, if they threaten Her Majesty or the Empire, they are our enemy. As long as I am standing here, I will personally see to their absolute defeat. Morrison stays silent and cold as he walks away. Now, watch this. He knows they should not challenge the great swordsman Elgin, or the consequences will be beyond their darkest imagination. Morrison adds quietly, I will personally report to the Queen and ask her to cancel Elgin's bounty and invite him to join our cis knights. Milius cannot believe the words coming out of his mouth. What did you say? He keeps walking calmly, claiming he is only thinking about the future of the Empire. Construction crews work everywhere to repair the homes. City Lensney is finally recovering a few days after the disaster, with everyone from adults to children pitching in to help. The capital residents are rebuilding their lives together. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approaches as a carriage rolls out through the massive city gates. Merlin's group also begins their journey toward the Dover Strait. Alice lets out a heavy sigh, causing Merlin to ask, what is wrong? Why the long face? I am just thinking. The carriage has already left the city. Is it really okay for us to just leave like this? What is happening with Sari right now? Mine smiles gently to reassure her. Let us take a second here. You know there is no need to worry about her. She is perfectly safe now. We just need to wait for that 1 million gold coins to reach our hands. All you think about is gold. But Sari and I actually have a real friendship. She sticks out her tongue playfully. I hope you lose every single one of those coins. Merlin rests his chin on his hand. Sure. Small chest, big attitude. You are always right. Suddenly, he spots something in the sky. The massive shadow of a giant bird suddenly covers the moving carriage. The horses begin to panic as the air turns heavy and cold. Inside, everyone panics. What is going on? A giant eagle lands, blocking their path as Mayfi calls out to them with a loud voice. Merlin, Lucifer, Alice, Claudia. They peer out from the carriage. I am here in the name of the Cis Knights. What? Alice shouts back. I am inviting you two to come with me. Merlin watches seriously while Alice looks completely confused by the request. The scene shifts to the luxurious royal palace. Following Mayfi, Alice whispers nervously. What do we do? Did they find out about our plan? Did they find out you were pretending to be the great swordsman Elgin? Or is your secret identity as the Demon King finally exposed? He replies calmly. I do not think so. I hid it perfectly. Merlin looks around the palace grounds and continues to observe his surroundings. It does not feel like we are being arrested. In a small courtyard, Mayfi bows deeply. Your Highness, your friends have arrived. Footsteps approach and Alice gasps. Sari runs out in her gown, her face glowing with pure joy. Master Merlin, Lady Alice. Alice pulls her into a hug. Sari, you are okay. This is wonderful. Do you have any idea how much I worried about you? Sari replies softly. I am fine. The Cis Knights saved me. Merlin pouts, thinking to himself that he was the one who actually saved her life. Sari explains. I asked Lady Mayfi to find you both because I wanted to say goodbye. I have to return home today. Alice is concerned. But what if you run into danger on the road? Is it safe? She reassures them. Do not worry. Lady Mayfi will be escorting me personally. Merlin steps closer and calls Sarah's name. He whispers to her. Did they ask you anything about me? She immediately shakes her head, looking puzzled by the question. But Lady Mayfi did ask if I knew the great swordsman Elgin. Merlin stays silent, waiting to see what she says next. I have never even heard that name before. To be honest, I do not remember much from yesterday. Merlin sighs in relief. It seems she did not recognize him yesterday. She smiles. Thank you for looking after me. I was truly happy spending time by your side. One more thing. Sari bows to apologize. Lady Alice, I accidentally tore your nightgown earlier. I will definitely pay you back later. Alice hesitates. Oh, do not worry about it. It is fine. In her head, Alice grumbles about Sarah's large chest. Mayfi bows politely. Your Highness, forgive me for interrupting your reunion, but it is almost time to leave. Sari sighs. So soon? Merlin lets out a loud, fake cough. He puts on a big smile. Sari, since you are safe now, when exactly can we expect that 1 million gold coin reward to arrive? Alice looks at him in disappointment. Seriously? You really know how to ruin a moment, don't you? Sari tilts her head. 1 million? What are you talking about? Merlin panics. Our 1 million gold payment. You promised back then, do you not remember? Mayfi explains. Unfortunately, Princess Sarah's spirit was damaged, so she has forgotten a few things. Merlin and Alice stand there, jaws dropping. Has she really lost her memory of the deal? He feels like he has turned to stone as the word memory loss hits him like a hammer. He screams, she remembers a nightgown but not our gold? As the ship sails, Sari waves goodbye. Trust me, you and I can both feel Merlin's pain right now. All right, you and I are diving into a story where things go from 0 to 100 real quick. Alice turns back to comfort a totally defeated Merlin. Snap out of it. We still have the mission from Lady Cecilia to handle. Are you even awake yet? A huge payday just slipped through his fingers and he is fuming. Easy for her to say. That was 1 million coins. He thinks he could win it all back at the horse races, but Alice is not having it. Stop dreaming about gambling. Just focus on the job at hand. They start bickering so loudly the whole city can hear. How embarrassing. I refuse to be a dreamer with no future like you. Hey, everyone has dreams, okay? My dream is to marry the great swordsman Elgin. What? That guy? He is a literal hero of humanity. A lazy bum like you would never understand his charm. Cut to later, as their carriage rolls down the road. Cecilia and Co are worried, while our duo won't even look at each other. The two start whispering. What is up with them? No idea. Suddenly, a voice asks if Co has arrived. Co responds with total respect. Lord Merlin, please be patient. Our family warship is already waiting at the docks. They pass through a scenic coastal mountain range. We will be there right after this fishing village. As they enter the town, Cecilia speaks up. Lord Merlin, we are almost there. What is the plan? Merlin just waves it off. Is not it just some petty alchemist? No need for a plan. This will be easy as pie. Co is totally impressed, assuming Merlin has some secret strategy ready for this. But Alice just waves it off. No, he is just being lazy. She tells Merlin to take this seriously, but he suddenly goes dead silent. Her expression immediately freezes. Now, pay attention, because the vibe here is about to get very dark. Merlin notices the village is completely deserted. Alice realizes it too. Come to think of it, we haven't seen a single soul this entire time. Merlin signals to stop. The carriage door opens, and they all step out to investigate the area. Every door and window is locked tight. It is broad daylight, yet the streets are empty. Something is wrong. Could that genius mage have already taken care of everything? Or the whole village was wiped out by alchemical beasts? Suddenly, an explosion sends wood flying everywhere. They look over to see an old man slammed against a wall. An armored villain walks out, laughing like a maniac. He steps on the poor man and demands he hand over his granddaughter. Do it now, old man? And the physical pain stops. The old man struggles to find his voice. You already took my son. I would rather die than give you my granddaughter. Then, another voice calls out, Boss, we got her. The girl is struggling to get free. As the old man screams in despair, he kicks the old man down again. Let her go. Take me instead. The villain, Mac, looks on with twisted interest. He reaches out with those disgusting hands to touch her face. This guy is a total creep. You saw that coming, right? She spits right in his face. She screams that they hired him for protection, but he betrayed the whole village. But you joined the villains and started using our people for experiments. You are absolute scum. The thugs are furious, but Mac just smirks. He swings his claws right at the poor girl. I am the strongest one here now. Obey me, or I will end your life right here. She closes her eyes, waiting for the end. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice blocks the attack. Alice steps in, telling him to get lost. Mac is furious. Who dares to interfere with my fun? Merlin and Alice arrive just in time. Stay away from her, or I am going to make you regret it. Mac just looks at her with pure disgust. I thought it was someone actually important. So, it is just the ice swordsman from the Restum Guild and her lowly servant? They both freeze. Wait, servant? You actually know who we are? Mac laughs. I used to be an adventurer myself. I have heard all about your little group. He looks them up and down. A blonde girl playing at being a gold rank ice magic swordsman, and a pretty boy leeching off her to reach black iron rank. How pathetic. Merlin is fuming at being called a leech. Even the injured old man sits up in shock. Wait, a gold rank adventurer? The old man sees his chance. You two are powerful adventurers, right? Please, you have to save us. And that is where we leave it. Trust me. You and I are going to want to see how this fight ends, all right? You and I are about to witness a powered-up villain who thinks he is finally unstoppable. Just look at that laugh. He cackles like a deranged monster, looking more like a mutated fish than a man as he bares his razor-sharp claws. He admits he might have feared them once, but now that he has this new power, he is not afraid of anything. Brimming with arrogance, he brags that his body has been completely rebuilt and enhanced using forbidden alchemy techniques. To him, mortals are just insects. Alice is stunned by his words. Did he just mention an evil alchemist? Merlin scratches his chin behind her, looking excited. It seems a lead has finally walked right up to their front door. Mar just plays games instead of answering. Oh, so you are actually looking for Lord Democratus, are you? He sticks his gross tongue out, taunting Alice to try and get past him first, since he is bored of the local girls. He starts harassing her, telling her she should serve him instead. Alice is beyond disgusted by this foul creep. Suddenly, Merlin steps in and calls out to her. With his arms crossed, he assigns her a serious mission taking this guy down. Alice breaks into a cold sweat and asks why he is doing this. Is he actually sulking about something right now? Merlin jokes he is just a pretty boy living off a woman's strength before his expression becomes dead serious. He explains that after all her hard battles, she has grown much stronger, so he is letting her use this creep for practice. Doesn't she want to reach the sacred rank? Watch closely, because she is about to prove her worth right here, refusing to be humiliated like that. Alice grips her weapon with total determination. Merlin sees his encouragement worked and cheers her on. Grandpa watches from the side, thinking Merlin really is just a lazy pretty boy for letting a girl fight his battles. Alice stands her ground against Mar as he bares his jagged teeth, looking like a predator ready for the kill. Staying sharp, Alice watches his every move as he suddenly lunges forward, covering the distance with insane speed. She does not hesitate for a second, charging straight ahead with her sharp blade gleaming in the sunlight. She aims for his face, but he does not even flinch, catching her sword with his bare hand like it is nothing. He gloats while gripping her blade, mocking her lack of defense, but he claims his speed is just way too high for her. Alice lets out a cold grunt and slams her hand against his chest, instantly causing ice to spread across his entire body. She triggers her ice spear technique, and a massive spike of frost shatters right through his body in an explosion of energy. Mar is paralyzed, encased in ice. Merlin smirks in approval, while the grandpa looks on in total shock and disbelief. Alice explains his mistake. Those scales might be tough, but the flesh underneath them is still vulnerable to her freezing power. Frozen solid and unable to speak, Mar's mutated body begins to crack and fall apart before her eyes. She calmly sheathes her sword, telling him to repent in the afterlife as he shatters into a million icy pieces. Seeing their boss turned into ice cubes, the remaining thugs start losing their minds and running away in terror. They try to kidnap a girl named Connie as they flee, but Merlin is already there to block their path. Merlin plays the hero, telling them he has no time for small fry. They're about to regret everything. Drop the girl and I will let you live. They laugh, thinking a black iron rank kid like him is just a joke. Their arrogance is about to leave a very bitter taste in their mouths as they face his power. With one hand, Merlin sends those thugs flying into the sky before they splash into the sea like floating trash. Connie is totally startled and stammers out a reply. Merlin stands before her, gently asking what happened to the village. He looks at the ruined house and the broken door. Grandpa places a hand on his chest in deep respect. He thanks them from the bottom of his heart for saving both him and his young granddaughter from those monsters. Everyone sits together in the room as the old man explains that the monster Mar was once their village's strongest hero. The alchemist's beasts were simply too powerful for the villagers. Everyone was defeated, and only Mar managed to survive. Connie adds that when he returned, he had become a monster with a twisted and incredibly cruel personality. He started kidnapping villagers for sick experiments. He even took her own father away to that horrible place. The old man continues his explanation of their tragedy. Only the elderly and children are left because everyone else was either taken by Mar or murdered by his gang. That is why everyone hides whenever a stranger arrives. They are just too terrified to even think about fighting back. Alice is furious. How could someone betray their own neighbors and friends in such a heartless and cruel way? Merlin suspects the alchemist didn't just rebuild his body, but completely controlled his mind as well. Suddenly, someone calls out for Lord Merlin. Stick with me, because you and I are about to find out who it is. Cecilia urgently mentions that it seems like that man Johnson has not arrived yet. You and I are about to see if they can handle this alchemist before he shows up. Merlin adjusts his posture, looking ready to jump in and steal the kill for some easy gold. Haha, the old man is worried. No, he says those monsters are too powerful and you are not their match. Chief, we have already hired a mithril rank adventurer, and he will be the one to solve this problem. Merlin asks where this famous adventurer is right now. The old man can't answer, but he still tries to stop them from leaving. You are our lifesavers, he says, and I cannot stand by and watch you all walk straight into your own deaths. His hands tremble on the table. Outside, Ko is guarding the roof when he suddenly senses something dangerous approaching the village. Birds scatter in the distance as low growls begin to echo from the deep forest. Inside, they hear a loud roar. Alice wonders what it is, while Merlin jokes if the villagers are raising magic beasts. The village head panics. Those are the alchemy beasts that Merlin brought. 7 beasts charge toward the village with fury. Trust me. Watch closely because with their master gone, these beasts are out of control. One suddenly lunges to attack a villager. The man screams for help, but luckily Ko arrives just in time to take the monster down and save him. Cecilia and Alice rush over. Ko warns them to stay alert because the number of these monsters is way too high. Facing the fierce pack, Alice declares they cannot just stand by while the villagers are being harmed by these beasts. She uses her superpowers to drop a beast while Cecilia unleashes her own deadly moves to finish them off. While Ko focuses on the fight, Merlin just stands there looking completely indifferent to the chaos around him. The old man asks why he isn't helping. Merlin smiles, saying this level of trash does not require him to act. The chief thinks he is just a coward. Meanwhile, Merlin wonders if these are the beasts, as Modeus mentioned. He finds them underwhelming and asks if there is anything stronger. Suddenly, a massive super monster appears with a deafening roar. Its claws swipe at Cecilia, making her scream. Ko rushes in instantly to shield her from the danger. Ko pulls her back just as the claws slam into the ground. The beast roars and prepares to launch another attack. It snarls, drooling with rage. Alice uses her frost breath to freeze the creature solid where it stands. She thinks it is over, but seconds later, the monster shatters the ice and lunges forward once again. It roars. Alice panics as Merlin realizes he actually has to step in and handle this personally. Merlin glares back as a stranger appears, using the exact same frost breath technique Alice just used. A massive layer of ice wraps around the beast, instantly slicing its entire body into 4 pieces before it can move. You saw that, right? Merlin realizes this little kid is the mithril rank adventurer they have all been waiting for. Alice stands there, watching as the monster's remains crumble into a thick cloud of dust. She is shocked. It was the same move, but the power level was completely different. Then her eyes widen in surprise, seeing him mimic her hand gesture. She realizes he was just copying her technique. Johnson turns and clenches his fist. He arrogantly tells her that real magic is nothing like the weak stuff she is currently using. His words hit Alice like a physical arrow, making her cough up blood from pure frustration and shock. Ha ha ha. Merlin finds this hilarious. Johnson explains that true magic converts natural energy into internal power through mental activation to release elemental magic. He continues lecturing, saying that the way she uses magic is just a massive waste of her mana. He claims that if she were not a fellow adventurer, a genius like him would never bother helping her. She snaps back in anger, asking who asked for his help anyway. The village head steps out. Are you the legendary genius mithril rank adventurer everyone has been talking about? That is right, he replies. I am the star of tomorrow, personally sent by the queen to solve the danger in this village. Johnson touches his medal and tells them to be grateful. The chief is overjoyed that the village is finally saved. He asks why Johnson arrived so late. Did something happen on the road? The kid suddenly gets very awkward. He would rather die than admit he got lost. So he just covers his mouth and fakes a cough to regain his confidence. Johnson claims that true legends always arrive at the end, leaving the small fry to deal with the opening act. Cecilia and Alice scream in anger, asking who he is calling small fry. Merlin just laughs it off. Cecilia whispers to Merlin that they need to finish things quickly before this brat takes all the credit. You and I just witnessed a saint-level power. Merlin realizes that despite his attitude, this kid is a monster. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a genius main character has way too much ego. Alice snaps back immediately. Immature? She starts tearing up. I cannot believe this brat called me immature. He looks her up and down. Aren't there some parts of you that are also quite small? Alice lunges to choke him. Where exactly am I small? Gia interrupts, saying only their inn has enough space for everyone to stay. If you great adventurers do not mind, please come and rest here for the night. Joe's son pushes inside. Fine, I will play nice. I need to show my talent tomorrow. Where is my room? The host points the way. This way, great adventurer. As he walks, he mocks them with a smug goodbye. She grits her teeth in rage. That stinky little brat. Merlin notes she really does act like a child. The girl announces they only have 3 rooms left. The group is stunned. How should we divide them? He-Ho starts planning. Master Merlin and his wife in one room, the lady and I each in our own. Is that arrangement okay? Cecilia agrees it works. Alice screams. Why do I have to stay with him? I refuse, and he would never agree. Merlin adds. Who would want to sleep with an ironing board anyway? They start bickering. She shouts, what is with that look of total disgust on your face? I should be the one disgusted. Merlin fires back. Oh, you hate me? Look in a mirror. Cecilia is confused. Is it not normal for a husband and wife to sleep together? Alice remains stubborn and refuses. I am just not sleeping with this guy. Merlin snaps back. I am not sleeping with an ironing board either. Cecilia wonders if they are just having a couple's quarrel. It is better if we do not interfere. He-Ho insists Master Merlin is the strongest, so we cannot let him be uncomfortable during the night. The girl watches them with wide eyes. Seeing the tension is not ending, Cecilia makes a final call. Fine, I will stay with Alice. We have to compromise in tough times. He-Ho starts crying. This is so unfair to the young lady. Cecilia tells the man to stop his pathetic crying. Night falls under a beautiful crescent moon. Only the sound of light breathing fills the quiet room. Alice is tossing and turning. Is she having a nightmare? Tears fall as the air turns freezing cold. Cecilia begins to shiver uncontrollably. She sits up in bed. What on earth is happening in here? Now, watch closely. Even for a country inn, this level of cold is absolutely insane. Cecilia looks around. Thick layers of ice are rapidly covering the walls and even the floor. The cold is coming from Alice. Cecilia tries to shake her awake. Miss Alice, please wake up. Alice wakes up in a daze, crying out. My head hurts, and my whole body feels terrible. Cecilia wraps herself in a blanket. Does this always happen to you after you fall asleep? Alice screams as she sees her hands turning into ice. Is this the crystal inheritance backlash again? Cecilia asks if it is some magic training. Alice smiles weakly. Yeah, you could say that. She clenches her fist. She cannot control the ice dragon power. She will freeze to death soon. Wait for it. You and I know that look. She has a desperate plan. Cecilia offers to call Master Merlin. Alice jumps out of bed. No, I need to go out. Merlin is fast asleep in his room. Through the window, a light turns on across the way. Rawa's son is annoyed. I only care about cleaning up those alchemists. I am too lazy to deal with anything else. He slams the door. Do not disturb me. He leaves the girl standing there in shock. Was I just rejected like that? I guess Saint class experts are not friendly to the weak. I have to ask another adventurer. She remembers the knight said Master Merlin was the absolute strongest among them all. A dark shadow appears at his door and knocks. Knock, knock. Merlin yawns and opens it. Seeing Alice looking pathetic and crying, he is shocked. Alice? What are you doing here at this hour? Why are you attacking my room so late? Alice snaps back. Who wants to attack you? Then her voice drops. She turns shy. I want to sleep with you. Is that okay? His face goes blank as he freezes for 5 seconds before leaning against the wall. He finally speaks. So, what do you? And I think he'll say, all right, you and I are watching Merlin ask if her inheritance is backfiring, and she sadly nods. Alice admits she cannot control the frost while sleeping and does not want Cecilia to worry. Merlin warns her that the time between these outbreaks is getting shorter, and that is a bad sign. He suspects she recently forced that dormant power out. Did she really do it lately? She remembers freezing a hand, solid. A Saint-class dark elf attacked her while Merlin was busy saving others. In that moment, her mind went completely blank, and she suddenly realized she had frozen her enemy. Merlin suddenly flicks her forehead, making Alice snap at him in pure and utter frustration. He just calls her an absolute dummy for being so reckless with her life. Merlin warns that forcing this power before reaching Saint-class will turn her into a freakish human-dragon hybrid. A freak? Merlin says once is fine, but she must be extremely careful from now on. She must avoid using it before Saint-class. Stronger dragon power means the backlash will be even worse. Alice realizes she needs to hold back. She would much rather stay human than become a monster. He leans in close and whispers for her to get in bed. They are sleeping together tonight. She thinks he is a total creep, even as they talk behind those closed doors. She warns him that she only wants to sleep, so absolutely no funny business allowed. He mocks her flat chest, calling her an ironing board. Who are you calling a board, jerk? They lie back to back, but Alice's frost is still leaking out everywhere. This is so awkward. A small whimper escapes her lips, making Merlin glance over at her in concern. She is shivering, thinking the distance between them is just way too much for her. Watch closely now. Merlin suddenly reaches out and pulls her into a warm hug. She realizes he is actually hugging her. Merlin tells her to speak up if it is cold. Immediately, the chaotic dragon magic inside her body begins to calm down and settle. Being near him works wonders. She drifts off, thinking about how warm Merlin feels. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door wakes them both up. Who could it be? Merlin has no clue, but Alice is terrified it might be Cecilia coming for her. He grabs the blanket, offering to tell Cecilia she is staying the night here in his room. Alice panics and tells him to lie. Just say she went out to train instead. That is her usual excuse. But Merlin does not get why they are lying right now. She hides under the covers, begging him to just go. What a pain he is, hiding under the covers. She feels so embarrassed for sneaking in here after acting so tough. Now, pay attention to who is at the door. It is Connie, standing there in a towel. She greets Lord Merlin shyly. Alice recognizes that voice instantly. It is definitely Connie. Connie asks to come inside and talk, but Merlin keeps his distance at the door. She begs him to save her father from an alchemist hiding on that island. Merlin refuses. It is too much trouble and he sees zero profit in helping. She has no money, so she drops her towel to show him her bare shoulder. She will do anything if he agrees. Merlin is so shocked he nearly hits the wall. Merlin is speechless, and Alice is reeling too. Connie cries out, begging him to save her father. Inside the room, Alice is listening to this whole conversation in total shock. Silence falls before Merlin refuses. Even if she offers herself, he has zero interest in her. Connie is stunned into silence as Merlin pulls the towel back over her shoulders. He will not take advantage of her. Alice is starting to see him very differently now. He closes his eyes and repeats he has zero interest in ironing boards, absolutely crushing Alice's pride. Merlin mentions her father has been gone for a long time. Is he even alive? She cries out, begging for even a sliver of hope. What do you and I think? Will he help? All right, you and I are about to jump back into the drama, just as Alice starts sobbing her eyes out. I am sorry, but we are in a rush. If that is all, you should head home. Alice grits her teeth, thinking Min is just completely heartless. She replays his cold words in her head, feeling completely rejected. Merlin speaks up, saying even though they are in a hurry, If her father is still alive, they will just bring him back with them. That offers some comfort, but Min just lets out a massive, sleepy yawn. Alice looks on, totally caught off guard. Tears well up as she bows, thanking them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Merlin is already crawling back into bed, complaining loudly. He grumbles about people ruining his sleep in the middle of the night, but then he hears a rustle. Alice is suddenly inching closer to him. He asks why she is here, if she hates sleeping near him. She just replies softly, from under the covers. At first, he plays it cool with a blank face, but slowly, his cheeks start turning a bright, embarrassed red. Morning arrives with clear blue skies and fresh air. Cecilia greets everyone happily as they finally arrive. Alice and Merlin walk out together, looking totally half asleep. Min stretches out, letting out another huge yawn. Cecilia thanks Merlin for looking after Lady Alice last night. Min is shocked, wondering what she means by that. Alice is confused too, and rushes over to ask how she knew. Cecilia just gives her a knowing, mischievous smile. Now pay attention, because here is the hilarious part. Cecilia saw her enter his room before finally heading back to her own. Min ignores the gossip, asking if anyone has seen that kid Johnson this morning. The answer? A big fat no. Ko adds that even though he and Lady Cecilia were up early, Johnson was nowhere to be found. Cecilia sighs, saying he is still just a child who hasn't learned that the early bird catches the worm. Min points to the carriage, telling everyone to leave the stinky brat behind and head for their goal. But little does he know, Johnson is smirking. The little brat had actually snuck into the trunk. Johnson thinks to himself that no adult is actually good, and they are all just using dirty schemes to steal his prey away from him. As the carriage rolls away, he is just sitting there thinking, just you wait and see. The water splashes as Alice gazes at the massive ship in awe. Ko introduces the William, a massive merchant ship specifically built with 20 cannons to fight off any aggressive pirates they might encounter on the open ocean. With powerful magic guns comparable to royal warships, Merlin is convinced this is going to be a smooth ride. If all goes well, they will reach the island by tonight. Suddenly, someone calls out for the great Lady Cecilia. A man introduces himself as Dennis, the captain of the William. Cecilia bows politely in return. Captain Dennis thanks her for the support, and she introduces Merlin and Alice as their VIP guests for the trip. Dennis looks puzzled and asks if the person standing right behind them is also part of their crew. Alice screams in shock. How is Johnson even here? He just struts forward like he owns the place. Johnson mocks them, saying they tried to ditch him by waking up early, but he is not that easy to fool. Alice is dying of curiosity, demanding to know where he even came from. You and I both know this kid is a handful. He winks and claims that as a 14-year-old genius, his talent is simply unmatched, and he won't let his rivals escape so easily. Merlin just chuckles to himself, thinking this kid might actually be even crazier than he is. Alice is fuming, and Cecilia has to hold her back before she actually punches the kid into next week. Johnson asks to join them since they are heading to the same strait. Alice is like, "What are you even thinking?" Ko refuses, reminding him that they are competitors, and there is absolutely no reason to bring him along. Merlin strokes his chin for a moment before deciding to take the brat. Alice and Cecilia are both completely stunned. Alice pulls him aside, asking if he is crazy for making things harder for them. Min just glances back calmly. He asks what there is to fear, since taking candy from a baby is easy work for him. Night falls as the ship sails on. Dennis strokes his beard, asking if they are really going to the island to find an alchemist named Democritus. They sit together at dinner, as Ko asks if there is a problem. Dennis reveals he has heard that name before. Apparently, he was a high-level dragon expert who was once a key member of the Royal Research Institute, but they kicked him out for his horrifying, inhumane experiments. Alice holds her glass tight, asking what happened next. Denise says he allegedly made contact with a dark guild known as the Adventure. They gave him the funding and tech to keep his sick experiments going. Merlin wonders if they are just fellow adventurers like them, and that is where we leave it. She slams the table. She shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you saying? You and I both know the dark adventures are filled with villains, death row inmates from many nations, and criminals who have been exiled." She screamed again, claiming they have no morals and will do anything, even murder, as long as their master pays. They are killers and destroyers. Nothing like the adventurers we know. Our main character is shocked. Are there really that many of them out there? She explains that the guild is split into 4 distinct branches: ID Code, Phoenix, Hun Price, and Blue Flame. Each has a unique symbol for easy identification. Suddenly, Alice sits down, looking completely defeated. Our own guild tried to wipe them out several times, But we either failed or suffered massive losses. Outside, violent waves slam into the ship, tossing people and furniture everywhere. Unable to balance, she falls to the floor. What is happening? The wind howls and the sea batters the hull. Sailors look up in sheer terror, screaming out loud. Now watch this. A massive shadow with glowing red eyes rises from the depths, making everyone shriek in pure horror. Captain, we are in trouble. A massive monster just attacked the cabin and punched a huge hole in the hull. The sailors cannot stop the flooding. The old man is panicked. He immediately barks out orders to his crew. All hands on deck. Full speed ahead. Get the cannons into position and prepare for a total war. In an instant, the portholes fly open and heavy artillery barrels are shoved out into the salty air. Dennis takes the wheel himself, steering with everything he has got. The ship finally veers away from the monster's path. Through the glass, the ship looks like a toy next to that beast. High on a cliff, Democratus scoffs. He watches from above, wondering why fools always come here to die. Not a single worthy opponent in sight. He decides to treat this as a little opening act. Back on the ship, K-Ho is bracing for impact. I will head to the guest cabin to protect the lady. I am counting on you, sir. Alice still has no clue. Suddenly, a voice echoes behind her. What a bunch of useless adults. Do-sun gives a mysterious smirk. Watch and learn as I show you the true power of a genius. Then, he runs to the rail and vomits. Alice is speechless. So he is just seasick? No wonder he has been hiding in the cabin this whole time. Wait, where is Merlin? Clicking her heels, she rushes down the hall and kicks the door wide open. Merlin is just sitting there, totally relaxed. Alice yells, asking why he is not helping out yet. He casually looks up. Is the ship actually sinking already? She screams that if the monster is not stopped, they will lose the ship. Use that sword of yours again. Remembering his past battles with giant beasts, he remains unfazed. Last time, the monster caught me on a tiny boat where I had no choice. He closes his eyes arrogantly. A massive ship like the William would be flipped over by my sword power. I know what you are thinking. Is now really the time for bragging? Alice is fuming as he turns serious. Listen closely. That is exactly why I cannot intervene right now. Alice can only stare at him in total confusion. Meanwhile, at the first Demon King Palace, darkness reigns. Lilith cuddles a Merlin doll, whispering how much she misses him. Her room is covered in his pictures. When will you ever come back to visit me, my dear Merlin? Just as she leans in for a kiss, a sharp noise startles her. Her favorite glass suddenly snaps in half. She cries out in shock. That was Merlin's glass, her most precious treasure. Now, panic sets in. Clutching the shards, she looks out at the peaceful moon. Could Merlin be in some kind of danger? Back on the deck, Merlin is still debating with Alice. If the ship goes down, he just shrugs. Too bad for me, because I cannot swim. The beast thrashes beneath the surface, sending massive waves everywhere. It raises its razor-sharp claws. Denny struggles with the wheel, cursing under his breath. The ocean slams into the hull with terrifying force. The monster's blow sends water erupting high into the sky. Alice is drenched and loses her footing. Dennis roars to fire the cannons as the barrels glow bright. Boom! The projectiles hit the target perfectly. The sailors cheer, thinking they have finally landed a killing blow. But Alice notices something horrifying. Over there, the wounds are smoking and making a strange hissing sound. That smoke is coming from the beast itself. It stands tall, its body inflating as the wounds instantly heal. A sailor looks up, trembling. Captain, the cannons are not doing anything. This thing is invincible, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Dennis grit his teeth. Use that weapon. All right, you and I are about to dive into an epic naval showdown featuring the lion-headed magic cannon. The shells click into place with a sharp metallic ring, signaling the ice ammo is fully loaded. Immense energy surges as a sailor yells, Captain, the magic cannon is fully charged and ready. Dennis roars for everyone to stand by. As the beast lunges, he finally gives the order to fire. The lion mouth erupts in a blinding golden light. Whoosh! The cannon fires a devastating blast. Boom! The monster eyes widen in pure shock as the explosion shatters the very space around it. Direct hit. Flames engulf the beast, leaving it soul shaken. Alice can barely believe the weapon's insane power. The crew erupts in cheers, but Dennis just grins, boasting this strike equals a saint-level expert might. A massive wall of smoke begins to rise, blanketing the entire surface of the sea. From a distance, Democratus scoffs. He knows they celebrated too early, and his pet is getting very angry. Now, pay attention here, this is where things get really wild. A massive shadow looms through the smoke. As the moonlight cuts through the haze, the crew's smiles vanish. This cannot be happening. right? A giant erupts from the depths. The monster has transformed, now clad in a terrifying suit of iron armor. Alice's eyes narrow in suspicion. Could this beast actually be a high-level alchemy creation? It charges across the waves with insane speed. Democritus smiles, thinking it is over, until a light flashes behind them. In a split second, the monster head is sliced clean in half. Democritus is left completely speechless. Jagged teeth and eyes float on the surface. The confused sailors rush to the railing, shouting in disbelief. The beast has been cleaved in two. Alice looks over to see Merlin coldly sheathing his blade. Dennis watches from above, stunned. One strike did what his cannon could not. The power gap is just unreal. He stares at Merlin back, wondering what kind of god-tier warrior they have actually brought on board. Merlin casually walks over to where Alice is standing. He sighs, saying cutting these weaklings is a waste of energy. Alice asks why he drew his sword after promising not to. He did it, and nothing happened? Merlin just narrows his eyes, sensing a very bad omen approaching. She is confused, but suddenly the ship groans. The guards standing near Lady Cecilia jump in shock. Dusun struggles with seasickness. Merlin just looks away, telling her the rest is her responsibility. You and I both saw that coming, right? The entire ship suddenly snaps in two with a crash. Democritus watches through his binoculars, baffled. Why on earth is their ship sinking into the abyss? Did it just self-destruct? He turns away, calling them freaks as the wreckage slowly drifts toward the shore. Under the silver moonlight, the massive ship finally docks, and a single footsteps onto solid ground. Merlin and Alice crawl onto the sand, gasping for air. Finally, they have made it to the mainland. The captain's skill was decent, but Alice is screaming how dare he slice their own ship in half. She had to use her ice magic just to seal the hull and keep them from sinking into the ocean. Captain Dennis holds his hat against his chest, staring mournfully at his ruined vessel. Cecilia offers her sincere apologies, promising that her family will fully compensate him for the damage. Dennis is incredibly grateful for the help. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious laugh echoes across the beach. Someone is literally grabbing handfuls of sand in joy. It turns out to be Jo-sun. He is crying tears of happiness, shouting that he is finally alive again. His eyes are practically sparkling. The others just watch in total embarrassment. He coughs, trying to regain his cool, arrogant persona. He calls them mere commoners and praises himself as a genius. He points toward the Smoky Mountains. The brat analyzes that the alchemist research lab must be hidden somewhere on that peak. He claims this mission is a piece of cake before heading into the forest alone. Cecilia is fuming at his attitude. She declares they need to move out before he ruins everything. The guard asks hesitantly if they should not take at least a short rest first. Alice insists they cannot wait. There might still be survivors left to save on this island. And that is where we leave it. If they do not hurry, that kid will leave them with nothing. All right, stick with me, because this dungeon raid is about to get intense. Dennis stays behind to fix William, while the rest of our party heads toward a massive mountain entrance. Silence fills the air as they step inside. Merlin leads the way, but Johnson suddenly breaks the silence. Merlin remains cold, watching the surroundings with sharp eyes. Alice looks around suspiciously. Ever since they landed on this island, they haven't seen a single enemy. Something feels off. Merlin and Johnson stop in their tracks. Alice is confused. Why did they suddenly quit moving? The ground beneath them starts vibrating. Fox draws his blade instantly. Something massive is approaching, and there are many of them. Cecilia groans. Alice, you just had to jinx us. Alice tries to defend herself. This is the enemy's base, so getting attacked should be expected. Terrifying sounds echo from the deep tunnel as a swarm of alchemy beasts rushes out. The group stands ready to fight. Here they come. Merlin finds this annoying, but Johnson just smiles. Now watch closely, because he's about to show off. He stands there with total confidence. He slides a mysterious ring onto his finger, eyes burning with the arrogance of a self-proclaimed genius. The alchemy beasts roar, ready to tear them apart. Red and orange energy swirls around Johnson's hand. He calls them mere pests as the beasts launch their attack. He beckons them forward with his ring, then opens his palm. A massive wave of fire erupts. The beasts are instantly incinerated, but he's not done yet. Blue energy starts gathering in his hand for a second strike. He raises his hand again, letting the energy explode outward. When both powers collide, the explosion is devastating. Alice and Cecilia scream as the ground shakes from the impact. Merlin just stands there with a goofy grin. Once the smoke clears, only ashes remain. Alice is completely stunned. It turns out, he really is a genius, capable of using two different high-tier elemental spells at the same time. Johnson just glares back with total arrogance. He tells them to recognize true power, Trying to steal his credit is just a delusion. Merlin hides a laugh. This kid is interesting, but he can't help judging him just a little bit. His personality is trash. Merlin says he wouldn't want a son like that. Alice asks if he even has a son. He claims he was simply imagining the scenario. Alice agrees she doesn't hope her future children turn out like that, regardless of how much natural talent they might possess. She keeps staring at Johnson's small frame, still judging his attitude. You and I both know arrogance usually leads to a hard lesson. This is Elvin Johnson, a mithril rank adventurer at only 14. Inside his room, Democritus watches the entire group through a crystal ball. He didn't expect such a powerful adventurer among these lowly commoners. He's convinced that this boy was the one who destroyed his precious sea beast. He opens a small box and laughs while looking at the item inside. It's a mysterious iron horn. He keeps his eyes locked onto the young mage. Democritus declares Johnson's legend ends today. Back in the tunnel, Merlin is starting to feel exhausted. He feels like they're walking in circles. Johnson hears this and glances back with a hidden motive. Johnson suspects this old man isn't just a lowly black iron rank. He sees Merlin as a rival and wants him gone. Cecilia grips her weapon tightly. Alice notices her worry. Cecilia has a bad feeling, but Alice tells her not to be scared. She says Merlin can handle anything that comes their way. But then, Merlin steps on a loose tile. He freezes. Alice and Cecilia are still chatting, thinking they're safe with Merlin around. Suddenly, the floor starts shifting. Merlin looks back with a shocked expression. The girls lose their footing and fall into the darkness. Merlin realizes he accidentally triggered a trap mechanism. Fox kneels and shouts for Cecilia. Muffled voices echo from below. Splashing and screaming about cold water and rats echoes up. Merlin looks down, relieved they're alive, but then he suddenly scans the dark room. Merlin is pissed that the brat ran off. Fox asks if Cecilia is okay. Merlin says they have to keep moving. Fox is hesitant to leave the ladies behind. He reminds him, "Don't forget that our primary mission is to take down that evil alchemist." He adds that Alice is tough enough to handle herself. Down in the chamber, Alice sighs in relief. Cecilia realizes the drop was too high to climb back. She finds a skull and screams. This place is filthy, smelly, and crawling with danger. Alice spots a hidden passage. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see exactly where this path leads. They step inside as a chilling sound echoes from the dark shadows. All right, stick with me, we are about to witness a total nightmare scenario. Alice senses it coming from ahead. They reach a massive hall, and their hearts stop. A giant bird looms over them, its massive beak hanging wide open in the dark. It snaps its jaws shut, and fresh, crimson blood drips down. Cecilia gasps, "Is this the beast's nest?" She sees something horrific and quickly covers her mouth in pure terror. A human arm falls from its beak onto a pile of skulls. Cecilia whispers to Alice to just sneak around it. Alice nods, but then her eyes widen in shock. She spots a group of survivors hidden in the shadows. They are trembling. Alice screams, "No," leaving Cecilia totally lost and confused. The bird's head snaps up as an ice sword strikes its chest. It does zero damage. The blade just shatters into pieces. Alice grinds her teeth. It failed. Cecilia calls out her name, pointing her sword. Alice explains they can't just abandon the survivors. Meanwhile, another beast is waiting at the bottom of the pit. She realizes the enemy isn't kind enough to leave them an easy way out. Now pay attention. Alice decides the only exit is right through the top of that giant monster's head. The bird takes flight, wings spreading wide. Alice yells for Cecilia to provide magic support, but Cecilia is frozen in fear. Alice calls her name again as Cecilia starts screaming in terror. Light gathers in the bird's open maw. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the world is consumed by fire. Joe-sun is wandering alone, cursing his luck. Where the hell is that alchemist hiding anyway? Watching through a crystal ball, the enemy knows he is caught in a magic trap. Democritus sighs. "I didn't do anything. You're just lost." He decides to give the poor guy a hand. He pulls a lever, and the entire hidden mechanism starts to grind and shift. A loud sound makes Joe-sun frown as the massive wall begins splitting apart. The door swings open. Joe-sun stays cool, wondering if he's being invited in. He steps inside anyway. It's pitch black until torches suddenly flicker to life around him. You see those bloodstains? This is a gladiator arena, and a mysterious voice is already welcoming him. Democritus stands high above. "Welcome to my playground, and your grave," he sneers. Joe-sun just scoffs, saying he's heard worse threats since childhood. Small stones around his feet suddenly begin to float, controlling them with magic. He smirks about this so-called resting place. He flickers his hand, launching the stones. "It's your grave, not mine." The alchemist just grins as a bizarre creature leaps out to shield him from the attack. It's a savage, two-headed beast with razor-sharp fangs. Freshly summoned, the monster glares at Jo-sun with eyes full of pure bloodlust. Not a single scratch appears on its iron-hard scales. Jo-sun is left speechless. What the hell? My magic bullets hit dead on, yet it's completely unhurt? This isn't right. A normal beast would be dead, but this thing is on another level. Democritus laughs in triumph. He snaps his fingers like a magician. Don't act so surprised yet. With that snap, a heavy iron door begins to slide open. A massive crash makes Jo-sun spin around as a bloodthirsty mammoth-like beast charges out of the darkness. As both giants charge, the alchemist's twisted show finally begins. Behold, my greatest masterpieces, he declares. He proudly introduces the two-headed Lion King. That oversized beast you killed at sea? It's nothing compared to the raw power of these two. Jo-sun stays focused, ready for the incoming slaughter. He rants about a steel eagle and how his pets are fused with holy dragon blood. They possess godlike strength. Trust me, you and I know he is finally done listening. Old man, you really talk way too much. Those arrogant words make the villain freeze up, letting out a confused, huh? Without even giving him a chance to process, the boy adds, I was actually starting to fall asleep over here. All right, you and I are about to see one of the cockiest characters in action. He just wants to end this fast, and his taunts only excite the villain. He strokes his beard with a wicked grin, laughing heartily. Striking a ridiculous pose, he shouts that he loves straightforward people exactly like him. So, why do you not be a good sport and become food for my precious little babies instead? As he points his finger, the two massive beasts dig in their heels. A second later, they charge forward with terrifying speed. Their massive frames make Jo-sun look like a tiny ant, but for him, that is not a problem at all. Replying with zero fear, Jo-sun charges his energy and mutters, yeah, you are just petty, stupid creatures. His first strike is the 1,000-layer sea tsunami. Suddenly, a massive wall of seawater crashes down, cutting off Democritus's pride and joy. Caught in the violent, overwhelming current, the beasts are swept away, unable to even struggle. Seeing his opening, Jo-sun prepares his second move with total confidence. And here is the encore. From his fingertips, a blinding flash erupts into a massive bolt of lightning called the lightning sprint. It blasts forward in a straight line, slamming right into the two monsters struggling in the middle of the flood. Now watch this, he thinks he has it in the bag. Their golden scales are charred black, and he cannot help but mock their weakness. Is this what you are so proud of? Pathetic. But the alchemist does not look worried or flustered at all. Standing tall on his platform, he simply responds, oh, is that really what you think? The beaten monsters suddenly surge with power, their eyes glowing a frantic red. Jo-sun did not expect this, gasping out a shocked, what? Both beasts, especially the Lion King, are suddenly overflowing with energy. It is like the previous damage was just an illusion. While charging a counterattack, he realizes with frustration that his magic did not actually land an effective blow. He is not one to back down, though, shouting out, defensive wall. In a split second, the two-headed lion closes the gap and strikes hard. This powerful blow does not just shatter his defense, it tears his chest too. It is way too fast. He flies back several meters, sliding until he slams hard into a stone wall. The monsters keep advancing with savage arrogance, while Jo-sun can only let out a pained groan from the shock. He looks down at the spreading red stain on his hand, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. He mumbles to himself in confusion, I actually got hurt. Seeing him in such a mess, Democritus gets even more arrogant. Haha, do you get it now? He starts lecturing again, repeating the same nonsense he always believes. My babies were made specifically to crush arrogant brats like you. Jo-sun grinds his teeth and spits out a frustrated damn it. You and I both know who this is. Right in the middle of their standoff, a calm voice echoes from behind. Looks like I am just in time after all. He immediately looks up to see a very familiar figure standing on the wall. Democritus, hiding safely behind his monsters, has no idea who this newcomer is or what he wants. He demands to know who's there, but the guest ignores him. Merlin just smirks and starts teasing Jo-sun. Oh? The little brat who ran off ahead of us seems to be getting schooled pretty hard, right? Before the kid can respond, Merlin jumps down, excitedly shouting that it is finally time to steal his friend's kill. Jo-sun is clearly annoyed. He lets out a cold snort and waves his hand, sending bright golden lines sliding across the ground. Seeing the light rushing straight at him, Merlin lets out a confused, huh? A second later, the golden energy snaps together, forming a cage of pure light. Merlin stays calm, but Ko is the exact opposite. He realizes in shock that this is a holy light cage. He loses it, screaming, What are you doing? Let us out. Jo-sun just wipes his mouth and shoots back. What are you all so smug about? I have not lost this fight yet. He shifts his gaze back to the enemy, who has been looking down on him this entire time. He claims his prize, saying, "This damn alchemist is my prey. Don't even think about stealing him from me." Democratus is furious at being treated like a snack. 3 little nobodies think they can split my head? How ridiculous. But Jo-sun just ignores him again, turning his attention back to warn the 2 guys behind him one last time. Just stay in there until I am finished. If you try to force your way out, the holy light will toast you alive. This attitude makes Ko incredibly frustrated. Meanwhile, Merlin wonders if the brat actually has a secret trump card left to play. He grips his cloak tightly with pure determination. Trust me, you and I are about to see what he is really made of. All right, you and I are about to watch Johnson cut the talk and toss his hesitation completely aside. His power flares bright, a direct reflection of his unbreakable will. I won't let anyone get in my way, he shouts. This is a battle that belongs to me alone. Seeing the boy's surging spirit, Democratus just grins. Very well then, I'll show you exactly how powerless you really are. With a wave of his hand, the 2-headed Lion King and the heavy mammoth charge forward in a frenzied rush. At that exact moment, a devastating collision between 2 opposing forces erupts on a different part of the battlefield. The resulting shockwave sends Alice crashing into the cliffside, making her cough up a spray of blood. The impact isn't over yet as a massive dust cloud swirls around, hitting Cecilia hard as she stands nearby. Alice manages to jam her sword into the earth to brace herself. Gasping for air, she leans against the hilt amidst the smoke and heavy dust. She glares at the steel-winged beast soaring above, cursing under her breath. Damn it. We're just not on the same level. But Alice can't back down. Not from this monster. She is determined to save every last survivor left on this field. She forces herself back up in an instant, shouting to the noble girl. Cecilia, I need your help right now. Cecilia, who was clutching her staff in a panic, snaps out of it. Oh, yes, I'm on it. She raises her scepter high, calling upon the divine. O gods, grant your people the strength to heal and the power to survive. A beam of holy light descends upon Alice, sealing her wounds and surging her power levels through the roof. Empowered by the gift, she charges forward with a single goal. She's going to tear right through that monster's wings. Using all her strength, she launches herself off the ground, flying straight toward the arrogant beast circling above. Now, watch this closely as the gap closes. Alice screams that the whole battle is decided by this one strike. The beast is caught off guard by this tiny human suddenly lunging at it, but it doesn't flinch. It opens its maw, churning the air into a massive cyclone that traps Alice inside. She screams in agony as the vortex grows larger, completely swallowing her whole. Watching from below, Cecilia's face goes pale. She cries out in terror for the girl. Lady Alice. Cecilia can't help as the beast's vortex churns up the earth. Once the storm clears, Alice is slammed down, cracking the ground beneath her. Before she can even react, the beast pins her down. She shrieks in pain. Its massive claws are like a heavy iron cage, crushing the life out of her. Cecilia can't stand it anymore. Amidst the smoke, she screams Alice's name, but Alice quickly cuts her off. You idiot, stay back. This thing is way too powerful. It's focused on me right now. Take the survivors and run while you still have the chance. As she speaks, the steel beast looms over her with a disgusting glint, saliva dripping from its massive maw. You and I can feel her despair here. As she faces life or death, Merlin's silhouette flashes through her mind. The thought irritates her. She hasn't even defeated that guy yet. There's no way she's dying here. Seeing its prey go quiet, the beast widens its eyes and strikes. It drives its steel-hard head into the ground, aiming to swallow Alice in a single bite. Cecilia covers her mouth in horror, trembling as she gasps. But then, something impossible happens. The beast suddenly freezes. The monster lets out a confused cry. In the silence, a sudden wave of freezing frost erupts through the air. The icy energy crawls from Alice's darkened arm, spreading rapidly up the creature's jagged beak. Then, she simply clenches her hand. The frozen beak shatters into 1,000 pieces instantly. A miracle. Alice didn't just survive. She crushed the beast's weapon and escaped its claws, leaving the monster in a panicked state. The frost begins to clear. Alice is back, and she is stronger than ever before. Her blue eyes have turned a piercing gold, with slit pupils just like a dragon. The mangled beast howls in pure rage. It stares at its shattered beak in disbelief, before flapping its wings to create another violent cyclone. Cecilia can barely process what she's seeing, shouting out Alice's name in desperation. But a single, decisive strike rips through the center of the vortex, tearing the storm apart. As the winds vanish, Alice stands tall with white hair, completely unscathed. She stares down the monster through a cold, misty aura. The scene is so surreal that Cecilia can only whisper Alice's name in total shock. So what do you and I take from this? That wasn't just Alice, she has become a true ancient dragon. All right, you and I are about to see a battle that completely defies logic, as Alice's aura intimidates the steel vulture. The bird stares in pure panic before the scene shifts back to the arena where Johnson is in serious trouble. The young genius in black has been pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force of his enemies, but he refuses to back down, pointing his finger and screaming for those dying beasts to finally drop dead. Stones instantly form into a massive earthen snake to intercept the monsters. In a flash, it coils around the heavy armored mammoth and starts to squeeze, but that monster is no pushover. Quickly using its clawed trunk to wrap tightly around the rocky snake, it exerts its massive strength, twisting and crushing the enemy bit by bit until the stone serpent can no longer take the pressure and shatters into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, the other beast is met with a barrage of freezing ice shards hanging menacingly in the air. Under Johnson's command, these razor-sharp weapons fly forward with incredible speed, cutting through the wind toward their target. They aim directly for the two-headed Lion King, but the creature is remarkably fast and manages to dodge every single strike. It even dares to catch one in its mouth before casually stepping forward, ignoring the wall of ice spikes behind it. However, to stop it from getting any closer, glowing embers begin to flicker right beneath its massive paws. Johnson flicks his hand, and a crimson fire erupts instantly. Those scattered sparks transform into a massive wall of flames that completely consumes and roasts the monsters. Now pay attention, because what Johnson does next is absolutely legendary. He is combining multiple high-level elemental spells together. This power is beyond insane. The man in the cage turns to the lounging Merlin, begging him to do something. Lord Merlin, we cannot just sit here while Johnson wins this fight. Don't you have a plan for us? But Merlin just picks his ear and tells him not to panic. Just as he finishes, the two-headed lion and the armored mammoth suddenly rise from the fire. They are covered in a thick layer of black char, looking like they were toasted crisp. Yet that ash quickly falls away, revealing their bodies are completely unharmed. The two monsters are still full of rage as they continue their aggressive charge forward. Johnson is furious, clicking his tongue in frustration. Meanwhile, Merlin, watching from the sidelines, had already predicted this exact outcome. Against normal monsters, Johnson's skills would be more than enough to win. Unfortunately, these two have massive magic resistance. When a mage faces an opponent like this, there is only one way to victory. You and I both know Johnson isn't going down without a fight, right? He needs even stronger magic to suppress them. Seeing the kid struggle, old Democritus starts bragging. Ha ha ha. See that? My power is something you can never reach. He mocks him, calling the genius mage nothing but a stinking little brat who hasn't even grown up yet. He finishes by telling him to just quietly become a snack for his little pets. Johnson can't stand being looked down on like that. He shouts back, "Shut up. I am the glory of my family and my parents' pride. I won't lose here." A surge of blue and purple magic suddenly erupts from his body. The ring on his hand flashes with that same light, and the same phenomenon happens on his other hand at the same time. This activation makes his body jerk violently as green veins pop out. He has to grit his teeth to endure the excruciating pain. Then, tornadoes and lightning begin to pour out from both hands without stopping. This massive explosion of energy forces him to let out a loud scream. Facing this terrifying aura, the two-headed lion and the armored mammoth are instantly forced to a halt. Now that his power is fully released, Johnson looks more confident than ever with a smug smirk. "You sense the danger and want to stop me now?" He claps his hands together and says, "It's too late." The very second his hands lock together, those two terrifying energies are forced into a single point, sending lightning, crackling, and booming wildly along the path of the wind. This hybrid cyclone tightly traps the monsters in front of him, crushing them until they roar out in agonizing pain. The magic doesn't just crush the enemies, it also slams into the arena walls with the force of a natural disaster. The winds are filled with countless sharp blades that cut through everything in their path. The platform where Democritus is standing shakes violently, making him scream in terror as he struggles to stay on his feet while panicking. Is this for real? He can even merge ultimate magic spells. I really did underestimate this stinking little brat. As the tornado passes through, the flesh of both monsters is completely stripped away, leaving nothing but their remains. Only two white skeletons are left standing there. Democritus can only stare in shock at his ruined alchemical beasts. The man in the cage is speechless. He stammers out, "He won? He actually won." Merlin stays indifferent, his thoughts a total mystery to everyone. As the smoke clears, Johnson's figure finally begins to emerge. Trust me, you and I just saw a genius push himself to the absolute limit, leaving him bloody and torn by his own magic. All right, you and I are about to watch a 14-year-old kid do the impossible, standing firm as he whispers about his victory, while even mine offers him praise for being so incredibly talented. However, Democritus starts sweating as he looks at the arena being torn apart by the massive whirlwind, or maybe he's just putting on a show. Suddenly, his sinister and chilling laughter echoes through the air. Go! The scorched bones that were being dragged around suddenly begin a gruesome and bizarre transformation. Johnson catches the movement and screams out in absolute shock. What on earth was that? Pay attention here, because energy pieces are suddenly reconstructing those bodies, and the old man's pets have returned to face the boy in their original forms. High above, Democritus laughs even harder. Ha ha ha. Little brat, you really are far too naive. My alchemy beasts use the blood of the frostbone holy dragon. They will recover instantly, no matter how you attack them. And just like that, the two monsters have fully restored themselves to their original, terrifying shapes. This reality strikes him like a lightning bolt. How? My strongest magic actually had no effect at all? Even his power-storing ring can no longer handle the extreme strain and shatters into pieces. Covered in wounds, Johnson drops his hands in defeat. I'm out of mana. Reality has drained every last bit of his energy. He kneels on the ground, whispering that it's all over, just as the villain reaches a peak of insane excitement. Ha ha ha. I waited just to see that look of pure despair on your face. It's perfect. What are you waiting for, my darlings? Go enjoy your fresh meal for the day. The two-headed lion and the mammoth charge forward like rockets. Johnson closes his eyes tightly, unable to accept such a pathetic and miserable end. Damn it, do I really have to die here? Suddenly, a large and warm hand gently rests on his hair. It's Merlin. He's out of the cage, patting the kid's head and telling him that playtime is over. He steps forward. Next, just let the adults handle things. The boy can't even react in time, only muttering a confused, huh? But Democritus ignores Merlin entirely, still as arrogant as ever. Ha ha ha. A nobody like you isn't even worth being a snack. Before he can finish speaking, he takes a direct and decisive slash. Merlin swings his sword from the floor, cutting through those monsters straight toward his enemy. It's the villain's turn to be frozen in shock, unable to even process what just happened. He stands there completely dazed until the dust from the last attack finally begins to clear. The lizard in the cage cheers for Lord Merlin. Merlin just holds his pose and lets out a confident smirk. Yeah. Faced with that insane speed and power, the villain clearly starts to lose his cool. Damn it, Iron Condor, come save me. But the telepathic link tells him something that is totally and completely impossible. You and I can see it too. Even a monster like the Iron Condor is trembling in fear before Alice's dragon aura. She doesn't say a single word, just approaches the beast step by terrifying step. The creature only wants to flee as far as possible, too scared to even look at her. She raises her sword to gather energy. Alice's dragon-like eyes glow with a brilliant and blinding golden light that's brighter than before. Along with that light, the terrified beast tries to fly away, but sharp spears of ice energy are already pointing right at it. A massive whirlwind erupts, many times larger than the original. Alice stands below and immediately slashes her sword across. The vortex pulls in everything, including heavy rocks and debris, making Cecilia scream out in terror. And then, Alice proceeds to pour every last drop of her power into this final strike. She points her sword to the sky, and a pillar of energy shatters the cyclone. The majestic Iron Condor is now frozen in horror. That strike is lightning fast. She slices it from its tail all the way through those wings it was so proud of. The momentum carries the energy through the forest and pierces straight through the clouds in the sky. The blinding light makes even people out at sea gasp in wonder. Democritus can no longer stop himself from trembling. The Iron Condor's presence has completely vanished. He can't understand it no matter how many times he thinks about it. What is happening here? Her dragon power is completely overwhelming my own alchemy beasts. Merlin hears him screaming and thinks to himself, dragon power? Could that really be Alice? Before he can say anything, the villain looks at the reality before him and mutters their names. The two-headed lion and the mammoth, now just piles of blood, and his precious Iron Condor is gone too. Finally, Democritus looks his opponent in the eye and screams out in pure agony. So, what do you and I make of this? These three beasts were beyond saint rank, yet they were wiped out in seconds. Who on earth are you really? Alright, you and I are about to witness Mo Lian drop the most ridiculous flex. Hey, looking at his trembling enemy, he smiles. Consider this a final gift for your pathetic soul. Everyone leans in as he rests his blade on his shoulder and makes a massive announcement. I am the great demon king of the first palace. The scene shifts back to the other side, where the iron monster has been completely destroyed, feathers flying everywhere. People look around in shock, asking, "The monster is dead? Are we finally safe?" You might be thinking the same thing as Cecilia. This feels like a dream. Did Alice actually win? Throughout the entire fight, Alice has maintained her heroic stance, standing tall in the face of victory. But as the energy dissipates, her strength vanishes, and her sword arm falls limp at her side. Suddenly, she collapses to the ground. Cecilia screams in a panic and rushes to her side. Lady Alice, the impact causes a mysterious green stone to fall from Alice's neck. Cecilia looks at her, paralyzed with worry. Okay, I know what you are thinking. Alice is exhausted, but she feels her mana pool finally starting to recover like normal. No one notices the shimmering green stone just sitting there, abandoned and silent on the dirt floor. Meanwhile, back at Mo Lian's location, a heavy silence falls over the group after his shocking declaration. Democritus is sweating, Ro is confused, and even the little fox can't believe he called himself a demon king. He sees their stunned faces and feels incredibly proud. Yeah, he really loves the attention. And that's where we leave it. Someone just screamed liar, and Mo Lian's moment is officially ruined.